The beginning. The sunlight, mingled with the scent of dampness following the rain, streamed through the white patterned curtains, casting its warmth upon a pale-faced girl lying in bed. The girl, appearing to be merely 14 or 15, had golden hair cascading around her pillow like a slumbering princess, yet her head was bound with a strip of bandage, faintly, imbued with the bitter aroma of medicine. The gentle touch of the sun was comforting, yet a sharp pain in her head caused her to frown. Zhang Lin struggled to open her eyes, her hand instinctively reaching for the bandage on her head, only to be greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar room. This was a spacious and bright bedroom, furnished with a bed, a modest wardrobe, two white high-backed chairs, and a writing desk, all similarly white. What is this place? In this strange room, in this alien environment, the bandage on her head triggered a sudden realization, prompting her to hastily scan her body. Unbeknownst to her, her original clothing had been replaced by a white silk nightgown, a thin blanket draped over her. Yet, her once mature form now appeared remarkably frail. An intense wave of pain overcame her, causing her eyes to roll back as she collapsed, faintly aware of a startled exclamation in the distance. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Eventually, Zhang Lin slowly reopened her eyes. Her mind was now enriched with a multitude of memories, those belonging to a young noblewoman named Freya Green from the countryside. Within these recollections, Freya Green inhabited a world reminiscent of medieval Europe. Born in a medium-sized kingdom known as the Kingdom of Byron, she belonged to the Green family, whose territory lay along the border of the neighboring Saladin kingdom. Her father, Baron Green, held the duty of safeguarding this region. However, due to the vast forest named Walter that separated their territory from Saladin, Freya had always perceived the area as relatively safe, aside from the occasional transient refugees fleeing from the woods. Yet, it was this very notion that led the once vibrant Freya to disregard warnings and venture alone into the forest on horseback to hunt, only to tragically encounter an attack by the refugees, causing her to fall from her mount and give Zhang Lin the opportunity to seize her. Unbelievable. I've truly crossed over, Zhang Lin muttered, rubbing her head in disbelief. Perhaps due to the strategic location of her family's estate, Baron Green's dominion far surpassed his title, encompassing 3 large farms and 5 quaint villages, with the population consistently hovering around 5,000 each year. That moment. She found herself in one of her family's properties within the town, just as Zhang Lin was attempting to organize the chaotic memories swirling in her mind. A sudden noise interrupted her thoughts. Creak! The door swung open. A solemn-faced man, clad in dark noble attire, with towering stature and golden hair, strode into the room. Following closely behind him was a frail old man dressed in gray linen, carrying a brown leather suitcase. In Zhang Lin's recollection, the imposing figure before her was none other than her father, Baron Green. "Father," she exclaimed, hastily attempting to rise from the bed, eager to greet him in the customary manner of Freya. A large hand pressed down on Zhang Lin, who yearned to rise. "Do not move. Dr. Kira, please conduct an examination," intoned Baron Green, his voice low and tinged with irritation, as he cast a furrowed glance at his daughter and then at the elderly figure behind her. "Certainly, my lord." Upon receiving the Baron's command, the elder named Kira swiftly unfastened her leather case and retrieved her medical instruments, approaching the bedside with purpose. While the doctor conducted her examination, Zhang Lin hastily summoned memories of her father. Andre Green, aged 40, a baron of the empire and the lord of this territory, was perceived by outsiders as a symbol of brutality and bloodlust, yet, in this moment, he appeared as nothing more than a concerned father, anxious for his daughter's safety. "My lord, aside from a superficial wound to her head, the young lady is otherwise unharmed. She merely requires rest," Kira reported promptly, respectfully retreating to stand behind the Baron as she stowed away her tools. At hearing Kira's words, the Baron's tightly furrowed brow relaxed somewhat, and he gestured for her to leave. Once the door had closed, he approached the bedside. "Freya, I have warned you numerous times against venturing into the forest to hunt alone, that if you must go, you ought to be accompanied by guards. The perils there extend beyond mere vagabonds." His voice, deep and grave, conveyed the seriousness of her transgression. "I understand my mistake, father," Zhang Lin murmured, her head bowed instinctively, her voice trembling with remorse that a girl fell from her horse and remarkably sustained only a minor scrape. "It seems your mother is also watching over you." Observing his daughter's downcast expression filled with guilt, the Baron felt a pang of sympathy and gently stroked her hair. "You are nearly 15 now. I plan to send you to the Noble Academy in Kent City in due time. Your brother is utterly inept, and all my hopes rest upon you. If anything were to happen to you, I cannot bear to imagine." At this point, the Baron sighed deeply, lost in contemplation, and ceased to speak further. Feeling the warmth above her, Zhang Lin, through Freya's memories, gleaned certain truths about her father. The father, who appeared ruthless and cold-hearted to the outside world, was in fact exceptionally sincere towards her. In contrast to the decadence of other nobles, the Baron had only 4 children throughout his life. His eldest son had long ago answered the Empire's call to arms, venturing to the front lines of war, with little hope of survival. His second daughter had married a wealthy merchant from a distant land a few years prior. The third daughter is Freya, while the youngest son is an undeniable ne'er-do-well. Though the Baron possessed numerous wives and concubines, his affections were genuine towards all but the youngest as owing to this moment. With only Freya by his side, all his aspirations were directed towards her, despite her being a woman. He would strive to fulfill any of Freya's desires. Perhaps this very indulgence contributed to her spirited nature. After a prolonged silence, the Baron withdrew his hand. "Freya, I have already lost the most significant woman in my life. I do not wish to lose you as well. This shall be the final occasion. Should there be another, you are well aware of the consequences." The icy undertone of his voice instinctively made Zhang Lin shrink back. For this time, she had narrowly escaped death, igniting the Baron's genuine fury, which was usually reserved for his cherished ones. "I understand, father." With a resounding thud, the bedroom door was firmly shut. Zhang Lin exhaled with relief. Despite sensing the Baron's indulgence towards her, she was acutely aware of the weight of the pressure that underlay such affection. Chapter 2. Return. The original Freya, owing to the indulgence of the Baron, did not transform into a demure lady like other noblewomen. Instead, she remained a spirited and vivacious girl, her simple nature shaped by her father's influence, particularly in her love for horseback riding and hunting. Most of her companions were boys. This time, spurred on by her friends, she disregarded their warnings and ventured into the forest alone for a hunt, only to encounter a band of vagrants that led to her tragic demise and a fall from her horse. It seemed she was indeed a tomboy at heart. Zhang Lin, aware of the unfolding events, could only manage a wry smile and shake her head. Through the faint remnants of memory, she sensed that while the surface appeared calm across various regions, a tempest was brewing beneath. The attack on the Baron's territory by the vagrants was no ordinary incident. After lying in bed for half the day, Zhang Lin stirred her weary body and rose. Outside her bedroom window lay a bustling street, and upon opening the window, the cacophony of voices flooded in, with distant shouts that seemed to rally the crowd. Glancing down, she discerned a squad of law enforcers clad in standard half-leather armor, each bearing a uniform crucifix sword at their waist, reminiscent of police from her previous life. At that moment, this group was vociferously gathering the populace. While kneeling in a line behind them were individuals adorned in tattered black cloth, their bodies marred by wounds. To her astonishment, Zhang Lin recognized these as the very vagrants who had attacked her. Although the distance rendered their words indistinct, she could infer from their expressions and gestures that they were revealing the identities of these vagrants. Subsequently, the enforcers approached the kneeling vagrants, drawing their crucifix swords, and blood was soon splattered everywhere. Upon suddenly witnessing this horrifying scene, Zhang Lin's complexion turned even more ashen, perhaps having noticed her watching. The executioners, after carrying out their grim task, raised their fists to their chests in a gesture of respect. The sight of a living person's head being effortlessly severed was likely a sight that others might find unremarkable, yet for Zhang Lin, it was an unthinkable horror. She clutched her chest tightly, feeling her stomach churn. Even with her eyes closed, the images of blood-soaked ground and severed heads wrapped in black sacks lingered in her mind. After all, she had been an ordinary person before her journey here. Though she possessed some exceptional qualities, she was ultimately just a common individual, having lived for many years in an environment protected by laws and morals. Suddenly encountering such a nerve-wracking event, she found herself unable to adapt. Taking several deep breaths to regain control over her emotions, Her pale face gradually began to restore its color. Since she had traversed into this world, such sights would undoubtedly be encountered again. If she did not adapt swiftly, it would be her misfortune that would follow. As her emotions stabilized through self-affirmation, she released her grip on her chest and feigned calmness as she pulled the window closed. A loud knocking echoed on the door. "Enter," she replied, striving to maintain her voice as steady as usual. The person who entered spoke with a tone of deference, yet his imposing stature, coupled with the double-edged axe slung across his back, exuded an air of formidable strength that felt oddly out of place given his deliberate tone. From her memory, she recognized him as a member of the Baron's Guard, likely named Damsden, who served as a deputy captain. Was this a directive from her father? Is something amiss? Zhang Lin was aware that the Baron had recently been deeply troubled by the plight of the refugees. These individuals, arriving from distant lands, bore little resemblance to ordinary folk seeking shelter from famine. Instead, they appeared more akin to brigands and marauders. To her knowledge, 2 villages had already been pillaged, and with this newfound lead, it seemed a widespread eradication was imminent. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Lin wasted no time. "Is that so? Please step outside. I shall change my attire and depart shortly." Once the door was closed behind the visitor, Zhang Lin removed her white nightgown, revealing garments that had been meticulously prepared in advance. She selected a black hunting outfit adorned with golden trim, tailored specifically to accentuate her youthful figure. The ensemble not only highlighted her height, but also featured a coiled whip at her waist, suggesting it served a purpose beyond mere decoration. Her golden hair, casually arranged, cascaded down her back, bestowing her with an air of youthful vigor, though the bandage on her head slightly marred the effect. Dressed and ready, she stepped out of her room. Awaiting her beyond the door were not only Damsden, but also 2 ordinary law enforcement officers, who promptly saluted upon her emergence. "Let us proceed." With this succinct command, the 4 departed from the temporary resting place. This dwelling served merely as a transient residence for the family during their visits to the town, its modest furnishings rendering it unsuitable for recuperation. Upon exiting, they were greeted by the cacophony of the bustling street, alive with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares. Burly women clad in gray linen skirts ambled about, baskets in hand, while the ground, marred by puddles from recent rain, became increasingly muddy underfoot. However, the brown hunting boots exhibited exceptional waterproof properties, rendering them impervious to moisture. The 4 individuals traversed the street in silence. Zhang Lin observed that passers-by would bow respectfully upon noticing her, their faces betraying reverence, which made her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Fortunately, as she gradually acclimated to the scrutiny, she found herself adapting. At the intersection outside the town, a pitch-black carriage and 3 magnificent steeds awaited in stillness. A slender, earnest-looking young man sat at the front of the carriage. Upon seeing the 4 approach, he promptly dismounted and stood by in anticipation. Damsden and the other 2 mounted their horses, while Zhang Lin, with the young man's assistance, ascended into the carriage. The carriage began to move slowly under the young man's command, proceeding in a straight line towards the main road. Although it was her first experience riding in a carriage, the driver's adeptness ensured a smooth journey without significant jolts. Zhang Lin lifted the curtain inside the carriage, and the scenery outside whizzed by. Initially, there were glimpses of residences, but eventually only vast expanses of trees and the occasional sight of patrolling guards clad in leather armor and wielding weapons remained. Noticing these patrols, Zhang Lin furrowed her brow, her mind conjuring possibilities based on Freya's memories, easily surmising the anomalies within the territory. Yet, at present, she was merely a girl on the cusp of 15. Unarmed and powerless, despite her myriad thoughts, they bore no fruit in the current situation. She shook her head and lowered the curtain. The carriage sped along swiftly, and after approximately 20 minutes, they arrived at their destination. Chapter 3. The castle. Carefully disembarking from the carriage, Zhang Lin's gaze fell upon the imposing stronghold of the Green family, the Green Castle, nestled within a dense thicket of trees. However, in Zhang Lin's perspective, it is more aptly described as an estate encircled by towering walls rather than a castle. The fortress rises to a mere 5 stories, contrasting starkly with the majestic castles she had observed in films from her previous life. Yet, its expanse surpasses her previous notions, resembling a vast residential complex. The surrounding high walls possess a width ample enough for one to run, while at the center stands a colossal wooden door, encased in iron, connected by a thick rope. It is evident that without someone inside to open it, no one could gain entry. Two guards from the castle stand atop the high walls, and upon spotting Zhang Lin disembarking from the carriage, they immediately bellow loudly. The creaking and groaning sound emanating from within heralds the gradual opening of the enormous iron door. A frail elderly woman, with wisps of gray hair and clad in a long black robe, emerges first, followed by several maids dressed in servant attire. Aunt Mary. Zhang Lin smiles and approaches the welcoming figure. Mary is the stewardess responsible for managing all affairs at Green Castle. It is said that she has served the Green family since her youth, having even raised the Baron himself, making her one of the most loyal confidants of the family. Taller than Zhang Lin by a head, Mary envelopes her petite frame in a tight embrace. Despite her seemingly fragile physique, Zhang Lin realizes that this body is not as weak as it appears. The strength of Mary's arms constricts her nearly to the point of discomfort. Fortunately, Mary releases her after a brief, symbolic embrace. I had long advised the esteemed Baron against allowing the young lady to leave the castle. A girl ought to embody the essence of femininity. Yet, the Baron remained obstinate. Engaging in perilous activities such as horseback riding and hunting should be avoided by the young lady in the future, should she truly desire such thrills. I could arrange for a few creatures to be captured within the castle grounds. That injury on her head is quite concerning. Mary's incessant murmurs flowed from her lips. Although her tone bore a hint of reproach, Zhang Lin merely offered a habitual smile in response. As they proceeded towards the castle amidst a throng of people, listening to Mary's tirade, Zhang Lin furrowed her brow slightly, interrupting Mary's discourse. By the way, Aunt Mary, where has Eric gone? Eric Green, the Baron's fourth son, was a child born of a union forged out of family interests following the death of Freya's mother, with a daughter of a viscount. However, that viscount's daughter eloped with a farmer shortly after giving birth to Eric, marking a significant disgrace in the Baron's life. In her recollections, Eric had always been frail and sickly, yet he wielded his status as the Baron's son with arrogance, often engaging in acts of bullying. This behavior, while seemingly unaffected by the Baron's notorious reputation for brutality and iron-fisted rule, likely stemmed from a deep-seated resentment from his mother. Consequently, the Baron held no fondness for this son, perhaps even harboring disdain. Yet, at this moment, Eric's presence was notably absent. Yesterday, young Master Eric took a liking to the daughter of a blacksmith. He is likely in his chamber now, if the young lady wishes to see him. I can send for him, Mary remarked, though her eyes betrayed a clear disdain despite her use of the term young master. Perhaps others may hesitate, yet Mary, as the eldest and most devoted member of the Green family, has always regarded the Baroness' fourth son with disdain. No need, I was merely inquiring casually, Zhang Lin replied, nodding, fully aware of her brother's nefarious character, and refrained from further questioning. Engaging in light conversation as they walked, the group soon arrived at the castle's grand hall. While the exterior of the castle may not appear opulent, its interior is adorned with the quintessential trappings of nobility, resplendent in its grandeur. After exchanging a few more casual remarks with Mary, she waved away most of the attendants, retaining only 2 maidservants. Miss, should you require anything, feel free to instruct them. I have some trivial matters to attend to and shall not accompany you further. Very well, Aunt Mary, do attend to your duties. There is no need to concern yourself with me. As the housekeeper, Mary was burdened with numerous daily responsibilities, a fact Zhang Lin was well aware of. Once Mary took her leave, only the 2 unfamiliar maidservants remained. Casting a glance around the simultaneously strange yet familiar hall, she turned to the maidservants and said with a calm demeanor, "Please prepare some warm water for my room. I wish to cleanse myself." "Of course, Mississippi." The 2 maidservants bowed respectfully before turning to fulfill her request. Finally alone, Zhang Lin followed her recollections to her private chamber, releasing a deep breath. Although she possessed the memories of the late Freya, Zhang Lin herself was not the deceased Freya. Therefore, she deliberately mimicked Freya's mannerisms and speech patterns, a task that proved arduous for someone not naturally adept at pretense. It was only in solitude that she could finally relax. The bedroom is rather modest in size. Apart from a fixed wardrobe and a bed, it accommodates a writing desk and a chair. It is simple and tidy, reminiscent of a young man's quarters. On the wall near the bed, Zhang Lin discovers a resplendently designed cross sword hanging. In her memory, that was a birthday gift from the Baron when she turned 14. Reflecting on the Baron's previous demeanor towards her, she shakes her head with a tinge of exasperation. Scattered across the writing desk are several hefty tomes with black covers, and in their midst lies a pale yellow parchment. with a white quill pen nestled within an inkwell. Pulling the chair closer, Zhang Lin sits down and gently caresses the parchment, which is densely inscribed with letters, seemingly penned by Freya and still unfinished. These letters bear no resemblance to any language once spoken on Earth, and without the aid of her memories, she might have found them utterly incomprehensible. The text resembles diary-like musings, but after a mere glance, she casually picks up the nearby black-covered tome. Her fair fingers glide over the tome's ebony exterior as she softly vocalizes the title, A Comprehensive History of Byron, compiled by the El Green Library. Is this a historical treatise? As Zhang Lin turns to the first page, a slip of paper flutters down. Please return by November 5th. It appears this book does not belong to her, and the note indicates it is due for return. Yet, before she can delve further, a knock echoes from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Chapter 4, Cognition. The door to the bedroom is rapped upon, and a maid's voice pierces through. Miss, the hot water is ready. Shall I bring it in now? Yes, please do. Zhang Lin places the book aside as two maids enter, pushing a large wooden tub before them. The white steam billowed from the wooden tub, with delicate crimson petals floating upon its surface. The water had been adjusted to a temperate warmth, neither scalding nor frigid. Upon wheeling the tub into the bedroom, two handmaidens stood motionless, clutching bathing essentials, evidently eager to attend to her bathing needs. While Freya might have been indifferent to such aristocratic service, Zhang Lin found herself unaccustomed to it. You may leave, she instructed. Yes, my lady. Upon hearing Zhang Lin's command, the two handmaidens set down their items, curtsied, and exited the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. The tub, though modest in size, resembled a bathtub from another era, its depth reaching half her height. She shed her hunting attire, allowing the warm water to gradually envelop her body, the faint floral fragrance wafting gently to her nostrils. With her eyes closed, the tension and bewilderment that had accompanied her since her arrival began to dissipate. Unbeknownst to her, a slight smile graced Zhang Lin's lips as she pondered in silence. After a prolonged period of relaxation, she finally opened her eyes, casually toweled off, and stepped out of the tub. The unformed contours of her youthful figure were exposed to the air, her golden tresses clinging to her back, exuding a unique beauty. Curiously, she touched her slightly rounded bosom, shook her head, and swiftly dried herself with a nearby towel before donning a white, aristocratic-style dress. The tome on the history of Byron lay undisturbed on the writing desk, and she picked it up, resuming the endeavor she had previously set aside. The book appeared rather thick, perhaps due to its material. However, Zhang Lin discovered that her reading speed, in comparison to her previous life, had significantly increased. It might not merely be her reading speed, but rather her comprehension ability. Even the most obscure topics, she realized, could be swiftly understood. This sudden enhancement in intelligence momentarily left Zhang Lin in a state of astonishment. Had her intellect truly escalated? Closing the book, she shut her eyes. The words she had seen lingering in her memory, even the most trivial details remained vividly clear. What was this? An unexpected boon from her transference. Holding the hefty tome, Zhang Lin was perplexed, yet, despite her ignorance regarding the cause of this transformation, it undeniably benefited her. The dark-covered book was soon finished. It encompassed approximately 3 centuries of Byron's modern history. While there may have been traces of alteration, the majority of the narrative remained authentic. Aside from trivialities, this book provided Zhang Lin with a general understanding of the world in which she resided. In brief, it could be summarized as a realm where might prevails and the strong are revered. The development of this world bore no semblance of firearms. It was a purely cold weapon era, even more unadulterated than the medieval Europe of her former life. The fundamental reason for this was the superior physical prowess of the inhabitants compared to those of Earth. From the accounts of Byron's modern history, it was evident that, apart from the overwhelmingly powerful royal family, the other nobles were not of a hereditary nature, capable of being passed down through generations. To safeguard their possessions, one must possess commensurate strength, be it military might or individual prowess. Otherwise, they would be consumed by other forces. Thus, it was how Freya's father, Baron Green, and the entire Green family ascended to prominence. Moreover, due to the Baron's formidable physical prowess and his adeptness in swordsmanship, even though he conducted himself with brutality and arrogance, none dared to oppose him. This was the essence of power, providing the castle with profound confidence. Zhang Lin approached the window and pushed it open. Below, diligent servants bustled about as the sun began its descent, casting an orange hue upon her youthful visage. Through her contemplative gaze, An inexplicable sense of dissonance emerged. She pondered the thoughts swirling in her mind. In the distance, along the sole pathway leading to the castle, a regiment of orderly knights approached on horseback. Standing by the window, Zhang Lin intermittently caught snippets of their conversation. Vaguely, she discerned the figure of the leading knight. He was robustly built, clad in glistening silver armor, with a simple broadsword suspended at his waist. His golden hair flowed freely behind him, unrestrained by a helmet, and his gloved hand gripped the reins. His handsome face bore a scattered stubble, and his expression was solemn, exuding a wild nobility. That was her father, Baron Green. Perhaps sensing Zhang Lin's gaze, the Baron lifted his head, a hint of a smile breaking through his serious demeanor as he waved to her. The opulent hall of the castle, though the sky had yet to darken, was already illuminated by silver candlesticks. Amid the warm, yellow candlelight mingled with the scent of melted wax. The Baron strode into the hall, accompanied by two equally tall captains of the guard. The silver armor clinked rhythmically with each step he took, producing a sound reminiscent of steel colliding. At this moment in the grand hall, Butler Mary, Zhang Lin, and numerous guards and attendants had been waiting for quite some time. Before them, aside from Mary and Zhang Lin, stood a boy who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old. He was slender, with a pale complexion and pronounced dark circles under his eyes. His resemblance to the Baron was evident, though his hair was a shade of flaxen rather than golden. This boy was Eric, the Baron's fourth son. From his appearance, it was not difficult for Zhang Lin to surmise that her younger brother had not slept a wink the previous night. The bloodshot eyes beneath his dark circles hinted at his exhaustion, and even his erect posture betrayed a slight tremor, as if he might collapse at any moment. Although the Baroness' apparent neglect stemmed from their mother's influence, Zhang Lin speculated that the true reason for the Baron's abandonment might lie in Eric's self-destructive demeanor. In her memories, although they were siblings, Freya and Eric rarely interacted, exchanging only the most perfunctory greetings. In this realm where strength was revered, had Eric not been the Baron's son, he would have been deemed a liability and justifiably cast out by other formidable families. The customary greetings resonated through the hall, and Zhang Lin dutifully mimicked a curtsy. Chapter 5. Unrequited Love. The Baron's stern gaze swept across the assembly, lingering momentarily on Zhang Lin and Eric, before he extended his arms, signaling the servants behind him to remove his armor. Mary shall remain, the rest may disperse. Upon receiving the command, the crowd dispersed, with Eric vanishing immediately after the Baroness' words. Zhang Lin, trailing behind, faintly heard Mary reporting on the Baroness' affairs of the past few days. It was merely a routine report concerning property taxes and some family income, matters that held no interest for Zhang Lin. At this moment, there remained a considerable time before dinner. On the third floor, Zhang Lin ventured down a bright yellow corridor with a lit candle in hand, arriving at a door. Inserting the key, she opened it, and the flickering flame illuminated the darkened room, revealing its contents. This was a library, a repository of the Green family's collection. In her childhood, Freya had relished playing here, but as she matured, her curiosity about the outside world and her penchant for mischief led her away from this sanctuary. Now, standing in this familiar yet alien space, Zhang Lin felt a sense of disorientation, as if two memories were intertwining. In terms of knowledge and literature, this world lagged behind even ancient China. The common folk here had little opportunity for education. In fact, there were scarcely any who could read. To learn to write, one had to either attend a specialized institution, the fees of which were beyond the reach of an ordinary family, or align oneself with a faction or family, akin to signing away one's freedom. Although endowed with Freya's memories, Zhang Lin found them insufficient for comprehending the current situation, and the knowledge contained within books represented her most expedient path forward. The library was modest in size, featuring only 3 shelves, yet they were filled with numerous books, all neatly arranged and well-maintained, suggesting that they were regularly cleaned and organized. Approaching the foremost shelf, Zhang Lin casually pulled out a geographical atlas to peruse. The candle flickers softly, casting a warm, pale yellow flame that dances upon the serious visage of the young girl, imbuing her with an air of fragility. Zhang Lin's gaze flits about with remarkable swiftness. Her significantly enhanced capacity for learning allows her to comprehend and retain information with but a single reading. As the candle burns down to a third of its length, a modest stack of books accumulates at Freya's feet, primarily comprising various biographies of notable figures and an array of inconsequential novels, with only a select few proving beneficial to her studies. Setting aside a poorly written novel titled The Love Between the Hero and the Princess, Freya retrieves a striking crimson volume from the middle of the bookshelf. The cover, not made of mere paper but rather resembling luxurious leather, bears the gilded title On the Practicality of Noble Swordsmanship, authored by Leonardo Frasius. Upon seeing this name, Zhang Lin's brow furrows slightly. She recalls the mention of this individual in the recent biographies. He was a renowned noble swordsman of the Byron Empire, famed 2 centuries ago, and among the finest of his kind. It is said that he once wielded an ornate rapier to vanquish high-ranking generals emerging from the battlefield. However, at the zenith of his illustrious fame, he resolutely took his cherished rapier to the front lines to prove his mettle, only to vanish during his first engagement. Even in death, his body was never recovered. Yet, amidst the aftermath of the battle, soldiers discovered a half-broken rapier among the countless corpses, a relic that came to symbolize the demise of this exceptional noble swordsman, as the rapier gradually fell into the realm of mere ostentation. To her astonishment, the author of this book is none other than that very individual. The book was not particularly thick, and in scarcely a moment, Zhang Lin had finished reading it. The majority of its content focused on the techniques and maintenance of the rapier, with a smaller section dedicated to its strategies against other weapons. Notably, it emphasized an essential point. The use of the rapier does not demand the same physical strength as military broadswords or longswords, but rather relies on agility and dexterity. If the broadsword can be likened to a steadfast knight, then the rapier embodies the cunning and elusive nature of an assassin, representing 2 distinctly different archetypes. Just as Freya was about to reach for a new book, there was a firm knock at the door. "Miss, dinner is ready," came the voice of the maid from outside. "Oh, understood. I will be there shortly." She was surprised at how much time had passed. As she walked, her thoughts lingered on her recent discoveries. Currently, although the Byron Empire experienced occasional friction with neighboring countries, it seemed a distant concern for the Green family. Although the Baron's territory lay on the border between nations, the dense forests provided a natural barrier that made large-scale invasions impractical, resulting primarily in disturbances from wandering refugees and outlaws. Within the Byron realm, the nobility wielded significant power, not only having the authority over the lives of commoners, but also maintaining private armies. In Freya's recollection, the Baron's estate boasted a contingent of around 1,000 soldiers, often disguised as guards and enforcers. As the Baron's most cherished daughter, Freya's prospects appeared exceedingly bright, regardless of her current status. However, despite Zhang Lin's current sense of security from all perspectives, an undercurrent of urgency lingered within him. Perhaps it was due to the abrupt transition into a realm devoid of legal and moral constraints, akin to being stripped bare while clad in garments. Although he was surrounded by no one, an inherent tension persisted. It was prudent to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Resolving to take action, Zhang Lin lifted his gaze, realizing he had unconsciously approached the castle's dining hall. Beneath the resplendent chandelier, a rectangular wooden dining table stood prominently in the center, already graced by the core members of the family, with only the head seat and 3 additional seats remaining vacant. Seated at this table were not only relatives of the Green family, but also individuals of significant stature and contribution to the family, resulting in a considerable gathering. Upon Zhang Lin's arrival, they greeted him with smiles and subtle nods. Next to Zhang Lin sat Eric, a young boy who kept his head bowed in silence, lost in his own thoughts. Before long, the fragmented voices of the Baron and his companions drifted from a distance, growing increasingly audible. "Send more people to the outskirts of the forest. I suspect those vagrants, within my territory, my lord. Recently, the merchant caravans from the north are questionable. Perhaps it's the neighboring Viscount Beltaumf. They seek to encroach upon my interests." "This your iron or yes, my lord?" As they drew nearer, the Baron and his companion gradually ceased their conversation. The Baron, accompanied by a robust man clad in white swordsman attire, approached the dining table and took their seats. After surveying the attendees, the Baron extended his hand to grasp the knife and fork upon the table, gently tapping them against the plate. "Let us dine." Perhaps lost in his thoughts, the Baron wore a frown, appearing somewhat absent-minded, while Zhang Lin's gaze was fixed upon the individual seated beside him. Howard Bailey, a man who had once fought alongside the Baron on the battlefield and retired with him, was reputed to have once shielded the Baron from a blade, rendering him the Baron's most trusted confidant and the captain of the castle's guard. In comparison to the Baron, his physique was notably more imposing. Even seated at the dining table, he seemed to cast a shadow, and the typically sharp attire of a swordsman appeared strained upon his robust frame. His jet-black hair stood erect, and a prominent scar slashed diagonally across his rugged face, extending from the corner of his right eye to the edge of his mouth, lending him an exceptionally fierce countenance. However, in Freya's recollection, this fierce visage was rather handsome, evoking a sense of intimacy in Zhang Lin, akin to a feeling of unrequited affection. Zhang Lin regarded the fearsome figure before her with a bemused expression, perhaps sensing her scrutiny. Howard offered a slight smile, the movement accentuating his scar in a rather menacing manner. Upon witnessing that terrifying grin, Zhang Lin's lips twitched involuntarily, prompting her to hastily lower her gaze and feign interest in the soup before her. Chapter 6. Convergence, skillfully slicing a piece of tender beef and dipping it in sauce before savoring it. The unique flavor of the meat melded with the sauce upon her palate. The majority of the fare on the table was Western cuisine, despite some initial unfamiliarity. The taste was quite agreeable. The entire dining room was enveloped in silence, save for the clinking of cutlery and plates. The Baron, originally lost in deep thought, seemed to recall something as he lifted his gaze towards Zhang Lin. "Freya, how is your health?" he inquired gently, still holding a half-piece of white bread in his hand. "That is good to hear," the Baron nodded, a flicker of concern in his eyes. "Your constitution is better than most, yet do not let your guard down. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to inform Mary. The territory has been somewhat tumultuous of late, so it would be wise to refrain from venturing out unnecessarily." "Understood, Father," Zhang Lin replied quietly, taking in the Baron's concern. The sound of the chair scraping against the floor broke the silence as the Baron stood, setting down the food and casually wiping his mouth with a napkin. He lightly tapped the seat beside him. "Bailey, please come to my study once you finish your meal." "Yes." Howard nodded, his expression impassive, as though he anticipated the Baron's summons. Zhang Lin watched the Baron's retreating figure, her brow slightly furrowed. Considering the fragmented conversations before dinner, she had already surmised that this incident involving the refugees was far from ordinary. However, witnessing the Baron's demeanor, she clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Rapidly, her mind raced through several possible scenarios, yet the scant information at her disposal left her only able to conjecture. And even if she did discern the truth, she felt powerless to assist given her current circumstances. The Baroness' departure did not disrupt the others' dining experience. Shortly thereafter, Howard also rose to leave. As she gazed at her familiar bedroom and closed the door, Zhang Lin approached her bed and reclined, the soft silk bedding enveloping her like a gentle stream. Her heart, once slightly taut, now gradually relaxes in this place. Although she has acclimated to her identity since her arrival, there remains an undercurrent of dissonance. In her previous life, she was solitary, accompanied solely by independence and resilience. Even after reaching adulthood, though a few friends strolled into her life, few shared her innermost thoughts. Yet, the sudden attentiveness of an unfamiliar man evokes an authentic sensation that slowly melts her heart, once as solid as a rock, into something softer. This intense feeling is steeped in an overwhelming sense of unreality. The memories that do not belong to her reveal that this man has cared for Freya since childhood. This affection has been indelibly etched in her heart since Zhang Lin received Freya's memories. Despite knowing she and the Baron have only met for less than a day, the sensation lingers, seemingly unaffected by the departure of the original owner of this body. Although she recognizes that this affection belongs to the girl who has long since passed, it now envelopes her. What is the essence of existence? If one loses their memory, can they still be considered the same person, even if they inhabit the same body? Or am I, infused with Freya's memories, still myself? Profound and philosophical thoughts swirl within her mind. The ornate cross sword hung upon the wall glimmers faintly in the candlelight. She closes her eyes, her mind a whirlpool of memories from two lives. As if she inhabits the intertwined experiences of two distinct bodies, this ethereal sensation feels remarkably natural to her. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, her azure irises gradually expanding. The two fragments of memory within her mind seemed to merge in an instant. Before her, the stubborn little girl clad in tattered garments and the young lady adorned in a white aristocratic gown slowly overlapped, ultimately coalescing into her present self. Since I have inherited all that you were, I am now Freya, as well as Zhang Lin. With this realization, Zhang Lin, or rather the current Freya, felt the inexplicable impurities weighing upon her heart gradually dissipate, only to be replaced by an overwhelming sense of fatigue. It was as though she had been running tirelessly throughout the day, The unaccountable drain on her spirit compelled her to instinctively curl up, drawing the blanket beneath her into the realm of slumber. The morning sun pierced through the mist, casting its golden rays upon the earth. The castle slowly emerged from the shadows, basking in the sunlight. In the distance, a resounding and rhythmic call echoed repeatedly, rousing her from her slumber. Rubbing her sleep-laden visage, Freya opened her eyes, a slight ache in her mind causing her to furrow her brow as she glanced at her attire. It was the same as yesterday. How did I fall asleep? The Freya who had come to a realization the previous night now felt as though her very essence had been drained, the exhaustion rendering her incapable of doing anything before succumbing to sleep, a sensation perplexing in its nature. Touching her head, the faint pang within her mind did not hinder her. Rather, it sharpened her mental acuity and thoughts. Regarding this peculiar phenomenon, Freya found herself at a loss, pondering whether something extraordinary had transpired the night before. Outside, the rhythmic calls persisted. It was the guards engaging in their morning exercises. The changes in her body were ultimately for the better. After massaging her head for a while and allowing the faint prickling sensation to dissipate, she casually shed her dress and donned a simple hunting outfit. The fragmented words of the Baron from the previous evening lingered in her thoughts. Although, from her current standpoint as the Baroness' favored daughter, her safety was assuredly paramount, she understood that this realm was no longer the earth, a world replete with protection. This was a domain where strength reigned supreme. Without sufficient power, nothing could be safeguarded. While Freya's memories did not contain much of a bloody nature, she had witnessed lives being effortlessly extinguished just yesterday. Though those individuals were vagrants, and perhaps in the eyes of others, their transgressions warranted their demise, Freya, being different, comprehended that some things, once lost, could never be reclaimed. She pushed open the window, allowing the crisp morning air to sweep away the last remnants of her drowsiness. In the distance, a vast circular courtyard of the castle was alive with a squad of heavily armored guards engaged in their morning run. While several robust members practiced with wooden swords, their clashing resonating even from the third floor of the castle. It was time to contemplate strengthening her own abilities. Freya squinted as she observed the scene below. Chapter 7. Swordsmanship. After a brief morning routine, Freya stepped out of her bedroom. Though the dawn was still early, the servants had already risen and busied themselves with their tasks. As she descended the spiral staircase, Freya noticed a young maid in a white uniform diligently wiping surfaces with a towel. "Miss Freya, good morning." The maid respectfully greeted Freya. "Good morning." Freya smiled and nodded. But as she was about to leave, she suddenly recalled something and inquired of the maid, "By the way, has father had breakfast this morning?" The maid replied with deference, "The Baron left the city early this morning." "Oh, I see," Freya acknowledged, her mind wandering into uncharted thoughts. In the castle's dining hall, breakfast was not a compulsory affair, resulting in a sparse attendance. After exchanging pleasantries, she partook of the simple meal brought by the maid. Noting that the seat of honor remained conspicuously empty, with no lingering thoughts, she swiftly finished her meal and vacated her seat. Due to her earlier defiance in venturing into the forest alone to hunt, which had led to an attack, Freya found herself effectively under house arrest by the Baron as a form of punishment. However, she harbored no objections to this arrangement. Given the tumultuous situation outside the castle walls, venturing out would only invite peril and cause the Baron further concern. It was far more prudent to occupy herself with tasks within the castle. The door was unlocked and easily pushed open, revealing a spacious room with a generous area. The reddish-brown floor gleamed softly in the light streaming through the windows. Faint sounds of the guards' training could be heard from outside. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only some exercise equipment and a row of wooden sword racks, designated for the exclusive use of certain individuals within the castle for their training. However, in her current state, Freya reflected on the fundamental swordsmanship imparted to her by the Baron, which, despite being rudimentary, proved to be the most practical and effective for honing her skills. She approached the sword rack and selected one of the long swords. The brown wooden blade felt somewhat weighty, seemingly crafted from a deliberately chosen material, approximately 1 meter in length. With the guard and blade forming a standard cross shape, this was the most common type of longsword. The grip bore intersecting grooves designed to secure the hand to the sword, making it quite manageable. In her memory, a robust man with a full beard smiled as he demonstrated sword techniques for a little girl standing beside him. The slow movements of the sword were intentionally paced by the man, whether slashing downward, cutting diagonally, or thrusting straight ahead. His seemingly casual actions appeared remarkably precise in Freya's eyes. The basics of swordplay were indeed simple, and soon Freya grasped the essential techniques and applications of force. With a sudden clarity, she opened her eyes and emulated the Baroness' actions, executing a downward strike followed immediately by a horizontal slash. The weight of the wooden sword caused her movements to falter slightly. Although her mind retained the correct motions, her body required ongoing practice to perfect them. After completing the two maneuvers, she adjusted her posture slightly. A thrust, a faint whoosh resonated beneath her stroke, and her hair, lifted by the motion, shimmered with a hazy gold in the morning light. An upward flick. In no time, several techniques were executed. Freya's forehead gradually beaded with delicate droplets of sweat. Alternating the wooden sword between her left hands, she engaged every ounce of her strength in this seemingly simple motion, rendering it a rather exhausting endeavor. Although Freya inherited a robust constitution from her barren father, superior to that of her peers, she still found this form of exercise quite taxing. She shook her slightly fatigued right arm, wishing the sword were a tad lighter. Yet, she understood that in this world, most weapons were forged from iron, with steel weaponry being a privilege reserved for a select few noble families, typically bestowed upon the finest warriors. Thus, the quality of the majority of weapons was not measured by their sharpness, but rather by their durability and weight. Even if one might not be slain by a blow, a hefty iron sword could still deliver a fatal strike. Complaining would not remedy her plight. She resolutely continued her training. After a brief pause, the subtle sound of slicing air resumed. This rudimentary practice was not something one could achieve instantaneously. It demanded unwavering perseverance and resolve. As time elapsed, Freya's movements transitioned from sluggish to increasingly fluid. Some sword techniques, through repetition, began to quicken. The simplicity of her actions, under her execution, exuded an ethereal grace. The wooden sword sliced through the air, producing a harmonious symphony of wind. Perhaps she truly possessed an innate talent for swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to her, Freya became increasingly engrossed in her practice, oblivious to the dampness of her attire from perspiration. The fierce sword strokes cleaved through the air, and after a deft turn and an upward flourish, the wooden sword finally came to a standstill. Breathing heavily, Freya came to a halt, feeling her stamina gradually wane. Sweat dripped from her body, which ached slightly due to the intensity of her first rigorous exercise. The 14-year-old girl, having undergone a session of training, felt a subtle lightness in her form. However, it didn't take long for Freya to realize that this sensation was not merely an illusion but a genuine experience. Though it was but a fleeting feeling, her keen intellect allowed her to perceive it. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she gazed at the wooden sword in her hand, a faint smile gracing her lips. It appeared that this method of training was indeed the most effective. Yet, she pondered, overexertion could lead to injury, rendering the efforts futile. Thus, a plan was warranted. Nevertheless, Freya found joy in this routine. For the next 2 weeks, her days adhered to a set pattern. After breakfast each morning, she would venture to the training room to practice fundamental sword techniques, followed by running in the open fields, and in the evenings, she would immerse herself in the library to peruse books. This lifestyle persisted until the conclusion of the refugee crisis within the territory. Although the source of the unrest remained undiscovered, the Baron swiftly deployed his guard to eliminate a group of troublemakers, displaying their severed heads around the borders of the domain, which led to the gradual disappearance of the refugees. During this brief period of 2 weeks, Freya's swordsmanship exhibited visible improvement. After several sequences, her movements became fluid and orderly, with each strike landing in the same precise spot, executed with remarkable speed, though lacking in power. Nonetheless, Freya had the deepest understanding of her true progress. Perhaps it is due to the remarkable plasticity of her body, but over the past fortnight, based on her innate qualities, she has discovered that her agility and flexibility have significantly improved. Freya had secretly observed the swordsmanship of the guard squad and realized that her current speed of drawing a sword was double that of an ordinary guard. For every strike they delivered, she could effectively parry and swiftly counterattack, with her accuracy guaranteed to hit vital points due to her mental acuity. Under the personal guidance of the Baron, her swordsmanship has become notably more refined and succinct than that of her peers. Although she is yet to engage in actual practice with anyone, Freya is confident that her current prowess is on par with that of an average guard. What she lacks now is merely the opportunity for a genuine trial. In a modest bedroom, at a writing desk by the window, A golden-haired girl clad in an exquisite white hunting outfit sits quietly, perusing a slender book, exuding an air of tranquility and serenity. Beside the desk rests a wooden sword, its brown hilt slightly gleaming from frequent use. Despite her enhanced abilities, her self-assessment remains somewhat ambiguous. Fortunately, she has stumbled upon this book in the library. However, the contents have left her somewhat astonished. The book presents rather elementary material, primarily outlining the various levels of power possessed by individuals. Yet, within this thin volume, she perceives something distinct, the intrinsic strength of the human physique in this world. An ordinary person, through the study of swordsmanship and physical training, may at best become a competent and standard soldier. To truly become a formidable individual, one must endure countless trials of life and death, honing the body to its utmost limits, transcending physical constraints, and awakening latent potential to attain extraordinary strength. At this juncture, those individuals will experience a subtle sensation of qi. By diligently refining and training this sensation, one can uncover its profound mysteries and ascend to greatness. Yet, to acquire this elusive sensation, only a select few among the ordinary possess the requisite qualities. However, some who have already attained strength may actively condense their qi into a minuscule seed of ability, which they then impart into others. Consequently, the originally refined qi within these individuals will significantly enhance under the influence of this seed. This particular method is not suitable for the young nor for those of advanced age. According to the assessments of the strong, the age of 15 is deemed most appropriate. Nonetheless, this approach is applicable only to those with the innate potential to become powerful. Individuals with inherently weak physiques or diminished willpower cannot fathom its intricacies. Those who successfully navigate this pivotal step and acquire extraordinary strength are officially designated as extraordinary level, with their extended professions serving as their titles, such as knight or swordsman. Further advancement leads to the ranks of Grand Knight and Grand Swordsman. Upon reading this, Freya closed the book and gazed out the window, where a lush green forest sprawled before her. Based on her current assessment, her strength was at most equivalent to that of an ordinary guard, perhaps slightly higher, but certainly not by much. To transcend the limits of the mundane, one must either rigorously train the body or accept the qi seed from a stronger individual. She understood that as her strength improved, the success rate of the seeds she received would also increase. At 15, she wondered if her physical aptitude qualified her to become a formidable warrior. To her knowledge, within the entire castle, only a handful had transcended their limits to reach the extraordinary level, among them the Baron and Howard. It was rumored that the Baron had once unleashed a surge of energy from within, effortlessly dispatching dozens of heavily armored warriors in an instant, while retreating unscathed. Such power surpassed that of ordinary individuals, reaching the realm of the superhuman. Yet, the Baron's own classification remained merely that of a knight. The mightier Grand Knights were beyond her imagination. It was time to test the limits of her current abilities. Freya pondered. Noon at the dining hall of Green Castle. Today, the Baron happened to be present as well. As Freya deftly cut a piece of unknown meat with her knife, she contemplated how to discreetly assess her limits. She speared the meat with her fork and brought it to her lips, only to frown slightly. The texture was remarkably firm, yet possessed a subtle sweetness. Why did the meat taste different today? Ah, it was indeed robust. Freya nodded with a smile. Since the territory bordered the forest, some guards on nearby missions would seize the opportunity to hunt and bring back provisions for the castle kitchen as a reward. Moreover, being wild game, the meat was far more flavorful and tender than that of ordinary livestock. In her past, Freya had often ventured into the woods to hunt, leaving her with vivid memories. As she continued to eat, Freya fell into deep contemplation, suddenly lifting her gaze to address the Baron. Father, after dinner, I wish to venture into the forest for a while. Upon hearing Freya's words, the Baron furrowed his brow slightly and replied in an unmistakable tone, no. Although the unrest among the refugees has subsided recently, the dangers lurking within the forest are not something you can withstand. Have you forgotten what happened before? It's all right. Father, Freya interjected, resolutely insisting, I only intend to wander about. If you are concerned, you may send 2 men to accompany me. Observing Freya's determined countenance, the Baron's initial frown gradually softened. He realized that his once lively and energetic daughter had been confined for half a month, and given her spirited nature, she must be yearning for freedom. Furthermore, with the refugees cleared from the territory, the presence of companions would significantly mitigate any danger. With this thought in mind, the Baron reluctantly nodded, very well, But you must avoid venturing deep into the forest. There are things there that even I would prefer to avoid for the time being." "Understood," Freya replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. The atmosphere at the dining table returned to its previous state of normalcy. Chapter 9. The Hunt. After finishing her meal, Freya promptly made her way to the grand entrance of the castle, still clad in her white hunting attire, but now equipped with a cross-iron sword, a short bow, and a quiver of arrows. 2 robust guards in half-armor stood behind her. Freya surveyed the surrounding woods to determine her direction. The forest adjacent to the territory was vast, with even the outskirts hosting numerous areas known for yielding unique game. "Miss, where do you intend to hunt? Should we prepare a carriage?" one of the guards inquired cautiously. Freya shook her head. "No need. I am merely practicing nearby, seeing if I can strike something." Upon hearing Freya's decision, the 2 guards simultaneously sighed in relief. Traditionally, whenever Freya ventured out, she would insist on delving deep into the forest to confront formidable creatures for everyone's amusement. However, the peril of the forest's depths was considerable. Given her reckless nature and their limited capabilities, a safe return was far from assured. Moreover, should the Baron learn of Freya's peril, the repercussions would be dire. Unexpectedly, this time, Freya demonstrated an awareness that greatly eased the worries of her companions. Disregarding the guard's psychological state, Freya proceeded along a narrow path beside the castle and entered the woods. The lush trees grew taller and more imposing as she ventured further in. Occasionally, she caught glimpses of small figures darting swiftly through the nearby underbrush. The soft yellow leather boots she wore crunched on the thick layer of decaying leaves, producing a satisfying crunch sound. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, one of the guards approached Freya respectfully. "This should suffice, milady. Beyond this point, we cannot ensure your safety." "Very well. Let us remain here," Freya replied with a faint smile. The density of the surrounding trees indicated they had reached a significant location, and the once bright surroundings had dimmed under the canopy. A brief scan of the area revealed a pile of charred remnants and bones not far away, suggesting that others had once visited this place. Steeling herself, she unfastened the short bow from her back, nocked an arrow, and readied herself. With her current physical prowess, the short bow was effortlessly drawn, requiring not a hint of exertion. Observing Freya's deft movements, the 2 guards instinctively positioned themselves behind her to avoid obstructing her line of sight. The afternoon forest was serene and tranquil as the young maiden slowly surveyed her surroundings, seeking to uncover its secrets. Her cerulean eyes dilated and contracted in sync with her thoughts and gaze. She recalled hearing tales of her father having hunted deer in this very place. She wondered if fortune would smile upon her as well. Freya mused aloud while her bow remained poised beside a distant tree. One of the guards interjected, "Deer are quite scarce in this area. Even the Baron encountered one only by chance when it strayed from its herd. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. What a pity. I had hoped to surprise my father." Freya replied, a hint of disappointment lacing her voice, yet her fingers abruptly relaxed on the bowstring. Whoosh! A white streak shot forth, embedding itself with a thud into the distant tree. A series of shrill cries erupted from that location, momentarily startling the 2 guards. "Let us see what I have struck," Freya remarked casually, gazing towards the commotion. Initially, the guards had assumed Freya had merely ventured out for leisure after being cooped up in the castle, little anticipating that she would actually manage to catch prey. After a brief pause, one of them hastened forward. "It's a hare," he soon exclaimed, emerging from the underbrush with a gray rabbit, its leg pierced by the arrow. "Not bad," Freya observed, her expression devoid of surprise as she nodded in acknowledgement of her quarry. The fortnight of sword training not only focused on swordsmanship, but also encompassed reflexes and insight. At this moment, the precision of her arrow striking true exemplified Freya's enhanced abilities. Skillfully drawing the iron sword from her waist, she rendered the hapless rabbit, still writhing in agony, unconscious with the hilt of her blade. Freya then clapped her hands, urging them to continue. The 2 men exchanged glances. Although Miss Freya appeared unchanged, her aura felt somewhat peculiar, as if she had transformed in an inexplicable way. While they were lost in thought, another arrow was released, slicing through the air with a distinctive whoosh followed by a thud. A faint smile graced Freya's lips as she swiftly approached a patch of grass nearby. Upon parting the foliage, she discovered a small white snake, pierced through the head by a white feathered arrow, thrashing in its death throes due to the remarkable resilience of serpents. "Mrs. Archery is astounding," one of the guards exclaimed, placing the writhing creature into his pocket. "Indeed, it is commendable," Freya replied nonchalantly. retrieving another arrow from her quiver and knocking it to her bowstring. The trio resumed their relentless pursuit of prey within the forest. Initially, Freya achieved a remarkable perfect hit rate, but as time progressed, her accuracy wavered to 5 out of 10. After all, it was hard to believe that a typical, playful noble girl could attain such extraordinary results after merely half a month of sword training. 3 hours later, the guards' pockets brimmed with the small creatures Freya had hunted. The sun gradually withdrew its blinding rays, and the dense forest sank into a serene twilight. The scenery was also affected after circling with her short bow in hand. Freya discovered little of note. However, glancing at the equipment of the 2 guards behind her, a faint smile graced her lips as she stowed away her bow and clapped her hands. Very well. In the dimly lit forest, even the sunlight was fragmented into patches, casting circular spots upon the ground. The sound of rustling leaves accompanied a few deer quietly nibbling on foliage, their erect ears alert to any disturbances around them. The slightest noise could startle them into flight. Suddenly, within the tranquil forest, a white-feathered arrow shot forth from a concealed thicket with a swift hiss. With tremendous force, the arrow struck one of the deer precisely in the neck, impaling it against a nearby tree. The ruptured trachea robbed the creature of its ability to scream, leaving it to struggle desperately, gasping for breath. Upon witnessing their comrade's sudden collapse, the other deer immediately bolted in fright. Then, hurried footsteps emerged from the underbrush. A golden-haired girl clad in a brown hunting outfit burst forth, wielding a short bow, followed closely by 2 robust middle-aged men, both adorned in similar half-leather armor. The young lady is becoming increasingly formidable, one of the guards remarked with admiration as he used his sword to put an end to the fallen deer. Freya appeared to be in high spirits. I never imagined there would be a herd of deer here. It seems we shall have a feast tonight. Although it was still early, the size of the deer was considerable, and with the trio having already captured some smaller game, they would likely struggle to accommodate this additional catch. "Miss, is it about time to leave?" inquired the guard standing beside Freya, who was holding an assortment of wild game. However, Freya had no intention of departing. She gently caressed her quiver, which still held a substantial number of arrows. "Very well, since you say so," she replied with a smile, watching as the 2 men completely retreated. Only then did Freya draw her short bow and nock an arrow, surveying her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze sharpened, and in an instant, the arrow in her hand was released with precision. Thud. Squeak. The anguished cries of her quarry echoed from a great distance. Compared to the concealed archery skills of the 2 guards, the formidable display exhibited by Freya would surely astonish anyone who witnessed it. It was a testament to her relentless month-long training. The hit was as anticipated. With a smile, Freya stowed her short bow and drew the iron sword from her waist, a weapon she had yet to employ, and casually swung it forward. Swish. The sound of slicing air was barely perceptible, and the branch of a tree, roughly the thickness of a wrist, fell away with a perfectly smooth cut. Her swordplay had now reached a speed comparable to that of the Baron. Having observed the Baron's fencing style, she understood that his technique emphasized strength, with speed as a mere supplement. Yet the Baron was a knight-level powerhouse, and at this moment, Freya was gradually approaching that level of prowess in her own right. I am no longer weak. Chapter 10. The visitor emerging from the rugged path that led from the castle to the forest, Freya carried a hefty wild chicken in her grasp. The green castle lay like a formidable beast at the border of the neighboring kingdom, its grand gates wide open, a stark contrast to when it had been last seen. 3 opulent carriages, drawn by pure white steeds, were stationed beside the castle entrance. The side of each carriage bore an engraving resembling a blossoming bougainvillea, while several unfamiliar grooms engaged in idle chatter nearby. Carriages drawn by war horses? Who possesses such extravagance? Freya mused, gazing in astonishment at the striking mounts before the carriages. Whose carriages are these? Approaching the grooms, Freya inquired. Perhaps sensing her noble attire, the grooms fell silent, and one stepped forward, bowing respectfully. My lady, these are the carriages of Viscount Berta. Viscount Berta? Freya furrowed her brow slightly. She was aware of this Viscount, the nominal superior of the Baron, whose territory lay adjacent to the Green family's lands. However, due to the Baron's private army and his formidable prowess, both families had maintained an unspoken agreement to coexist peacefully, rarely interacting. What business does Berta have at this hour? Confusion stirred within her as she disregarded the grooms and entered the castle. Inside, it was evident that the place had been tidied up. Many disordered items had been cleared away. As she observed the well-kept surroundings, she gradually made her way toward the castle hall. As she drew closer, fragmented voices floated from within. Why has Baron Green not arrived yet? An impatient voice queried. Is there truly no one of consequence within this castle at present? Indeed, it is a rural place, lacking even decent tea, and the maidservants are rather unrefined. I must apologize. Currently, only Master Eric is present in the castle. Is this the wretch you speak of? A foreign voice interrupted Mary's words. What is he, anyway? Freya, who had just ascended the stairs, frowned slightly upon hearing this, clearly indicating that her brother Eric was also present in the hall alongside Mary. With an expression of icy disdain, Freya strode into the castle's grand hall, her golden hair billowing slightly with her swift pace. Within her sight was a young man seated on the hall's sofa, clad in a pristine white noble's attire and exuding a frivolous demeanor, while four robust guards in full armor stood behind him. Mary and Eric stood to the side. Mary appeared composed, while Eric's face was pale, his head bowed in silence. Who are you? Do the inhabitants of Green Castle possess no sense of decorum? The young man furrowed his brow, appraising Freya with a scrutinizing gaze. This is the second daughter of the Baron, Miss Freya, Mary hastily introduced as Freya entered. However, disregarding Mary's introduction, Freya handed her trophy to a nearby maid and turned her attention back. And who might you be? Is it permissible for just anyone to enter Green Castle? You. I am Ulysses, the second son of Viscount Berta. How dare you, a lowly woman, insult me, even if you are the daughter of Baron Green? The young man nearly leapt from his seat in response to Freya's provocation, but his guards promptly restrained him. It is essential to recognize that this is Green Castle, the stronghold of the Green family. Although barons are technically subordinate to viscounts in terms of rank, it is understood that such distinctions are merely superficial. The true measure lies in the strength each individual commands. Perhaps startled by Freya's words, both Mary and Eric gazed at her with evident disbelief. Ignoring the Viscount's second son, whose face was flushed and restrained by his own guards, Freya's icy gaze shifted to Eric, who stood beside Mary. Eric, she began, her tone frigid, regardless of how self-destructive you may be in your everyday life. You are my brother. With our father absent, you are the sole man of the Green family at this moment. However, I must express my profound disappointment in you today. I do not concern myself with your usual conduct, but I want you to comprehend this. If a person lacks the courage to resist when their dignity is trampled upon, how are they different from a decaying corpse? As she confronted the noble youth before her, whose eyes bore the weight of dark circles, her cold words sliced through the air. Eric, looking at the sister with whom he had scarcely exchanged a few words, felt her serious gaze begin to merge with memories of their late barren father. Though her words were harsh and frigid, they served to him as a soothing spring of warmth. If one does not care for another, even criticism is withheld. Vivid scenes flashed through his mind, and gradually, tears filled Eric's once dull eyes, his relaxed hands slowly clenching into fists. I understand, sister. A hoarse voice erupted from his throat as he wiped away his tears with the back of his hand and turned to dash toward his bedroom. As she gazed at the retreating figure of her younger brother, Freya let out a silent sigh. Although she understood the roots of his insecurity, the shackles of his heart remained firmly in the grasp of the Baron. At present, she had merely pried open a fissure with her words. The remainder of the journey lay solely in his hands. It was not until Eric's silhouette vanished from her sight that Freya turned towards the irate and vociferously cursing younger son of the Viscount, and spoke calmly. Aunt Mary, I believe young Master Ulysses appears quite fatigued. It would be best to escort him to rest. Father should arrive shortly. Oh yes, miss, replied the Viscount's son, resembling a figure possessed, as he was led away by his attendant to a nearby guest room. Freya regarded their departure with a cold demeanor, unperturbed by her offense against the Viscount's son. Although the Baron and the Viscount governed neighboring territories, their titles were merely aeade. This realm lay far from the imperial capital of Byron, where true power was measured by one's strength. The Green family, originating from a military background, held little regard for the business-oriented Viscount Bertar, who was beyond her concerns. The underlying motive for Freya's actions stemmed from her desire to prevent her half-brother from descending further into despair. It mattered not if he was deemed ineffectual. However, a lack of ambition would be a grave error, especially considering the noble blood that coursed through his veins. Reflecting on Eric's earlier demeanor, she sighed softly, her icy gaze gradually softening. Perhaps this lesson would inspire him to rise anew. Touching the hilt of her sword at her waist, she noted that the hour was still early. She intended to revisit the training room to refine her swordsmanship. In the past 2 days, despite her continuous practice, Freya felt that her physical prowess had not been advancing as vigorously as it had initially, and it seemed to have entered a plateau. Nevertheless, at the tender age of 14, her physical capabilities would continue to improve even without training. Thus, the reason might lie in the fact that her foundational sword techniques had reached their limits. Should she contemplate pursuing a more advanced style of swordsmanship? As Freya walked, she pondered whether to consult her father about her next course of action. In the reception room of Green Castle, chaos reigned. The opulent chamber was in disarray. There was no one present. Never had anyone dared to speak to me in such a manner, not even my father. That despicable woman, how dare she? A low, furious roar erupted from the twisted visage of Alicius, whose eyes, brimming with rage, also betrayed a profound sense of grievance, glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 11. Negotiation. Before him lay the remnants of objects shattered in his fury. I know, I am not a fool. The kind admonitions from the guards gradually quelled Alicius's wrath. Humph, were it not for the iron mine being crucial to my father's plans, this insignificant green family would have long been consumed by us. And that woman, how dare she treat me so? The mere thought of Freya's cold yet beautiful visage reignited the smoldering fire within Alicius's heart. Young master, at the end of the day, that woman is merely a woman. If the plan succeeds, will you still care about her? The guard beside him reassured, noticing the impending outburst from the Viscount's son. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, a glint of malice flickered in Alice's eyes. Once the plan is executed, what of Green Castle, what of the Baron? I desire their demise. And that woman, I shall make her regret ever being born a female. In a desolate room, Freya sat quietly beside the sword rack, clad in a brown hunting attire. Her eyes closed. Strands of hair clung to her face, dampened by sweat, as her modest bosom rose and fell with labored breaths. Clearly a testament to the intensity of her recent training. Before her lay a well-worn wooden sword in 2 identical crimson tomes. One was the previously studied the practicality of noble swordsmanship, while the other, which she had painstakingly unearthed from the library, was the art of thrusting techniques. Both penned by the same author. As her stamina gradually returned with rest, Freya opened her eyes, a frown creasing her brow as she regarded the 2 volumes. She understood all too well the consequences of being influenced by an incompatible sword style. Moreover, through her foundational training, she had come to realize that her strength had not significantly increased. Rather, her agility and nimbleness had become comparable to that of the Baron, indicating that inheriting his swordsmanship would prove challenging, compelling her to pursue a path of swift strikes instead. After much contemplation, Freya discerned that given her current physical condition and life experiences, the tome she had once encountered in the library, on the practicality of noble swordsmanship, was most suited to her. Perhaps it was worth a try? Freya thoughtfully caressed the red leather-bound book before her. Otherwise, she would have to rely on luck at the noble academy her father had mentioned. In contrast to the previous volume, the art of thrusting sword training was considerably thicker, filled with numerous techniques and training elements for thrusting swords. Although it could not compare to the guidance of a personal instructor, the details were sufficiently comprehensive, and Freya's analytical mind was able to extrapolate the information with remarkable accuracy. After a cursory glance through its contents, the knowledge was firmly imprinted in her mind. With a flick of her agile wrist, Freya rose and grasped her wooden sword. Exhaling gently, her gaze sharpened suddenly. Hiss, with a faint sound of wind. Her figure abruptly materialized approximately a meter ahead. The tip of her sword pointed directly forward. The incredible speed caused her golden hair to billow momentarily before settling back down. Hiss. Pop. The rapid motion produced a slight sound as the tip of the wooden sword sliced through the air. Then, her body leapt back, her sword swiftly retracting and rising slightly, before she executed a powerful slash. Whoosh. Zoom. Under Freya's deft control. The 4 strikes landed with precision in the same spot, all within the span of less than 2 seconds. She transitioned seamlessly through defensive stances, offensive postures, evasive maneuvers, and counterattacks, each movement executed with a swiftness and elegance reminiscent of a fierce gale. In no time, the methods of thrusting sword training were fully realized in her practice. To my surprise, merely 3 minutes had exhausted all my physical energy. It seems that the art of thrusting requires not only agility and nimbleness, but also a great demand for explosive power. Otherwise, one may find oneself incapacitated before vanquishing the foe. Half reclining in her chair, she unfastened the buttons of her blouse, revealing the delicate skin of her bosom beneath. while the snug-fitting hunting attire constricted her heavy breaths, rendering her quite uncomfortable. The thrusting technique proved to be significantly more challenging than the rudimentary swordplay practiced earlier, yet its potency far surpassed that of the basic forms. The tome concluded with a note that should one master the art of thrusting to its pinnacle, the techniques employed would resemble a magnificent waltz composed of sharp blades, shattering all in their path, noble yet lethal. Of course, Freya was unaware whether the author of this book, the noble swordsman Leonardo, had achieved mastery in the end, but it was clear that the path he pursued in thrusting was undeniably formidable. After a brief respite, Freya gained a preliminary understanding of this swordsmanship. Glancing out the window, she realized it had unknowingly turned to dusk. While she dismissed the earlier provocation by the noblewoman Berta, Freya felt it prudent to report to the Baron. After tidying up, she secured her wooden sword at her waist and stepped out of the room. The Baron's private study was modest in size, flanked by 2 bookshelves brimming with volumes. A complete suit of silver armor hung beside the shelves, casting a faint, cold glow in the candlelight. This room served not only as the Baron's office, but also as a space for discussions of significance. In that moment, within the confines of the room, the Baron and Alice's were seated at a distinctive round table in the study. Before each of them rested a white cup, the beverages having grown somewhat tepid with the passage of time, yet a subtle aroma of mint still wafted from within. It appeared that the two had been engaged in conversation for quite some time. Alice's delicately sipped from his drink, a slight frown creasing his brow, before he smiled and remarked, "Uncle Green, my father is intent on acquiring the iron mines within your domain. Our family is prepared to invest significantly. Indeed, the offer put forth by your lordship is indeed enticing. Should it prove genuine, I shall give it due consideration," the Baron replied, nodding with a neutral tone, devoid of any discernible emotion. Observing the Baron's expression, Alice's felt a surge of frustration. From the moment he had encountered the Baron, he had been attempting to persuade him to acquire the iron mines as instructed by his father, given the proposed price, which was not difficult to see as a lucrative venture. It was perplexing that the man before him remained steadfast in his indecision, merely suggesting he would think it over, leaving no room for negotiation. Upon hearing Alice's resolute stance, the Baron furrowed his brow slightly, as if contemplating something. Seeing this, Alice's raised an eyebrow, hopeful that a breakthrough was finally at hand. However, the words that followed extinguished his optimism. "You." Alice's widened his eyes in disbelief, taken aback by the man's unyielding demeanor. Despite the urge to unleash a torrent of words upon him, the weight of his current predicament and the Baron's undeniable strength compelled him to rise and meet the Baron's gaze, expressing his frustration with barely contained intensity. In response to the subtly threatening remarks from the young man before him, the Baron merely gestured dismissively, indicating that it was time for the guest to leave. Not only was he the second son of the Viscount, but even if Viscount Berta stood before him, he would not dare to speak so boldly under certain circumstances. Had it not been for the desire to avert unnecessary conflict, the Baron would have readily severed Ulysses' head on the spot, compelling Viscount Berta to swallow the bitter consequences and digest them eternally. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut as Ulysses exited the study with a dark expression. Outside, in addition to the 4 guards waiting for him, stood a man of formidable stature akin to a bear, Howard Bailey. Observing his young master's abrupt departure without so much as a word, the 4 guards exchanged glances, perhaps already speculating on the matter, and hurried to catch up. Howard, his expression impassive, watched the 5 figures depart, lost in his thoughts. Chapter 12. Madness. Bailey, come in, a low voice called from behind the door. Howard responded and pushed the door open. The Baron remained seated, taking a delicate sip from his drink. The refreshing coolness of mint invigorated him. He raised his gaze towards the robust man standing by the door and gestured to the adjacent seat, inviting him to sit down. "You might not want to outright refuse Berta's acquisition. After all, they possess some influence beyond mere wealth," Howard remarked, furrowing his brow as he took his seat. "Really?" Howard's eyes narrowed. "Are you suggesting that Berta believes he has the strength to challenge Greencastle?" "No, he has yet to earn that privilege. Those armors and weapons are likely destined for other purposes. Furthermore, acquiring iron ore at this juncture poses a challenge, if Berta intends to act against my Green family." The Baron's voice was chilling. "I would not mind allowing him to experience the anguish of loss once again. Since you mention it, I have felt a restless urge lately." Upon hearing the Baron's subtly menacing words, Howard smiled faintly, revealing his pearly white teeth. "By the way, I heard that this afternoon, Ulysses was humiliated by Freya, apparently due to Eric. I am aware of that matter. Freya, unknowingly approaching her 15th year, seems to be entering the phase of maturation. Speaking of Freya, a fleeting warmth graced the Baron's icy demeanor, reminiscent of her mother. Do you still recall Winley? So many years have passed. I remember the two of you back then. Howard chuckled softly, as if lost in memory, but soon his smile faded, and a profound silence enveloped them both. Very well, I shall visit Freya. The Baron clapped his hands and turned to exit the study. Howard silently watched the Baron's retreating figure, letting out a soft sigh as he gulped down the drink on the table. The cool bitterness of mint filled his palate, momentarily overwhelming his senses and clearing his mind of all thoughts. Even the four guards trailing behind could distinctly hear his deep, labored breaths. Ulysses walked silently, his crimson eyes reflecting a gaze of hatred under the flickering candlelight of the corridor. His face, not inherently unattractive, had become grotesquely contorted with rage, the veins on his forehead throbbing, causing concern among the guards behind him that their young master might soon bleed from his fury. Death, a low, hoarse whisper erupted from his throat as Ulysses clenched his fists, oblivious to the pain of his nails piercing his palms. You all shall perish. You all shall perish. The intensity of his voice escalated as Ulysses's fragile mental state could no longer withstand the provocations he had endured twice in one day, and his pent-up emotions were on the verge of eruption. Having been pampered since childhood, he had never faced such blatant provocation and disregard. The images of Freya and the Baron incessantly whirled in his enraged mind. That woman, and her father, I shall torment them repeatedly. Torment. Unbeknownst to him, these thoughts escaped his lips in a fervent outburst. Were he on Earth, he might have recognized this psychological state as a form of mania. Clinically termed mania. Young master, we are currently at Green Castle. One of the guards, witnessing Ulysses's erratic behavior, hastened to offer comfort. So what if we are at Green Castle? Perhaps the attempt at reassurance had the opposite effect, as Ulysses abruptly turned, his eyes ablaze with fury directed at his guard. Even if the Baron stands before me, does he dare to kill me? He extended his arm forcefully, pointing into the distance. At that moment, a young girl clad in hunting attire had just stepped into the corridor. Freya, lost in thought, suddenly looked up, startled by the grotesque visage of Ulysses and the menacing gesture of his finger. Ulysses, still consumed by rage, was momentarily taken aback as well. However, upon recognizing the familiar face before him, his anger transformed into a palpable desire to kill. With a fierce determination, he unsheathed his long sword from his waist and lunged forward, seemingly intent on piercing the girl before him. The chilling gleam of the blade rushed toward her, and Freya's scalp prickled with an overwhelming sense of peril, as if something sharp had pierced her brow, sending a shiver of dread through her. With no time to ponder, she swiftly sidestepped, mustering all her strength to evade the impending strike. The blade collided with the stone wall, producing a resounding clang that nearly caused Ulysses to lose his grip. Yet, upon witnessing the girl's desperate attempt to escape, a sinister glint flickered in his furious eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword again. The four guards, alarmed by Ulysses' terrifying provocation, rushed forward in an attempt to disarm him. Is this man insane? Freya thought, her face pallid as she watched Ulysses charge at her once more, retreating quickly to increase the distance before turning to flee. Surely, even after the humiliation I endured, wouldn't he dare to commit murder in the Green Castle? Does he not fear that the Baron would have him killed? Though Freya speculated about Ulysses' aberrant behavior, the moment she sensed that the man before her genuinely intended to take her life, a profound terror gripped her. This was a primal instinct inherent in human nature. Freya realized that even though she could kill her prey with icy detachment and had honed her swordsmanship to perfection, all she could do now was flee. After all, prior to her journey into this realm, she had been an ordinary person, and the fear that surged within her when faced with the threat to her life compelled her to retreat instinctively. Run, will you? Damn it. I will make you understand the consequences of provoking me. Ulysses, now frenzied, disregarded the guards obstructing his path and was singularly focused on dismembering the girl who had humiliated him. Chapter 13. Resolution. Freya stumbled backward, striving to distance herself from the pursuing Ulysses. However, he was clearly well-trained and his speed was formidable. The long sword danced menacingly before her, each strike narrowly missing her body. The sensation of teetering on the brink of death threatened to shatter her composure. Gradually, her mind descended into a void. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. The same desperate thought echoed incessantly in her mind. Bang! The sword swung once more, this time aimed directly at Freya's face. As the imminent threat of the sword loomed over her, Freya gritted her teeth and twisted her body sharply. The razor-sharp blade barely grazed her form, yet it managed to slice through the fabric of her hunting attire, leaving a long gash that exposed her skin beneath. The bare skin, now exposed to the cool air, sent shivers down her spine, and she broke out in a cold sweat. Feeling the fabric of her chest garment, she had narrowly escaped a fatal blow. The sword, having missed its mark, struck the wooden mural beside her with a resounding impact. In that fleeting moment of peril, she caught a whiff of the peculiar scent of protective oil on the blade, a stark reminder of her mortality. Yet, this near-death experience also cleaved through the chaos in her mind. Escape. There was no way she could flee far enough. Therefore, if survival was her only option, she had no choice but to resist. As fear gradually yielded to reason, the looming threat of death transformed into a palpable stimulus for her mind. To perish, she shouted, as if to bolster her own courage. The threat ignited every bit of potential within her, and in an instant, the wooden sword at her waist vanished, reappearing firmly in her right hand. As she lunged forward with a fierce thrust, the culmination of a month of relentless training had honed her agility to rival that of a knightly baron, and the specter of death further unleashed her latent abilities. The sound of wood meeting metal reverberated through the corridor. The swift thrust caught Ulysses off guard, leaving him only time to perform a hasty parry with his sword. However, the sensation of the wooden blade meeting the long sword momentarily stunned him. He had not anticipated that the girl, who had just moments ago been fleeing in desperation, would suddenly mount a counterattack. Even more astonishing was the speed at which her sword moved. However, this situation only intensified his resolve to eliminate Freya. You shall die. The wooden sword was forcefully deflected, and Ulysses executed a fierce horizontal slash. Freya's cerulean eyes gazed upon the approaching longsword, perhaps due to the suppression of her inner dread. The blade before her seemed to pose no threat whatsoever. Unbeknownst to her, as the knot within her heart unraveled, a subtle thrill began to rise within her in the face of battle. She tilted her body slightly, evading the angle of the horizontal slash, and with the momentum gained from deflection, her wooden sword slid downward before swiftly thrusting upward, targeting Ulysses's vulnerable throat. Thud! The horizontally swung longsword was compelled to awkwardly alter its course to intercept the piercing wooden blade. Damn it! Ulysses glared at the incoming wooden sword in frustration. Astonished that the girl before him possessed a swordsmanship that surpassed his own, adeptly employing a strategy of trading injury for advantage, while minimizing exposure to her vital points. Such a masterful technique was hardly indicative of a girl fleeing in panic. Had she been feigning all along? With a grunt, he forcefully hurled his longsword away, compelling Freya to retreat, not even glancing at the consequences of his action. Ulysses abruptly turned to his four guards who closely followed him, his gaze sharp. Move. The four guards were evidently not inexperienced. Upon receiving Ulysses's command, they promptly pivoted and sprinted towards the castle gates alongside him. Thud! Half of the sword's blade lodged itself at an angle in the wall, while the floor bore remnants of a broken wooden sword. Seizing the opportunity, the group swiftly vanished into the corridor. In a mere few minutes, from the moment Ulysses suddenly drew his sword to Freya's defiance, time seemed to stand still. Ignoring the fleeing figures, Freya stood rooted, gazing intently at the broken sword in her hand, a slight frown creasing her brow. The peril she had just unleashed with that single strike was no less daunting than when she had felt utterly powerless. Yet, as the long sword hurtled toward her, despite the imminent threat, her mind remained remarkably clear. Instinctively, she extended the wooden sword in her grasp, executing the most appropriate maneuver without hesitation. Strangely, amidst the danger, an exhilarating thrill coursed through her veins, akin to walking a tightrope. Is this truly me? She observed the smooth cut of the broken sword. A complex amalgamation of emotions swirling within her, perhaps joy, perhaps melancholy. Nevertheless, this peculiar sentiment gradually unfurled her furrowed brow, and within her azure eyes, a profound determination took root. Just as Freya began to comprehend the essence of what she had just acquired, a blurred figure suddenly darted past her at the far end of the corridor. The swift movement stirred a gust of wind that tousled her golden hair. How fast? This abrupt turn of events momentarily stunned Freya, leaving her only with a fleeting glimpse of the figure before it vanished from sight. Her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be her father? Damn that wretched woman. Ulysses, in a furious sprint, forcefully shoved aside a maid standing in his path. The strength of an ordinary warrior sent her flying, bewildered by the unexpected assault. The chaotic dash of the 5 individuals left the castle's servants utterly perplexed, compelling them to retreat into the shadows. The gravity of the situation has far exceeded all bounds. The immediate priority is to hastily depart from Green Castle, otherwise. As they sprinted forward, the castle gates emerged in the distance, and outside, the sight of white warhorses could be faintly discerned, bringing a glimmer of hope to the 5. Kella, quickly, prepare the horses. One of the guards shouted urgently to the stableman outside as they ran. Do you truly believe that after injuring my daughter, you can simply walk away? A low, thunderous roar resonated, laden with suppressed fury. Chapter 14. Rage. Upon hearing the voice behind them, the 5 halted abruptly, an acute sense of peril slicing through them like a sharp blade against their necks. Suddenly, a formidable figure appeared before them, blocking the castle gates. The Baron's icy gaze fixed upon Ulysses, his golden hair billowing in the wind like a colossal lion, enraged and poised. A gentle breeze swirled around him, amplifying his already imposing stature. Even without any weapon in hand, an unsettling aura permeated the air, instilling a sense of dread within them. Ulysses, he gulped, swallowing hard, his pallid face striving to muster a semblance of a smile. Uncle Green, I was wrong. I should not have harmed your daughter. Please, do not kill me. I will have my father provide you with 10 chests of gold as recompense. Yes, 10 chests of gold. His trembling words betrayed his terror. Faced with a knightly powerhouse now ignited with fury, escape was an impossibility, and even clad in heavy armor, he knew he could not emerge unscathed. Observing the trembling figure of Ulysses, the Baron furrowed his brow slightly, yet his cold gaze betrayed no emotion. 10 chests of gold. Very well. Upon hearing the Baron relent, Ulysses was nearly overcome with tears of gratitude. Ah, thank you, Uncle Green. Bang. Before he could finish his sentence, Ulysses was suddenly lifted into the air, only to crash heavily onto the ground, his limbs twisted in unnatural angles, clearly broken. Blood gushed from his mouth as his eyes rolled back, plunging him into unconsciousness. The Baron materialized at the spot where Ulysses had just been, slowly retracting his fist, revealing a predatory smile akin to that of a crocodile, gleaming with white teeth. The 4 guards who had stood beside Ulysses now crumpled to the ground, their necks marked with dark bruises, having been swiftly dispatched by the Baron. With indifference, he stepped over the lifeless bodies and approached the unconscious Ulysses, a cruel smirk curling at the corners of his lips. I promised not to kill you, but that does not imply I want to render you powerless. Swoosh, his upright finger pierced effortlessly into Ulysses' abdomen, eliciting a spray of crimson. Straightening up, he produced a white silk handkerchief to wipe his finger clean. Meanwhile, several grooms waiting at the castle gates were utterly petrified by the scene unfolding before them. For formidable guards, along with the young master, had been dispatched in an instant. Casually discarding the blood-stained handkerchief, the Baron turned to the astonished grooms and declared loudly, Ulysses harbored intentions to harm my daughter. However, out of consideration for the esteemed Countess Bertha, I chose to show magnanimity and spare him. In atonement for his transgressions, Ulysses agreed to compensate for my daughter's mental anguish with 10 chests of gold. Did you all hear that? Upon hearing the Baron's words, several grooms nodded fervently. Satisfied with the desired reaction, the Baron nodded once more before vanishing into thin air. In the silent corridor, Freya stood in a daze, gazing at the figure that had just disappeared, her heart slightly shaken. She had always believed her speed was comparable to that of the Baron, yet today, that assumption was overturned. Little did she know, the formidable display of power the Baron exhibited was a manifestation of his latent potential. Under normal circumstances, his speed was indeed on par with hers. Such velocity. Is this the true might of a knight? Even the eye cannot keep pace. Amidst her astonishment, a flicker of excitement ignited within her. This power. If only I could possess it. Surviving near calamity had fundamentally transformed her perception of the world, leading her to realize that her desire for strength transcended mere self-preservation. Just as Freya picked up the broken wooden sword, intent on leaving, a familiar figure suddenly appeared before her. Observing the torn fabric at Freya's chest and the broken sword in her hand, it was evident that she had narrowly escaped losing her most cherished possession. The Baron furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you uninjured?" Sensing the Baron's concerned and anxious gaze, Freya shook her head, a faint metallic scent wafting from the man before her, illuminating her understanding. Her father had not slain him, had he? After all, he was the second son of Viscount Belta. Contemplating this, Freya suddenly inquired. No, but it is close enough. Reflecting on Freya's recent peril, the Baron's previously worried expression turned somber. He would likely spend the remainder of his days bedridden. Freya gazed at the man before her in silence. Based on her understanding of the Baron, she could predict the fate that awaited Ulysses. In this world, where strength reigned supreme, the loss of power rendered even royal blood vulnerable. A lifetime confined to a bed. Perhaps that was a fate more dreadful than death itself. She felt no remorse for Ulysses's impending doom, considering he had drawn his sword with the intent to kill her. Were she capable, she might have committed acts even more heinous than those of the Baron. Observing his daughter's impassive demeanor, the Baron fell into deep contemplation. He then gently stroked Freya's hair and smiled. Very well, my child. Sensing the change in the Baron's expression, Freya nodded in understanding and turned to leave. The Baron stood rooted in place, watching the young woman depart. He discerned that this incident had affected Freya to some degree. Had she been her usual self, she would have exhibited some discomfort upon hearing his words. Although she did not oppose the more brutal aspects of life, she was not in favor of them either. With the keen insight of a knight, he recognized the subtle differences in his daughter's demeanor. Perhaps incited, whether for good or ill remains to be seen. If ill, then Berta, your loss will extend far beyond 2 sons. A decision seemingly made in his heart. A ruthless glint shone in the Baron's eyes as he turned and departed. Returning to her chamber, Freya requested warm water from her attendant. Shedding her tattered hunting attire, she leisurely stepped into the tub, allowing the water to gradually envelop every inch of her being. The tepid water embraced her entirely, and it seemed as though all her previous emotions were slowly dissipating. Since her transmigration, she had always felt a slight sense of urgency. Yet, only today did she genuinely comprehend the perilous nature of this world. Various footsteps echoed outside the door as the maids and servants cleared up the mess caused by the 5 men, with several maids having sustained injuries. Freya submerged her entire head into the water, her golden hair fanning out across the surface. The clamorous sounds momentarily blocked out. Her cerulean eyes opened beneath the water, the exhaled bubbles streaking across her vision, and this serene, isolated atmosphere allowed her mind to contemplate matters with greater clarity. Chapter 15. Sparring. Although Grin Castle held no fear of Baron Berta's power, the Baron's crippling of Ulysses would likely cause some trouble. As for the events of today, the feeling of being forced into a do-or-die situation made her feel as if she had sublimated, and this was the improvement of her state of mind. Moreover, today indirectly proved that all her preparations these days were not useless. If she had been wielding a genuine longsword at the time, Freya believed that she could have left Ulysses behind without any interference. This is not blind confidence, but rather the most precise judgment made after thorough simulation. As she felt the oxygen in her chest gradually deplete, she quietly rose from the water, stepping directly out of the bathtub and grabbing a towel to dry her body. The nearly 15-year-old girl, through relentless training, had begun to shed her once frail appearance, while her chest had seen little change. The contours of muscles were faintly emerging in her abdomen and arms, though they remained subtle beneath her fair skin. Gently touching her somewhat firm abdomen, Freya revealed a trace of a wry smile. Would this relentless practice lead her to become a muscular woman? In her past life, she had been curious about those women she had seen online who trained for bodybuilding, their bodies glistening with bronze oil, displaying frightening muscles. If not for their distinctly feminine features, they could easily rival men in combat. The mere thought of transforming into such a figure sent a shiver down Freya's spine. However, it was said that upon attaining the rank of knight, one's body would gradually evolve into the most suitable form according to their potential. Given her inclination towards agility, it was likely she would not become a muscular woman. Exhaling softly, she cast aside her disordered thoughts. Clad in a white bathrobe, Freya approached the window. Dusk had already settled, and the main areas surrounding the castle were illuminated with candles. In the distance, she could faintly discern several figures moving in the training grounds, seemingly engaged in practice. The evening breeze brushed against her face, playfully stirring her still damp hair, bringing a refreshing chill. This incident is not trivial in the days to come. It is certain that my father will take some action. Nevertheless, on the surface, both territories belong to the Byron nobility, and since Ulysses was not truly killed, the overt friction between the 2 realms may be non-existent, yet the undercurrents could be quite different. More importantly, today's events have solidified a realization within her. Regardless of how formidable the Baron may be, when faced with peril, The only reliable source of support is oneself. Rather than entrusting her fate to others, she prefers to seize control of her own destiny. In this world, relying on others is a precarious existence. The evening breeze caressed her, bringing an unprecedented tranquility to Freya's heart. Women have always occupied a disadvantaged position in this world. Even from her first encounter with Mary's incessant chatter, it was evident that although Freya enjoyed the Baron's protection and favor to certain individuals, she was no different from any other woman. However, should a woman rise to become a powerful figure, everything about her would change irrevocably. Her azure eyes seemed to flicker with an inner flame, and in that moment, Freya felt an increasing calmness. Dinner was served by a maid directly in her chamber. In addition to the usual fare, a pound of prime beef had been added. Upon inquiring, she learned that it was a special addition from the Baron for her. The Baron's stern visage flashed through her mind, prompting a faint smile as she began her meal. Over the next 5 days, the patrols of the castle's guards noticeably extended in duration and increased in frequency. Even the common folk, oblivious to the underlying events, sensed an unusual tension within the territory. During this period, Freya was advised by the Baron to refrain from venturing too far from the castle. Aware of the underlying reasons, Freya was compelled to alter her previously established routine, shifting her daily hunting endeavors to the training grounds for observation. The training methods employed by the guard were simplistic and monotonous, despite the substantial physical exertion. They offered no assistance to Freya. However, the training grounds were not solely a venue for repetitive drills. They also featured certain exceptional elements, which became the focal point of Freya's daily observations. This involved the guard's customary sparring sessions each afternoon. The castle's guard was organized according to rank, segmented into several large squads, each further divided into smaller groups of varying sizes. The hierarchy dictated both the remuneration and the complexity of assigned tasks, and crucially, the positions within the guard were not permanently fixed. To ascend to a higher rank, one had to demonstrate superior skill, thereby granting every guard the opportunity to rise. This unique system not only enhanced the overall prowess of the guard, but also ensured that individuals could exploit their positions for ulterior motives. If one believed their abilities surpassed those of their superior, they could issue a challenge. The challenge party had the option to decline, but doing so would signify a failure and the loss of their position. Hence, under the tacit understanding among the guards, afternoons were designated for sparring. Although most of the matches held little intrigue for Freya, the contests between squad leaders proved to be immensely beneficial for her. The men who have been gathered by the Baron as his guard are, in fact, individuals imbued with the potential to attain knightly status. The only distinction among them lies in the varying degrees of personal effort exerted. Among them, there are some who possess remarkable qualities that offer Freya a precious opportunity to enhance her swordsmanship. The dim sun has begun its descent in the west, and wooden stakes, intended for kindling, have been affixed to the surrounding columns. The once open training ground is now encircled by a throng of onlookers. At the center of this circle unfolds an intense duel. The combatants include the deputy captain of the guard, known as Damsting, whom Freya has previously encountered, and a burly, unfamiliar guard member. Each wields a practiced wooden sword, poised against one another as they seek to exploit any weaknesses. It appears that they have already engaged in some skirmishes. Damsting, wielding his sword with one hand, gazes calmly at his opponent, while the latter, perspiring yet composed, maneuvers his body in search of an opening to strike. The surrounding guards cheer loudly, their exuberance filling the air with a cacophony of noise and excitement. Freya observes the battle with a steady gaze, though her white noble dress renders her somewhat out of place among the crowd. However, the guards have grown accustomed to her presence and take care to maintain a respectful distance, allowing her a clearer view of the action within. In the beginning, the guards were perplexed by Miss Freya's presence at the training grounds. Yet, after she swiftly defeated a formidable squad leader with just a few strikes, their perception of her underwent a significant transformation. Due to his striking figure and exceptional swordsmanship, he gradually earned the moniker Flower of Green. On the battlefield, an unfamiliar member of the guard seized an opportunity to launch a horizontal slash aimed at the vulnerable spot of Damsden. The clash of wooden swords resonated with a thud as Damsden, with equal swiftness, parried the attack. With a calm gaze, his empty left hand suddenly shot out, grasping the guard who, caught in the momentum, was unable to retract his sword in time. Damsden's already robust arms swelled once more, and with immense strength, he lifted the guard, who was his equal in stature, and forcefully drove him into the ground. The resounding impact sent a cloud of dust swirling around. revealing the figure of the guard amidst the haze. The onlookers erupted in applause, clearly having witnessed this scene before. The outcome of the skirmish was unmistakably apparent. Damsden, having been personally promoted by Howard, possessed strength that approached the knightly level, and his combat style, a blend of brute force and cunning, was taught to him by Howard. As Freya walked along the path, she meticulously contemplated the duel between the two. If she were to assume the position of the guard, Freya realized that while she could not claim to completely vanquish Damsden, she certainly would not suffer such a humiliating defeat as that guard had. Moreover, if the contest were to take place not in an open field but in a location with intricate terrain, it might even be possible to gradually wear him down. However, she also gleaned some particularly valuable insights from the duel between the two, insights that she needed to slowly incorporate into her own swordsmanship. Just as Freya was pondering the refinement of her technique, a sudden clamor of urgent hooves echoed from afar. On the grand avenue leading from the castle, a baron clad in silver armor rode a magnificent white steed, a pure black greatsword strapped to his back. Following closely behind him was a contingent of armored cavalry and 3 enormous wagons shrouded in gray burlap. The baron, leading the procession, bore a grim expression, and a heavy scent of blood permeated the air, causing Freya, standing at a distance, to frown slightly. Before long, the baron and his entourage arrived at the castle. The men dismounted, and at the baroness' command, the burlap covering the rear wagons was lifted, revealing dozens of large wooden chests to the astonished onlookers. The cavalrymen began to carry the chests into the castle one by one. Upon seeing the chests, Freya felt a moment of daze as she distinctly caught a glimpse of a brilliant golden hue through the gaps. Gold. Freya was taken aback. It was not difficult to surmise the origins of these 10 large chests. The Countess Baird had managed to produce 10 chests of gold even after disowning her own son. What could this mean? Freya pondered in confusion. Yet, she felt no inclination to inquire further into these matters, nor did she wish to. For now, her primary focus was on perfecting her swordsmanship and cultivating her spirit. The trivialities of the world held little significance to her, for in this realm, possessing strength meant possessing everything. The bedroom remained elegantly simple, though now adorned with a few additional items beside her writing desk. A sheathed cross sword and a short blade, reminiscent of a dagger, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length, lay there. These were the fruits of her recent reflections and studies, derived from her past experiences and observations in the training grounds, possessions that belonged solely to her. The cross sword was intended for direct combat, while the short blade was designed for stealthy ambushes. After a brief practice with both weapons in her room, she received a notification from her maid regarding dinner. What should have been a bustling gathering was now a sparse assembly, with only a few individuals present. The Baron, Howard, and several high-ranking members of the guard were notably absent. Casting her gaze around the table, Freya took her seat and, with a furrowed brow, lifted a bowl of thick, creamy fish soup, taking a gentle sip while observing the empty places. "Aunt Mary, where has father gone?" Freya inquired directly of Mary, who stood behind her. "It seems there has been some trouble at the iron mine. Both the Baron and Howard left before dinner," Mary replied. "Oh," Freya nodded. "By the way, do you know what the issue is?" I'm not certain, but perhaps Damsden would be aware." "You can inquire with him later," Mary respectfully suggested. Mary was primarily responsible for the various tasks within the castle, and thus, she was not well versed in matters of particular significance. "Understood," Freya nodded again, piecing together the information with what she had observed at the training grounds. After finishing her meal, Freya proceeded directly to the castle's library. She had perused most of the books within, yet some still remained untouched by her hands. She took out the key to unlock the door, using the candle in her hand to ignite the oil lamp within the dimly lit room. Instantly, the entire dark chamber was illuminated. Freya made her way down the corridor between the bookshelves, arriving directly at the last shelf, where she skillfully pulled out a slender tome. By the flickering light, she gradually unfolded the booklet in her hands, revealing a meticulously folded map, which astonishingly depicted the region surrounding the Green Territory. Freya promptly seated herself on the floor, beginning to scrutinize the map with great care. Following the line of her finger, she swiftly located the position of the iron mine. "Indeed," Freya murmured softly. The map indicated that the iron mine was situated in the area between the Green Territory and the Belta Territory, near the edge of the forest, nestled at the intersection of the two domains. Historically, the iron mine had been the site of numerous incidents each year. If anything were to occur within the Green Territory, it would undoubtedly originate from the mine. The fact that Belta would go to such great lengths to acquire this seemingly chaotic iron mine perplexed Freya. A slight frown creased her brow as she felt as if she had caught a glimpse of a clue, yet she quickly shook her head. Dismissing the notion as somewhat unrealistic. In this world, treason was the gravest of crimes, without exception. Even if one were to succeed in betraying their country, the outcome was often dire, for betrayal was an act steeped in shame, universally reviled. The idea of a mere viscount contemplating treason seemed utterly implausible. Nevertheless, Freya chose to keep this audacious speculation tucked away in her mind. Chapter 17. Breakthrough. Freya stood at the window of her bedroom, gazing intently as the cavalry slowly entered the castle. The once resplendent armor of the guards appeared drab and dull, shrouded in a layer of dust. Their eyes tinged with bloodshot hues, indicating a lack of rest. However, the Baron, striding ahead, seemed to exude a certain vigor. In addition to their customary attire, each horse was tethered with several black burlap sacks, from which a viscous, dark red liquid trickled down the flanks. It appeared that considerable activities had transpired over the last couple of days. After a fleeting glance, she turned away, choosing not to linger on the scene. An irreconcilable discord had developed between the Baron and Belta, though it had yet to erupt. The recent state of affairs within the territory suggested an impending confrontation. These matters required attention, and the Baron had gradually been preparing for them, as evidenced by the condition of both the guard and enforcement teams. According to Damsting, a contingent of guards had already established a long-term base at the iron mine, personally led by Howard, with a knight in command. It was likely that matters would be well in hand. Nonetheless, while these affairs bore little relevance to her immediate concerns, she made a mental note of them. The afternoon sky bore a somber hue, thick white clouds pressing down, instilling a sense of subtle oppression. Freya tilted her head upward, observing the overcast sky. "It seems it may rain today," she murmured. As the season shifted from summer to autumn, should rain descend, it was likely that the castle would take precautionary measures in advance. The development of this world had not yet reached a sophisticated level. The drainage system consisted merely of rudimentary ditches, and heavy rainfall could pose significant challenges. However, such gloomy weather often afforded the castle's servants a respite in their labors. Freya, adorned in a sleek swordsman's attire, with her golden locks casually tied, descended the staircase, two swords affixed to her side. The castle appeared to be bustling with an increased number of inhabitants, lending an air of crowdedness. Upon encountering her, the servants bowed respectfully, to which she responded with her customary smile and nod. As she passed by a room, her gaze inadvertently fell upon the housekeeper, Mary, who stood before two demure maids, her countenance grave as she gestured and spoke in a serious tone. As the Baron's most cherished daughter, Freya held a significant position within the castle. Yet her responsibilities were minimal. In her youth, the Baron had even summoned a tutor from the imperial capital of Byron to instruct her in basic subjects. However, her mischievous nature soon drove the elderly instructor away after only a few months. Consequently, her education was limited to mere literacy, and her father's indulgence had transformed her into a tomboyish and unruly girl until the fateful encounter with the refugees, which eventually led to her current circumstances. In the eyes of most castle inhabitants, she had become merely that, a spirited, reckless girl. Recently, her desire to learn swordsmanship seemed to be perceived as a fleeting whim, a notion likely shared by the Baron himself. Nevertheless, it appeared that her swordsmanship had, perhaps due to Osiris's influence, brushed against the threshold of knightly skill. The skirmish with the guards had merely showcased her abilities, and she discerned that most of those she defeated had not truly exerted their full strength. Freya, holding a drink requested from the maid, pushed open the door to the training room. The spacious chamber had recently become her personal domain. She took a gentle sip of her beverage, the tartness intermingled with a subtle hint of grass wafting through her mouth. In this world, coffee was a rarity, however. A plethora of similar drinks existed, and tea seemed to be a favored pastime of the nobility on occasion. She placed her drink on the sole table in the room, and subsequently drew forth two swords from her person, having become accustomed to the practice of thrusting. Her current endeavor was to integrate the various techniques she had observed over the days into her swordsmanship, thereby forging her unique combat style. In addition to possessing exceptional physical prowess, it was essential to adopt elements that suited her. The path to becoming a knightly powerhouse necessitated this journey. Drawing her sword from its sheath, she executed her movements according to a set training regimen. A sharp whoosh echoed, the sound of the blade slicing through the air, a testament to the minimal contact between the sword and the atmosphere. the hallmark of the swiftest and most effective maneuvers. The cold blade flickered rapidly in the air. Although Freya wielded her crossed sword, her eyes reflected contemplation, an exploration of her craft. This was not mere practice. It was as if an invisible adversary stood before her. The two swords in her hands did not solely attack. They alternated between parrying and thrusting with precision. The agile dual blades appeared to possess a life of their own, constantly shifting positions. The crossed sword thrust forward, while the short sword lay concealed behind, poised to deliver a fatal strike. With nimble footwork, Freya executed a series of swift lateral strikes, seamlessly transitioning between positions. Each thrust of her dual silver blades was executed with such precision and fluidity that they resembled a shimmering veil of silver. As time progressed, she became utterly immersed in this relentless onslaught, fully harnessing her agility, akin to an extraordinary dance, with Freya as the exquisite yet lethal performer. In her perception, her body and the swords melded into one entity, her physique heated by the fervor of her rapid attacks, as if a subtle essence blossomed alongside her strikes. Suddenly, her already rapid pace surged once more, transforming the once delicate silver glimmers into a tempest of fury, the roaring blades threatening to rend anything in their path to shreds. Swish, crack, two silver lines flashed through the air, vanishing in an instant. Thud, the sword rack nearby seemed unable to withstand the force, slowly collapsing into fragmented pieces. At that moment, Freya stared in astonishment at the crumbling rack, momentarily dazed. Her hand, still clutching the sword, trembled slightly, a clear indication of exhaustion after such immense exertion. Yet, a sudden clarity illuminated her mind, as if she had grasped an elusive truth, and her weary body felt considerably lighter. Knight rank. She touched her chest, where a subtle warmth emanated. No, she had not yet reached the knight level. Freya lowered her hand, allowing the exhilaration to gradually dissipate under her careful restraint. According to my father's previous words, attaining the status of a knight would not only grant a faint aura, but also significantly enhance one's physical potential due to surpassing one's own limits. Currently, I can only perceive that subtle aura, yet I have not experienced any physical transformation. It seems I have merely crossed the threshold into knighthood. Nevertheless, although I have not yet reached such a level, I believe it will not be long before I do. For a 14-year-old girl to break through her physical limits in less than 2 months and achieve what many could scarcely attain in a lifetime is, in the eyes of many, utterly impossible. Yet, Freya has accomplished this, perhaps owing to her inherited baronial physique or her remarkable cognitive abilities. Regardless of the reason, she has succeeded. She has become a genuine force to be reckoned with. Calming her mind, Freya sheathed her sword with an expression of tranquility. Although her strength had reached a considerable level, she did not intend to reveal her capabilities. There are still many dangers ahead, and concealing her trump cards until the opportune moment is essential for survival, a lesson she learned in her past life. Suddenly, the door creaked open. The Baron, clad in silver armor, entered the room. Upon noticing someone inside, he lifted his gaze and, upon recognizing his daughter, a faint smile graced his serious features. "Ah, Freya. Practicing your swordplay?" "Yes, you may continue," she replied. The Baron affectionately ruffled her hair, his demeanor seemingly cheerful. However, despite his outward appearance, with golden locks cascading loosely over his shoulders and his dull armor, he exuded a profound sense of fatigue. She understood that recent events had placed a modicum of pressure on the Baron, compelling him to attend to certain matters personally. Freya nodded, silently resolving to offer whatever assistance she could, should the opportunity arise. As she passed by the Baron and was about to leave the room, Chapter 18, Departure unfolded. "Yes, I understand, Father." She glanced back at the familiar training room. In the distance, a peculiar stack of wooden blocks caught the Baron's eye, their smooth cuts resembling sword wounds. Could it be related to the recent Bailey? The buoyant sensation she had felt during sword practice began to fade, yet she sensed a lingering energy within her chest. Freya curiously attuned herself to the flow of energy coursing through her, akin to a fish swimming within her. This must be the so-called energy sensation. It is said that with diligent training of this energy, once awakened, the body can unleash tremendous power. She wondered what it would truly be like to attain the level of a knight. Freya felt a sense of yearning. Going out seemed promising. It was said that Kent City was home to mysterious individuals known as wizards, as well as various humanoid races from distant lands. Perhaps she would encounter them. Through her readings, Freya gradually discovered that this world was not merely an era of cold weaponry. Legends spoke of extraordinary beings residing in certain special places, wielding powers that could command the elements. These formidable entities were referred to as wizards. However, these tales were ultimately passed down through generations, and the actual circumstances required careful verification. A peaceful night ensued. Early the next morning, Freya prepared her belongings and, without disturbing anyone, departed from Green Castle in an ordinary carriage. The sky was overcast, and a gentle rain fell intermittently. The carriage meandered along a winding path that snaked through vast expanses of green forest. This concealed route served as a shortcut to Kent City, rarely traversed except by hunters and those in haste, and, more importantly, it significantly skirted the territory of Berta. At this moment, the discord between the Baron and Berta had intensified, and it was easy to envision the repercussions should a carriage be discovered emerging from green territory. The journey to Kent City from the rural Greenland spanned over 10 days, while the commencement of the Noble Academy in Kent was still 20 days away. Thus Freya felt no urgency. Accompanying her on this venture were only a maid and a robust middle-aged coachman, as the Baron had not provided any additional guards. The rain continued to fall, seemingly on the verge of intensifying. The maid, appearing to be of a similar age, around 14 or 15, with a slender and unremarkable appearance, cautiously nestled in the corner, ever ready for Freya's commands. Meanwhile, the coachman skillfully urged the horses onward, endeavoring to maintain a smooth ride. Having traveled along this path for over an hour, the once dense forest had thinned considerably, and distant signs of habitation began to emerge. Freya extended her hand outside the carriage, feeling the refreshing coolness of raindrops upon her palm. "Vit, are we nearing the edge of the forest?" Freya suddenly inquired of the coachman driving the carriage. "Yes, miss," replied the middle-aged man named Vit, wiping the rain from his face. "We are about to reach the iron mining area, which marks the border. At that time, I kindly ask you to remain silent." "Understood," Freya nodded. The tensions between the two territories were escalating, and in preparation for the trials ahead with Bertha, Freya had taken thorough precautions. At this moment, her attire bore no distinction from that of an ordinary peasant girl. Her skirt, fashioned from coarse brown linen, appeared somewhat soiled, and her golden hair had been dyed a mundane flaxen hue. Not a sword was sheathed upon her person. Instead, they lay within the carriage's compartments, readily accessible. As time passed, the once jostling carriage began to steady. Although Freya did not gaze outside, she sensed they had entered a main road. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood hung in the air. For an ordinary person, the odor would seem unremarkable, but for Freya, it was particularly acute. As she gradually ascended to the nightly level, she became attuned to the subtle anomalies around her. It was evident that this place had recently witnessed frequent skirmishes. She cast a fleeting glance at a passing ordinary cart, then turned her gaze away, for the soldiers of these families were unaware of her presence within the carriage. In the distance, slender black pillars stood sparsely, with a spherical object atop each, cloaked in black linen. Rainwater streamed down from these objects, carrying with it a viscous black liquid. Upon witnessing this, Freya's complexion paled, her keen eyesight allowing her to discern some inadequately concealed objects. They were severed heads, and they appeared rather fresh, evidently having been placed there not long ago. Although she was aware of the brutality of battle, the spectacle she beheld far surpassed her imagination. However, as she continued to witness such horrors, the initial pang of unease in her heart gradually acclimatized. "Mississippi, is there something you require?" Upon sensing Freya's gaze upon her, the maid's body quivered slightly as she attempted to rise, clearly misinterpreting her intent. "It's all right, please remain seated." With a sigh, Freya directly drew down the curtains hanging by the carriage windows, obscuring the gruesome sight outside. In an instant, the once bright carriage turned dim, illuminated only intermittently by the light that flickered through the door with the jolting motion of the vehicle. Freya had no desire to converse with the maid and thus closed her eyes, sinking into contemplation. The carriage swayed rhythmically, providing a certain comfort. During the journey, aside from a brief stop where Wit disembarked to engage in negotiations, no unforeseen incidents transpired. Time passed unnoticed until Freya awoke from a light slumber, drawing back the curtain to reveal an unfamiliar landscape of dense woods outside. "Where are we now? Have we already left the territory of Belta?" Freya inquired softly. "Ah, miss. You are awake. We have just crossed the junction. We are now en route to the town of Bet. We should be able to rest in approximately 2 hours." Wit's respectful voice emanated from the front of the carriage. Chapter 19. Bandits. "Ah, so we have crossed the junction?" Freya nodded, noting that it was nearly noon, and the previously overcast day seemed to be brightening. Inside the carriage, a maid had slumped over to one side, softly snoring in her slumber. As Freya gently rubbed her stomach, she retrieved a piece of white bread from her pack, slowly tearing it apart to eat. Just as she had consumed half, a rustling sound suddenly emanated from the grass on either side of the road. The carriage ahead came to a halt. A gruff voice followed, and amidst the rustling, over 20 individuals wielding wooden clubs and machetes emerged from the underbrush. "Miss, it appears we are confronted by bandits," Wit remarked calmly, as though he had encountered such a scenario before. "These ruffians typically only seek money and do not inflict harm. I shall speak with them." "Very well. But do exercise caution," Freya replied, nodding in response to Wit's composed demeanor. Wit stepped down from the carriage, raising his hands above his head as he approached the group, gesturing towards the carriage behind him, seemingly engaged in conversation with the apparent leader of the bandits. Freya watched this unfold quietly. In her line of sight, the supposed leader of the bandits was a robust figure with a bushy beard, his upper body exposed, showcasing formidable muscles. His weapon, a hefty chopping knife, was designed for felling timber but was considerably larger. The individuals behind him bore similar attire, yet their gazes were remarkably steady, moving with the air of trained individuals. From her vantage point within the carriage, Freya could faintly hear snippets of their dialogue. Suddenly, Freya's expression shifted to one of alarm. This was no ordinary band of robbers. The two individuals appeared to have concluded their negotiations swiftly. Wit, wearing a broad smile, turned to wave at the carriage. Just as he was about to depart, the leader of the bandits behind him abruptly raised his axe. A faint sound pierced the air, followed by a spherical object soaring upward, and Wit's headless body gradually crumpled to the ground. The sudden shift in events left Freya momentarily speechless. She quickly retrieved 2 swords from the compartment of the carriage, yanked down the still slumbering maid, and dashed away in the opposite direction. The trees and underbrush whizzed past her in a blur as she sprinted, one hand gripping the maid while she deftly maneuvered around obstacles. Her expression remained calm, in stark contrast to the maid, who wore a face of sheer panic and confusion, struggling to keep pace with Freya. Occasionally, shouts of obscenity and hurried footsteps echoed behind them, indicating that the group masquerading as bandits was still in close pursuit. Upon witnessing Wit's demise, Freya had swiftly assessed the situation, abandoning their belongings and fleeing with the maid. If they were merely ordinary bandits, they would likely have abandoned the chase upon seeing the deserted carriage after claiming another victim. However, it was evident that this group intended to silence them. "Mississippi. I can't go on." "Who are those people?" gasped the maid, breathless yet still enveloped in bewilderment. Indeed, anyone would react in such a manner when abruptly jolted from slumber into a frantic escape with a horde of pursuers. "If I'm not mistaken, those are soldiers of Saladin," Freya murmured in a hushed tone. Although Saladin and Byron belong to 2 distinct nations, their languages share a common origin, differing only in pronunciation. Were it not for her familiarity with the nuances between the 2 countries gleaned from books, she might not have immediately discerned their origins. Moreover, the individuals exuded an unmistakable aura of soldiers. The presence of Saladin soldiers disguised as brigands in Byron seemed highly irregular, compounded by their apparent intent to silence witnesses, hinting at a clandestine secret. Despite the duo's flight, it was, in essence, Freya who was hauling her lady's maid along. As time elapsed, Freya sensed the increasing weight of the maid she grasped, anticipating the imminent need to carry her outright. Casting a glance at the maid, who was nearing her limit, Freya furrowed her brow. She understood the physical limitations of an untrained individual, yet abandoning her would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. However, encumbered by the maid's weight, their escape seemed increasingly improbable. They slid into the undergrowth, their bodies instantly coated in the viscous mud and decaying leaves left by the rain. Freya released the maid's hand, swiftly gathering nearby foliage to conceal her, leaving only her face exposed. "My lady." The maid stared in disbelief at Freya's actions, her lips quivering. "Silence." Freya smeared mud on the maid's exposed face, whispering, "What is your name?" "My lady. I am called Ailey." "Very well, Ailey. Remain here and do not move. It would be best if you claimed responsibility for what you said earlier." Freya's calm visage broke into a faint smile as she gently patted the hand of her maid, who was of a similar age. Of course, if she were still alive. Before the maid could utter a word, Freya leapt from the underbrush, creating a cacophony of sound as she darted in the opposite direction. The murky soil and grass clippings clung to her face, providing a chilling sensation. Freya gripped the hilts of her twin swords tightly, a glimmer of frostiness flashing in her azure eyes. Although it was a tad earlier than anticipated, There was no choice but to confront the challenge. Chapter 20. Dread indeed. The pursuers in the forest were drawn away by the noise she had orchestrated. Wiping the wet mud from her face, Freya observed the individuals she had intentionally slowed down behind her, their once ordinary pace suddenly surging. Most of these men were mere soldiers, their physical prowess pale in comparison to the half-knight caliber of Freya. After she accelerated, she vanished from their sight in the blink of an eye. Continue the chase. Those two women have already caught a glimpse of our faces. They must not be allowed to live. The bearded man, seemingly the leader, bellowed. As he watched his companions scatter, his eyes narrowed slightly. He had indeed witnessed the fleeting figure that had disappeared moments ago. Although he presumed it was hiding, that kind of speed felt amiss. It resembled the prowess of a knight. The bearded man murmured to himself, yet he quickly shook his head. The two being hunted appeared quite young and were both women. Perhaps he had been mistaken. He reassured himself internally before joining in the search. Behind a grand tree, the once-vanished Freya quietly observed the scattering Saladin soldiers in the distance. Their synchronized utterances had reached her ears, subtly corroborating her earlier assertions. Two swords had already been drawn by her, their silver blades reflecting the chill of her grimy visage. The dense underbrush had effectively severed their ranks, and as they turned their backs amidst the great tree, Freya endeavored to conceal her presence, acutely aware of the approaching footsteps. With a deep breath, she tensed every muscle in her body, poised for an explosive release of energy, her gaze fixed on the shadow beneath her. The footsteps grew ever closer. Freya tightened her grip on the sword as she gradually crouched down. Suddenly, the footsteps came to an abrupt halt. Freya narrowed her eyes and sprang forth from behind the tree, her right hand thrusting the cross sword upward while her left-hand dagger lunged forward. The soft sensation of contact surged through Freya's hand, devoid of the anticipated resistance. A distinct line of crimson extended from the man's chest to his forehead. The dagger pierced his throat, silencing him before he could utter a sound, and the man wielding the machete slowly crumpled to the ground. Bewildered and unaware of the fate that had befallen him, without pausing to inspect her handiwork, Freya swiftly concealed the body within her cloak, relying on her agility to evade detection. In an instant, a life had been extinguished, rendering it impossible for the scattered soldiers to notice. Freya glided through the woods, deftly avoiding the gaze of most, her movements a testament to her remarkable swiftness. Having taken a life did not burden her conscience. Ever since the ordeal with Ulysses, Freya had shed her fear of combat, and death had begun to seem trivial in her eyes, as it was the nature of this world. Crouching quietly in the grass, she observed the three approaching figures, her wrist slightly lifting with the cross sword in hand. As they entered her range, a silvery blade of light erupted almost instantaneously. With a swift thud and thud, the sharp edge of her sword effortlessly severed the heads of two of them, while the last succumbed to the thrust of her left-hand dagger, which pierced his throat, causing him to fall lifelessly without a sound. Suddenly, a silver dagger shot forth, skewering through the eye socket and exiting from the back of his skull. 5. Freya calmly extracted the dagger from the man's head, crimson and ivory brain matter staining the blade, prompting a slight furrow of her brow as she flicked it away and concealed herself once more. "Captain, Colt is dead," exclaimed a man wielding an axe, having discovered the first victim of Freya's lethal prowess. "What?" A bearded man's eyes narrowed, hastening towards the fallen. The corpse lay still, marked only by the two wounds on its body, devoid of any further signs. It was a swift kill. The bearded man suddenly shouted to the surroundings. "Stop searching. Gather. Hurry and assemble. We've encountered a formidable opponent." Upon hearing the command, everyone quickly congregated. After surveying the assembled figures, the bearded man frowned. 5 individuals were unaccounted for. Now, including himself, only 14 remained. In such a brief span of time, it was indeed a misjudgment. This power is undeniably at the knightly level. After a moment's contemplation, the bearded man resolved not to pursue. With the capabilities of his ordinary soldiers, it would be utterly impossible to withstand such an adversary. Furthermore, the enemy's combat style seemed to lean towards the agility typical of knights. If they were more inclined towards brute strength, it would undoubtedly result in a massacre of overwhelming proportions. Of course, had the enemy been foolish enough to charge directly, perhaps their numbers could have allowed them to resist for a while, or even miraculously encircle and eliminate a few. However, it was clear that the foe was no fool. Adept at evasion. "We retreat," he commanded. The soldiers remained silent, their apprehension palpable as they recognized the formidable nature of their opponents. A group of them, tightly clustered together, cautiously retreated in the direction they had come, disregarding the bodies of their fallen comrades. Freya perched silently on a branch of a grand tree, observing the scene below. The broad and lush leaves concealed her presence so effectively that one would scarcely notice the figure hidden within. In a brief flurry, she had dispatched 5 foes, successfully instilling a sense of dread in the remaining group. Although she harbored the desire to eliminate them all, she understood the limitations of her own capabilities. She was confident in her ability to dispatch 5 or 6 opponents without sustaining an injury, but facing 14 or 15 would present an entirely different challenge. This encounter had illuminated the disparity between her skills and those of ordinary soldiers. Should she ascend to the rank of knight, even a contingent of 30 ordinary soldiers would pale in comparison. She touched her chest, warming from the swift movements, sensing the energy within her becoming increasingly vibrant amidst the fray. Brushing aside the underbrush, the maid named Ailey had succumbed to a state of exhaustion and slumber, her breaths coming in steady rhythms. Gently, I tapped her cheek to rouse her from her dreams. Upon awakening, I seized her hand and led her deeper into the woods. This matter required the attention of my father. As I traversed the tangled foliage, a frown creased my brow. The soldiers from a foreign land had encroached upon our territory, and a singular word echoed in my mind: invasion. The thicket was dense, obscuring distant views, and a solitary traveler might easily lose their way in such a disorienting maze. Yet, for me, this environment posed little challenge. Having studied maps and armed with the knowledge of wilderness survival from my previous life, I could navigate with relative ease. Although I might stray from my true destination, my general course remained steadfast. I had concealed my dagger behind my back while wielding the broadsword to clear our path, urging Ailey to keep pace with a swift jog. This world was not like Earth, where wild creatures faced extinction. Here, fearsome beasts lurked within the thick woods, some even more terrifying than humans. Hence, I must reach the green territory before darkness fell. The terrain was rugged, and despite the broadsword cleaving through obstacles, our progress was still far from swift. Although Ailey had narrowly escaped peril at the tender age of 14, curiosity soon eclipsed her initial terror. The fright she had felt moments ago had begun to wane. After all, I had concealed her from view, and she had fainted under the weight of psychological strain, remaining blissfully unaware of the soldiers in pursuit or the bodies left behind. What she comprehended was that the originally lively and energetic young lady had unexpectedly saved her, and remained composed while urging her to continue their escape. This sensation struck her as exceedingly strange. Ellie even began to question whether the Miss Freya before her was indeed the same person, one who shared Freya's visage yet exuded an aura of formidable strength and coldness. Of course, this suspicion merely stemmed from her unfamiliarity with the young lady's sudden display of power. Perhaps the young lady has always been strong. She simply chooses not to reveal it, Ellie mused as she observed Freya, whose back was somewhat soiled by the muddy ground, feeling the warmth of their intertwined hands. Gradually, her initially anxious heart began to settle. In contrast to Ellie's mixed emotions, Freya, while relentlessly pressing onward, remained acutely aware of her surroundings. During their flight, she had already spotted several ominous, dark objects nestled in the grass, animal droppings, and there appeared to be quite a number of them. They seem to belong to a carnivorous creature, and they are quite fresh, Freya remarked with a slight frown, tightening her grip on her sword. I hope they are not overly troublesome. She was not omniscient. She could only glean rudimentary information from the clues at hand. Herbivorous animals typically produced pellet-like droppings due to the peculiarities of their digestive systems, yet what she encountered was of a different nature. The beasts of this world were far more terrifying than those on Earth. In the Baroness storeroom within Green Castle, there was a bear pelt measuring approximately 3 meters in height, one of the Baroness' most prized trophies. It is said that in their endeavor to utterly vanquish the black bear, the Baron and Howard found themselves in a predicament requiring one to serve as bait, while the other delivered the fatal blow. Tragically, Howard sustained a grievous injury to one of his arms, resulting in irreversible repercussions. The formidable prowess of these 2 knightly warriors is far from a mere arithmetic summation, yet the fact that a single black bear could compel both knights to such extremes before its demise speaks volumes of its might. However, from the clues that Freya has gathered, she surmises that these entities are not akin to the knightly beasts like the black bear, but rather some pack-oriented carnivores. Perhaps wolves. With a swift, sharp blade, Freya effortlessly severed a branch that obstructed their path, and both she and Eli emerged from a thicket of grass towering over their heads. Their garments were tattered and worn. While Freya appeared relatively unscathed, Eli, an ordinary individual, were of far more disheveled appearance. The skin on his thighs and body was nearly exposed, marred by scratches from branches and resilient grasses. Nevertheless, Eli displayed no signs of complaint, and Miss Freya, sharing in his resolve, maintained her silence, fully aware that as a mere maid, she ought not harbor grievances. In the midst of their brisk pace, Freya abruptly halted, nearly causing Eli to stumble. "Hush," she whispered, her voice deliberately softened, signaling Eli to lower his volume. She crouched down, her empty hand gently brushing against the earth, where chaotic and subtle traces gradually became discernible under her touch. Footprints, still unmasked. Freya's expression shifted slightly as she lifted her gaze toward the distant underbrush, where, faint yet unmistakable, she detected an unusual sound. Without hesitation, she swiftly altered her course alongside Eli, intending to circumvent the group of creatures and minimize unnecessary troubles. Her feet crunched upon the thick layer of decaying leaves, the sound echoing softly as they cautiously avoided anything that might create noise. Although they were taking a detour, the keen senses of the beasts far surpassed human capabilities, compelling them to reduce their chances of detection as much as possible. As they neared the thicket concealing the unknown entities, Freya seized the opportunity to glance over, her sharp eyesight allowing her to discern the creatures hidden within. Before her lay a pack of gray wolves, each roughly the size of a small calf, numbering over a dozen. Their general appearance resembled her recollections of gray wolves, yet apart from their substantial size, their extended claws gleamed with a metallic sheen, clearly not mere embellishments. At that moment, the colossal wolves were huddled together, tearing into something with voracious sounds of huffing as they feasted, the scent of fresh blood permeating the air. Perhaps due to their engrossed meal, only one or two vigilant giants lifted their heads to glance in Freya and Eli's direction before returning to their repast. The two, fortunate to slip away unnoticed, quickened their pace after distancing themselves from the ravenous pack. Subsequently, as if favored by the goddess of fortune, Freya and her companion encountered no further misadventures, ultimately arriving at the iron mining area of the Green Territory as dusk began to settle. Freya, wielding a crossed sword, emerged from the woods with Eli slung over her back. The once sharp blade now bore the marks of repeated use, its edge jagged and chipped. After a continuous afternoon of running through the woods, although Freya's physical condition allowed her to endure, the ordinary Ailey had already exhausted herself, being carried for most of the journey. Suddenly, the two disheveled figures emerged from the trees, one of them wielding a cross sword, prompting a vigilant soldier to shout loudly. The soldier, clad in half-armor adorned with the green family crest, eased Freya's tense demeanor. Gently setting Ailey down, Freya wiped the dirt from her face, revealing her refined features. "I am Freya Green. Summon Howard at once." Most soldiers within the Green Territory had seen Freya before, and upon recognizing her, the soldier promptly turned to call for assistance. Soon, Howard, mounted on a black warhorse and donned in battle attire, along with several formidable-looking cavalrymen, appeared in her line of sight. Observing Freya seated on the ground, panting heavily, Howard swiftly dismounted and approached her, helping her to her feet. Chapter 22. Intelligent's warm hands clasped Freya's wrist, causing her muscles to involuntarily contract. She recognized it as her body's instinctive response to Howard. "I was attacked on the way. It was soldiers of Saladin," Freya calmly stated, discreetly withdrawing her hand from Howard's grasp. "What? Are you serious?" Howard's expression turned grave, astonished by Freya's revelation. "Yes." Freya nodded firmly, acknowledging her familiarity with the accents from Saladin, and recognized that their demeanor was unmistakably that of soldiers. Howard pondered, gazing at Freya as if assessing the veracity of her claims. He then gestured with his hand, issuing a loud command to the soldiers behind him. With a somber expression, Howard regarded the 14-year-old girl, his voice hoarse and grave. This situation was not only an explosive matter for Green Castle, but also posed a significant threat to the Byron Empire. Mishandling it could even lead to national ruin. Observing Howard's serious demeanor, Freya nodded in agreement, understanding that the priority was to inform the high-ranking officials of the Byron Empire about this occurrence. Before long, a sturdy carriage drawn by 4 black warhorses approached at a swift pace. With little exchange, Freya swiftly assisted the exhausted Eli onto the carriage and exchanged a brief farewell with Howard before vanishing down the road. The speed of the carriage, pulled by the 4 steeds, rivaled that of a lone rider. Merely half an hour later, they finally arrived at Green Castle. Freya hastily handed Eli over to the castle's physician, and after inquiring about the Baron's whereabouts from a servant, She proceeded directly to the Baron's private study on the second floor. Her footsteps echoed urgently as she approached the door of the study. Her attire tattered from the brambles and branches of the forest. She gently knocked on the door. "Father, it is I. Come in." The Baron's deep voice resonated from within. Freya pushed open the door, revealing the Baron clad in a crimson robe, seated at his desk. A quill poised in his hand as if he had just been engrossed in writing. Upon seeing the disheveled Freya, he abruptly rose from his chair. "What has transpired?" The man's expression turned grave as he swiftly approached Freya, meticulously examining her for injuries. Once he ascertained that she had only sustained minor abrasions, he inquired, "Father, I was attacked at the Iron Mine Junction. I suspect it was the soldiers of Saladin. Granted to Colt Dean?" The Baron furrowed his brow, softly uttering the inscription he had read. Indeed, it bore the mark of Saladin. "You mean to say this occurred at the Iron Mine Junction?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Baron sought further confirmation from Freya. The matter of neighboring incursions could be trivial or significant. Yet the recent movements of Berta filled him with unease. After carefully weighing his words, the Baron slowly addressed Freya. "My dear Freya, who else besides myself should be apprised of this situation? Uncle Howard and Eli are aware as well." "Eli?" The Baron regarded Freya with a look of perplexity, pondering for a moment before adopting a slightly more serious demeanor. "Although it may be premature for you, I believe you have the right to be informed of a grave matter. Saladin soldiers have infiltrated the territory of Bertha, and it is likely that the Bertha clan has been swayed by them. They may intend to use the iron mine as a landing point for an invasion led by the Green Territory." As Freya observed the Baron's earnest demeanor, she began to grasp the gravity of the situation through his narrative. The invasion is not merely a clash of armies. It poses a significant threat to the Green Territory, which may very well become a battlefield, should the inhabitants here become aware of the impending disaster. Noticing her daughter deep in thought, the Baron paused before continuing. "This situation will have a profound impact on the people of Green Territory, potentially inciting unrest. Therefore, I wish for no one else to be aware of this matter until the Empire dispatches troops. Do you understand?" Freya was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly a thought struck her, and she interjected, "Father, are you suggesting that you wish to confine Ellie?" Observing his daughter's expression, the Baron instinctively ruffled her hair, and the coldness in his eyes softened slightly. "I have no intention of harming that maid. She will merely be placed under house arrest. However, if she proves to be indiscreet, I understand, and I will inform her personally." Acknowledging the Baron's concession, Freya quickly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Father." After casting a thankful glance at the Baron, Freya turned and left the room. Chapter 23. The Count. Upon leaving the study, Freya proceeded directly to the maiden's designated resting area. Accompanied by 2 guards, she imparted the confidentiality of the matter to Ellie. Under a slight threat, Ellie, indeed, trembled and merely nodded in assurance. She was acutely aware of the terror that the Baron instilled in the castle's servants. Even the most trivial acts of thievery would result in a death sentence, let alone such a significant military secret. After shedding her tattered disguise, Freya refreshed herself and donned her casual attire, feeling rejuvenated as she sat at the writing desk. While her cross sword had yet to reach a state of disrepair, her discerning standards for weaponry compelled her to exchange it for a new one from the armory. As she placed her hand on her chest, she sensed a lingering warmth that had not dissipated after the battle. Rather, it seemed to be subtly intensifying. A faint energy coursed through her limbs and throughout her body. Vaguely, Freya perceived that her body was undergoing a marvelous transformation. It appeared that this warmth was gradually awakening her latent qualities, particularly her agility, which had become exceptionally pronounced. Even a simple act of walking now stirred the air, a natural response to her unaccustomed changes. Had this battle truly compelled her potential to surface? Delighting in her transformation, Freya recognized that this outcome was, in fact, inevitable. She was already on the cusp of a breakthrough. Even without this confrontation, she would have likely surpassed her limits in the days to come. This event merely accelerated the catalyst. Once she transcended to the knightly level, her physical capabilities would significantly enhance, elevating her beyond the ordinary to a new echelon. Had Freya been confronted by the soldiers now, her physical prowess alone would effortlessly vanquish them all. This exemplifies the stark contrast between a knightly figure and an ordinary warrior. Mere numbers hold little significance against such formidable strength. Only those of equal might can pose a challenge. With a gentle flourish of her newly acquired cross-sword, a fleeting silver gleam danced in her grasp, instantly severing a corner from a nearby chair. In another swift motion, she dispatched a small insect fluttering by the window. having cleanly clipped one of its wings. Observing her casual display of power, Freya nodded in satisfaction. As twilight enveloped the surroundings, the once dim castle stood shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the flickering torches lining the main thoroughfare. While Freya reveled in her recent accomplishments, a contingent of cavalry swiftly departed from the castle gates, suggesting an urgent matter at hand. Meanwhile, from a window beneath Freya's chamber, a large black bird suddenly burst forth, its speed remarkable. In the dim light, she discerned a rolled parchment bound to its leg, alongside a circular object wrapped in cloth. It appeared that the message had been dispatched. Freya narrowed her eyes, watching until the bird melded into the night before retracting her gaze. Now, it was time to await her father's decision. After all, should war arise, the Green Territory would undoubtedly become a battlefield for both armies, a devastating blow to the Green family, which had been cultivated over many years. If Freya were to assume the Baron's position, taking the initiative against an enemy still concealed would undoubtedly yield the most favorable outcome for anyone involved. Due to the obstruction of the forest, it is certain that the number of men dispatched by Saladin would be minimal. Even with Bertha's support, they could hardly create significant waves. At best, they could be deemed an advance party, serving as mere cannon fodder. However, such decisions are beyond the Baron's purview. What remains to be observed is the contingent sent by the Empire. The day-long disappearance of Freya and Eli's confinement within the castle stirred no notable unrest. Only Mary and her brother Eric inquired once, but Freya deftly deflected their curiosity with a hastily concocted excuse, striving to swiftly acclimate to her burgeoning knightly prowess. That evening in the Iron Mine district, soldiers led by Howard launched a formal raid on Bertha, yet they met only token resistance. It appeared that Bertha and her kin had retreated into their domain, unwilling to venture forth, and a profound stillness enveloped the area, hinting at an undercurrent of brewing tension. 15 days later, Freya, adorned in a pale yellow gown, sat quietly on a high platform within the castle, engrossed in a substantial tome. This work resembled a popular novel of this world, penned by an anonymous minstrel, its content a tapestry of diverse narratives that felt strikingly authentic. Much of it chronicled the author's travels and the wonders he encountered, but what captivated Freya most were the tales of wizardry, which piqued her interest greatly. She was aware that beyond humanity, many intelligent races existed in this world, yet she remained oblivious to the realm of extraordinary powers. Perceiving those other beings merely as different manifestations of life akin to her own. Regarding the wizards, no one has truly encountered them. At least not in the realm she is familiar with. Any sightings are merely whispers of rumor. The limitations of civilization's advancement greatly constrain the sources and transmission of information, compelling her to seek clues within the pages of various tomes. It is said that in the northern lands, a breed of humans known as mystics frequently appears, most of whom possess extraordinary powers. Yet the descriptions of these peculiar individuals remain nebulous, rendering her unable to form a clear judgment based solely on their ambiguous portrayals. Moreover, this world is vastly larger than Earth, with humanity's existence and origins constituting but a minuscule fraction of it. In uncharted territories, whether lofty mountains or expansive seas, one often encounters bizarre entities, some of which are chronicled in human lore, while others are simply commonplace. As for the wizards, Freya harbors a curious fascination. Gently closing her book, Freya rose from her elevated perch, the distant breeze caressing her flowing hair, a most pleasant sensation. From afar, she could faintly discern a rumbling sound. Narrowing her eyes slightly, her vision seemingly sharpened upon attaining the rank of night. Within her gaze, a billowing cloud of dust rose from the road leading to the castle, where a formidable procession of cavalry was advancing, majestic and grand. Judging by the length of the column, the numbers exceeded 2,000. At the forefront rode a black-haired man, unadorned by a helmet, appearing to be in his 30s. While not conventionally handsome, he exuded a commanding presence. His hair danced wildly in the wind, and his well-proportioned figure, clad in golden armor, projected an aura of remarkable valor, unmistakably marking him as the leader of this formidable host. At the forefront of the army, 2 grand banners fluttered, emblazoned with a crossed axe and a sword, beneath which lay a cluster of blood-red, thorned flowers. Freya recognized these symbols as the emblem of the Byron Empire. The imperial forces had finally arrived. She narrowed her eyes slightly. The arrival of the troops signified the commencement of certain events, an ambiguous omen. The inhabitants of the territory must have also witnessed the army's approach, and the veil of military secrecy would surely be lifted that very day. How they would perceive and respond to this situation was now beyond the Baron's control. Soon, the army reached the entrance of the castle. The black-haired man at the forefront skillfully dismounted and approached, greeting the Baron and Howard with hearty embraces, indicating a familiarity among them. After exchanging a few words at the castle's entrance, the Baron pointed towards Freya, who stood on a raised platform inside the castle. The black-haired man followed the Baroness' gesture and, upon seeing Freya holding a book, paused momentarily before smiling and waving, offering a silent salutation. The distance rendered his voice indistinct, though it seemed to convey a greeting akin to hello. Freya reciprocated with a warm smile and a nod, sensing he was an old acquaintance of her father. Speculating inwardly, she descended from the platform and made her way towards the Baron and the others. The 2,000-strong army would not all enter the castle at once. They had a designated campsite nearby, as the castle would transform into the Imperial Army's stronghold and logistical base once hostilities commenced. Soon, Freya arrived at the castle gate, standing alongside the Baron as the army departed in succession, leaving only a dark-haired man and two seemingly formidable soldiers. Baron Philip, with a smile, took her hand and introduced the man, saying, "This is my third daughter, Freya." "Count." Freya glanced at the evidently youthful dark-haired man, surprised to discover he was a count. Having encountered Count Philip before, she curtsied slightly, lifting her long gown. "Huh, I can hardly believe so many years have passed, and you still remember that incident." The Baron chuckled. "I grew weary of the intrigues within the army, which is why I was reluctant to accompany you to the imperial capital. Moreover, this place is the very foundation of my Green family. How could I abandon it? I share the same sentiment as Andre. I too wish to escape a life filled with constant scheming," Howard interjected. Sighing, Philip responded, perhaps moved by the surroundings. The three fell into a contemplative silence. After a long moment, sensing the atmosphere, Philip broke the stillness, saying, "I understand. Upon receiving your urgent missive, I came immediately." Freya, standing behind the Baron, listened to the exchange, gradually piecing together the connections among the three. It turned out that Count Philip had once been a comrade in arms with the Baron and Howard on the battlefield, and it was the Baron who had saved him. Unaware at the time that he had rescued the son of a nobleman. Three individuals engaged in light-hearted conversation, and at the invitation of the Baron, they entered the castle. As a younger member of the group, Freya found herself at the back, unable to interject, until she finally excused herself for a moment. She couldn't shake the feeling that Philip's facial features bore a striking resemblance to someone she once knew. However, upon delving into her memories, she discovered no recollection of this person. Perhaps it was something else entirely. Shaking her head, Freya pushed open the door to her bedroom, observing the lively scene before her. Her mind began to ponder deeply. If Philip were indeed an acquaintance, then the ramifications of this war on the Green territory could be considerably mitigated, especially given his respectful demeanor towards the Baron. Moreover, with the forests separating Saladin and Byron, even if soldiers were present, they could not amass in large numbers. The Empire had wisely dispatched a mere 2,000 troops for suppression. If the situation were to conclude favorably, it was evident that there would be repercussions for Belta, the consequences of which were entirely foreseeable. Perhaps events were indeed taking a turn for the better, if her intuition served her right. The war might be resolved within a day or two. However, reality often diverges from Freya's expectations. On the very first day following their arrival, Philip declared a day of respite for the entire army, citing the soldiers' need for rest. On the second and third days, Philip continued to show no inclination to advance towards Belta, leaving the Baron and the astute minds of Green Castle in a state of disbelief. Within the hall of Green Castle, designated for receiving esteemed guests, the Baron gazed with a somewhat grim expression at Count Philip, who sat comfortably in front of him, savoring the mint tea, a specialty of the Green territory. His demeanor exuded a sense of leisure, as if he were on a leisurely vacation rather than preparing for battle. "Philip, what do you mean by this?" The Baron finally could no longer restrain himself and questioned the man before him in a low tone. In his memory, the young Philip had been a pure, ambitious individual, one who held him in profound admiration. He could hardly believe that in just over a decade, the person before him had transformed into someone entirely different. "Teacher, you are aware of how far the imperial capital is from Green Castle." "I merely wish to allow the soldiers some time to rest," Philip replied with an expression of indifference. "Just rest?" The Baron gazed at Philip incredulously, astonished that he would offer such a blatant excuse. It was important to note that the daily consumption of food and necessities for 2,000 soldiers was solely borne by Green Castle, and in just 3 days, they had nearly depleted half a year's worth of supplies. A look of disbelief crossed the Baron's face as he quickly considered a possibility. So, you are deliberately stalling for time. Stalling for time? Philip's brow furrowed slightly, his previously relaxed demeanor now tinged with anger. Teacher, are you questioning my decisions? Or do you believe I am defying the orders given to me by the Empire? If necessary, I could have you brought before a military tribunal based solely on that statement. As he observed Philip's face change dramatically, the Baron fell silent. As he reminisced about the initial familiarity he felt upon encountering Philip, the Baron couldn't shake the impression that the man before him was deliberately concealing his true self. What he had initially perceived as an uncomplicated affair had unexpectedly morphed into something far more complex. Philip rose from his seat, approached the Baron, and gently patted him on the shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. Please do not be anxious, my teacher. The reason for the delay in our military action is that I am awaiting the right opportunity, one that would allow us to uproot both Berta and Saladin's forces entirely. Moreover, I am no longer the person I once was. I have ascended to the ranks of the formidable and can now stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Philip's words prompted the Baron to lift his gaze, revealing a hint of astonishment. You mean to say that you have already? Indeed. I have shattered the shackles that once bound me. A smile returned to Philip's face. Additionally, I intend to make use of your castle tomorrow evening to host a gathering for everyone, as a means of apologizing for my recent lack of communication. Just as Philip departed, Howard entered, observing the Baron standing in silence, his expression dark. Howard furrowed his brow slightly at the sight. The Baron glanced at the shoulder Philip had touched. Although the gesture seemed merely a light pat, it felt akin to a blow of equal strength. To think he has also attained the rank of knight, the Baron murmured to himself, before turning to Howard with a serious demeanor. Perhaps he has concealed himself adeptly, yet Philip is no longer the individual we once knew. His current actions may have diverged significantly from our anticipated outcomes. Although I remain uncertain of his true intentions, it is undeniably evident that this trajectory spells disaster for the Green Territory. It is time to consider some contingency plans. Howard, observing the Baron's earnest demeanor, grasped the unspoken implications in his words, a realization forged over many years of acquaintance. Without uttering a word, he nodded gravely and turned to depart. As he quietly watched Howard leave, a complex expression flickered in the Baron's eyes. Though Philip had provided him with a vague rationale, his years of astuteness led him to suspect that the reality was far removed from his initial assumptions. Meanwhile, on the other side of this conversation, Freya, who had been diligently attuning herself to her own powers, sensed something amiss. As an outsider, her perspective was broader than that of the Baron. On the second day of the soldier's respite, she felt an inexplicable urge to have her servants inquire about the exploits of Count Philip. Through fragmented intelligence, she gradually unraveled a crucial thread. It appeared that Count Philip's lineage bore a subtle connection to the Belta family. This alarming revelation began to illuminate Freya's understanding. Just as she contemplated sharing this lead with the Baron, a sudden knock echoed from her bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Freya inquired, her brow furrowing. It is I, miss, came the voice of Ellie from outside the door. Oh, do come in. Since Ellie was bailed out by Freya at the Baron's estate, she had volunteered to become Freya's personal maid, dedicated to attending to Freya's daily needs. Is there something amiss? Freya inquired. Indeed, my lady. Count Philip has requested your presence at tonight's castle ball. Here is the invitation, Ellie replied, handing over a gilded card. A ball? Freya exclaimed in surprise, receiving the card. The front displayed the time of the event and the names of the invitees, while the back featured 2 intertwined roses. As she brought the card to her nose, a faint scent of incense wafted from it. A ball at this hour, what could Philip's intentions be? Freya furrowed her brow, tucking the card into her waist. By the way, my lady, the Count also asked me to convey a message to you. He wishes to introduce you to an acquaintance at the ball, Ellie continued. Freya's expression hardened slightly as a sudden realization struck her, and her previously tangled thoughts began to unravel. She touched the gilded card at her waist, disregarding Ellie, and strode purposefully toward the Baron's study. That night, the grand hall of Green Castle was ablaze with light. The enchanting strains of music filled the air. As a long rectangular table, assembled from a series of round tables, stood proudly in the center, laden with a sumptuous array of delicacies and fine wines. The back of the hall was intentionally cordoned off, serving as a dance floor, where a few figures swayed gently to the soft melodies. Attired in black, the maidens moved about, serving those in need. In the grand hall of Green Castle, apart from the high-ranking officers brought by Philip, most of the attendees were invited guests. Freya, adorned in a flowing white gown, stood quietly in a corner. Her hair was elegantly styled, akin to that of any noble maiden, while her long dress cascaded to the floor, revealing only her arms, which appeared rather conservative compared to the other young ladies present. At that moment, she held a glass of green beverage, sipping it quietly while occasionally glancing around the hall. It seemed that Philip indeed intended to extend his apologies to the people of Green Castle through this ball, as nothing particularly remarkable transpired throughout the event. Philip was engaged in a hushed conversation with a senior officer near the long table, occasionally flashing a smile. His deliberate choice of a swordsman's attire and his striking countenance exuded an air of noble composure under the dim light. Meanwhile, the Baron appeared to vanish after receiving information from Freya, as she understood that her father was preparing something in the shadows. However, she was puzzled by the absence of her brother Eric, who had disappeared before the ball commenced, leaving her unaware of his whereabouts. Just as Freya finished her drink, the once melodious music abruptly halted. A sharp clap echoed through the hall as Philip stood on the elevated platform, contentedly watching as the previously chaotic crowd was drawn towards him. Firstly, welcome to the ball that I have prepared for everyone. Here, I must extend my apologies for the doubts raised regarding my decision not to proactively deploy troops against Saladin. I wish to clarify this matter. My clear voice resonated throughout the hall, capturing the attention of all present. Freya, standing in the corner, furrowed her brow as she observed Philip's apology, speculating on the words he was about to utter. It was evident that he would justify his actions with reasons hidden within the confines of imperial secrecy, imploring for understanding. This is a matter of national security, and I regret that I cannot elaborate further. However, I assure you that I will do everything in my power to expel the invaders and restore peace to our land. Philip bowed deeply, his noble demeanor taking on a serious tone that demanded respect. Indeed, Freya regarded Philip's performance with disdain. Had she been unaware of the true circumstances, she might have been swayed by such oratory. Yet, once she discerned his connection to Bertha, his earnest rhetoric transformed into a farcical charade in her eyes. To the assembled guests, his grandiloquent apology seemed sufficient to earn their forgiveness. Philip straightened, offering a slight smile before clapping his hands, his melodious voice resounding once more. The music of the aristocracy in this world bore resemblance to that of medieval Europe, albeit with differing instruments. Among the musicians, Freya even spotted a magnificent black piano, from which soothing melodies emanated under the skillful hands of the performers. However, Freya found it perplexing why identical elements exist in such disparate worlds, a question that undoubtedly bore no resolution. As Philip descended from the elevated platform, the ball gradually transitioned into its more animated phase. The young noblewomen, having imbibed a modest amount of wine, sought out their partners and glided into the dance floor, swaying to the rhythm of the music. Surrounding Philip were several daughters of the Green family, eager for his attention. In response to their advances, Philip merely smiled and gestured towards Freya, who was discreetly tucked away in a corner. As the second highest figure in Green Castle, following only the esteemed Baron, Freya evoked a certain reverence. Even those young men who harbored affections for her hesitated to approach due to the shadow cast by the Baron. Recognizing their intentions to seek Freya, the young women promptly withdrew. Freya narrowed her eyes as she observed Philip extricating himself from their clutches and making his way toward her, her heart fluttering slightly. "I hope I am not disturbing you, Freya," Philip said, smiling as he gently took her hand and placed a soft kiss upon it. "If you do not mind, shall we take a stroll outside?" In the hushed corridor, the atmosphere was a stark contrast to the lively hall. Freya walked quietly behind Philip, listening as he occasionally recounted tales of his past with the Baron. Chapter 26. Intent to kill. The night breeze wafting through the corridor's window carried a faint metallic scent. Freya was acutely aware that not far behind her, a pair of squire guards were closely following her. At that time, it was in this manner that I became acquainted with my mentor, who imparted a wealth of knowledge to me, which I believe I shall also share with you, Freya. Philip's footsteps came to an abrupt halt as he turned to her and inquired. Freya gazed silently at the man before her, whose smile remained undiminished. Behind him lay a conspicuous dent, a remnant from the moment when Alicius had pursued them, an indelible mark on the stone-bricked wall that could never be repaired. "My lord the Count, you previously mentioned introducing me to an acquaintance. I wonder who it could be?" "Oh." Philip regarded the once timid girl, now transformed into a figure of icy resolve as his habitual smile faded. He had intended to speak further with her, but since she was eager to know, he decided to reintroduce her instead. With a sharp sound, a soldier clad in imperial military attire emerged from around the corridor's bend, dragging a dark object behind him. The flickering lights below the castle allowed Freya to discern that it was indeed a person. As the soldier approached, the figure was fully revealed to her gaze. It was Eric, who had mysteriously vanished before the ball, and beneath the soldier's helmet was none other than Ulysses, the very man whom the Baron had rendered powerless. How? Freya exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing the familiar face. Given her understanding of the Baron, she knew that Ulysses had been incapacitated without question. Yet the figure before her defied that certainty. Heh, did you not expect this? Ulysses tossed Eric carelessly to the ground, discarding his helmet to reveal a sinister grin. You never thought I would stand before you unscathed, did you, wretch? If it weren't for you. Silence, Ulysses. I did not bring you here to listen to your meaningless drivel. Hurry and complete the task I promised you, otherwise, if it disrupts my plans. Ulysses, clearly terrified by Philip's reprimand, cast a deep glance at Freya before slowly drawing the long sword from his waist. Now, come to repay my suffering. In a fit of rage, Ulysses swung the long sword toward her. The blade emitted a harsh sound as it struck the stone tiles of the corridor, sending sparks flying, and his face bore an inexplicable, menacing expression. Yet Freya stood there quietly, seemingly rendered speechless by fear. Suddenly, just half a meter from Freya, a broad, massive sword emerged from the shadows, effortlessly intercepting Ulysses's attack with overwhelming force. The burly vice-captain of the guard, Damsden, clad in black armor, along with another guard, stepped out from behind Freya. Miss, leave this to us. The Baron is prepared. It is too perilous here. You must retreat, Damsden said coldly, his gaze fixed on the restrained Ulysses. But, Eric. Freya hesitated. Just then, Philip, who had been standing still, suddenly took a step forward, swiftly snatching the long sword from Ulysses and casting him aside. A waste is a waste. His frigid voice held an authoritative tone as he flicked the longsword in his hand. Were you planning to leave before I finished my introduction? Originally, I had no intention of taking your life, for my mentor has truly bestowed upon me a debt of gratitude for saving my life. If blame is to be placed, let it be on your unfortunate positioning within our territory. Sizzle sparks flew. Clang. The cold, silvery lights swept through the air, only to be intercepted by Damsden and another guard. Unlike Ulysses's slashing strikes, while the brute force was deflected, both men were forced to stagger backwards under the impact of the longsword. In the faint glow of the flickering lights, Freya observed a trickle of blood escaping from the corners of their mouths. Humph, mere squire knights. The condescending gaze of Philip scrutinized the two before him as he raised his longsword once more. The two, already nursing internal injuries, let out a furious roar and lunged at the oncoming Philip. Damsden wielded his great sword with tremendous force, yet each of his assaults was effortlessly parried by Philip. The other guard found himself utterly overwhelmed, unable to penetrate the fierce clash between the two, and could only brandish his cruciform sword in a desperate attempt at self-defense. Clang, 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 clang. The rhythmic sounds of combat erupted within the confined corridor. Initially, Damsden and his companion took the offensive. However, as time progressed, Philip's methodical blocks allowed him to counter with swift strikes, each casual swing forcing the two to exert their utmost effort in defense. At a moment when he successfully deflected their attacks, Philip unleashed a powerful downward strike, then spun to deliver an upward thrust with the momentum of his rotation. Bang! With overwhelming force, Damsden and his companion were sent hurtling through the air, and in an instant, they coughed up blood, their earlier injuries exacerbated. The great sword of Damsden was already riddled with chips, a testament to the fierce confrontation with Philip. His formidable physical prowess, devoid of any ostentation, effortlessly sent two elite guards flying. This was the true might of a knight. After a slight flick of his sword, Philip chose not to pursue further, instead casting his gaze upon the two men leaning against the wall. Given more time, perhaps you could challenge me, but as it stands, you are no match for me. What say you? Are you interested in serving under me? Remember, I am a count, and in the future, I may very well become a grand prince. If you ally with me. His deep voice resonated in the ears of everyone present, and to his surprise, Philip felt a renewed admiration for Damsden's potential. What do you want? Freya's icy gaze pierced through to the valiant man before her. His words clearly hinted at ulterior motives. What do I want? Philip smirked, arching an eyebrow at the girl standing behind him. Very well, since we have reached this point, it is only fair to inform you. Here, today, marks the commencement of the Saladin Empire's reclamation of Byron. He gestured towards the distant darkness outside the corridor's window, his voice quivering with excitement. In a moment, splendid fireworks will illuminate that very spot, and soon, your green castle will be reduced to rubble overnight. This ball shall be the final revelry I host for you. Chapter 27. Threats. Moreover, judging by Philip's words, this betrayal appeared to involve not just a small faction, but potentially implicated other high-ranking officials within the Empire. How is it? Have you made your decision to follow me? Philip softly addressed the two individuals leaning against the wall, disregarding the opinions of others. The guard beside Damsting was evidently swayed by Philip's words, though he had yet to resolve his inner turmoil, his eyes betraying a sense of struggle. Suddenly, a soft thud echoed as a dagger pierced the guard's back, blood splattering onto Damsting's face behind him. Traitor! Must die! With an expression of disbelief. The guard stared blankly at the fierce man behind him until his last breath, the sword in his hand clattering to the ground. Well, I did not anticipate such an outcome, Philip remarked, momentarily taken aback, then clapped his hands and stated, Excellent, I appreciate your toughness. Thus, you may proceed to meet your end. His longsword sliced through the air with remarkable swiftness, even for a knight of non-agile class. The speed was beyond what a mere squire could withstand. Miss, run. Observing the descending sword, Damsting shouted fervently, spitting out another mouthful of blood. His muscles swelled with intensity as he raised his colossal sword to block this most devastating blow. Yet, he understood that this might indeed be his final moment. Clang. The resounding reverberation of metal colliding exploded in his ears. Damsting widened his eyes in astonishment as the long sword, mere inches from him, was miraculously parried. Beside him, the girl who had been quietly standing in place suddenly found herself in front of him, her delicate frame unexpectedly radiating a formidable strength. A faint, sweet fragrance wafted into Damsting's nostrils, grounding him in the reality of the moment. Philip gazed in astonishment at the girl who had bravely intercepted his strike. Her cheeks flushed with exertion. Could it be that you are of knightly caliber? Philip was acutely aware of the force behind his strike. A mere ordinary soldier would be unable to withstand it. Yet, the girl before him had done so with remarkable ease, hinting at Freya's true prowess. However, according to the Baron, she was scarcely 15 years of age. A terrifying potential. Philip furrowed his brow, denying Freya an opportunity to respond. As he swiftly retracted his longsword and executed a horizontal slash. Swish. Brilliant sparks erupted as the longsword effortlessly sliced through the hard stone, embedding itself within. Freya, upon witnessing Philip's oncoming strike, had already propelled herself backward, cradling the gravely injured Damsting. Although her strength paled in comparison to Philip's, her agility far surpassed his. Gently placing the speechless Damsting upon the ground, Freya straightened, her gaze fixed intently upon the approaching Philip. My lord Count Philip, if it is your desire to see the demise of the Green family, then you must also bear the consequences. The girl's crystalline voice echoed with an unsettling intensity. However, Philip was acutely aware that the girl before him, not yet 15, was entirely justified in uttering such words. Suddenly, he broke into a grin and remarked, Freya, I initially jested about killing you. My true intention was to offer you to that worthless fellow behind me. Yet now, I find myself compelled to eliminate you. You see, a woman who can become a knight at such a tender age poses a considerable threat to me. As he spoke, Philip lunged at her with great force. His once well-proportioned physique seemed to swell slightly, with currents of energy swirling around him, signifying the activation of his own aura, which enhanced his speed. The sound of his long sword slicing through the air echoed ominously. The sheer force propelled the blade deep into the wall, embedding half of its length, while the debris scattered, striking Freya, who had skillfully evaded the initial swing. A jolt of pain coursed through her back, prompting her to leap and pivot mid-air, launching a direct thrust at him. Philip's expression turned icy as he swiftly drew his sword to parry the attack. Freya, having missed her strike, quickly retreated, the surrounding currents of energy amplifying her already remarkable speed. The near miss left Philip devoid of his earlier mirth, and he approached the situation with newfound seriousness. He was inherently a knight of balanced development, yet the girl before him epitomized singular agility. He found himself unable to match her velocity. Should Freya choose to flee, he would be utterly powerless to stop her. A brief glance at the motionless Darmstein on the ground prompted Philip to abruptly alter his course. Thrusting his sword with a sharp hiss, Freya, having closely monitored Philip's movements, swiftly advanced, delivering a crosswise strike. The clash of their blades resonated in the air. Philip initially exerted little effort, but upon witnessing Freya effortlessly block his sword, he grinned widely. "I've got you now." His empty left hand clenched into a fist and struck with a resounding crash. Bang! Although Freya managed to shield her vital areas during Philip's punch, his immense strength sent her flying. A mouthful of blood escaped her lips as she clutched her abdomen, where a sharp pain throbbed. Fortunately, her internal organs remained unharmed. The blood was merely a result of the forceful blow. After all, a woman is still a woman. This must be why you chose not to flee. Philip observed the girl he had just sent sprawling, then pointed his sword at Damsden, swiftly carving a deep gash in the air. Freya furrowed her brow, released her grip on her abdomen, and suddenly sprang into motion, racing towards Ulysses, who had been standing by, seemingly disregarded. "You." Taken aback by Freya's sudden change of direction, Philip's expression shifted slightly, but without a moment's hesitation. He abandoned his earlier threats and pursued her. Ulysses, who had been merely an observer and nearly overlooked, saw the girl charging toward him, his face paling in alarm. He had already lost his longsword to Philip and found himself weaponless against the knight-class girl. Without a second thought, he turned to flee, but after only a few steps, he felt an unexpected lightness. Freya, who was slightly shorter than him, had lifted him effortlessly, her cross-shaped sword poised against his neck. With astonishing speed, Freya vanished around the corner of the corridor before Philip could catch up. "Damn!" Witnessing their vanishing figures, Philip emitted a guttural growl, his velocity intensifying. Albeit Ulysses was a man of little consequence, to Philip, his safety was a pledge made to Berta. Bang! Scarcely had he navigated the bend when a shadowy form was abruptly hurled toward Philip, aimed to collide with him. Recognizing the familiar armor, Philip, without hesitation, extended his arms to intercept the projectile. The force was negligible, easily absorbed, yet the tepid sensation upon his hands stirred a sense of unease. Philip cast his gaze downward at the figure in his grasp, a chilling realization washing over him as he discerned that Ulysses was devoid of a head. Freya, brandishing a sword in one hand and Ulysses's severed head in the other, fixed Philip with an icy, cerulean stare. Chapter 28. The edge of the sword I forewarned you. Retribution would be exacted. Damnation! You dared to slay him. Philip's once gallant visage was now etched with frost, his eyes veined with crimson, indicative of a towering rage. Death! Crack! Philip's footfall upon the flagstones resonated with palpable force, his form swelling with wrath as he surged toward Freya, intent on inflicting lethal harm. Clang! Freya, with sagacity, eschewed a direct parry, instead adopting a yielding stance to dissipate the force of the assault. Her cruciform sword pirouetted before lunging forth once more in a diagonal thrust, her body canting backward to evade Philip's subsequent cleave. Discarding the cranial trophy, she was enveloped by currents of air that imbued her with enhanced agility amidst the flurry of blades, deflecting his swordplay with calculated bursts of force before her cruciform sword pierced forward with lethal precision. Damn! Philip's expression finally shifted, and he hastily sidestepped, narrowly avoiding a thrust from the cross-sword. What kind of swordsmanship is this? The relentless barrage of attacks forced Philip to concentrate entirely on fending off Freya's strikes, leaving him no room to speak. Ignoring Philip's inquiry, Freya, after evading his move, skillfully flicked her wrist to execute an upward slash with the cross-sword, followed by a diagonal cut. The speed of her thrust was executed with remarkable finesse, although Philip managed to block most of her assaults. He was rendered incapable of launching any counterattacks. The overwhelming frustration left him powerless, and as he deflected the incoming cross-sword, he seized an opportunity to swing with all his might. Thwack! A slight sting pricked his arm, while his desperate strike was parried by Freya. This marked the first time Philip had been injured at her hands. This moment also interrupted the relentless flow of her swordplay, causing Freya to step back, her face flushed. The sheer force of his previous blow had drained her of energy, leaving her breathless. Ultimately, her strength was her greatest vulnerability. Despite her agility allowing her to evade and block, a single cut could spell her doom. Freya discreetly began to retreat, glancing at the sword wound on his arm. The vivid crimson of blood stark against his attire, Philip realized the girl's weakness. Sensing Freya's slight withdrawal, he exhaled softly, a smirk playing on his lips. What's this? Planning to flee? If you run, your brother, and that guard will be mine. The threatening words caused Freya to furrow her brow slightly. However, she swiftly pivoted, her body enveloped by a vortex of air that whisked her away like a white whirlwind, vanishing at the end of the corridor. Watching Freya disappear at such speed, Philip opened his mouth but ultimately refrained from pursuing her. Firstly, his speed paled in comparison to hers, and secondly, after exerting himself to the utmost in battle, he found his stamina nearly depleted. To recklessly chase after her would likely result in him being toyed with and ultimately defeated. Damn it. Frustrated, Philip swung his longsword violently at the adjacent stone bricks, unleashing a tremendous force that shattered them, creating a deep chasm. Knowing your weaknesses means that next time. Philip turned, his cold gaze fixated on the two motionless figures not far away. In light of Freya's slaying of Aloysius, even Philip found it challenging to disentangle his thoughts regarding Belta. Well, this worthless fool perished before my eyes. Thus, I shall take your lives to atone for it. The icy blade of his sword glinted ominously in the flickering light as a cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth while he approached the two. Suddenly, a faint sound of wind slicing through the air reached him from behind. Philip paused, his sword spinning abruptly. Clang! A silver flash struck his blade with precision. Freya, her white gown billowing, appeared with a pallid visage that radiated an eerie chill. The tempestuous currents of air swirled around her, disheveling her hair, which flowed like a storm goddess's tresses in the air. You. The expression of terror on Philip's face was evident as his pupils dilated in disbelief. He cast his gaze downward towards his waist, where a short sword was embedded deeply, crimson blood trickling down the blade and staining the ground. I warned you that there would be a price to pay. Despite her persistent offensive, Freya remained unscathed, her cold demeanor slowly shifting into a hint of a victorious smile. Ea! A thunderous roar erupted around Philip, a surge of primal energy coursing through him as he unleashed his fury. With a fierce swing of his empty left hand, he propelled Freya, along with the sword lodged in his side, away from him. Bang! Freya crashed against the wall behind her, blood gushing from her mouth, her vision blurring slightly. No bones are broken, just my insides, she thought. Feeling a wave of excruciating pain in her abdomen, propping herself up with her sword, drenched in cold sweat, Philip, bursting with an unmatched strength, remained rooted in place, the blood from his wound flowing profusely after the recent outburst. If he did not tend to it swiftly, he would succumb to excessive blood loss. Freya, you are the first to inflict such severe injury upon me. I once believed only your father possessed such power, yet here you stand. His voice was eerily calm, as though the one wounded was not himself. Lastly, I wish to pose a question. Who taught you your swordsmanship? In that moment, the pent-up frustration within Philip erupted, his calm visage twisting into a grimace of rage as he lunged towards her once more. Clang! Evading the cleaved longsword. Freya's cruciform blade shimmered, the silver glint of the interspersed short sword accompanied by a nameless wind gradually rising. Whoosh! The alabaster figure abruptly vanished, replaced by a tempestuous hurricane. Clink! 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 The crystalline sounds of impact resonated from Philip's body and longsword. Standing amidst the gale, Philip struggled to parry the surrounding sword flashes, his once fierce expression slowly morphing into terror as wounds rapidly materialized across his body. The previously violent hurricane suddenly intensified, a series of elegant dances composed of sword blades flashing in the air. Freya's white gown fluttered around her. Sure. In an instant, the storm ceased. The cruciform sword came to rest at Philip's heart. Philip, his body marred beyond recognition, collapsed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 29, Conclusion. Simultaneously, Freya, utterly spent, also fell to the ground, lying there as if she had been dragged from the water. Due to the deliberate choice of location, the intense struggle occurred far from the ball, unnoticed by anyone. Ahem. After a long while, Freya, having regained a sliver of strength, leaned on her sword and stood. She gazed down at Philip's disfigured corpse, his eyes still wide, her own eyes reflecting not triumph but a hint of resolve. Stepping around the body, she slowly approached Eric, checking for breath, and exhaled in slight relief. Fortunately, he was merely knocked unconscious. Gently pinching his philtrum and softly patting his face, a faint sound stirred Eric from his slumber. Upon awakening, he found himself in a state of confusion regarding his surroundings. However, the moment he caught sight of the figure before him, his hazy gaze sharpened with clarity. Sister, how did I end up here? Wasn't I supposed to go to father? You were abducted by Aloysius, Freya replied, aiding Eric to his feet, her voice heavy with gravity. But now, it's all over. Eric looked at his sister in bewilderment, unable to comprehend her meaning. Without further elaboration, she gently touched his forehead and suddenly spoke with utmost seriousness. You must hurry to father and inform him that the ball is a ruse. Saladin's forces will strike tonight. Prepare to flee. feeling the coldness of her hand against his forehead. Eric gradually grasped the gravity of the situation. Just as he was about to depart, he turned to Freya with a sudden question. Sister, why are you still here? I have matters to attend to. I will catch up with you shortly. Freya smiled earnestly at her only brother. All right, then hurry. After a moment's hesitation, Eric recognized Freya's determination and, without further delay, departed at the swiftest pace. Nodding in acknowledgement, Freya watched as Eric vanished from sight, then paled slightly as she clasped her abdomen. Nonetheless, to have survived this ordeal with a night-level warrior's life is still a considerable gain. After a brief pause, feeling the pain in her abdomen lessen somewhat, she made her way to the distant dam sting. The robust man, at this moment, wore a pale smile as he gazed at the young girl before him. It could be surmised that his injuries were more severe than those of Freya. Surviving with the strength of a squire against a night-level opponent was no small feat, however. What was astonishing was that the exuberant young lady, who had always appeared so lively and carefree, was in fact a concealed knightly powerhouse, a revelation that filled him with immense pride. Can you rise? Freya inquired softly. Indeed, Damsden replied, making a slight movement. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from within his body, intensifying the pallor of his face. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he remarkably managed to stand. Observing Damsden on his feet, Freya promptly came to his aid. The seemingly heavy man was effortlessly supported by her, creating a sense of striking incongruity. "Milady, let us depart," Damsden said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "Very well." Freya nodded, her gaze lingering on the three corpses lying at the end of the corridor. She recalled the words Damsden had uttered in that perilous moment, a testament to his unwavering loyalty. Their faltering steps were not slow, and as they passed by Philip's lifeless body, Freya's eyes brightened, prompting her to halt and bend down. As a count, he must possess valuable items, she mused. With careful scrutiny, she sifted through the sword-marked corpse and discovered an exquisite pouch, though it was now tattered and marred by cuts. Ignoring the sticky blood that coated it, she unfastened the pouch. Inside lay several coins, each with intricate notches, alongside 2 shattered emeralds. At the very bottom, there was a small box, approximately the length of a finger, which astonishingly remained intact. Freya, filled with curiosity, opened the object. A crystal earring of icy blue hue lay quietly before her, emanating a faint, cold glow. Without delving deeper into the scene, she swiftly tucked it into her bosom. Just as she took a few steps, outside the corridor's window, the previously pitch-black sky erupted with a brilliant red flame shooting towards the heavens, followed by a thunderous explosion. It seemed to signal the commencement of chaos. As hundreds of fireworks ascended simultaneously, their blue, red, and green flames illuminating the entire castle as if it were daylight. Damsden gazed in astonishment at the splendid fireworks. Faint echoes of drawn swords and battle cries mingling in the air. "We must leave," Freya murmured, her demeanor steady as she observed the spectacle outside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the corridor, the once vibrant ballroom had transformed into a battleground. At the moment the fireworks erupted, a multitude of Imperial soldiers surged in, swiftly overpowering all the key figures of Green Castle present. A few officers clad in ornate armor ascended the stage of the ballroom, their expressions reflecting satisfaction at their successful incursion, when suddenly, the doors burst open and slammed shut. "Kill them all," a fierce voice commanded, as rows of armored guards bearing the Green family crest advanced silently into the ballroom. Among them, a burly man clad in black heavy armor, his face twisted into a menacing grin, charged into the fray, wielding a colossal sword that resembled a door, dispatching foes with each swing. "Traitors! They must be slain." Howard's thunderous roar echoed through the chaos. Before him, his already towering physique surged even higher, nearly reaching a height of 3 meters. The exposed skin transformed into a deep ebony hue. Several Imperial soldiers attempted a surprise attack, their swords clashing against him. Yet they found themselves utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. With a fierce swing of his massive sword, he shattered everything around him, including both men and structures, into fragments. "Howard Bailey, I have come to confront you." Suddenly, a tall, slender figure materialized before the giant-like Howard, accompanied by an air of arrogance. "Katie, how could it be you?" Upon seeing the figure, the once mighty Howard suddenly stiffened, disbelief etched across his face. "My former brother, have you also become a traitor? This is our destiny." No need for further words. The slender man seemed unwilling to delve into the past, unsheathing the sword at his waist, a sudden surge of energy enveloping him, propelling his speed to new heights. Chapter 30. Departure. The cacophony of bloodshed and the cries of battle echoed fiercely around them. The once magnificent green castle was now permeated with the scent of iron and blood. Following the rendezvous point agreed upon with the Baron, Freya and Damsting advanced at a brisk pace, dispatching any soldiers clad in imperial armor they encountered without hesitation, finding little resistance from formidable foes. Soon, in the distance, a convoy of carriages drawn by black steeds appeared before them. Within Freya's line of sight, the Baron, Eric, and several other significant figures were clearly visible, though they were encircled by a ring of imperial soldiers, valiantly striving to hold their ground. The Baron was locked in combat with two knight-class high-ranking officers, his formidable black greatsword swirling like a tempest to deflect their assaults. His eyes, tinged with crimson, bore a hint of madness, while his golden hair flowed wildly with each swing of the colossal weapon, reminiscent of an enraged lion. To our astonishment, we found ourselves at this juncture. It seems that Katie has also arrived. The greatsword forced one knightly adversary back, and the Baron, seizing the moment, bellowed in a low voice, "Andre, I recall our brotherhood. If you lay down your arms upon the fall of Byron, I shall plead with the Duke to bestow upon you a title of Count." The vanquished knight spat out blood and retorted, "Andre, this invasion plan has been brewing for 3 years. If Saladin does not strike, Byron will succumb to the rot of the Empire's elite." Another voice thundered, "Do you remember Mariana? She was brutally slain by Marquis Churka himself." The Baron glared intensely at the two, the treachery of his brethren igniting a fierce rage within him. Yet the circumstances were exceedingly dire. Moreover, according to Eric, Saladin was set to launch his assault tonight. At that moment, he pondered, is it the fate of the Green family to be extinguished? A wry smile crept upon his lips. Freya, rushing towards the fray, bore a grave expression as she brandished her crossed sword, releasing her support from Damsden. The situation was not entirely bleak. Ignoring the discourse among the trio, she swiftly launched her short sword. Swoosh! A silver flash erupted, piercing the head of the bloodied knight with brutal precision, causing a violent spray of red and white fluids to erupt forth. What? Another individual, whose attention was entirely fixated on the Baron, could scarcely anticipate that amidst their conversation, one among them would meet their demise. Seizing a fleeting moment of distraction, the Baron hurled his colossal sword with all his might. The immense weight and inertia of the door-width blade left the man with no time to evade, compelling him to raise his own sword in a futile attempt to parry. A resounding thud echoed as if struck by an exceedingly heavy truck. In an instant, the man's body was cleaved in twain, sword and all, with blood splattering across the ground. Exhaling deeply, the Baron lifted his gaze. In the distance, the sight of a young girl dispatching the surrounding imperial soldiers momentarily rendered him speechless. Freya, even though he had surmised who had come to his aid, witnessing it with his own eyes filled him with disbelief. With a soft plop, Freya slowly withdrew her crossed sword from the last imperial soldier, shaking off the blood that clung to it, and approached the Baron. "Father, I have come to rescue you," she whispered. Could it be that he extended his hands to brush against her blood-spattered, yet beautiful visage, struggling to accept the reality before him? "Yes, I have attained the rank of knight," Freya affirmed resolutely. "Splendid, splendid. Truly, you are the daughter of the Green family." After a moment of silence, the Baron erupted into joyous laughter, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. Eventually, he subdued his mirth, casting a glance at the lifeless forms of the two men, his brow furrowing slightly. If these two had crossed paths here, then surely trouble awaited on Belen's side as well. With a steely gaze, he turned to survey the crowd behind him, gravely addressing Eric, who stood nearby. "Eric, you must immediately gather your men and await my instructions at the secret passage I have revealed to you. Exercise caution." His voice resonated with a deep, commanding authority. "Understood." Without a hint of hesitation, Eric nodded in agreement. However, upon hearing the Baron's final admonition, his gaze shifted slightly, observing his son's expression. The Baron silently nodded before addressing Freya. Indeed, Freya gazed at her father, who seemed to have aged considerably in an instant, her heart heavy with the weight of their family's century-old legacy now reduced to ruins. The blow was undoubtedly immense. Sensing Freya's turmoil, the Baron's stern visage softened slightly. He gently stroked her hair, a flicker of solace in his eyes. "The fall of our family is not insurmountable, as long as you and Eric survive. There shall come a day when we reclaim the glory of the Green family." Feeling the warmth of his touch, Freya nodded faintly. Yet, she understood the arduous challenge of re-establishing themselves elsewhere after departing Byron. Even the glimmer of hope seemed minuscule. With one last glance at the crowd behind him, The Baron approached and extracted the colossal sword embedded in a corpse, hoisting it onto his shoulder as he swiftly vanished into the darkness alongside Freya. Meanwhile, in the iron mines of the Green Territory, a host of armored knights and warriors clad in silver emerged, and as the distant fireworks erupted, a deep, resonant battle horn sounded. Like an avalanche, Saladin's soldiers surged forth. The two raced unceasingly toward the venue of the ball, encountering various lifeless bodies strewn across the ground and other locations along their path. Some were maidservants, others were members of the castle's guard, and even more were soldiers of the Empire. Yet, the two remained oblivious to their presence, except when they encountered the battling Imperial soldiers, whom Freya swiftly dispatched with a single thrust of her sword. To her, the skirmishes of these ordinary soldiers resembled a film played in slow motion, the act of killing requiring almost no effort. Look, it's the Baron and the young lady. Soon, a number of surviving guards, witnessing the effortless slaughter of Imperial soldiers by the duo, began to gather around them. By the time they reached the ballroom, a cluster of over 10 individuals had formed at their side. At that moment, the dance hall lay in utter disarray, countless items and structures damaged, and a multitude of corpses scattered across the floor. Upon witnessing this grim tableau, the Baron's gaze sharpened slightly, and he swiftly spotted Howard, reclining against a pillar, a broken sword embedded in his abdomen. Blood streamed profusely from the wound, yet this formidable man remained alive. As the Baron approached with purposeful strides, Howard managed a grim smile, though the movement contorted his features in pain. "You've come? It seems they have failed," Howard murmured, his lips trembling slightly. "Do not speak," the Baron replied, frowning as he regarded the broken sword lodged in Howard's midsection. With a decisive motion, he grasped the hilt and swiftly removed the blade. He then procured a small white paper package from his waist, pouring a fine golden powder into the wound. Watching the Baron meticulously tend to his injury, Howard let out a faint sigh, his gaze growing distant. Chapter 31. The Secret Passage. Nodding slightly, the Baron finished bandaging his wound and rose, casting a vigilant glance around him. Without the command of high-ranking officers, the remnants of the Empire's troops were quietly retreating. "I realized I have also slain my brother. However, we must depart at once. Saladin's forces are already upon us, and if we linger any longer, there will be nothing left." His voice, cold yet laden with sorrow, caused Howard's dazed eyes to sharpen suddenly. He paused for a moment, then, leaning against a pillar, slowly stood upright. He understood that, compared to himself, the man before him placed a greater value on camaraderie, and his heart might be suffering even more acutely than his own. Yet, the Baroness' expression remained composed and steady. This unwavering resolve had always commanded his admiration. As Howard regained his footing, the Baron promptly instructed the guards behind him to assist him. Though 2,000 Imperial soldiers appeared numerous, the private army nurtured by Green Castle was no trifling matter. With their intentions already known, both sides had engaged in a fierce and brutal conflict. Even after being ambushed by the guard unit, the Imperial soldiers, armed with formidable armor and weaponry, still possessed the strength to resist, and within a brief span, both sides suffered grievous losses. However, after the death of their commanding officer, lacking a central figure, the remaining Imperial soldiers began a structured retreat, seizing the opportunity to open the castle gates that had long been shut. Behind the castle, at the entrance of a concealed passage, four black carriages and several war horses stood silently. The horses occasionally snorted, and scattered on the ground were the lifeless bodies of several guards clad in half armor, alongside Eric and his companions. "Young master, the Baron and the Miss have yet to arrive. Should we?" A servant mustered his courage, trembling as he addressed Eric. Eric, already in a state of agitation, cast a cold glance at the servant, his blood-stained sword flicking lightly. "Did you not hear my earlier command? I said to continue waiting, unless you wish to share the fate of those lying corpses." "Yes." The servant recoiled, silenced by fear. He was acutely aware that only moments ago, several guards had attempted to ambush Eric, seeking to seize the 4 carriages laden with treasure for their own escape. Yet, they had been swiftly dispatched by Eric and the Baroness' most loyal companions. The once timid Eric had suddenly revealed a ruthless side, brandishing his sword with determination. This transformation caused those with ulterior motives to swiftly abandon their thoughts. As time passed, within the anxious gaze of Eric, a familiar group of figures emerged in the distance. Leading the way were the Baron and Freya, accompanied by about a dozen others, hastening towards them. "Hurry, not your horses, we must leave at once. Saladin's forces are at the gates." The Baron's voice echoed before they reached their destination. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the group sprang into action. and the long-awaited carriages began to move. In a swift pursuit to catch up with the group, the Baron and his entourage immediately mounted the vacant warhorses, carefully placing the severely injured Howard into the carriage before hastily fleeing towards the concealed underground passage. Freya, astride her horse, took a moment to glance at the others in the dim light, noting that most were present, including Ellie, yet the absence of the housekeeper, Mary, was palpable. With a resounding thud, the heavy stone slab descended, sealing off the entrance to the passage, and darkness rapidly enveloped the space. "Do not panic, keep moving," Freya urged, her brow slightly furrowed as she pondered, ultimately making her way to the Baron's side, uncertainty lacing her voice. "Father, why hasn't Aunt Mary followed us? Could it be?" After a lengthy pause, the Baron's voice reached her ears. In the obscurity, Freya was unable to discern her father's expression and was left to wonder about his emotions. However, a pang of sorrow gripped her heart for the woman who, despite her occasional nagging, had always shown her unwavering care. It was disheartening to realize that she might not have endured until the end. Enough of that. Beyond this passage lies a path leading out of Teal Town. Given Saladin's rate of advance, we shall be safe for the time being. The Baron deftly shifted the subject, striving to alleviate Freya's distress. Understanding her father's intentions, Freya sighed, gathering her thoughts to reflect on the events that had transpired. The clash between the castle guards and the Imperial soldiers had nearly decimated the Baron's private troops, leaving only about 70 or 80 individuals, including a handful of servants. To make the journey here, one could only imagine how many of these would be willing to remain once the immediate danger had passed. Through their conversations along the way, Freya had also gleaned insights into the Baron's forthcoming plans. The demise of the Byron Empire is undoubtedly imminent. Hence, this nation is no longer a viable abode. The only destination left for them is the Kingdom of Rudin, where the Baroness' second daughter is wed. Previously, the Baron had shown exceptional affection towards both Freya and his other children, with the exception of Eric and his second daughter, despite marrying far away. Frequently maintained correspondence through letters. Freya's memories of her elder sister are rather scant, as she married at a tender age, swept away by what was deemed love. Fortunately, her sister's choice appears to have been prudent. Through the Baroness' occasional revelations, Freya learned that her brother-in-law hails from a prosperous merchant family, exhibiting commendable social standing and wealth. At this moment, they find themselves in a significant town named Dragon Harbor within the Kingdom of Rudin, adjacent to the sea. Reputedly engaged in trade with a humanoid race associated with the sea folk, Freya quietly contemplates her future, although the painful experiences weigh heavily on her. She recognizes her current helplessness and resolves to look forward. Meanwhile, the thoughts of those around her diverge, each harboring unique intentions. Those who have witnessed Freya's prowess regard her, while Howard remains grievously injured, as a leader with a status second only to the Baron. In this world, strength reigns supreme. The might of a knight-class warrior can dictate nearly any circumstance in the presence of ordinary individuals. In an instant, the presence of 3 knight-class warriors instills a profound sense of reassurance within the entire group. In the darkness, Eric occasionally wandered towards the Baron and Freya, his heart a mix of pride and an earnest desire for self-improvement. While he appreciated his gradual recognition from his father, it was Freya's attitude towards him that truly mattered. Had it not been for her, he might have remained a carefree rogue, perhaps even meeting his demise within the castle's confines. This complex amalgamation of gratitude and pride towards Freya led him to unconsciously mimic her. Ultimately, he was merely a 13-year-old boy. For a moment, silence enveloped the group, each lost in their own thoughts, with only the faint sound of hooves and wheels echoing in the empty passage. 2 hours later, a dim light flickered in the distance, awakening the entire party. "We are nearing the exit," the Baron whispered. Chapter 32, Parting beneath the pitch-black sky, at the cusp of dawn. The hour was the darkest of the night. In a secluded thicket overrun with weeds, a young man clad in light armor, a dagger hanging at his waist, swiftly emerged. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings. Before long, the rhythmic sound of hooves and wheels echoed from the passageway. This was a desolate grove located far from the Green Castle, on the outskirts of the town of Tyr, part of the Green Territory. After more than 2 hours of traversing in darkness, the fleeing group finally exited the passage. The crisp air outside invigorated Freya's weary spirit. Saladin's focus on the battleground around Carrick Castle ensures the relative safety of the town of Tyre for the time being. Freya surveyed the assembly under the faint starlight, noting their collective exhaustion. The arduous journey, coupled with the psychological strain, had taken its toll even on the most seasoned warriors. A subtle sound marked the ignition of a torch, casting a ruddy glow upon the surroundings. Of the once grand garrison, only 70 or 80 remained, a sobering reality for all. The Baron turned, his gaze sweeping over the diminished company, his icy demeanor still radiating authority. Once everyone had emerged from the hidden passage and turned their attention to him, he paused before proclaiming in a resounding voice. At his signal, loyal retainers untied the ropes securing a wagon, revealing several large chests containing the castle's treasury and the gold provided by Berta. Soon, some guardsmen willingly relinquished their arms and approached the wagon, accepting gold coins before departing. Following their lead, others gradually followed suit. The Baron remained impassive, betraying no emotion as he watched his men abandon their posts for wealth. Unremarkable as he was, Eric had succumbed to fatigue and stress, falling asleep on the wagon. Freya, indifferent to the desertions, dismounted and located a map of the Carrick Castle vicinity among the baggage. She examined it closely by the torchlight. She was still adorned in the white gown from the ball, though now tattered and torn from battle, its former exquisiteness obscured. Her cruciform sword lay beside her, her hair cascading freely down her back, her youthful countenance etched with focused determination. At this moment, none would mistake Freya for the vivacious young lady she once was. Despite her mere 14 years, she commanded a gaze of reverence from most who beheld her. Presently, she was meticulously charting the course for their beleaguered company. Suddenly, a petite figure materialized before her, eclipsing the fire's glow. It was Ellie. Freya glanced up, noting the faint smile upon her attendant's face. "What is it, Ellie?" "My lady." Ellie stammered, her gaze lowered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. "Is something amiss?" Freya inquired, her brow furrowing slightly at her personal maid's unusual hesitation. Just then, a youthful guard, a stranger, who had been observing them from afar, strode forward and took Ellie's hand. Freya watched the young man approach, her attention drawn to the small sack he held, its contents glinting with a golden hue. "Miss Freya, I am Lyda, and I am Ellie's husband." The young man's cheeks flushed slightly as he uttered the final word, but he composed himself and continued. "Although it is rather regrettable at this moment, we have decided not to accompany you any longer. I have an uncle in Pyrecourty City, which lies within the domain of the Petty Alliance and remains untouched by the incursions of the Saracens." Before the guard named Leda could finish speaking, Freya interjected with a smile. "I understand that this is your choice. Castle Green is no more, and I am not a lady of rank. You shall forge your own path, and I find some solace in that. I only hope you will take good care of Ellie and protect her from any hardship." The somewhat mature words prompted a nod of acknowledgement from the two young individuals, who were nearly of her age. Leda embraced Ellie and solemnly declared, "I shall not allow Ellie to endure any injustice. I vow this in the name of the Castle Green Guard." "Indeed." Freya nodded in agreement, waving her hand to signal their departure, then lowered her gaze to continue studying the map. Just as Leda was turning to leave with Ellie in hand, Ellie suddenly broke free and turned to deeply bow to the earnest-faced girl, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Leda gently patted Ellie's shoulder, half dragging her as they vanished into the darkness alongside those who had received their share of the spoils. With a slight sigh, Freya meticulously tucked away the map and lifted her gaze to survey her surroundings. At this moment, the once sizable group of 70 or 80 had dwindled to just over 20, and more than half of the riches on the cart had been distributed. The remaining individuals are either the Baron's trusted confidants or solitary guards without family ties. Even some relatives who sought refuge with the Baron have departed completely. The Baron sits upon a nearby rock, observing his loyal aides as they tidy up the remnants of their belongings, lost in contemplation. This man, who has always appeared resolute and cold in Freya's eyes, now seems to have his hard exterior stripped away, revealing a tender core. "Father." Freya approaches the Baron, kneeling and resting her head upon his lap. His warm hand gently caresses her hair. After a prolonged silence, the Baron exhales heavily and speaks softly. "I am fine, Freya. Let us depart." The Baron rises slowly, blinking as his determined gaze sweeps over the remaining company. In the only available carriage, Eric and Howard are still asleep. Damsting, having regained some strength after a period of recuperation, rides up to the Baron on his war horse and proclaims loudly, "My lord, we are prepared and ready to set forth at any moment." "Good." The Baron nods, instructing in a commanding voice, "Everyone mount your horses. We are leaving this place." Upon hearing the Baron's command, Freya swiftly approaches her horse, nimbly mounting it. Amidst the faint sounds of movement, the briefly halted procession begins to advance. At this moment, the dark night sky has begun to brighten, and in the east, a crimson dawn gradually emerges. Chapter 33. Interlude 5 days later, the somber sky drizzles with light rain. On a broad road, four black carriages move slowly, encircled by cavalry clad in leather armor, mounted on their war horses. The gentle patter of the rain against their faces conveyed a profound sense of weariness. At the forefront of the carriage stood a robust and imposing middle-aged man, his handsome visage exuding authority. Clad in brown leather armor, a broadsword hung at his waist, while his golden hair was casually tied back. The raindrops softly caressing his rugged cheeks, failing to sway the resolute gaze in his eyes. This convoy comprised the Baron and his entourage, fleeing from Green Castle. Due to the inclement weather, Freya, clad in the attire of a common swordsman, had forsaken her horse for a seat in the carriage. Accompanying her were the grievously injured Howard and her younger brother, Eric. Howard, severely wounded, had spent the past 5 days resting for the most part, only rising to eat, in hopes of hastening his recovery. Meanwhile, Eric sat at the back, engrossed in a book on basic swordsmanship, occasionally gesturing with his fingers in a manner reminiscent of practiced technique. Observing her brother, Freya's lips curled into a faint smile, lifting the curtain of the carriage. She turned her head and noticed the Baron, his brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance, awaiting news from his trusted scouts regarding their path ahead. In the wake of Saladin's sudden assault, the hasty preparations had resulted in the carriage being laden primarily with wealth and valuables, leaving scant provisions for food and water. Despite meticulous rationing, the supplies for their party of over 20 dwindled significantly within 3 days of their flight. Fortunately, on the 4th day, they encountered a small stream that alleviated their thirst, yet their food reserves would last but a single day. Thus, securing additional supplies became the paramount objective of this beleaguered convoy. According to the directions on the map, not far ahead lies a small town. If no errors have occurred, perhaps they could take a brief respite to replenish their provisions. Of course, this is contingent upon the existence of the town. Otherwise, they would have to pause momentarily and rely on hunting wild beasts to stave off hunger. Freya pondered quietly to herself. It is crucial to note that they are still within the borders of Byron. To expedite their exit, they still have a journey of at least 3 to 4 days ahead. Who can predict the speed of the impending Saladin invasion? A moment's delay could transform their flight into a true demise. As Freya contemplated, a sudden clatter of hooves echoed from the front of the caravan, causing the somewhat despondent individuals to lift their heads slightly. Soon, a black warhorse, identical to those in the caravan, came into view, bearing a young man clad in practical light armor. He had flaxen hair, cropped short, and his demeanor radiated a mix of coldness and caution. Instead of a crossed sword at his waist, he bore a dagger that resembled a curved blade. This was none other than Nick, the Baron's trusted confidant. As he approached the caravan, Nick tugged at the reins, gradually slowing the galloping steed. "What news? Have you gathered any intelligence?" the Baron inquired in a hushed tone. "Not particularly amiable," Nick replied, frowning, his expression darkening. "Regardless, as long as we can secure supplies, it will suffice." Freya listened intently to their exchange, her fingers brushing against the crossed sword beside her, a sense of resolve stirring within her heart. She comprehended that Saladin had officially invaded, driven by a resolve to annihilate. In such a critical moment of crisis and survival, moral considerations were rendered futile. Most individuals in the convoy had been acquainted with the Baron for a considerable duration. Upon observing his countenance, they understood that, if absolutely necessary, force would be the only recourse. Freya's injuries from her previous battle with Philip had nearly healed over the past few days. With the knightly prowess of both the Baron and herself, no one in this remote town could impede their advance. The overcast skies cast a dreary pall, mirroring the somber moods of those present. Seated within the carriage, Freya swayed gently with its movements. Uncertain of what the near future held, her spirits dampened. She absently touched her slightly hungry abdomen and grasped a nearby water pouch, taking a sip of the refreshing liquid. Beside the carriage, Nick cast a fleeting glance at Freya within, his typically stern visage shifting slightly. He then maneuvered his steed closer. Suddenly, he extended his hand and deftly tossed a small gray parcel from behind the horse, landing it precisely before Freya. The unexpected arrival of the package momentarily startled her. She turned her gaze towards Nick, who had swiftly approached the Baron, his cold demeanor seemingly altered. However, Freya, with her knightly instincts, had long sensed Nick's subtle actions, but chose to remain silent out of curiosity. Upon opening the parcel, she discovered it contained some dried beef jerky, a snack frequently carried by warriors and hunters in the field. Due to certain environmental conditions, some locales are unsuitable for kindling a fire to prepare meals. Thus, these durable and non-perishable provisions serve as the primary sustenance for such individuals. She was taken aback to find that Nick had this item with him, evidently intended for Freya. Gently, she pinched a small piece of jerky and placed it in her mouth, savoring its tough texture, which caused her teeth to ache slightly. A few sips of water alleviated the discomfort. This coarse fare had a hint of saltiness and, after prolonged chewing, proved to be rather palatable. However, after consuming just 2 pieces, Freya felt a mild sense of satiety. She selected 2 additional pieces from the parcel and placed them in front of Eric, who was still engrossed in his book, before playfully tossing the remaining jerky directly onto Nick's head. This unexpected assault made Nick flinch. But upon realizing it was the package he had given to Freya, he paused momentarily, then resumed his stoic demeanor, though a faint blush crept onto his otherwise cold visage. The Baron, walking ahead, seemed to have noticed something. He turned his head, casting a glance at Freya and Nick, yet chose to remain silent. Such an interruption stirred not a ripple in Freya's heart. Perhaps Nick harbored some affection for her, but in this moment, she lacked the inclination to engage in any distractions. All she yearned for was to escape this nation on the brink of becoming a battlefield. Chapter 34. Supplies. After approximately 15 minutes of travel, shadows of a few houses gradually emerged along the once sparsely populated road. Occasionally, one might encounter a couple of ordinary individuals clad in burlap garments or hunters wielding rudimentary bows and traps. These passers-by reveal a hint of wariness and trepidation upon encountering the caravan, which is armed and clad in leather armor. It is evident that the inhabitants here are not particularly inclined to engage in conversation, paying little heed to their expressions. The caravan swiftly advanced into the confines of the small town, securing the wagons and steeds in a grove just outside its borders. Most dismounted to rest briefly, offering some black beans to the steeds that had toiled throughout the day. Freya and Eric also alighted from the carriage, despite having been seated. They felt a tinge of fatigue. Stretching a bit, Freya gazed towards the nearby town. From a distance, the settlement appeared modest in size. It would be more apt to describe it as a larger village. Brownish-yellow wooden houses were neatly arranged along either side of the street, and due to the rain, the ground appeared damp, trampled into a muddy state by the occasional passerby. A few individuals dressed in simple linen garments could be seen meandering through the town. The Baron casually handed the bag of black beans to a nearby guard, then called out to the others, "A few of you come with me. Bring a wagon to the town to procure some supplies. We shall depart after an hour's rest." Soon, a wagon was driven over by Damstein and another trusted companion, arriving beside the Baron. Upon leaping onto the wagon, the Baron turned to Freya, who was not far off, and instructed, "We will venture into the town to exchange supplies. You shall remain here to guard the caravan. Should anything unusual arise, signal Nick. If matters become troublesome, do not concern yourself with us. Just depart." "Understood, Father." Freya nodded, indicating her understanding. As one of the 2 night-level powerhouses in the current team, even though the situation was relatively safe, there was no need for her to accompany the Baron to the town. The caravan carried a considerable amount of valuables, necessitating the presence of someone capable of maintaining order here. Observing his sensible daughter, the Baron subtly nodded, instructing Damsden to steer the carriage towards the town. This world was far larger than the Earth of yore. According to the Baron, traveling from the Castle of Green to Dragon's Harbor would take no less than 3 months. In addition to traversing the land by carriage, there lay a small nation named Sarko between the Kingdom of Byron and the Kingdom of Rudin. To expedite their journey, they would need to take a ferry from Sarko's port before reaching Dragon's Harbor. It was rumored that the small nation of Sarko had some connections with the sea folk, and there were whispers that Sarko was an extension of a certain sea faction on land. Moreover, it had deep ties to Dragon's Harbor, making it difficult to discern the veracity of these intertwined narratives. However, in about 4 days, they would be able to exit the borders, which would provide some assurance of safety. Freya sighed softly. The map in her hand was only detailed within the confines of Byron. Beyond this circle, the markings were exceedingly vague, with some distant locations merely indicated by dotted lines, symbolizing the unknown. Humanity's understanding of this world remained shrouded in darkness. Apart from the known territories, many other regions had yet to be explored. According to Freya's understanding, regardless of how a planet's surface may transform, it is invariably composed of tectonic plates. However, the texts she has perused indicate that, apart from the vast oceans at the peripheries, humanity has yet to venture into the expansive seas to uncover the existence of another continent. This suggests that there remain countless realms yet to be discovered and understood. Freya, feeling rather bored, found herself whimsically pondering what mysteries those places might hold. The Baron had been gone for quite some time, and the remaining individuals were seizing moments to rest. The pressure of their escape instilled a sense of urgency among these warriors, while those ordinary citizens, still oblivious to the invasion, were likely immersed in their diligent labors, contemplating how to improve their lives in the future. Stowing away her map, Freya observed Eric in the distance, animatedly conversing with the now partially risen Howard. In a relatively stable state of mind, Freya approached the carriage and retrieved some maintenance oil to tend to her crossed sword. Such rainy weather necessitates diligent upkeep of one's weapon, lest it succumb to rust. As a knight of considerable prowess, she held her weapon in high regard, and some individuals, in their fervor, even consider their weapons as lifelong companions. Although Freya's weapon was merely an ordinary cross-sword, it too required care. She meticulously polished the blade with a white cloth, a gentle breeze caressing her cheek. Suddenly, her expression shifted slightly. She lifted her gaze, her knightly senses detecting a rhythmic pounding emanating from the ground. It felt akin to a cavalry galloping in formation. Moments later, she abruptly sat upright and exclaimed, "Everyone, rise. A cavalry unit approaches." Nick and Howard, standing at a distance, were the first to react, followed closely by the other guards who had scarcely rested for a few minutes. "What cavalry?" Eric asked, somewhat bewildered. "It appears to be a military unit, Nick," Freya intently observed. At Freya's signal, Nick swiftly dashed to a nearby tree, his agile movements allowing him to ascend to the highest branches in no time. "Miss, the banners suggest they are soldiers of the Byron Empire. What should we do?" Nick shouted from his perch. "Signal. Inform my father," Freya quickly responded. "Everyone, conceal your weapons and the cargo from the carts." Upon hearing Freya's orders, Nick retrieved a tubular object from his waist, pulling it with force, causing a faint star-like light to flicker and descend slowly. "Can you ascertain their numbers apart from confirming they are Imperial soldiers?" she inquired, her brow slightly furrowed. Addressing Nick as he hastily descended from the tree. "It seems to be just a small squad, around 30 individuals. By the way, they're all clad in leather armor," Nick reported. "Leather armor?" Freya mused, her head bowed in contemplation. Following Freya's directives, everyone concealed themselves, adopting the guise of an ordinary merchant convoy. In the distance, a small group of horses rapidly approached, moving at great speed. The foremost two bore the banners of the Byron Empire. Yet they donned the very leather armor that Nick had mentioned, rather than the standard-issue armor typical of Imperial soldiers. Perhaps they are the vanguard of the Imperial soldiers, or some such entourage, Freya mused, observing the approaching cavalry. As soon as Freya and her companion spotted them, the Imperial soldiers also caught sight of their group. "Who are you?" shouted a soldier resembling a squad leader, halting his galloping steed. Chapter 35, The Encirclement. The man wore gray leather armor. Though not particularly imposing in stature, he appeared remarkably agile. Armed only with a dagger, he bore a longbow and a quiver of arrows slung across his back, clearly indicative of a forward unit's attire. Upon hearing the inquiry, Freya stepped forward, donning a merchant's guise, and smiled. "My lord, we are a merchant caravan from Angira, en route to Candia, merely passing through to procure some provisions." "A merchant caravan?" The squad leader regarded Freya and her companions with skepticism. They had 3 wagons that seemed laden with goods, 2 children, and a dozen or so unarmed adults. Such a procession was not uncommon, however, apart from the 2 children. The others exuded an air of capability, suggesting they were not entirely defenseless, even if they were not warriors. Nevertheless, with the strength of his 30 Imperial soldiers, he felt these individuals, while potentially threatening, were not truly frightening. Frowning slightly, he glanced at Freya, whose charming smile revealed dimples, and he was somewhat taken by her beauty. Perhaps she is the daughter of some merchant family. Truly, she is striking, he thought. "You must not proceed further. There will be some skirmishes ahead. If you wish to avoid being embroiled in them, I advise you to turn back." Perhaps it was Freya's personal charm that led the squad leader to harbor no excessive doubts. Instead, he offered a thoughtful reminder. "War?" Freya feigned a look of surprise, gazing quizzically at the squad leader. "May I inquire?" She was well aware that as the vanguard of the army, their responsibilities extended beyond merely scouting enemy positions to include identifying locations that could supply provisions for the troops, and the small town before them might indeed be their objective. Is there a shortage of food?" she mused, feigning concern. The squad leader narrowed his eyes, fixating on Freya's face, and suddenly seemed struck by an idea. Since you are merchants, I presume you have some wealth on you. If you were to part with half of your valuables, I might consider allowing you to acquire sufficient food. How does that sound?" Freya's facade faltered slightly, as she had not anticipated that this group of vanguard troops would attempt to take advantage of their predicament. The others, upon hearing the squad leader's proposition, stirred uneasily. They had just escaped from Green Castle and were, after all, akin to desperados. According to the Baron's plan, the entire convoy was to maintain no affiliations with Byron henceforth. Eric, standing behind her, could no longer contain himself. His face flushed as he was about to rush forward, only to be restrained by Howard beside him, who gently shook his head, signaling him to refrain from acting impulsively. "My lord, are you jesting?" Freya forced a semblance of a smile, as if taken aback by his words. "Do you truly believe I am jesting?" The squad leader, with a satisfied gaze upon Freya, smugly proclaimed, "You must understand. We are currently in a time of war, and I possess the authority to requisition any available resources. Should you disagree, perhaps my comrades behind me could assist in making a decision on your behalf." As he spoke, several Imperial soldiers behind him approached on horseback, grinning sinisterly. Such occurrences are not particularly rare. During wartime, both friendly and enemy forces often seize the opportunity to pillage. Freya had previously suspected this might happen. Yet given the urgency of the current conflict, such opportunistic behavior seemed unwise, especially when it originated from one's own soldiers. She still harbored a glimmer of hope, though she had not anticipated it would ultimately be in vain. If they were mere members of a merchant convoy, they might have readily submitted by now. But the individuals before her were fugitives possessing knightly prowess. Freya narrowed her eyes as she regarded the 30-odd cavalrymen, with her strength and that of her companions. They could not entirely detain them. Should even one escape, it could lead to unnecessary complications, posing considerable risks for their journey ahead. Just as Freya pondered whether to part with a small sum of money, the squad leader continued, "Of course, you may choose not to pay, but that would mean you must remain here." Suddenly, he pointed his finger at Freya, causing her expression to harden, revealing an icy demeanor. Was it not enough to rob her? Did they also intend to assault her dignity? The individuals surrounding her were already radiating malice. For it is essential to understand that Freya's stature in their eyes was second only to that of the Baron. Such an affront had ignited a deep-seated fury within them. These Imperial soldiers, primarily tasked as scouts, lacked close combat weaponry, yet their steeds granted them a distinct advantage in speed. "No, my lord, let us settle this with coin." Freya subdued the murderous intent in her gaze and spoke meekly. "However, there is far too much money in the cart. Perhaps it would be best if you retrieved it yourselves." At her gesture, Nick, standing nearby, feigned trepidation as he lifted a burlap sack from behind a wagon, revealing a glimmer of gold to the onlookers. The squad leader, initially pleased with his cleverness, was momentarily taken aback by the sight of the gold coins, his expression faltering, while the soldiers around him exhibited a palpable shift in demeanor. To their astonishment, they had inadvertently hooked a substantial catch. The squad leader's eyes flickered as he scanned the ranks of his comrades, swallowing hard as he commanded, "Dismount, brothers. Let us gather the spoils. With this wealth, who would still wish to serve as a soldier?" Without waiting for further instruction, the foremost Imperial soldiers eagerly dismounted, shoving Nick aside as their eyes gleamed with greed. The surrounding guards instinctively parted to create a path, their expressions steely, forming a subtle semicircle. Freya observed quietly as the soldiers, now intoxicated by the allure of gold, abandoned their mounts. Her right hand slowly grasped the concealed cross-sword. The squad leader, clutching a sizable handful of coins, beamed widely as he watched box after box being unloaded before him, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he rose to his feet. A lewd grin plastered across his face as he glanced at Freya beside him. Just then, a fine line of blood began to seep from the captain's neck, who had yet to finish his sentence. The sharp blade had nearly severed half of his throat, warm blood cascading onto the soldier beside him, who was engrossed in stashing gold coins into his own pockets. With a resounding thud, the body collapsed, momentarily startling the Imperial soldier lost in the allure of gold. Soon, the air was filled with the sounds of slicing and cutting. "Kill. Leave no one behind." Howard, pale-faced, was half-sitting beside a stone, hurling his cross sword that instantly pierced through an Imperial soldier attempting to flee, his voice booming. Meanwhile, Freya transformed into a shadow, her cross sword striking out repeatedly, as if the Grim Reaper were reaping lives, effortlessly dispatching each soldier who dared approach her. It was only after Freya had slain a dozen or so that some soldiers realized the seemingly smiling girl was the most perilous individual in the entire convoy. "Run!" Amidst the carnage, a cry rang out, and the soldiers, who had once symbolized resistance, immediately bolted towards the battle steeds. Witnessing this, Freya's expression hardened. What she had hoped to resolve peacefully was devolving into sheer brutality. Though resigned to the circumstances, she knew that once a decision was made, it must be executed thoroughly. Chapter 36. Ambush in an instant. Over a dozen of the royal guards had dispatched their foes, only to be met with Freya's fury, who took advantage of the chaos to eliminate another 10. Now, only 5 or 6 Imperial soldiers remained, though these individuals were momentarily blinded by greed. Their physical prowess was that of true Imperial soldiers, their speed surpassing even that of the Baron's elite guards. At this moment, the few survivors harbored thoughts of fleeing, unimpeded by the ordinary guards. The warhorses, startled by the cacophony of battle cries, were restless yet did not scatter. Several Imperial soldiers darted towards the horses like the wind. Freya narrowed her eyes slightly as tendrils of energy began to swirl around her, further enhancing her already remarkable speed. Her swift figure blurred past, nearly leaving an afterimage in its wake. With a swift motion, the crossed sword in her hand effortlessly pierced the back of the head of the last fleeing man, who, propelled by momentum, stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing. Without a glance at the now lifeless body, Freya let out a cold snort and resumed her pursuit. The crossed sword danced rapidly in her hands, swiftly claiming the lives of 2 more soldiers. However, 2 others had already mounted their steeds, their excellent horsemanship allowing the warhorses to gallop away. "Damn you! Prepare to face the wrath of my Byron army," shouted one soldier, tauntingly glancing back at the girl he had outrun. As Freya observed the 2 soldiers receding into the distance along the road, her expression darkened. She drew forth a concealed, short sword from behind her. Extending her right arm to its limit, she suddenly released it. A silver streak shot forth like an arrow, piercing through the heart of the shouting soldier, traversing his body and impaling the warhorse before him. After a violent tumble, the creature was left in a shattered state. As the soldier in front witnessed the horrific scene behind him, he let out a terrified scream, driving his dagger into the flank of his steed. Propelling himself to an unprecedented speed, Freya's cold gaze fixated on the cavalry that had evaded her attack, her expression darkening to an extreme degree. Should they manage to escape, given the distance between them and the vast army, it could result in dire consequences. Cursed be this fate. Furrowing her brow, Freya turned, her mind racing to devise an escape plan, yet every consideration seemed fraught with considerable risk. Observing the silent figures diligently clearing the bodies, she noted their grim expressions, which suggested they were all too aware of the impending calamity. Just as Freya was about to speak, a piercing wail echoed from afar. Before her stood a formidable, solemn-faced middle-aged man, his fists raised in a fighting stance, surrounded by swirling, violent gusts of air that sent his tousled golden hair flying. It was none other than her father, Andre. At that moment, amidst the explosive aura surrounding him, the Baroness' form gradually diminished, returning to its normal stature. With a cold, ruthless demeanor, he raised his foot and forcefully crushed a soldier still struggling. Father, Freya murmured in astonishment. However, she quickly recalled that when Nick signaled, the Baron, not far away, must have seen it. She simply hadn't anticipated he would position himself directly in the path of these soldiers. Meanwhile, at the town's exit, a black carriage, driven by Damsden, approached slowly, a smile gracing his face as he regarded Freya. The Baron, having concluded his grim task, expressionless, waved toward Freya. "Let us depart, my lady," Damsden said quietly from behind her. Freya nodded, assisting the somewhat overexerted Howard into the carriage before boarding herself. She understood that the demise of the sole fugitive at the hands of the Baron signified a temporary cessation of troubles. The convoy, which had briefly halted, resumed its journey. The bodies of the Imperial soldiers had been buried on site, while the remaining warhorses and weapons were claimed by the guards, as the road ahead was still long, and nothing useful should be wasted. The group traveled in silence, with even Eric feeling the weight of the somber atmosphere, which made him uncomfortable. The Baron had mounted a warhorse and continued to lead the way. Freya recognized her father's silence as a form of forbearance towards her. Since her childhood, the Baron had never uttered a harsh word to her, often expressing his affection through a semblance of indulgence, devoid of flowery language, yet profoundly meaningful. Judging from a rational perspective, Freya's sudden decision to carry out the ambush, though compelled by circumstances, was indeed hasty. Had Howard not shouted at that critical moment, emboldening the guards to eliminate some foes, it is likely that many more would have fled, given the prowess of her loyal confidants. Perhaps her confidence in her own knightly abilities prompted such a decision, yet the near calamity that ensued served as a sobering reminder. It is vital to recognize that while achieving knightly prowess is challenging, it is not uncommon, and numerous factors can counteract such strength. For instance, potent crossbows, overwhelming numbers, and even the might of greater knights could pose significant threats. These normal or abnormal occurrences could indeed bring an end to Freya's life, sufficient to gradually temper her once haughty aspirations. As her heart began to find tranquility, Freya gently caressed the cross-shaped sword in her hand. Her cerulean eyes filled with serenity as she slowly absorbed the lessons imparted upon her. Suddenly, Nick, who had been leading the way, guided his steed closer to Freya's carriage, extending a short sword towards her. "Miss, this is from the esteemed Baron ahead, entrusted to me for you," Nick said with a respectful bow. "Oh?" Freya took the short sword, her gaze falling upon the very weapon she had directed at the fleeing soldier. There were no traces of blood, clearly having been meticulously cleaned. With a gentle flick, the sword emitted a crisp chime. She smiled as she sheathed it discreetly behind her. Losing the short sword would have significantly diminished the potency of her most formidable technique, presenting a rather inconvenient dilemma. In her heart, she felt increasingly assured of the Baron's standing within her thoughts. 3 days later, upon the boundless emerald plains, for black carriages and a multitude of cavalrymen moved with measured grace. The gusts of wind howled across the prairie, stirring the verdant waves akin to an ocean's surface. Riding a black warhorse, Freya, positioned at the rear, delicately gathered her golden tresses that danced in the breeze. Chapter 37. The prairie. Due to the rotation of Imperial soldiers and their steeds, the convoy had surprisingly departed from the borders of Byron a day ahead of schedule. Throughout these 3 days, exercising utmost caution had resulted in minimal complications. The army of Byron deliberately maneuvered to avoid confrontation, and thus, the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the caravan began to dissipate upon leaving Byron. After all, they were aware that Saladin's forces posed no threat to them any longer. In this gradually uplifting ambience, only the Baron wore a visage devoid of emotion. As the afternoon waned and the sun dipped towards the west, the Baron gestured for the caravan to halt, having traveled a considerable distance from the borders of Byron. Freya, ensconced atop her steed, reined in her horse and glanced around. Apart from the straight path beneath her hooves, the vast prairie was devoid of anything else. At the Baron's signal, the group dismounted, retrieving iron pots and utensils from the wagons, seemingly preparing to kindle a fire for cooking. It was worth noting that for the past 3 days, the members of the caravan had subsisted on meager rations while on horseback, a strain that no one could endure indefinitely. Now that they had escaped the peril, the prospect of a warm meal was a rare delight. Eric, brimming with joy, extracted a piece of cured meat from one of the food-laden wagons and handed it to a guard, instructing him to stew it in the pot. This seemingly extravagant act was, in truth, not excessive for the caravan. It was unclear how the Baron and Damsden had managed it. After a brief excursion in the small town, their empty wagon returned nearly brimming with various provisions, the heaviest of all the wagons, save for those laden with valuables. Perhaps it was acquired through less than honorable means, Freya speculated with a hint of curiosity. Dismounting from her warhorse and standing upon the soft, verdant grass, Freya tilted her head to gaze at the azure sky, unmarred by a single cloud. A gentle breeze caressed her, carrying the subtle fragrance of fresh grass, warm and pleasant. Before long, the enticing aroma of meat began to waft from the pot, the result of their collective efforts. Freya approached the Baron, who was furrowing his brow over a map, and softly inquired, "Father, have we officially entered Sarko?" Upon hearing Freya's question, the Baron nodded and replied, "Indeed. We are theoretically within Sarko, however. This region is the Seco Prairie, a no-man's land situated between Sarko and Byron." "No man's land? Why is that?" Freya asked. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the picturesque prairie surrounding her. She understood that this so-called no-man's land was a breeding ground for bandits and criminals due to a lack of governance. The Baron chuckled, folding the map away, and gestured to the grass beneath their feet. "The land here is unsuitable for either cultivation or grazing. You see, this grass is called poison star grass, a peculiar toxic plant that thrives in saline alkaline soils. Its only utility is as firewood. Beyond that, it holds no value whatsoever. Consequently, the Seco Prairie is bound to remain a no-man's land." "Poisonous," Freya mused, gazing at the tender green blades. "If it truly is toxic, then does that not render the entire prairie an inhospitable place?" Observing her daughter's expression, the Baron gently stroked her hair and reassured her, "Do not fret. These herbs pose no danger if left untouched. Furthermore, our stay here will be brief. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall reach Jer City within 3 days at most. After procuring some supplies, we will be able to embark on our journey by boat. Freya furrowed her brow slightly, considering the Baron's mention of unforeseen circumstances, which likely referred to bandits or similar threats. However, it seemed improbable that any formidable adversaries would dare to challenge their caravan's strength. By the way, Father, Freya inquired casually, I have heard that the kingdom where my sister resides, Luden, is entirely different from Byron? She recalled having stumbled upon some information regarding Luden in the castle's library. In that realm, the true power did not rest with the royal family, but rather with a council composed of numerous high-ranking officials who collectively govern the nation, divided into various factions. Indeed, the Baron replied, I visited that kingdom once after your sister's marriage. The cultural sophistication of its people surpasses that of Byron significantly, and governance is shared among many. Aside from the prevalent political strife, everything else is relatively stable. How wonderful! Freya mused, her curiosity piqued. For the kingdom of Luden might very well become her future home. Meanwhile, in the distance, as their conversation unfolded, the broth had finished cooking, and Howard, looking rather pale, was attempting to rise to his feet. The man, who was formerly burly like a bear, had become noticeably thinner during his convalescence and escape. Fortunately, his injuries did not leave any significant lasting effects. As his health steadily improved, he felt an eagerness to practice and restore his physical abilities. Observing Howard's delicate and hesitant demeanor, the Baron offered a rare smile, taking her hand and saying, Come, let us dine. Indeed, the midday meal was not lavish, but it was a welcome treat for everyone. Freya finished her bowl of broth and consumed a few bites of bread, feeling a pleasant fullness in her slightly rounded abdomen. As the others continued their meal, she set down her bowl, rose, and walked to the rear of the carriage. Drawing the cross sword from her waist, she gently brandished it twice. 2 fleeting silver streaks momentarily graced the air. Observing the marks she had created, Freya inhaled deeply. She then thrust the cross sword forward with sudden force, followed by an upward flick. The swiftness of her movements produced 2 faint popping sounds in the air. The subtle sensation in her chest had also gained noticeable agility through her training, as if possessing intelligence, capable of channeling through Freya's will to every part of her body. The environment of the Sheikah grassland was agreeable, save for the Baron's warning about the toxicity of the grasses, which she found somewhat unsettling. Otherwise, she was quite content. After a brief session of sword practice, the others began packing their belongings in preparation for departure. The sun gradually descended in the west, and the sky slowly darkened. Freya, who had unknowingly drifted off to sleep, opened her eyes to find that it was now late afternoon, approaching evening. The carriage continued its journey, and Freya rubbed her eyes, faintly perceiving her father conversing with Eric, who walked alongside him. She pondered the path that lay ahead with a sense of ennui. As time passed, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and in a moment of reverie, illuminated specks emerged beneath the wheels of the carriage, resembling the flickering of fireflies. What is this? She gazed at the floating lights and extended her palm to gently catch one. To her astonishment, these were not insects, but rather tiny seeds the size of grains of rice, emitting a soft blue glow that gradually faded away. Driven by curiosity, Freya squeezed the dimming seed, and it illuminated once more, a remarkable phenomenon. It appeared that they glowed through pressure. After playing with the enchanting luminescent seeds for a while, Freya casually tossed one aside. Just as she sought a comfortable spot to recline once more, a series of faint metallic clinks suddenly pierced the air ahead. A subtle scent of blood wafted towards her nostrils on the gentle breeze. Something is amiss. Freya's previously drowsy expression vanished in an instant. She shouted to her trusted driver, Rainer, Tell my father to inform everyone to stop the carriage. There is a scent of blood. Chapter 38, The Rescue. At that moment, Light's expression shifted as well, and he immediately blew a sharp whistle. Hearing the signal, the Baron raised his hand, and the carriage gradually came to a halt. Freya seized the cross sword beside her and leaped down from the carriage, gently inhaling the peculiar scent that lingered in the air. Freya became increasingly convinced that something had transpired ahead. There may be a situation unfolding. Narrowing her eyes slightly, Freya gestured toward the distance. The Baron furrowed his brow as he gazed in the direction she indicated, his nose twitching as his expression subtly shifted. He too detected the metallic tang of blood. What shall we do, father? Should we take a detour, or establish a temporary encampment? Freya inquired with a hint of gravity. It is essential to note that while the Zyko Prairie is not expansive, it possesses but a singular direct route for departure. As evening approaches, straying from this path amidst the boundless green sea, devoid of the sun or any other directional indicators, could easily lead to disorientation. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Baron contemplated, "Let us refrain from hasty decisions. We should first investigate what has transpired ahead. Although the Zyko Prairie is a lawless expanse, skilled individuals here are few. If we encounter mere soft targets, we shall simply overpower them." "Very well. I shall take a look." Freya nodded in agreement with the Baron's resolution. "You?" The Baron's brow furrowed slightly, revealing a glimmer of concern in his eyes. Understanding her father's apprehension, Freya smiled gently and pointed to the seeds scattered beside the wheel, still emanating a soft blue luminescence. "In such an environment, anyone else would surely be exposed. It would be wiser for me to venture alone. If the situation turns dire, my solitary presence will render me a less conspicuous target, allowing for a more effortless escape." The Baron nodded unconsciously, recognizing the validity of her reasoning. Moreover, he understood that Freya's prowess was gradually catching up to his own. Nonetheless, as she was his daughter, his concern remained ever present. After a brief moment of contemplation, the Baron suddenly declared, "I shall accompany you." Freya was taken aback by the Baron's words. It should be noted that among the caravan, they were the only two knights of considerable prowess. If both ventured out together, the caravan would be left vulnerable to an ambush with dire consequences. "Do not fret. Damsden is on the verge of a breakthrough. His current strength is sufficient to handle ordinary incidents. If he were to fall in an instant, our combined efforts would be of little use." The Baron continued. Recognizing the earnest determination in the Baron's gaze, Freya understood that any attempt to dissuade him would be futile, and thus she nodded in acquiescence. "Everyone, halt your advance. You too, remain vigilant on either flank. The rest of you, be prepared for combat at a moment's notice." The Baron instructed in a hushed tone. The surrounding individuals promptly obeyed the command. The Baron then unsheathed the massive sword he had been carrying on his back and replaced it with a standard cross sword, which he secured at his waist. "Let us proceed." "Indeed," Freya replied, nodding as she took a moment to orient herself before dashing ahead. A gentle stream of energy emanated from her legs, instilling a buoyant sensation that ensured the magical seed within her did not emit any light. Even as she sprinted at full speed, the Baron, too, moved with an uncanny quietness, employing some unknown technique. The poisonous star grass retreated rapidly, while the scent of blood in the air grew increasingly pungent, accompanied by the sounds of fierce clashes of weapons. Freya narrowed her eyes as she glanced back at the Baron trailing behind her. Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped her, doubling her speed. The grass beneath her feet remained undisturbed, a testament to her deliberate control. In the distance, a fierce melee was underway amidst a vast expanse of azure lights. Freya decelerated gradually, and after the Baron caught up, they sought out a nearby incline. They stealthily ascended, nestled themselves within the verdant foliage, and peered down below. Within the extensive array of cerulean lights, Freya could discern a group of individuals, clad in tattered attire and brandishing rusty armaments, launching an assault upon two white carriages. Surrounding the carriages were 5 or 6 swordsmen in light armor, valiantly defending themselves, utilizing the carriages as cover. Several bodies already lay strewn upon the ground, indicating that the conflict had been raging for quite some time. Despite the swordsmen's formidable skills, they were gradually being overwhelmed by the sheer number of their assailants. Amidst the clamor of battle, Freya faintly detected the sound of a child's weeping. "These are common bandits from the steppes, engaging in robbery." The Baron murmured to Freya, "Is this a robbery?" Freya furrowed her brow slightly. She was cognizant of certain bandit customs. If travelers willingly offered a sum of money, most bandits would allow them to pass unmolested. However, the individuals below seemed to eschew parley, attacking the carriages with a merciless intent to eliminate all within. "Indeed, this is the Sheikah steppe," the Baron elucidated. "The bandits here are more ruthless and treacherous than those elsewhere. They plunder and slay weaker caravans without compunction. However, against stronger caravans, these brigands may summon reinforcements, making them a particularly vile sort." As the Baron expounded, the defense of the caravan below appeared to be nearing its breaking point. A swordsman, unable to resist, was suddenly struck on the shoulder by a blade, his anguished cry piercing the air. Seizing the opportunity, the surrounding bandits swiftly descended upon him, their weapons raining down mercilessly. Within moments, the swordsman lay lifeless on the ground. With this breach, 2 more swordsmen fell victim to the chaos. The cries of children mixed with the sobs of women echoed from within the carriage, a sound that seemed to invigorate the bandits, who howled and intensified their assault. "Father, what shall we do?" Freya quietly inquired. observing the impending conclusion of the battle below. Should the bandits overcome the remaining 3 swordsmen, they would undoubtedly ransack and then depart, allowing the caravan to pass through unscathed, a relatively favorable outcome for them. However, intervening could provoke the bandits to summon others, leading to unnecessary complications. A simplified ship-like emblem came into view, featuring 2 hammers crossed above it, accompanied by letters. Claude, shipyard. Freya squinted, her vision obscured but managing to decipher those few words. It is the Claude Chabrol shipyard. This is the largest shipbuilding facility in Dozier, our next destination. The Baroness' eyes sparkled with realization. If we rescue them, we may alleviate some of our troubles in finding a ship. Let us go save them. Time was of the essence. Any delay of a minute could result in the brutal slaughter of those within the carriage. Upon hearing the Baron's decision, Freya swiftly drew her crossed sword from her waist and dashed forth like a flash of lightning. As she ran, a chaotic whirlwind erupted around her, her golden hair scattering like debris as she charged towards the band of robbers with unparalleled ferocity. Chapter 39, The Transaction. Like a fierce tempest. Before the robbers had a chance to react, the sharp blades swiftly sliced through their necks. Silver streaks appeared and vanished in the air. Her agile form allowed her to eliminate these ruffians before they could even grasp the hem of Freya's garment. Her extraordinary agility was perfectly suited for extermination. The Baron, standing at the periphery, gazed in astonishment at the prowess displayed by his daughter, only able to deal with a few stragglers. This child seems to have grown even stronger. He murmured to himself, casually dispatching a bandit who collided with him in a panic. Meanwhile, the 3 swordsmen, prepared to defend until the bitter end, stood in stunned silence, watching as the robbers fell like wheat before the scythe, their mouths agape, at a loss for words. With a gentle flick of her crossed sword, Freya dispatched the last robber, observing the blood that gushed forth. She retrieved a white silk handkerchief from her possession and delicately wiped the stains from her blade. In her eyes, these bandits were even inferior to the soldiers of Byron's empire. Their movements seemed deliberately slow, each strike almost effortless, targeting vital areas with precision. Had she not feared a retreat akin to that of the Imperial soldiers, she could have effortlessly annihilated them without even engaging her full strength. The difference lay merely in the passage of time. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. One of the stunned swordsmen stared intently at the composed Freya, his face a mask of disbelief. Perhaps it was his unintentional words that rendered him awkward. After a moment of astonishment, he solemnly approached Freya and the Baron, expressing his gratitude with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have truly met our demise. With that, the swordsman, accompanied by the 2 individuals at his side, bowed deeply to the pair as a gesture of appreciation. There's no need for such formality. Our caravan merely came to investigate the sounds of combat in the distance. We did not anticipate encountering you in a struggle with bandits. After all, we are all travelers in this world. It is only right to assist wherever we can, the Baron replied, feigning familiarity as he waved his hand dismissively. My name is Dunleavy. I am yet to learn yours. Upon hearing the Baron's words, the swordsman's admiration surged, prompting him to readily divulge his own name. I am Andrew, and this is my daughter Aluda. We are merchants from Byron, en route to Dozier City to board a vessel bound for the Dragon Port of Rooting to sell some goods. The Baron adeptly fabricated a false identity, seizing the opportunity to mention their destination. Chabrol, he exclaimed, feigning surprise. Could it be that you are from the family that owns the largest shipyard in Dozier City? Indeed, we are the Chabrols, renowned for our shipbuilding. Dunleavy nodded with a hint of pride, satisfied by the Baron's reaction. Freya, standing nearby, regarded the Baron's performance with a sense of incredulity, momentarily reassessing her perception of him. Lacking interest in their conversation, she casually surveyed the surrounding bandits she had dispatched, only to discover that most of them possessed little of value, truly a band of destitute wretches. Having gleaned nothing of interest, she clapped her hands together, pivoting with curiosity toward the carriage. Save for the swordsman named Dunleavy conversing with the Baron, and after expressing their gratitude to the pair, the remaining 2 swordsmen promptly opened the carriage to ascertain the safety of its occupants. Through their interstice, Freya discerned a young, comely woman, adorned in a scarlet gown. Her eyes sealed shut as if in a faint. Clasped tightly in her arms was a weeping child. Presumably, this was the 3rd daughter of Chabrol, yet. Through Freya's discerning eyes, it was evident that the woman was no older than 18, remarkably young to already have a child. In her previous life, it was commonplace for women to remain unmarried well into their 30s. In contrast to this world, Freya felt a pang of wistful reflection. while Freya was lost in contemplation. The Baron and Dunleavy seemed to have concluded their discussion. "Very well, thank you once more," Dunleavy said with a genial smile. As he spoke with the Baron, his gaze intermittently drifted towards Freya, laced with both gratitude and profound inquisitiveness. Though the Baron had asserted they were merchants, it was a transparent fabrication, discernible to anyone of sound mind. After all, few merchants possess the formidable strength of a knight. However, Dunleavy did not expose the pretense, but rather acquiesced to the Baron's narrative. The Baron and Freya turned to depart to summon the rest of the convoy, the smile gradually receding from his visage. Meanwhile, a swordsman, occupied with tidying up, subtly raised his head and inquired of Dunleavy, "Sir, shall we truly proceed alongside these mysterious individuals?" In response to the swordsman's inquiry, Deng Liwei inhaled deeply before exhaling slowly. "Given our current predicament, our only viable course of action, while ensuring our safety, is to accompany them. I am aware that their possessions are mere disguises, yet what significance does that hold? I can discern that the man who rescued us harbors ulterior motives. But have we not also sought to exploit their intentions? This is merely an unexpected transaction." Upon reflecting on Deng Liwei's words, the questioning swordsman sighed. Originally, they had set out with 10 companions, yet now only 3 remained, rendering it nearly impossible to traverse the Sheikah grassland with any semblance of security. With this arrangement, we shall not need to expend significant effort in searching for vessels, thereby saving us considerable time and resources, the Baron remarked, his spirits lifted. Freya nodded in agreement, understanding that while Dakir City did not bar entry to outsiders, it imposed stringent regulations on maritime activities. After all, the sea involved matters pertaining to the aquatic tribes, and obtaining the requisite permissions and approvals was imperative for any voyage, an unfavorable reality for Freya and her companions on the run. Yet, they had unexpectedly encountered members of the Chabrol family along their journey, suggesting that Lady Luck was indeed favoring them. Before long, the two arrived at the location where the caravan had halted, where several guards were vigilantly surveying their surroundings. Upon noticing the two approach from a distance, their expressions softened slightly, betraying a measure of relief. Following the Baron's elucidation of the preceding events, the convoy, which had been temporarily halted, resumed its progress. The expeditious dispatch of the brigands, composed merely of common warriors, engendered no psychological distress within her. In Freya's estimation, these sicko-step marauders were no longer regarded as human beings. Perhaps as a consequence of myriad experiences, her disposition and conduct have undergone a profound metamorphosis since her transmigration, rendering her former self increasingly indiscernible. Hitherto, the act of homicide would have been anathema to her. Yet she has gradually cultivated the capacity to maintain equanimity in the face of all circumstances. Furthermore, she has developed a sense of indifference toward human life, an emotion that intensifies with each successive act of violence. For Freya, in her present state, this sentiment is not necessarily detrimental, as adaptation is indispensable for survival in this world. However, the ultimate ramifications of these transformations remain uncertain. The carriage swayed gently, and Freya, adopting a comfortable posture against the carriage's interior, observed the intermittent gleam of seeds crushed beneath the wheels, feigning slumber. No one ventured to intrude upon her solitude, as she had developed a predilection for sequestered contemplation since the events at Greencastle. Unless acquainted with her, she refrained from initiating conversation. Over time, the retinue had grown accustomed to their young mistress's newfound taciturnity, occasionally casting reverential glances in her direction during their discussions. Soon, the caravan caught up with the 2 white carriages that had been waiting for them. The previously unconscious third young lady had regained her senses and, after expressing her gratitude to the Baron once more, they unanimously decided that the Baron and his entourage would lead the way, while Chabrol's carriage would follow behind for protection. After walking for 2 hours, darkness enveloped the surroundings. Despite the illumination from the nearby blue seeds, the path was becoming increasingly obscured. Continuing on might result in a deviation from their intended route. "Let us find a suitable place to camp." The Baron gestured for the caravan to halt by the roadside. The others following had no objections to his decision. Everyone dismounted, clearing a space with their weapons, while some guards spread out to maintain vigilance. The majority retrieved tents and cooking equipment from the carriages, preparing to set up camp and cook. The 6 carriages formed a cohesive semicircle, ready to respond to any unforeseen events. Within 10 minutes, 2 piles of firewood were ignited, the soft yellow flames dancing as several individuals began to prepare food. The atmosphere of the entire caravan became lively. Howard sat nearby, accepting a vial of medicinal salve from a companion, gently applying it. His body had been gradually recuperating over the past few days. Although his complexion remained pale, he was now able to perform appropriate exercises, suggesting that it would not be long before he regained his former strength. On the other side of the carriage, the Baron was demonstrating some basic movements with a crossed sword to Eric, who was attentively observing, indicating that he was being taught fundamental swordsmanship. Nick and Damsden patrolled the surroundings. Freya sat by the campfire, cradling her cross-sword, gazing at the contents simmering above the flames. Her azure eyes reflected the flickering red embers, exuding an indescribable beauty. On the opposite side, the inhabitants of Shubarwar chose not to join their camp, but instead kindled their own fire, for individuals quietly seated in silence. Only a naive child broke the stillness with occasional babbling sounds, rendering their gathering rather desolate in contrast to the lively atmosphere surrounding Freya. Soon, a steaming bowl of meat soup and bread was presented before Freya as the Baron and Eric approached her. She accepted the bowl, gently blowing on the surface to hasten its cooling, and took a cautious sip. The rich aroma of the meat spread across her palate. Despite the absence of elaborate seasoning, the inherent flavor of the meat had infused the broth, rendering it exceptionally delectable. A gentle breeze from the prairie occasionally wafted by, and this ambience brought a sense of relaxation to her usually composed demeanor. After finishing her portion of food, Freya rose, brushing off the dirt that clung to her attire. The tent had been set up, and as the sole female in the caravan, she enjoyed the privilege of her own private space. Although the night had fully descended, it was still not time for slumber. In the distance, the Shubarwar group was partaking in their meal as well, where a young lady held her child. Her curious gaze fixed upon Freya. She appeared torn between the desire to approach and engage in conversation, yet hesitated. Perhaps having learned of Freya's formidable reputation through the three companions upon awakening. Leaning against the side of the carriage, Freya quietly gazed at the stars that had begun to illuminate the sky, their brilliance mingling with the occasional flickers of blue light in the grass, imbuing her with an unexpected sense of tranquility. The cross-shaped sword hung at her waist, her body having unconsciously developed the habit of being ready to draw it at any moment. Since ascending to the rank of knight, she felt the changes within her physique daily. The swirling energy in her chest instinctively stimulated every ounce of her potential, enabling her to unleash formidable strength. Based on her own assessment, she classified herself as a mid-tier knight. While her strength was somewhat lacking, she excelled in all other aspects. In contrast, the Baron represented the pinnacle of knightly power, with Howard, at the height of his prowess, being slightly inferior yet still positioned between the mid and high tiers. However, considering her age, Freya recognized that she possessed ample potential yet to be realized, while the Baron and Howard were nearing the twilight of their prime. Through her conversations with the Baron, Freya understood that if the Baron did not achieve a further breakthrough to become a Grand Knight during this period, he might remain forever at the peak of knightly strength. It was said that Grand Knights viewed knights in much the same way knights regarded ordinary warriors. Yet, to date, Freya had not encountered even a single Grand Knight, rendering her unable to ascertain the true magnitude of their differences. Furthermore, it was rumored that when a knight ascended to the rank of Grand Knight, not only did their power surge dramatically, but their lifespan also extended beyond that of an ordinary individual, allowing them to retain their strength until death, unaffected by the decline of their physical form. It must be a matter of profound self-awareness to achieve such feats, mused Freya with a sense of longing. Chapter 41. Into the City. Could there be a day when she might attain such a level? Everything in this world was a source of fresh curiosity for her. From the enchanting and magical landscapes to the extraordinary warriors who transcended the mundane, she often contemplated that if she were ever to part ways with her father, she would not settle in one place, but rather embark on journeys to explore and seek out the unknown realms she had yet to visit. Though this notion lacked any present conditions for realization, it had already taken deep root in her heart. After indulging in her musings for a while, she noticed the lateness of the hour and finally retreated into her tent. 2 days later, the caravan of 6 horse-drawn carriages had at last departed from the vast expanse of the Zyko prairie. The once boundless grassland now revealed distant clusters of low trees. They were on the brink of leaving the prairie. The Baron, leading the way, called out to those behind him. This news brought a collective sigh of relief, and smiles emerged on many faces. During the past 2 days, they had encountered no less than 5 or 6 bands of robbers, with 2 of those encounters occurring while they were at mealtime. The frustration of having to abandon their meal to engage in battle was palpable among them, leading to a fierce resolve in their retaliations, mercilessly dispatching the assailants before they even made a proper assault. They had certainly gained a first-hand understanding of the sheer number of brigands that roamed the Zyko prairie. The spirits of those in the company lifted, and the members of Chabrol's group were particularly jubilant. Once they had traversed the grasslands, Dunleavy repeatedly assured them that Chabrol would reimburse all expenses for their caravan in Daisy. As the afternoon progressed, the caravan passed through a grove of trees, and in the distance, two imposing black blockhouses came into view. Flanking these structures were high, ebony walls that stretched as far as the eye could see. Between the blockhouses was a white wooden gate, standing open, with guards clad in white leather armor standing idly by, seemingly indifferent to the traffic of vehicles and pedestrians. "Is this Dacio?" Freya inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sight of the massive city. The moist sea breeze brought a sense of ease. "Indeed, entering here means we are in the outer city. Dacier is not overly strict about entering, but departing by sea requires a thorough inspection," the Baron responded with a smile, indicating his familiarity with Dacier. "For ordinary folk, it might take about a week, but with the assistance of those fellows, it should be quicker." Freya nodded, glancing at the white carriages at the rear of the caravan. Upon first sighting Dacier, one of the swordsmen had ridden ahead into the city, presumably to notify their family. The large caravan of 6 carriages slowly proceeded through the city gate, and as expected, the guards merely cast a cursory glance before paying them no further attention. Freya raised an eyebrow at the scene before her. The guards exhibited a demeanor that belied their formidable presence, not resembling the usual ineptitude one might expect. In fact, it seemed that the entire populace of this city shared a similar disposition, devoid of any sense of impending danger, basking instead in an atmosphere of tranquility and serenity. This juxtaposition felt oddly surreal to Freya, who had just emerged from the throes of conflict. The convoy proceeded smoothly into the city, and the flow of people began to swell, revealing an increasing number of houses and shops. The streets of Dazzar City were remarkably clean, as if they were meticulously maintained by dedicated individuals. As the procession advanced, various small stalls appeared along the roadside, displaying an array of fruits and vegetables, with the most peculiar and exotic seafood items drawing the most attention. As Freya gazed upon the unfamiliar cityscape, she felt her eyes straining to take in the sights, a sentiment echoed by the other newcomers. Only the Baron and Howard, who had previously traversed this locale, maintained a semblance of composure amidst the throngs of pedestrians. Freya's gaze fell upon a distinctive humanoid figure. It was a tall, slender being with blue skin, clad in simple linen garments. Its facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of ordinary humans, save for 2 small openings where ears would typically reside, and 3 pronounced indentations near the neck. The creature's large pupils were particularly striking. Could this be a member of the sea folk? Freya observed the entity with curiosity, marveling at her first encounter with an intelligent non-human being. Indeed, this was a representative of the aquatic race. Noticing Freya's expression, the Baron offered a nonchalant gesture towards the distance. "Now, it seems rather curious. If one lingers here for a while, it becomes evident that, apart from their unique lifestyle, they are not fundamentally different from ordinary people. In fact, the number of the aquatic folk in the noble district surpasses that of humans. Are there many aquatic beings here?" Freya blinked in surprise. It appears that the notion of Sarko being a vassal state to the aquatic realm is not merely a baseless rumor. While the two were conversing, a small troop of knights clad in white leather armor galloped swiftly towards them from a distance. The group behind, including Dunleavy, displayed expressions of joy upon seeing the approaching figures, waving from afar. Disregarding Freya and the others, the knights maneuvered their horses around their caravan, heading directly towards the Chablor carriage at the rear. The Baron merely furrowed his brow slightly at this somewhat impolite behavior, yet chose not to comment. Soon, the third young lady emerged from the carriage, overwhelmed with emotion. One of the tall and handsome knights dismounted in a swift motion, embracing her and the child in her arms, his face radiating joy. Freya silently observed their reunion, and as the emotions of the two stabilized, Dunleavy, standing nearby, began to narrate something to the knight while gesturing towards their caravan. Following Dunleavy's direction, the knight's keen gaze swept over their group, and he offered a slight nod to the Baron at the front of the caravan as a form of greeting. "Is this how these individuals treat their savior?" Freya frowned at the knight, who seemed disinclined to engage in conversation, a flicker of displeasure evident in her eyes. Upon hearing Freya's words, the Baron nonchalantly shook his head and remarked, "This was to be expected. While we may have saved them, we are also in need of assistance ourselves, and our origins remain shrouded in mystery. They have no obligation to entangle themselves with us beyond what is necessary. This has always been a mutually understood transaction. Chapter 42. The earrings. Freya nodded in understanding. She grasped the rationale, yet her heart still harbored a tinge of dissatisfaction. The approaching Dunleavy seemed to sense her sentiments, offering an apologetic smile as he said, "My apologies, everyone. Given the late hour, I shall escort you to the family estate for a brief respite. Tomorrow, I will assist you with the necessary arrangements for your voyage, and I believe we can complete the formalities within 3 days at the earliest. It is quite all right. We are not in a hurry. As long as everything is taken care of, we shall be content," the Baron replied with a smile. Noticing the Baron's nonchalant tone, Dunleavy responded with gratitude. "Thank you for your understanding. Please, follow me." With a nod, the Baron gestured for the convoy to proceed. The carriage moved slowly, guided by Dunleavy, as they navigated several broad streets and a grand circular plaza before finally entering a quieter thoroughfare. Observing the surrounding architecture, it became evident that this street was inhabited by relatively affluent commoners. Occasionally, a few ordinary individuals clad in simple attire passed by the procession, displaying no remarkable expressions. Freya was somewhat astonished by the streetlights resembling those of her past life, for this world was still entrenched in an era of cold weapons, devoid of such advanced inventions. "What is that? A luminous pearl, perhaps?" She pointed at the luminous orb and inquired of Deliway ahead. "Oh, what is that?" "Oh, that is the white light stone from the deep sea," Deliway patiently explained. "It emits a glow at night and is quite a common seabed mineral." "Deep sea? This must be traded from the Oceanic clan, right?" "Indeed, the Oceanic clan possesses not only these glowing stones, but also many other remarkable curiosities. If you have the time, it would be worthwhile to explore. You might encounter unexpected treasures," Deliway said with a smile, observing the curious gleam in the young girl's eyes. Had it not been for witnessing her formidable prowess that one time, it would have been difficult to imagine that such a young and beautiful girl harbored such immense strength. To vanquish so many bandits in less than 5 minutes, such power is surely beyond even the mightiest warriors of my clan, Deliway mused inwardly. Unbeknownst to Deliway, Freya, still brimming with curiosity, gazed around. Aside from a few manors, her eyes fell upon a grand edifice rising in the distance, its interior ablaze with light. Through the transparent windows, she could vaguely discern small figures clad in black robes moving about the corridors, suggesting a school-like institution. Just as Freya sought to examine the building's overall structure more closely, the caravan came to a halt. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have arrived. Welcome to the moonlit Loot Manor of Shablor," Deliway declared, gesturing towards the unremarkable estate behind him. As he spoke, the manor's grand doors creaked open, and 3 individuals in servant attire emerged, bowing respectfully upon seeing Deliway. "If there are any needs in life, just let them know," said Deliway, as he adjusted the reins. "I have some matters to attend to and cannot host everyone." "Very well, thank you," the Baron replied with a smile, clearly pleased with the arrangements made by the Shabro family. "Then, until tomorrow." Deliway cast a brief, warm glance at Freya before turning his horse around. "See you tomorrow." The carriage slowly entered the estate, and most people dismounted, leaving only 4 guards to drive the carriage. A few servants emerged to take the horses from the guests. Freya handed the reins to a nearby servant, her hunting boots making a crisp sound on the marble floor as her eyes roamed about. The novelty of the city overwhelmed her with an insatiable curiosity. Though the Shabro estate appeared ordinary, the luxurious marble flooring hinted at the family's considerable wealth. She yearned to explore, yet recognized the lateness of the hour and resolved to wait until the morrow. After concluding his matters, the Baron approached Freya, noticing her vibrant curiosity along the way. "We shall remain here for at least 3 days. Tomorrow is free, so you may wander nearby. Although we have departed from Byron, there is still a long journey ahead, so try to avoid attracting too much attention." "Understood, father." With her father's approval, Freya nodded appreciatively. Dinner was held at the manor, and upon arriving at this new locale, a wave of exhilaration washed over everyone. After the meal, some suggested venturing to a tavern in the city for a drink. The Baron showed no signs of dissent, as the security in the vicinity of the Gulf of Dakir was relatively sound. Even at night, the risks were minimal, and a bit of relaxation seemed harmless. Throughout their days of fleeing, there had been little time for personal care, often limited to merely washing one's face. Now, in this stable environment, she resolved to take a bath. Unlike the former Green Castle, Here the bathing was not overseen by servants transporting a tub to the bedroom. Instead, there was a dedicated bathing chamber. After requesting some necessary toiletries from the attendants, she made her way to the exclusive bathing area for guests. Gently closing the door behind her, as she began to disrobe, a small wooden box, no longer than a finger, tumbled to the floor. Curiously, she bent down to retrieve it and opened the box, revealing a solitary ice blue crystal earring. Upon closer inspection, she recalled that this earring had been found on Philip. Amidst the chaos of events, it had remained forgotten at her waist, immersing her body in the warm water. The weariness that enveloped her seemed to dissolve gradually within its embrace. After carelessly drying herself, Freya found a comfortable position and reclined in the tub, idly toying with the earring in her hand. The crystalline ice blue hue reflected in her gaze, both exquisite and unremarkable. Although the earring had originated from Philip, she had yet to discern anything particularly special about it. Is this a token imbued with special significance? Freya mused softly. As she gently rotated the luminous stone above her head, she caught a fleeting glimpse of several letters shimmering within the crystal earring, only for them to vanish almost instantly. With another turn, those letters re-emerged. So, Raka? She furrowed her brow, striving to decipher the letters before her. What could this mean? The seemingly nonsensical arrangement of letters puzzled her, as it bore no resemblance to any word in the Byron tongue. Could it be a foreign language? The aimless conjecture eluded her understanding, prompting her to shake her head slightly. Perhaps it was best to ponder it later. She slowly closed her eyes, enveloped in the warm embrace of the water, which instilled within her a sense of tranquility. Unbeknownst to her, shortly after she placed the crystal earring into its box, a surge of icy blue light quietly blossomed, only to flicker out of existence in an instant. Chapter 43. The piano. The night passed without incident. The following morning, the Baron and Howard set out early with the people from Chablore to attend to the necessary formalities. Before departing, the Baron offered no special instructions, merely reminding Freya and Eric to exercise caution. Although Dozier City is relatively safer compared to the cities of Byron, safety is a relative concept. Every place harbors dark forces, some overt, others shrouded in obscurity. However, given Freya's current capabilities, should she encounter danger, she could at least flee. It seems the Baron's particular admonition was directed more at Eric. After a modest breakfast, the company dispersed. Freya had initially intended to guide Eric on a tour, but he, spurred by the Baron's encouragement, was diligently honing his swordsmanship, seemingly indifferent to all else. Consequently, Freya resolved to venture out on her own. Her golden hair was casually bound into a ponytail, and she observed the surrounding sights with a curious expression. At that moment, Freya appeared as a genuine maiden exploring an unfamiliar city. The radiant morning sun cast its glow upon the land, and the European-styled city of Dacio gradually awakened in the tranquil atmosphere. Although the area was primarily residential, it was already populated with numerous pedestrians, maidens adorned in dresses, patrolling soldiers, warriors bearing swords, and performers with harps, as well as vendors, all contributing to the city's vitality. As she strolled along the street, Freya gazed upon the serene urban ambience, experiencing a sense of unreality. Having witnessed an abundance of blood and fire, she found it somewhat challenging to adjust to such a placid environment. After traversing the residential area, the number of pedestrians gradually increased, and the cobblestone path beneath her feet transformed into a common dirt road, while the surroundings became more bustling. Shops began to emerge into her view along the roadside: bakeries, taverns, armories, sundry shops, and even a tea house. The tea house possessed a distinctive exterior design, and beneath the sign above, a line of smaller characters read, "Exclusively for nobles, commoners forbidden." Just then, two noble women in elaborate gowns emerged from within. Freya merely cast a casual glance before departing, harboring no intention of entering. As she meandered aimlessly, it was evident that Dozier City, renowned for its trade relations with the oceanic inhabitants, was a treasure trove of peculiar and extraordinary items. Here, Freya frequently stumbled upon whimsical curiosities, such as the vibrant red seahorse capable of shooting jets of water, the grotesque face of the human-faced fish, the thunderous seashells, and the bizarre crabs resembling human feet. The majority of the trade involved marine products, yet she also discovered trinkets that piqued her interest. After wandering for some time, she acquired a couple of luminous marbles made of white light stones and a pair of gauntlets purportedly crafted from the skin of deep-sea crocodile sharks. Although she could not ascertain the authenticity of the gauntlets, their quality was undeniably impressive. Wandering along a river that meandered through the city, She found it to be fresh water, not particularly wide but remarkably clear, with dark freshwater fish fleetingly visible at the riverbed before vanishing. Occasionally, the distant cries of seagulls echoed from unseen heights, gliding past. Upon turning a corner, Freya unknowingly arrived at the grand edifice she had glimpsed from afar the previous night. A towering black monument loomed before her, inscribed with letters in the common tongue, Belram Academy. It was indeed an educational institution, Freya surmised. Surrounding her were predominantly young men and women clad in black robes, though many adults in ordinary attire also emerged from the academy. The gates of the institution appeared perpetually open, guarded by no sentinels, suggesting that this was not a closed establishment, allowing outsiders to enter freely. After a moment of contemplation, Freya resolved to venture inside to observe the distinctions between this world's educational institutions and those of her previous life. Upon entering the academy, she was greeted by an expansive expanse of verdant grass, at the center of which stood an imposing statue of an elderly figure. In the distance, a row of 5 or 6-story buildings loomed before the academy's entrance. The ground, paved with bluish stones, occasionally revealed a handful of students brandishing bows and wooden longswords. Engaged in jovial conversation, exhibiting no particular reaction to Freya's distinct attire. It appeared that the schools in this realm did not solely impart academic knowledge. As she watched the students pass by, Freya's eyes glimmered with intrigue. In Byron, only the aristocracy were deemed worthy of attending the academy, while commoners could acquire knowledge solely through self-study or by aligning themselves with a faction. During her time at Green Castle, the Baron had established a designated area for instruction, selecting promising youths from his domain to serve as fresh recruits for his guard. In stark contrast, the majority of students Freya observed here appeared to be of ordinary lineage, marking a notable divergence from Byron. However, from Freya's perspective, these armed students exhibited an unsteady gait, suggesting a lack of genuine skill. Yet, upon further reflection, it became evident that in Dazur City, practical combat experience was not a strict requirement. Their training served primarily to enhance physical fitness and develop a skill set. As she meandered aimlessly, she soon found herself in the heart of the academy, a space reminiscent of a grand hall. In comparison to other areas of the institution, this venue was bustling with activity, brimming with a lively atmosphere. On either side of the pathway leading to the auditorium, 2 enormous banners hung, emblazoned with the words, "Welcome Lord of the City," for inspection. Inside the auditorium, aside from the students of the school, there were numerous individuals from outside. The jarring cacophony of music intertwined with the chatter of the crowd emanated from within. Curiously, Freya approached and discovered that a group of students was rehearsing with instruments she had never encountered before. The discordant sounds of various instruments melded together created an unpleasant din, prompting even the resilient Freya to feel an urge to cover her ears, while others appeared unfazed by the disarray. Despite her lack of expertise in the music of this world, Freya could discern the roughness of the students' practice. However, just as she contemplated departing, a large, black, vintage piano caught her eye in a corner of the auditorium, neglected and forlorn. This was the second time she had encountered a piano, a common instrument on Earth. The first being at the final ball in the Green Castle. The sight of this once familiar object stirred a sense of nostalgia within her, compelling her to approach it. The piano was devoid of any covering and was coated with a fine layer of dust, indicating it had been untouched for quite some time. She extended her finger and gently pressed down on one of the keys. A soft ding resonated, causing Freya to furrow her brow slightly. She pressed a couple more keys, forming a judgment in her mind. Perhaps noticing her interaction with the piano, a young man clad in a black robe strode over, exclaiming, "Do you not realize that this piano is broken?" As he drew closer, he observed Freya's attire and, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "Are you not a student of the academy? Why are you not in uniform?" Freya nodded honestly. "Well, I am not from the academy." "Oh?" The young man surveyed Freya from head to toe, then, with an apologetic smile, remarked, "I beg your pardon. I assumed you were a student of the academy." "Not at all," Freya replied casually. "I merely noticed that the piano was not in tune, so I pressed a few keys." "Not in tune?" The young man listened to Freya's words with some surprise. "Do you know how to repair pianos? Or perhaps you are a musician?" Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently used a respectful form of address, which caused Freya to frown slightly, clearly indicating her misunderstanding. "No, I am not a musician. I have just played the piano before, so I cannot be certain that I can fix it." Observing his expression, Freya chose not to speak further. Instead, She opened the lid to reveal the interior. After a brief glance, she noticed that the components were intact, with only a few minor parts slightly loose, which resulted in the imprecise sound. With a simple adjustment, she pressed a few keys again and tuned it, finally placing it in the appropriate position. Listening to the crisp ding-ding sound, she clapped her hands and said, "That should be about right. Let me give it a try." All right, please do," the young man replied, completely taken aback that the long-neglected piano could be so effortlessly fixed by the girl before him. Moreover, her skilled technique and inherent grace suggested that she was no ordinary person. Perhaps she is a disguised member of some noble family. He harbored a conjecture deep within, and readily acquiesced to Freya's desire for a test. Exhaling gently, he partially closed his eyes as the crystalline notes of the piano began to resonate softly throughout the auditorium. In her previous life, she had lived alone for an extensive period, undertaking numerous jobs to support her education and livelihood. Possessing a fair degree of intelligence, she managed to balance work and study without much hardship, and her commendable learning ability allowed her to acquire a wealth of new knowledge from various jobs. Among these skills was the art of playing and tuning the piano. In truth, aside from tuning, her repertoire of piano pieces was rather limited, and she had nearly forgotten most of them over time. The sole composition she remained somewhat familiar with was the enchanting piece known as Canon, which she used to play for herself frequently, as she once again breathed life into the melodies of her past. It seemed as though something within her was gradually being enriched alongside the piano's sound. The music, transitioning from soothing to exhilarating, gradually hushed the surrounding crowd, transforming the grand hall into her solitary stage. The hearts of all present began to find tranquility in tandem with the ebb and flow of the music. At the entrance of the auditorium, a cadre of formidable armored guards had appeared, standing resolutely, while at their center stood a strikingly handsome man clad in white noble attire, gazing intently at Freya, who was lost in her musical reverie. His golden ponytail swayed gently with his movements, and the exquisite features of his visage, coupled with the ethereal music, seemed to melt the hardness of his heart. He had always regarded music and women as mere trifles, believing that only iron and blood held true significance in the course of his life. However, he now sensed the gradual disintegration of the values he had long upheld. The instant the music ceased, a thunderous applause erupted throughout the once silent auditorium. The allure of exquisite music transcends geographical boundaries and even worlds. Perhaps the stark contrast between Freya's piano piece and the preceding student rehearsals accounted for such an overwhelming response. Nevertheless, Freya found herself somewhat vexed. Having inadvertently conjured a melody of such transcendent beauty, so unlike anything of this world, that her popularity had soared instantaneously. Just the night before, the Baron had cautioned her against drawing excessive attention. With a slight furrow in her brow, she rose from her seat, disregarding the gazes of those around her. "My lady, a sonorous voice began. As she approached the entrance, a handsome man in aristocratic attire, wearing a genial smile, abruptly extended his hand as if to impede her progress. Yet, in a fleeting moment, a subtle gust of wind gently deflected his arm, before he could utter another word. She had already departed the auditorium. This night level. The nobleman, holding his hand aloft with a touch of awkwardness, frowned slightly, the smile on his face somewhat frozen. "I was so forgetful." Freya, having already unleashed the energy within her and hastened her pace, knitted her brows slightly. It seemed that her equanimity required further cultivation. The rendition of Canon, though an expression of longing for her previous life, appeared to have attracted undue attention. Fortunately, her sojourn here was limited to a mere 3 days. She hoped no complications would arise, the incident having dampened her spirits for shopping. Freya resolved to retrace her steps toward the estate, guided by her memory. In the grand hall from which she had departed, the previously silent assembly exhibited a peculiar unease upon witnessing the hurried exit of the performer. Yet, upon catching sight of the guard stationed at the entrance alongside the dashing gentleman, the mildly agitated atmosphere of the hall swiftly returned to stillness. "Welcome, Lord Mayor, to Bellum Academy." A middle-aged man clad in a crimson robe, adorned with an embroidered canary upon his breast, hastened to the side of the handsome figure, bowing slightly in respect. Under his guidance, the crowd seemed to awaken from their stupor, collectively inclining their heads in reverence. "There's no need for such formalities, Professor Barkley." The striking man interjected with a warm smile, gently lifting the bowing scholar. "Regardless of how many years I have been away from this institution, I shall always remain a student here." "Ha, my lord, you jest. Regardless, you are indeed the most illustrious mayor of Dakir City. Without your influence, This academy might have long succumbed to the aquatic tribes. Not wishing to entertain Professor Barkley's flattery any longer, the handsome gentleman waved his hand, interrupting him. Let us not dwell on such matters. By the way, Professor Barkley, was that young lady who played the piano just now one of our students? About that. She is not a student of our academy. It appears she came from outside to visit. I have not seen her before, Professor Barkley replied. Sensing the curiosity in the gentleman's gaze and shaking his head in a manner that suggested uncertainty. Oh, I see. So she hails from elsewhere. He mused thoughtfully. However, my good sir, though I am unaware of the origins of that young lady, her recently displayed piano prowess clearly indicates that she is no obscure talent. If we pursue this thread, we are bound to uncover her identity, Buckley contemplated. I merely inquired casually, with no ulterior motive. Upon hearing Buckley's suggestion, he shook his head and smiled. Is that so? Just as Buckley was about to articulate further, a distant voice called out, seemingly beckoning him forth. Upon hearing that sound, the gentleman interrupted Buckley, saying, Since you have matters to attend to, I shall not intrude further. My apologies then. Buckley wore an awkward smile before turning to depart. Unaware of Buckley's presence, the gentleman gazed towards the piano where Freya had been seated. A flicker of faint light igniting in his eyes. Observing his expression, a nearby guard stepped forward, inquiring, My lord. Shall I suggest to Lord Paley that he investigate the background of that woman? With Lord Paley's underground connections, it should be. Upon hearing the guard's suggestion, the gentleman's countenance suddenly hardened, his previously amiable demeanor shifting noticeably. There is no need to seek him out. If he were to conduct an investigation, it could lead to unforeseen complications. Our current rapport with the sea folk may appear tranquil on the surface, yet it is quite tumultuous beneath. Furthermore, while I harbor a certain fondness for that lady, there is no necessity to take such measures. If fate allows, we shall undoubtedly cross paths again. Certainly. The chill in his tone compelled the guard to bow his head in deference. Chapter 44. The incident upon returning to the moonlit manor in Chablis. It was nearly noon. At this moment, only Eric and Dumbstein were present in the estate, while the whereabouts of the others remained unknown. She resolved to keep the day's events to herself. Despite garnering a modicum of attention, it was not particularly extraordinary. In a couple of days, they would depart from here, likely severing ties with the city of Dazur forever. The modest room bore no extravagant embellishments, maintaining a pristine and orderly appearance, typical of accommodations for guests. A few marble-sized luminous stones, a pair of gauntlets, 4 slender throwing knives, and a special case for the knives were present, alongside an incense reputed to enhance one's focus. These commonplace items, save for the somewhat costly gauntlets and knives, were quite affordable. Had her travel funds not been limited, she might have purchased additional items. Donning the gauntlets, she picked up the cross-sword resting nearby, gently swinging it to gauge the effective friction between the gauntlets and the hilt. Satisfied, she nodded. It seemed the proprietor's words were likely true. The throwing knives had been a deliberate purchase by Freya. Although her prowess had reached the knightly level, her inherent shortcoming, namely, a deficiency in strength, was glaringly apparent. While she might be sufficient against ordinary warriors, encounters with adept defensive fighters could easily thwart her efforts. The thrusting sword wielded considerable power, yet primarily honed agility and flexibility. Its lethal potential was predominantly derived from the weapon itself. In this era, a fine weapon is a rare find. Had Freya been a knight of strength rather than agility, perhaps she would have needed to change her weapon after each battle. Thus, she procured 4 throwing knives, serving as a formidable alternative to her concealed short sword. After all, no matter how much one fortifies their defenses, certain vulnerable areas remain susceptible. The potential consequences of suddenly launching a throwing knife during a fierce confrontation are not difficult to imagine. Moreover, these knives served not only for ambushes but also for relentless pursuit. The previous escape of those Imperial soldiers could have escalated severely had it not been for the Baron's intervention, which was one of Freya's motivations for her purchase. She secured the throwing knives around her wrist, concealing them beneath her sleeve, rendering their presence undetectable to the untrained eye. As she entered the dining hall, she noticed that aside from 2 individuals, the others had gathered in varying numbers. Upon her arrival, the Baron raised his head, gesturing for her to take a seat, then surveyed the assembly with a commanding presence that lingered even after leaving the Green Castle. Noticing a few nodding heads, the Baron's gaze shifted towards Nick, who was seated to the side. Nick, tomorrow you and Damsden shall take 2 others to procure supplies for our voyage. I shall visit the second-hand market to sell off the surplus horses and carriages. Is that agreeable? Absolutely, came the reply. Very well, let us dine. With this simple directive, the Baron picked up his knife and fork, lightly tapping them on the table to signal the beginning of the meal. The sound of scattered eating ensued. Freya bowed her head, consuming her meal. The advancement of their departure time clearly indicated the extraordinary influence the Chabrol family wielded in Dozier City. Such a simple act of rescue warranted this level of hospitality, which was indeed satisfactory for them. However, since Dempsey escorted their party to the estate last night, aside from a few servants, none from the Chabrol family had made another appearance. It seemed unlikely they would be seen again upon their departure. After finishing her meal, Freya opted not to venture outside, but instead chose to practice her swordsmanship with Eric, imparting some fencing techniques to him. In the estate's courtyard, Eric, clad in a black swordsman's attire, diligently swung his cross-sword, while Freya stood by, arms crossed, observing intently. Unbeknownst to them, this seemingly inept youth was gradually honing his skills, and his cross-sword was beginning to inflict some damage. From her perspective, Eric was progressing towards becoming a true warrior. Moreover, under the tutelage of herself, the Baron, and Howard, his swordsmanship was more refined than others, with visible improvements each day. On the second day of their stay in Dozier City in the morning, Freya watched as the Baron and two of his guards led numerous steeds and carriages out of the estate. Although there were some ships offering transportation for horses, the costs were exorbitant. For them, every coin counted, and it was prudent to save wherever possible until they reached their destination. She pondered how her father would decide to live once they arrived at her sister's place, letting out a soft sigh. Departing from Green Castle signifies the loss of a source of wealth, which undoubtedly presents a considerable challenge for the Baron and his entourage, who are skilled only in the arts of killing and combat. However, it is said that Dragon Harbor, while prosperous, is fraught with peril. Whispers speak of mercenaries, professionals engaged in tasks or battles, which may indeed be found in Dragon Harbor. Yet, such decisions rest solely in the hands of the Baron. Not long after the Baroness' departure, Nick and Damsting set out with two companions. She borrowed several books from the estate's servants and perused them with a sense of tedium. After approximately an hour, she had finished reading all the volumes. For her current intellect, the simplistic texts offered little room for contemplation. Her formidable learning ability allowed her to navigate even the more complex subjects with ease. Given her previous world's intelligence metrics, her current IQ surpasses the remarkable threshold of 200. Otherwise, she would not have achieved the rank of knight in such a brief span. Setting the book aside, Freya lifted her gaze to the sky, where a seagull glided through the white clouds, and in the distance, she could hear the sound of swords clashing as Eric and Howard practiced in the clearing. Just as she pondered whether to join them, the estate's door was suddenly flung open. A bloodied bodyguard burst in, and upon seeing Freya seated, his terrified gaze faltered, and he collapsed to the ground. Miss, something has happened. Chapter 45. The Pinnacle. Observing the fallen bodyguard, Freya hurried over to support him. What has transpired? Freya furrowed her brow as she distinctly noticed the abnormal contortion of the right arm of the guard, clearly indicating it had been broken. Miss, Captain Nick. The guard, overwhelmed with emotion, coughed up a clot of congealed blood. Do not panic. Take your time. Freya soothed him gently. Cough. Captain Nick and Captain Damstein were attacked by the Sea People at the corner of Seine Street. His fragmented words momentarily stunned Freya. The implication of the Sea People assaulting Nick was undeniably alarming, suggesting he was indeed in grave peril. Just as she grasped her crossed sword, ready to leave, Howard and Eric were drawn to the commotion outside. However, upon seeing the bloodied and nearly incapacitated guard beside Freya, Howard's expression shifted, and he hurried over. It seems Nick has encountered an attack from the Sea People. This situation is serious. If you have further inquiries, ask him. I must go. Without delay. Freya pointed to the severely injured guard and swiftly burst forth, accelerating her departure. Howard, observing the rapidly retreating young woman, narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly addressed Eric. Eric, go find Andre and inform him that trouble may be imminent. The suddenness of the situation left Eric momentarily dazed, but upon hearing Howard's voice, he immediately regained his composure. Understood. Eric nodded quickly and hastened out the door. After watching the departure of the two individuals, Howard, with a heavy expression, summoned his personal guard and entered the room. Along the way, Freya, exuding an air of fierce determination, sprinted forward with a somber visage, resembling a white tempest. The surrounding pedestrians could scarcely discern her features, only catching a vague glimpse of her form. She had traversed Seine Street yesterday during her shopping, a thoroughfare not far from the manor, where, At her current pace, she could reach in less than 3 minutes, barring any unforeseen incidents. I hope nothing is amiss. Freya's eyes glinted with a cold light. At the corner of Sane Street, a heavy stench of blood and intermittent explosive sounds transformed the once bustling avenue into a hushed scene. Scattered across the ground were numerous wrecked goods and pools of crimson. Aside from 2 humans clad in brown leather armor, lying in a corner, several blue-skinned sea dwellers also lay sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, a tremendous force propelled the massive form of Damsden, crashing him against the wall, causing him to spew forth blood, his great sword slipping from his grasp. Opposite him stood a robust blue-skinned sea dweller, clad only in his upper half, grinning menacingly at the impact of his powerful strike. He bore no conventional weaponry, only iron gloves adorned with 1-inch-long spikes. At that moment, crimson liquid slowly dripped from the spikes of the gloves. The jagged teeth, reminiscent of a shark, flickered in and out of sight within the sea dweller's mouth as he surveyed his surroundings, grinning wider. I never anticipated you would discover me. Now tell me, how many secrets does the person you desperately tried to save know? Darmstadt, expectorating another mouthful of blood, gazed morosely at the formidable sea creature before him, his voice contorted by agony. I am ignorant of any clandestine matters. You were the instigators of this assault. Your mendacity is your most displeasing attribute. Darmstadt's countenance stiffened. A mere half-hour prior, the quartet, under the Baron's instruction to procure provisions, had arrived on Sane Street. Midway through their acquisitions, Nick, seized by a sudden physiological urge, sought a secluded spot. Serendipitously, he stumbled upon a concealed, barricaded doorway. Driven by inquisitiveness, he breached the portal, only to startle a coterie of ferocious sea denizens engaged in clandestine discourse. Consequently, a skirmish ensued. Observing the murderous intent etched upon the sea creature's visage, a sense of foreboding descended upon Darmstadt. Nick and the other confidant, after initially felling a few of the sea folk, were swiftly incapacitated by this very adversary. Now lying prostrate, their fates indeterminate. Though his own condition was marginally superior, Darmstadt apprehended that his demise was imminent. I can only hope that Kate has fled to the manor to inform the young lady. Perhaps this is truly. That slender figure rekindled a hope that had long been extinguished. Is this truly the end? The colossal silhouette of a fist loomed, the crimson spikes at its apex searingly vivid. Clang, a streak of argent light abruptly flashed forth, impacting the sea creature's gauntlet with a resounding clang, a fleeting spark illuminating the clash. The unforeseen disruption caused the fist, originally aimed at Damsden's face, to deviate and strike the adjacent wall with a resounding impact. The force of the blow sent fragments of stone flying, lacerating Damsden's cheek. Who goes there? The sea creature exclaimed, retracting its fist with alacrity. Its frigid, vertical pupils fixed upon the source of the silver glint, revealing a meticulously crafted throwing knife. At the mouth of Sane Street, a young woman garbed in a white swordsman's attire materialized, her hair billowing wildly in the turbulent air currents. Panting audibly, her brow slick with perspiration, Freya cast an icy gaze upon the 3 figures sprawled upon the ground, offering no utterance. With a resounding clang, the broadsword left its scabbard with great speed. The aura that had been ebbing from her form surged once more. Freya, akin to a whirlwind, descended upon the sea creature. A rapid succession of metallic clashes erupted as the broadsword generated a flurry of sparks against the sea creature's hide. Sensing the onslaught, the sea creature's brow furrowed subtly. Its free hands extended abruptly, attempting to ensnare Freya in a calculated maneuver. With a faint tearing sound, the pointed protrusions on the gauntlet found their mark, forcing Freya to retreat several paces, her broadsword-wielding arm quivering slightly. A flicker of astonishment crossed her otherwise composed features. To emerge unscathed from my assault, and such resilience, a peak knight-class combatant. Is this the assistance you have procured? The sea creature taunted, having effortlessly repelled Freya's advances. Its jagged teeth curled into a sardonic grin as it addressed the prone figure of Damsden. While she may possess greater skill than you, it appears she is still no match for me. Chapter 46. Confrontation. Disregarding his provocative words, Freya fixated on the muscular sea creature before her. His upper body completely bare, the unique, deep blue skin of his kind shimmering with a faint metallic luster. This was merely his dormant state, yet it rendered her defenseless. Aware that the girl before him posed no threat, the sea creature brazenly approached, his crocodilian slit pupils scrutinizing Freya with a chilling demeanor. Human girl, he remarked coldly. Given your prowess, you must belong to the ranks of leaders on Pale IS side. Capturing you would undoubtedly advance the resurgence of my kind. As she observed his advance, Freya retreated cautiously while contemplating her strategy, but she faltered slightly upon hearing his words. Peli? She inquired, her brow furrowing as her tone turned frigid. I do not comprehend what you are insinuating. Huh. I did not expect such a mere human girl to have learned the art of deceit. A hint of derision flickered in the sea creature's eyes. There is no need for you to disguise it. In Dakir City, how could one possess such formidable strength if not aligned with Peli? It appears that unless I either capture or eliminate you, you will not concede. With a resounding clang, the iron gauntlets on his hands collided, producing a metallic crash. The sea creature, who had been moving with a leisurely gait, suddenly crouched low, and then a deafening explosion erupted behind him. His immense form lunged towards Freya with an astonishing swiftness that belied his size. Observing the surging momentum, Freya, who had been intently watching his movements, immediately retreated in a frenzy. With a swift motion of her hand across her wrist, a throwing knife materialized in her grasp and was swiftly propelled forward. Clang! The silver blade struck forcefully into the center of the sea creature's forehead, only to be deflected moments later. Although it inflicted no substantial harm, the impact momentarily slowed the creature's pace. Boom! The sturdy wall crumbled upon the collision, creating a significant breach, through which Freya faintly discerned the sound of objects being sent flying. Possessing formidable defense and strength, yet lacking agility, this is its sole weakness, as Freya swiftly retreated towards the opening. Her eyes narrowed slightly, scanning her surroundings while her mind devised a feasible plan centered around this unique point of egress. This is the only way to attempt it. The sea creature's voice echoed from within the breach, taunting her with the realization that she had evaded her attack. Let us see how long you can run now. Following a brief moment of silence after the impact, the large opening suddenly erupted with a deafening roar. Amidst the thick smoke, the sea creature lunged towards Freya with a ferocious countenance. The rushing air stirred by its charge swept everything behind them aside, causing Freya to focus sharply as she swiftly retreated in response to its assault. The turbulent air emanating from her body allowed her to maintain a pace that matched her adversary's advance, with her cross sword transforming into a flurry of afterimages. She thrust forward. Clang, 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 clang. The sharp sounds erupted between them, tiny sparks dancing upon the sea creature's form. Too weak. Far too weak. This power cannot possibly harm me. Feeling the stinging sensations upon his body, he laughed maniacally. Since I cannot pierce your skin, how about this? Humph. Arrogant fool. The short sword halted abruptly before his eye, leaving a faint white mark upon the sea creature's gaze. At that moment, Freya realized that there existed a thin yet sturdy membrane before his eye. This sudden revelation momentarily stunned her, and soon after, she felt her wrist, holding the crucifix sword, being seized. It is over. A chilling voice echoed in her ears, as the threat of death loomed once more. A shadowy fist surged directly towards Freya's abdomen, the immense pressure nearly creating a dent in the area it targeted. No, it is not yet finished. Just as the fist was about to strike her, a fierce glint appeared in Freya's eyes. With a fierce twist of her captured wrist, she simultaneously thrust the short sword towards the incoming fist. Crack. Boom. Utilizing the force of that colossal punch, Freya managed to escape the grip by severing her own wrist. Puff. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as Freya discarded the now twisted short sword, her expression cold as she shifted the crucifix sword to her left hand. You possess such audacity. Observing Freya's actions, the sea creature's malevolent grin slightly faltered. I had always thought that humans were merely liars and cunning, but you have revealed to me the virtues of your kind. If you were not a subordinate of Peli, perhaps this conflict could have been avoided. It is truly regrettable feeling the injury in her right wrist. Freya found herself devoid of the strength to counter his words. The continuous outburst of energy had drained her physical stamina to a considerable extent. Despite the opponent's slightly inferior agility, he surpassed her in every other aspect, making it exceedingly difficult for her to take him down. Even in a one-on-one confrontation, the pinnacle of knightly prowess, is this the disparity? Freya's icy pupils narrowed. In her current physical state, evasion from his pursuit was utterly impossible. Even so, I shall fight with every ounce of my being. Observing the resolute glint in the girl's eyes, the sea dweller furrowed his brow and solemnly declared, since we cannot avoid this conflict, I shall present my utmost form as a final token of respect. A faint breeze swirled around him as his once massive physique began to swell yet again, the grotesque muscles rippling ominously. His deep blue skin gradually transformed into a pale gray, reflecting a metallic sheen under the sunlight. Meanwhile, the spiked fists he wielded were being torn asunder in this transformation. Towering like a titan of the mountains, the sea dweller cast a downward gaze upon Freya. His eyes a crimson abyss, with slit pupils radiating a palpable intent to kill. I have dwelled at the pinnacle of knightly prowess for 3 years. Below the rank of great knight, I am invincible. I hope this time you shall not disappoint me. Freya regarded the transformed sea dweller, her crossed sword appearing no more formidable than an ordinary twig in comparison. Yet, within her gaze, there was no fear, only a hint of regret. I wonder, what will happen to my father and the others if I perish? The thunderous roar resounded in her ears like a tempest, a turbulent vortex erupting around the sea creature. Knowing there was no escape, Freya felt a faint energy within her surge forth, dispersing the surrounding dust and debris. Underneath her icy gaze, her figure seemed to vanish, as a swirling white whirlwind descended upon the giant figure before her. Chapter 47. Power. The sound of zzzzz echoed through the streets, akin to a cat scratching glass, a harsh, jarring noise that filled the air. This was the sound of blades slicing through the atmosphere at an extraordinary speed. Circular white marks appeared and vanished on the creature's skin, while a frenzied white whirlwind of sharp blades encircled it, a visual illusion created by Freya's unique swordsmanship and her own swiftness. Yet, the sea creature merely furrowed its brow, standing motionless, its pale gray skin igniting with fiery glimmers, as steadfast as a rock in the ocean. This formidable stance was the result of sacrificing speed for absolute power and defense. Not even a cavalryman wielding a lance could inflict harm upon him, let alone Freya's cross-sword. Is this all the capability you possess, knight of mid-tier rank? He spoke in a deep voice tinged with disappointment. Your abilities fall far short of my expectations. Perhaps spurred by his provocation, the alabaster tempest encircling him accelerated fiercely once more, with streaks of argent sword cuts gradually materializing within its vortex. The ground beneath was progressively furrowed by this bladed squall, carving out broad trenches. TCH. Amidst the pallid markings adorning his skin, a cerulean ichor suddenly gushed forth, as if a premonitory signal, following the initial wound. The merman's body erupted with a myriad of minute lacerations, the azure blood coalescing into a dense, cerulean mist under the blade's lacerating caress, enshrouding him. Have I been wounded, perchance? Has she attained a breakthrough at the 11th hour? He cast his gaze downward, observing the gradually multiplying, fine wounds upon his person. His gaze not betraying astonishment, but rather an intense exhilaration. Ha ha ha, this is the combat I crave. Boom. As he spoke, his entire frame shuddered violently. The tempestuous winds that had enveloped him shattered in an instant. An alabaster figure was propelled backward towards the wall, only to be arrested by a light tap, staggering several steps to dissipate the repercussive force. Freya, her complexion ashen, fixed her gaze upon the merman across from her, beads of perspiration having thoroughly drenched her form. Her left arm, clutching the cruciform sword, trembled vehemently, the blade of which was now replete with nicks and indentations. Yet, the dissipating aura exhibited a gradual intensification under these dire circumstances. Indeed, she had transcended, in the very instant she unleashed her most potent strike. The momentum of her sword, which should have waned due to physical exhaustion, experienced a sudden contraction at the location of that wisp of energy within her chest, followed by a violent eruption. As if shattering a fragile pane of glass, a surge of newfound strength immediately coursed through her weary body. The sensation in her chest, once likened to a gentle stream, now resembled a mighty river. She felt an inexhaustible potential awakened within her, and the once imperfect blade dance of the waltz erupted with a power far surpassing its previous might. However, this was ultimately a fleeting breakthrough. Even if she could penetrate the defenses of the sea creature, it would only be a temporary reprieve. The pinnacle of knightly prowess. If only I were at my prime. When confronted once more with death, she experienced no profound regrets, only an unexpected tranquility. Her stamina had reached its limits. Her wrist fractured, and her crossed sword had become utterly useless. In her current state, unless she could instantaneously restore herself to full vitality, or the sea creature chose to forego the opportunity to slay her, there lay only a path to demise. The immense shadow of the creature enveloped her, and to Freya's astonishment, she discerned a glimmer of regret in its emotionless gaze. The myriad of tiny wounds upon her body appeared to be gradually healing in that brief span. Is it all over? He furrowed his brow as he observed the incapacitated Freya, a sigh escaping his lips. He had anticipated a worthy battle, yet in the end, he found himself disappointed. A colossal hand loomed over her, and Freya desperately attempted to raise her sword in defense, but she could not muster the strength to lift it. Her body was ensnared in his grip, akin to a mere doll. Without uttering a word, she felt her body suddenly constrict, followed by a cacophony of cracking sounds. As if a toy being dismantled, her bones shattering beneath the overwhelming force. Bang! A faint sound echoed as a broken body was carelessly discarded upon the ground. Freya lay twisted in an unnatural position, her golden hair strewn around her, while her cerulean pupils gradually dilated. In her line of sight, a bird screamed as it streaked across the azure sky. The faint scent of the sea wafted to her nostrils, accompanied by the distant sounds of pedestrians walking and conversing. Everything felt so vividly clear. Is this what it feels like to be on the brink of death? She pondered, her mind drifting. Her heartbeat gradually ceased. Yet her thoughts remained astonishingly vibrant in this state. Suddenly, a deep female voice seemed to whisper softly in her ear, and she even sensed a warm breeze brushing against her. Time appeared to stand still as a radiant ice-blue light erupted at her waist, swiftly enveloping her entire being. A fragrance reminiscent of fresh grass, mingled with hints of mint, filled her senses. A scent? She mused, momentarily startled, as her clear vision revealed an array of blue and green particles appearing around her, drawing her in. Crack, crack. Beneath the ice-blue light, Freya felt her fractured bones rapidly reassembling, and her drained vitality swiftly replenishing. She attempted to move her fingers and realized this was not merely a figment of her imagination. What is this? Meanwhile, the sea creature that had just approached Freya halted abruptly, astonishment etched upon his face as the ice-blue glow radiated from behind him. As he turned around, he was astonished to find the girl who had previously been lying on the ground now standing before him. Her entire being shimmered with an icy blue hue reminiscent of ocean waters, casting an inexplicable sense of unreality upon Freya's visage. Feeling an immense vitality coursing through her body, she rotated her once broken arm, effortlessly carving silver streaks with the cross sword in her grasp. This sensation, she narrowed her eyes in delight, only to suddenly widen them in astonishment. It was as if she had never felt so invigorated. With a soft crack, Freya, who had been standing still, instantaneously vanished from sight. Witnessing the girl's disappearance, he instinctively sensed an overwhelming wave of danger surging towards him, almost reflexively raising his arms in a futile attempt to shield himself. Swoosh. Blue blood splattered forth, followed by a pair of muscular arms that appeared menacingly. A battered cross sword loomed large before him, then pierced through the center of his vision. In the blink of an eye, the formidable sea creature was cleaved in two, blue blood splattering across the ground. With a series of unsteady footsteps, Freya emerged from behind, gazing at the lifeless body on the ground as if awakening from a dream. She gently clasped her arm, which seemed to be entwined with a silver ribbon, a manifestation of her heightened energy. This power, is it mine? Just as she marveled at the formidable strength she had unleashed, a sudden, tearing pain erupted in her mind. The vitality within her swiftly waned, her heart constricting painfully in her chest as a mouthful of blood erupted from her lips, while crimson streaks began to seep from her eyes, ears, and nose. In the final moments of unconsciousness, she seemed to perceive the distant street corner, where the Baron was rushing towards her with a look of sheer terror. Chapter 48, Awakening. In the haze of light and shadow, amidst her murky vision, countless tiny, colorful particles danced around her body. What is this? Where am I? Her sluggish mind struggled to comprehend her predicament. Right, I was attacked by that sea creature. Then the blue light, that pendant? Just as she attempted to delve deeper into her thoughts, a fierce, ripping pain surged through her brain. Ugh! A hoarse sound escaped her throat. As her mind began to clear, her body was assailed by a sensation akin to being torn apart. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. What greeted her was not the familiar chamber of her estate, but rather an unfamiliar bedroom. She attempted to turn her neck and noticed a maid dressed in white servant attire, dozing in a chair beside her, perhaps alerted by her faint groan. The maid stirred from her slumber. Upon seeing Freya's open eyes, her face lit up with joy as she sprang to her feet and rushed towards the door. Madam, the young lady has awakened. Staring vacantly at the maid's hasty exit, Freya attempted to lift her hand to soothe her gradually easing headache, only to discover that her entire body was wrapped in white bandages, save for her face, permeated with the bitter scent of medicinal herbs. A wave of weakness washed over her, causing her to furrow her brow. However, she soon realized that aside from her fatigue, her body appeared largely unscathed. with her previously fractured bones now miraculously intact. It seems that this is not merely an illusion. She exhaled softly. The feeling of having survived a calamity did not stir her emotions, rather. She was filled with astonishment and curiosity regarding the mysterious power she had encountered in her near-death experience. The seemingly ordinary ice-blue earrings had been found on Philip, yet he had never harnessed their formidable power before his demise. Could it be that the use of these earrings is subject to certain limitations? Furthermore, from whence did this pendant originate? Her mind was awash with questions demanding answers, but her current state did not permit any action. As her thoughts wandered, the sound of light footsteps approached from the doorway. In Freya's line of sight, a handsome gentleman clad in a white noble attire entered with a smile. "Miss Aluda, you are awake?" His magnetic voice resonated like that of bygone idols, and coupled with his striking appearance, it momentarily took Freya aback. However, the name he used was the alias bestowed upon her by the Baron, known only to those from Chebrol, which rendered her somewhat apprehensive. "Who are you? How do you know my name? And where is this place?" These queries may seem significant, yet perhaps you have forgotten. We have met before. The first time in the Grand Hall of Bellarm Academy. Do you recall? His courteous tone and demeanor evoked an involuntary sense of affinity. However, in Freya's perception, the man before her, despite his gentle demeanor, exuded an indelible hint of bloodshed, an unmistakable scent that bespoke a history of numerous slayings. His entrance, marked by confident strides and poised actions, suggested that he was indeed a formidable warrior, likely a mid-tier or peak knight. Yet, the demeanor of this exceptional master struck her as a feigned gentleness, rendering it particularly peculiar. This cannot possibly be his usual demeanor, she surmised within herself. Perhaps sensing the oddity in Freya's gaze, the man's expression faltered slightly before he retracted his somewhat affected smile, uttering with a hint of resignation, "Very well. Since Miss Aluda prefers not to guess, I shall be forthright. I am Murphy Felix. You may simply call me Murphy. I am the current lord of this city, Dakir." "Lord?" Freya exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she regarded the handsome, youthful figure before her. She had never anticipated that he would hold such a position. In her mind, amidst the turmoil of war, she envisioned a city lord as a sagacious elder, adept at managing the chaos. To her astonishment, she found him to be so remarkably young. "Ah, right," she recalled. "During my hasty departure from the Academy's auditorium after my piano performance, there was indeed a nobleman who obstructed my path at the entrance. I had no idea it was him." As if divining Freya's thoughts, he nodded and continued, "You are currently within the Lord's manor, and your father, along with others, relocated here during the 3 days of your unconsciousness." As she listened to Murphy's narration, Freya furrowed her brow slightly. She had not anticipated that she would remain unconscious for 3 days, and his reference to moving clearly implied a form of confinement. As her mind began to clear, and recalling the words of the Sea Dweller, she faintly sensed that she had become embroiled in a significant event, one far more consequential than ordinary affairs. "Now that you have regained consciousness, I have a question to pose." At this moment, Murphy's tone took on an interrogative edge. It was unnecessary to guess what he was about to ask, so Freya promptly interrupted him. "I do not know anything about your sea dwellers, nor do I wish to. I simply killed him because I witnessed him harm someone dear to me, nothing more." Her cold tone carried the resolute stance of a young woman. Despite the impolite interruption, Murphy gazed deeply into her eyes, his brow furrowed. "You must understand. The information you possess may pertain to the lives of half the human population in Dakir City. You are the one who ultimately killed Alf. Do you not realize this?" The pressure of authority emanated from him, compelling Freya before him. To have slain Alf, a knight of the highest caliber, commanded Murphy's respect for the girl standing before him. After all, had he faced Alf, it would have required considerable effort to vanquish him. Coupled with the haunting piano melody that had resonated within his soul, Freya's appeal in his eyes was unmistakable. However, the death of Ove is intricately linked to the extensive trade between the city and the sea folk, and it also involves the hardline stance of the sea tribe. This concatenation of factors compelled him to regard her with an unyielding gaze. "I have already stated, I possess no information, if you doubt my words." Ignoring the oppressive aura radiating from Murphy, Freya's icy tone seemed capable of freezing anything in its path, as a subtle yet dangerous air slowly emanated from her being. Gazing intently at Freya, Murphy's brow furrowed even deeper. His lips moved several times, yet he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he rose from his seat, casting one last penetrating glance at her before turning away and departing. As Freya watched Murphy's silhouette fade from her view, She furrowed her brow and touched her chest. Had Murphy uttered even a few more words, she might have reacted in an unforeseen manner. This was not typical of her behavior, but rather a response provoked by the turbulent energy swirling within her chest. Closing her eyes, she took several deep breaths, allowing the tempest within her to gradually subside. Once she regained control over her emotions, she opened her eyes and murmured in confusion. Could it be that the rapid enhancement of her power was the cause of her inner turmoil? Chapter 49. The peculiar. She was aware that an accelerated rise in power could lead to an imbalance in one's temperament, resulting in negative emotions such as arrogance, impulsiveness, or pride. However, these phenomena are inherently tied to one's character. Did I never imagine that I would be influenced one day? Freya pondered with a hint of confusion. It is worth noting that since her arrival in this realm, she had approached most matters with a rational mindset, save for a few instances. However, today, she felt an inexplicable irritation and aversion towards Murphy, as though his mere utterance could instinctively provoke her to reject him. Certainly, the words he spoke echoed her innermost thoughts. Yet the frigid demeanor she exhibited was not a reflection of her true self. Furrowing her brow, Freya began to sense something amiss within her, nonetheless. Contemplating it further proved futile. Surveying her surroundings, she comprehended that she was presently in a state of temporary safety. The excruciating pain in her head had gradually subsided. And as she attempted to move her weakened body, she discovered it was not as dire as she had anticipated. In her memory, she vividly recalled the moment she collapsed. Acutely aware of severe strains in most of her muscles, along with some internal and skeletal injuries. To her astonishment, nearly 3 days of unconsciousness had allowed these grievous wounds to heal significantly. Propping herself up with her hands, she slowly sat up and lifted the blanket, only to realize that aside from bandages, she wore no clothing. This revelation sent a chill through her, prompting a swift examination of her body. Finding no signs of violation, she exhaled in relief. Glancing around, she quickly located her garments on the table, all her possessions neatly arranged, including the wooden box containing her precious earrings. These earrings, which possessed the potential to unleash mysterious powers, were of utmost value to her until she could fully comprehend their nature. As the physical weakness gradually dissipated, she swiftly rose from her bed and donned her garments. The cross sword and short sword had been utterly rendered useless in battle, leaving her with only 2 slender throwing knives as her weapons. The sensation within her chest, compared to before, not only had the capacity to unleash a more formidable potential but had not undergone any substantial transformation. Indeed, she had merely surpassed the pinnacle of knighthood. She vividly recalled the extraordinary power that had erupted from her being, capable of cleaving through even the formidable defenses of a peak knight from the aquatic tribe with a single strike. However, it appeared that such strength was not an unending boon, but rather a temporary surge based upon her recent advancement, and this outburst seemingly carried significant after-effects. As far as she understood, the earplugs not only possessed healing properties but could also further awaken one's latent potential, albeit, this was indeed a terrifying power. With a touch of nostalgia, Freya picked up the wooden box and opened it, revealing the ice blue earrings resting quietly within. The diamond-shaped earrings bore no distinction from those found in ordinary jewelry shops, yet this seemingly mundane adornment could grant one the ability to unleash superhuman strength in an instant. Moreover, why had Prelip never employed these earrings on her? Or was it that they could only be activated in moments of grave injury or impending death? Upon reflection, it seemed she had heard the whisper of a stranger, a woman, in her ear as she neared death. Sorka. Freya unconsciously uttered the name that had echoed in her mind at that moment. A familiar fragrance suddenly emanated from the earring, as an icy blue light gradually spread within the box, resembling a viscous stream. This is... Freya gazed intently at the phenomenon of the earring, the icy blue glow enveloping her entire being. She could even sense a vitality foreign to her essence slowly infusing her body. In no time, her frail physique was restored to its prime. Even though it was her second encounter with such energy, an inexplicable shock resonated within her heart. Soon, as her body rejuvenated, the blue light rapidly faded until it vanished completely. A crisp sound resonated from the earring. Still enveloped by the enchanting power she had just experienced, Freya was suddenly startled and swiftly grasped the earring, a distinct crack appearing in its center. Has it broken? She furrowed her brows in speculation. Yet, even if it were intact, she dared not utter the word that seemed to activate the earring. A slight sting accompanied a trickle of blood from her pierced ear. The icy blue earring swayed, casting a translucent glow that rendered her already exquisite visage momentarily stern, as if it had stripped away the naivety of her youth. Such a precious item was undoubtedly meant to be kept secure. Casually discarding the box onto the table, She adjusted the bandages around her body, now fully restored. It was time to contemplate her escape from this perilous place. With the scant information at her disposal, Freya found it not difficult to surmise the hidden turmoil within this seemingly tranquil city. However, whether it be the Sea Clan or humanity, they bore little significance to her. Her concerns were limited to a select few individuals. Now that she possessed the strength of a knight at its pinnacle, leaving alone was certainly an option. Yet her father and others remained confined, presenting a considerable dilemma. Freya fell into contemplation. The quartet led by Dam Sting, even if they had survived under the Sea Clan's dominion, would undoubtedly be gravely injured, thus proving to be a burden in the present circumstances. After much deliberation, Freya concluded that she had no immediate solution. It appeared the only course of action was to ascertain their whereabouts before consulting her father. With her mind resolved, she strode decisively toward the entrance. The door stood wide open, flanked by two guards clad in silver armor, one tall and the other short. As Freya approached, one of the guards immediately raised a hand to halt her, his demeanor cold. "Miss, without the Lord's command, you are not permitted to leave this room." The guard's tone, impervious to dissent, caused Freya to furrow her brow slightly, as the calm she had cultivated within her began to stir once more. "I wish to leave. Can you truly stop me?" Her exquisite visage, accentuated by the icy blue earrings, momentarily startled the guard, as if he had been touched by a shard of ice. In an instant, a subtle yet potent aura enveloped her, a harbinger of danger. Realizing that the young lady before him was not to be trifled with, the guard softened his tone. "Esteemed lady, we are merely acting under orders. Even if you were to overcome us, I fear you would find egress from the city lord's estate an insurmountable challenge, unless you possess the might of a Grand Knight." Chapter 50. The Decision a Grand Knight? What does this signify? Observing the guard's countenance, she discerned a sense of reliance within his words. Pele? Upon hearing this appellation, Freya's brow furrowed slightly. This marks the second instance of her hearing this name, the first being from the denizen of the sea. Judging by their expressions, it appears that this individual named Pele holds a position of considerable import within Dacio City and is entangled in matters with the marine race. According to the guard, Pele's prowess has reached the echelon of a Grand Knight, having experienced such power firsthand through the augmentation of the earring not long ago. She understands that even with her current peak knightly capabilities, she would likely face instantaneous defeat. After careful deliberation based on her brief interaction with Murphet, she surmises that the city lord is not an unreasonable man, and thus she is presently secure, obviating the need for unnecessary risks. Furthermore, she caressed her ear, the frigid touch of the earring grazing her fingertips. Should action become imperative, with her current capabilities, even if she could impede, it would necessitate accepting the prospect of injury or demise. It is worth noting that, despite the brevity of their exchange, the pressure exerted upon them by the young woman was akin to that of a fierce engagement. Moreover, the unintentional display of murderous intent and formidable presence emanating from the young girl before them was unmistakably terrifying in its strength. Had it not been for the presence of Lord Pale, we may have already succumbed. The two guards exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a palpable sense of dread. While Freya quietly awaited in her chamber, in a room reminiscent of an office, Murphy sat in a high-backed chair. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized a confidential report in his hands, his right fingers rhythmically tapping against the table before him. The sound of the door creaking open announced the entrance of a figure clad in black leather armor, his gaze as cold as ice. He approached Murphy, extending a black tube towards him. "My lord, this contains the latest developments concerning the Sea Tribe's Eagle faction. Please take a look." Murphy accepted the tube, uncorking it with a swift motion. As he gently tapped it, a curled white sheet fell forth. With utmost care, he retrieved it and began to unfold it. As he delved deeper into the contents, astonishment flickered across his countenance. The information was so shocking that he found himself voicing his thoughts aloud. After a prolonged moment, he perused the details once more, then raised his gaze to interrogate the man in black leather. "Is this information accurate?" Murphy grasped the paper with a grave expression, recalling the aggressive young woman from earlier, and remarked slowly, "It seems that the death of Ove has significantly impacted the power of the Sea Tribe's Eagle faction." After a brief pause, he inquired, "By the way, Lord Pele is nearing our location, is he not?" The adult appeared to be nearing. Just as the man spoke halfway, a heavy metallic grinding sound echoed. A robust figure clad entirely in black armor, exuding a palpable scent of blood, strode in. His entire being, including his head, was enveloped in armor, and his indifferent gaze pierced through the helmet's visor like a tangible force. though he bore no weapon. Every gesture radiated explosive power, as if he were ready to engage in battle at any moment. Simply standing there, his presence rendered the man beside him, adorned in black leather armor, visibly pale. The eyes concealed within the helmet scanned the room. Then he removed the black helmet, revealing a strikingly handsome face reminiscent of Murphy, yet adorned with a cryptic smile directed at Murphy. "Are you referring to me, Lord Peli?" The man beside him, now pallid, promptly bowed. Upon seeing the newcomer, Murphy paused momentarily before placing the confidential report down, responding with a smile, "You've arrived. So, have you uncovered the matter I entrusted to you?" "That group?" "Yes, I have found them," Peli replied, his gaze oddly scrutinizing as he glanced at the man standing nearby, under Pelia's watchful eyes. The man respectfully bowed and exited the room, closing the door behind him. In that moment, the room was left with only two individuals. Perhaps to others, Peli embodied the formidable, ruthless knight. Yet now, in the company of Murphy, he relaxed, placing his helmet upon the table and taking a seat. This demeanor clearly indicated an exceptionally close relationship between the two. Upon investigation, it appears that they have fled from the war-torn nation of Byron. Moreover, their prowess suggests they were not ordinary individuals. Aside from the young maiden, there are two other knight-level experts among them, one of whom possesses peak strength. According to the inhabitants of Dakir City, it seems that their stay in Shablor is merely a temporary refuge, with their ultimate destination being the Dragon Harbor. As Peli conveyed this information, Murphy furrowed his brow slightly. "Byron? Does this mean they have truly stumbled into this incident by mistake?" Realizing this misunderstanding, Murphy's demeanor visibly relaxed. If it is indeed a case of being unwittingly involved, then an apology and release would be in order. "What? Release them?" Peli frowned slightly, then adopted a rather peculiar expression. "How could that be? I am particularly intrigued by that girl who can slay peak knights with a single strike." It seemed Pelia's words struck a nerve, as Murphy's previously relaxed expression instantly turned tense once more. "What did you say?" Seated comfortably, Peli appeared to find amusement in the situation, adopting a teasing tone. "Oh, come now, stop pretending. Although that young lady has a somewhat complicated background, with your capabilities, she should not be beyond your reach. Furthermore, it seems they are seeking refuge, so why not?" Murphy gazed at Peli in disbelief, struggling to comprehend how this man, possessing the strength of a grand knight, could be so curiously inquisitive. Ignoring Murphy's incredulous stare, Peli continued. "We have lived together for so many years. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Do you not have an affection for that formidable young woman?" Murphy, slightly taken aback by the insight, nodded in resignation. "Well, I confess I do harbor some feelings for her, but our current predicament does not lend itself to such discussions. Although the Sea Tribe has temporarily retreated, they have not relinquished their intentions and will undoubtedly return. Should any complications arise then, I would undoubtedly regret it for the rest of my life." Perhaps Murphy's words struck a chord within him, prompting him to gaze dreamily through the window behind Murphy, reflecting. Indeed, the city of Dazier seems outwardly tranquil and serene. This sentiment swiftly dissipated, and he collected himself, turning to Murphy with a serious demeanor. "Are you truly resolved to abandon her? After all these years, this is not the decisive Murphy I once knew." Listening to Peli's earnest tone, Murphy furrowed his brow. After a prolonged silence, it seemed he reached a final resolution within himself. "Yes, at this moment, I will let go. But, if circumstances permit and I can resolve the matters concerning the Sea Tribe, I shall journey alone to Dragon S Harbor to find her. If I still draw breath by then." "Dragon S Harbor? What then of Dazia?" Observing the expression in Pelia's eyes, Murphy smiled softly, patting his shoulder. Though a smile graced his face, his voice was laden with fatigue. "Since the passing of my father, I have held the title of Lord for 15 years, and my heart has grown weary. Therefore, my dear brother, I shall entrust you with the responsibilities that will follow my departure." The weariness etched upon Murphy's face gradually softened Peli's astonished expression. He was acutely aware of all that Murphy had undertaken for the city of Dakir over the years. Had he been in Murphy's position, he might well have crumbled under the weight of such burdens. Yet, with his intellect, he could only covertly lend his strength to alleviate some of the pressure. Upon further contemplation of this decision, he began to comprehend it more fully. "I might not hold myself accountable when the time comes." The low murmur was tinged with a reluctant concession. Regardless, Murphy's eyes shone with gratitude. Acknowledging Peli's words, Murphy nodded in understanding. "Very well, go." Without lingering, Peli grasped the helmet upon the table and promptly turned to leave. As he observed the formidable silhouette clad in dark armor exit the room, Murphy exhaled deeply, revealing a long-lost genuine smile. Freya stood by the window, Her eyes narrowed as she gazed into the distance. From her vantage point on the fourth floor, the expansive view allowed her to easily discern the outline of Dakir City. The crisscrossing streets, bustling crowds, and several distinctive buildings captured her attention. In the distance, she even spotted the location of the former Shabular Manor. Close to the Lord's residence lay the noble residential district, where she could faintly see a few blue-skinned sea folk coming and going, their actions indistinguishable from those of ordinary humans. In the distance, a trace of deep blue emerged, accompanied by the faint sound of gentle waves, indicating the presence of the sea. As she exhaled softly, Freya sensed that the restlessness within her chest gradually subsided in this serene environment, coming under her control. Perhaps the aftereffects of her rapidly increasing power were finally dissipating, which significantly eased her mood. Below, 3 pure black steeds raced swiftly away from the Lord's mansion, piquing Freya's curiosity. Each rider, clad in armor and possessing a robust physique, bore an imposing presence, particularly the leader, who donned a suit of pitch-black armor with a similarly hued massive sword hanging at his waist. A crimson cloak billowed behind him as he galloped, and even from a distance, Freya could perceive the terrifying aura that seemed to envelop him like thick blood. While to an ordinary observer this presence might evoke a mere sense of intimidation, for Freya, at the pinnacle of her knightly prowess, it bore a profound significance. This individual had undoubtedly been in battle, and the number of lives he had claimed was likely countless. With a grave expression, Freya regarded the figure's retreating silhouette, her heart racing at the realization that such formidable strength truly existed in Dakir City. She wondered if this could be the pale eye mentioned by the guards. Perhaps sensing her gaze, the knight in black armor abruptly turned his head towards her as he rode, his penetrating stare causing Freya to momentarily freeze. Even from afar, she felt an inexplicable connection, as though he could indeed see her. Moreover, she could faintly discern a hint of mockery emanating from that gaze. Uncertainty clouded her mind, leaving her to ponder whether this sensation was genuine or merely an illusion. Nevertheless, the penetrating gaze directed her way instilled an undeniable discomfort within her, akin to being a prey ensnared by a lion's stare. What an absurdity! Shaking her head slightly, she endeavored to cast aside the peculiar feelings that had invaded her thoughts. However, when she glanced back at the individual, she was startled to find them vanished from her line of sight. The mere act of being scrutinized extinguished any lingering desire for rest. Outside, the sun appeared to have only just traversed an hour since its ascent. The 2 guards stationed at the entrance had changed shifts a mere 10 minutes prior. Freya felt the cool metal of the 2 daggers concealed in her sleeve, contemplating whether she should seek out her father and the others, strategizing their next steps together. Suddenly, a faint sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a series of firm knocks. Freya's brow furrowed slightly at the interruption. She withdrew her hand from her sleeve and approached the bedside, feigning the appearance of having just awakened. "Come in." A figure clad in black leather armor entered with an air of indifference. Upon seeing Freya standing by the bed, he bowed respectfully. "Miss Aluda, we have clarified the matter regarding the Sea Clan. It was indeed a misunderstanding. Therefore, you are free to leave this place." "Pardon?" Freya's brow knitted in disbelief as she regarded him, as if she had misheard. "You mean to say I can depart?" It is well known that a knight of the Sea Clan was slain, an incident that seemingly entangled numerous interests in the city of Dakir. Such a significant event hardly seems worthy of such a swift release, which strikes her as incredulous. "Indeed, if you wish, you may depart at any time. Those connected to you have long been awaiting in the carriage, and to express his apologies. The lord of the city has arranged for a vessel to transport you to Dragon's Harbor, ready to set sail at your convenience." Listening in silence to the man's account, Freya felt somewhat bewildered. It was also inexplicable. However, it was evident that Murphet truly intended to let her go. The man, noticing Freya's incredulous expression, inquired once more, "Will you choose to leave now, or leave right now?" Freya replied immediately, though she was uncertain of the reasons behind her unimpeded release. She had no desire to linger any longer. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the Lord's mansion, Freya sat inside a white carriage. Through the curtains, she discerned 3 black carriages waiting at the entrance. In front of the carriages stood several familiar faces, among them a stout middle-aged man clad in brown leather armor. His golden hair was carelessly draped over his back, and his eyes, bloodshot and weary, betrayed a lack of rest. He wore a look of deep concern as he gazed at the approaching white carriage. Upon recognizing the familiar visage, Freya leaped from the moving carriage and sprinted towards him. Her knightly speed brought her swiftly to his side. "Father," she whispered. The Baron, typically stoic in demeanor, found himself momentarily speechless at the sight of his beloved daughter. As Freya finally collapsed, the Baron arrived, yet the battle had already concluded. The remnants of the struggle and the sight of the fallen maiden nearly led him to believe that Freya had succumbed to her injuries. However, upon examination, he discovered that she still breathed, albeit with her body gravely wounded. For the sake of Freya's safety, he was compelled to compromise, confining her within the Lord's manor. And now, 3 days later at this moment, gazing upon Freya, who appeared unscathed, he recalled the horrific image of her lying on the ground, drenched in blood. After a long pause, he inhaled deeply, ultimately refraining from uttering any words, instead instinctively reaching out to caress her hair. "Thank goodness, shall we depart?" Freya's eyes flickered slightly as she nodded gently. The assault by the Sea Tribe on Darmsden and Nick could merely be deemed an unfortunate incident. Yet it nearly cost Freya her life. Coupled with the Lord's demeanor, the Baron sensed an undercurrent of unrest. Despite the peril Freya faced, she emerged unscathed. Furthermore, the Lord, in a gesture of goodwill, graciously offered a vessel to Giant Dragonport, serving as a modicum of compensation for their ordeal. 2 hours later, at the docks of Dazzar City, Freya, having removed her bandages and donned a fresh long gown, sat upon a public bench. The ice blue earrings dangled at her side, harmonizing with the azure sea, imparting a sense of tranquil serenity. The warm sunlight enveloped her, while the new cross sword rested within reach beside her. A gentle sea breeze stirred the waves, causing her golden locks to dance lightly in the air. Before her, the Baron was commanding his guards to hoist the gravely injured Damsden and Nick onto the ship. After a considerable time spent loading luggage and various items aboard, the Baron cheerfully waved at Freya, who had been waiting patiently, beckoning her to approach. Freya, smiling in return, picked up the nearby cross sword and made her way toward the designated vessel. "We are likely to spend about half a month at sea. I have already informed your sister, and accommodations have been arranged. Once we arrive there." Upon boarding, Freya adapted to the gentle rocking of the ship while smiling and listening to the Baron discuss future plans, engaging in casual conversation. Meanwhile, in a distant tower, a handsome man clad in a red noble's attire silently observed as her small ship slowly hoisted its anchor and drifted toward the vast ocean, lost in his own thoughts. Chapter 52. Arrival 3 days later, on the tranquil surface of the sea, a black sailboat glided at a steady pace. The vessel was modest in size and appeared rather ordinary. Yet atop its crow's nest fluttered a flag emblazoned with the emblem of a black eagle, the banner of Dazzar City. Clad in a flowing white gown, Freya stood quietly at the ship's railing, the briny sea breeze tousling her hair. Nearby, the sailors engaged in a cacophony of chatter while the waves crashed against the hull, producing a rhythmic sound. Although the events in Dazzar City had passed, aside from the injuries sustained by Damsden, Nick, and 2 others, there were no significant damages to report. Freya unexpectedly gained a remarkable breakthrough in her knightly prowess, ascending to the pinnacle of her strength just before her departure. Most notably, she now adorned a mysterious pair of earrings, whose enigmatic power she had only vaguely referenced in her readings, rumored to be the essence of a sorcerer's might. Its authenticity, however, remained uncertain. As she stood in quiet contemplation, her fingers instinctively brushed against the cool surface of the earring, sending a shiver through her senses. In her previously clear vision, she perceived a scattering of colorful particles aimlessly drifting in the air, only for her sight to revert to normal shortly thereafter. This peculiar occurrence furrowed her brow, as it seemed to stir a restlessness within her chest, an unsettling energy that soon subsided. Since the first night after departing from Dazzar City, these phenomena had intermittently manifested. Initially, she attributed the agitation of her energy to her rapid surge in power, but now she suspected it was linked to the earrings. The ethereal, colorful particles before her resembled the scene when she first unlocked the earring's mysterious power. Though this phenomenon posed no immediate adverse effects on her being, she wondered what complications might arise in the future. Moreover, Freya noted that even when she removed the earrings, the strange occurrences persisted. Could this be a lingering side effect of the earrings? A troubling thought crossed her mind. If it were indeed a residual consequence, the situation could become quite complex. Nevertheless, she found that the restless energy in her chest could be subdued with a modicum of control. However, it is crucial to note that she is entirely oblivious to this phenomenon akin to lingering aftereffects, uncertain whether it will exacerbate or dissipate in the future, which leaves her with a sense of unease. Dragonport, you youngsters have yet to experience its beauty. The ordinary streets are adorned with marble slabs, bustling with shops, and one can encounter all manner of people. Indeed, it ranks among the foremost cities in the kingdom of Rudin. The speaker is a middle-aged man with a pair of small mustaches, his complexion darkened by the sun's relentless exposure. Dressed in a white tunic, he supports himself with a black wooden cane under his right foot, animatedly boasting to the newly arrived sailors encircling him. The sea is teeming with merchant ships, and Dragonport is famously known as a place where one can procure anything. Once you visit, you will comprehend the allure of that locale. Observing the eager expressions of the newcomers, the middle-aged man beamed with pride, pausing momentarily before continuing. However, traveling from Dazzler City to Dragonport, even under favorable winds, would take at least half a month. Conversely, if faced with opposing winds, the duration remains uncertain. Moreover, at sea, aside from storms, we must remain vigilant against the scoundrel pirates of the ocean. You see, my foot here was once severed during a pirate ambush. Do not underestimate. With a hint of disbelief, Freya's lips twitched slightly as she regarded the man's raised foot. Though the scar had aged, and the corporeal tissue had fused with the wood, she could still discern that it was not inflicted by a sharp instrument, but rather appeared to have been severed by the bite of some creature. However, she did not indulge in the deliberate act of exposing it, but instead approached the sailors, inquiring with a tone of curiosity, "The sea folk as pirates? Are we humans not in league with them? How is it that we are under assault?" "Indeed, miss," came the reply. "While we maintain a pact with the sea folk, it only serves to constrain the majority. Some exiled sea folk, akin to human brigands, are not bound by the accord, and thus frequently assail human merchant vessels." "Oh? They frequently assault merchant vessels?" Freya furrowed her brow, her gaze sweeping across the azure expanse of the sea, her thoughts engaged in contemplation. Observing Freya's expression, the middle-aged man hastened to add, "However, miss, you need not be concerned. Our vessel flies the banner of the city lords of Dacier, which holds considerable sway over common sea folk brigands. Therefore, rest assured, we shall assuredly escort you safely to the port of the Great Dragon." As the middle-aged man spoke, he even thumped his chest, as if to assure her. Upon hearing his words, Freya's eyes flickered, and she then nodded with a smile, saying, "Ah, then I am relieved." The influence of Dacier City surprisingly extends to such a distant location. It seems that Murphy, the young lord of the city, indeed possesses considerable strength. However, this holds little significance for me at present, as that place merely serves as a transient stop. While pondering the affairs of Dacier City, the sudden shouts of the sailors at the stern of the ship broke my reverie. "Hurry up. Put in some effort. We'll have a feast tonight. Ryan, what are you doing? Lend a hand and pull up that rope. Put your backs into it." A group of 5 or 6 sailors, their upper bodies straining, skillfully hoisted a fishing net onto the deck. With a splash, a bounty of vibrant fish and shrimp was unceremoniously cast onto the deck, seawater streaming toward the scuppers. What a tremendous haul! What a tremendous haul! Observing the abundant catch, several sailors hurriedly began to transfer the wriggling creatures into pre-prepared buckets. The net had been cast at the onset of our journey, only now being retrieved. This spectacle piqued Freya's curiosity as well. "Ha, come and see what we've caught." Suddenly, a young sailor, engrossed in packing away the fish, exclaimed loudly, raising a silver fish nearly half a meter in length aloft. This unexpected cry drew the attention of the nearby sailors who had been engaged in idle chatter. Standing still, Freya, with her keen eyesight, was able to discern the appearance of the silver fish. Its body, aside from its scales being a lustrous silver and somewhat denser than that of ordinary fish, bore no significant differences. However, as Freya's gaze shifted toward the fish's head, her expression subtly altered. The head of the fish bore an uncanny visage, grotesquely contorted as if it were frozen in a moment of sheer terror. At that moment, the bizarre creature, having been removed from its aquatic realm, was still alive, gasping with its mouth in a manner reminiscent of a desperate plea for help. What manner of being is this? Freya furrowed her brow, regarding the exuberant sailor who appeared to have struck gold, and inquired of the middle-aged man beside her. The man, upon glimpsing the ghastly fish, responded with palpable delight. "Ah, ordinary folks cannot appreciate this delicacy." Freya regarded the dreadful silver fish with a mixture of disbelief and revulsion, a shiver of goosebumps cascading over her skin. It was difficult for her to fathom that someone would dare to consume a creature that resembled a distorted human face. Perhaps the raucous commotion of the sailors had disturbed the Baron in his cabin. He emerged, visibly displeased. Yet upon spotting the fish in the sailor's hands, he paused, his expression shifting to one of relief, indicating he recognized this peculiar species as well. "Father." Noticing the Baroness' emergence, Freya waved to greet him. Hearing her voice, the Baron turned, a smile gracing his features as he approached. "How is your recovery progressing?" His deep voice resonated with concern. Freya nodded. "I am nearly well." The Baron, seemingly unable to quell his worry, gently squeezed her arm, and upon confirming her assertion of complete recovery, his demeanor relaxed slightly. Since Freya had attained the rank of knight, the Baroness' attitude had softened, akin to a parent who, seeing their child mature into adulthood, no longer felt the need for stringent guidance. As for the harrowing ordeal in Dazir, which had nearly cost her life, the Baron had spoken to her gravely in a secluded moment, sharing words that were often left unvoiced. She vividly recalled the moment when the Baron, facing her, reflected her visage in his bloodshot eyes. "Freya, you have grown. Whatever decisions you make, I will wholeheartedly support you, except for this one. In the future, survival is paramount to becoming stronger, and as your father, I wish for you to live on. Do you understand?" His somber words conveyed the Baroness' genuine feelings as a father, a sentiment that was truly unique. "Tonight, we shall prepare a soup from that ghastly fish to nourish you and the others." Do you know about that fish, father?" "Indeed. I once tasted it at a banquet in the imperial capital of Byron. This fish possesses remarkable healing properties and is quite nourishing. In Byron, even lesser nobles may never have encountered it." This was evident from her earlier conversations with Philip. "Oh." Freya nodded thoughtfully and then suddenly inquired, "By the way, father, have you ever encountered anything with magical powers?" "Magical powers?" The Baron furrowed his brow, glancing at her with a hint of confusion. "Why do you ask such a question?" As she contemplated fabricating an explanation, the Baron pondered for a moment and replied directly, "As for things with magical powers, it is not a great secret. Given your current abilities, you may have already seen such things." Without responding, Freya's eyes flickered, and she nodded gently. It seems that the Baron indeed possesses knowledge regarding these matters. These items, which we refer to as enchanted artifacts, are said to be remnants passed down from sorcerers. Most of these objects are inoperable, and even those that remain intact are exceedingly fragile. Yet, without exception, they all harbor astonishing and enigmatic powers. However, their utilization invariably incurs serious repercussions to varying degrees. Those who wield them are predominantly high-ranking nobles, and it is likely that ordinary individuals may never encounter them in their lifetime. Sorcerer. Freya silently committed this term to memory before proceeding with her inquiry. "And father, do you know what the repercussions of their use are?" "I have not employed such an item," Freya hastily clarified upon noticing the Baron's scrutinizing gaze. "I merely observed a few individuals employing such objects during a skirmish while wandering through Dazir City, and my curiosity prompted my question." Listening to Freya, the Baron fixed his gaze upon her, seemingly assessing the veracity of her words. "Ah, I understand." Detecting that the Baron harbored no suspicions, Freya discreetly exhaled in relief, though a sense of gravity began to settle in her heart. While the repercussions have not yet escalated to a critical level, the outlook appears grim. "Ultimately, my knowledge remains woefully limited. I am utterly uninformed. The renowned dragon port of the Ruden Kingdom. I wonder if there might be any clues to be found there." As she pondered her own concerns, she deftly steered the conversation with the Baron towards other topics. As she spoke, her previously clear vision suddenly blurred. This time, the frequency had astonishingly advanced by 10 minutes compared to the previous days. This prompted Freya to instinctively touch the subtly fluctuating aura, a faint sense of urgency weighing upon her spirit. 15 days later, amidst an expanse of boundless ocean, a modest black medium-sized sailboat gradually approached the city known as Dragonport, surrounded by countless merchant vessels. On the deck, clad in a sharp swordsman's attire with a cross-sword hanging at her waist, Freya gazed coldly at the vast harbor ahead. In her sight, the floating colorful particles no longer vanished. Instead, they remained ever present, while the aura in her chest was continuously suppressed, lest it erupt at any moment. Chapter 53, Contemplation, however. Aside from these two after-effects, no other characteristics had been discerned for the time being. The particles within her vision were manageable. Yet the aura in her chest required constant restraint. Otherwise, it could lead to an uncontrollable emotional outburst. Fortunately, Freya inherently maintained a calm demeanor. While restraining her emotions posed some challenges, it was not insurmountable. Glancing back, the Baron and his guards had already arranged the luggage and other belongings, awaiting the ship's docking. Throughout these 15 days, the injuries of Damsed Inn and the others had notably improved with the assistance of the ghastly-faced fish, allowing them to engage in daily activities without issue. Of course, she had not consumed a single bite of that fish, merely savoring a few bowls of soup. The Baron squinted at the approaching port, lost in contemplation. The others, including Eric, appeared invigorated, their curiosity piqued by the imminent arrival in the city. After 15 tedious days at sea, this group had grown weary, their anticipation palpable as they prepared to disembark. Soon, merely 15 minutes later, the sailing vessel finally reached the shore. The anchor was lowered, and the sailors skillfully laid down the long planks to bridge the gap to the dock. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the passengers, who had been cooped up for 15 days, eagerly descended from the ship. The sound of boots striking the cobblestones rang out crisply as Freya was the last to disembark, her eyes wide with curiosity as she surveyed her surroundings. The Baron clapped his hands to soothe the excited crowd, gesturing towards the luggage. "I will take 2 individuals to rent a carriage. You all must keep an eye on the belongings and refrain from wandering off. Although the Dragonport is the most bustling city, it does not rival Dakir in terms of safety, so do exercise caution. Now, who wishes to accompany me? I will go." Eric, clad in a swordsman-esque garb akin to Freya's, gazed at the Baron with enthusiasm. Since the fall of Green Castle, Eric had been diligently improving himself. His once frail physique now bore some muscle, and his demeanor had shifted from shadowy to much more cheerful, reportedly developing a good rapport with Nick. The Baron took note of his son's remarkable transformation and nodded in approval. "Very well, aside from Eric, who else will join?" "I shall go as well." A seemingly youthful attendant raised his hand. Indeed, the remaining individuals stood idly, with Howard engaged in conversation with Dame Sting, while the others, including Freya, seemed disinclined to interact. She maintained her composure, glancing around. It was evident from the harbor that this city was far cleaner than others, filled with the lively sounds of vendors, a true haven for merchants. The populace here was diverse. Freya even spotted 3 halflings, their height barely reaching her legs, passing by. Had it not been for their adult faces, one might have mistaken them for a trio of children. Such races, rarely seen in the kingdom of Byron, were commonplace here, although the majority were comprised of sea folk and humans. Stalls and shops lined the streets, exuding an air of novelty. Freya squinted slightly, murmuring to herself, wondering if this place, reputed to offer everything for sale, held what she sought. Though Dragon Harbor was a prosperous city, its trade regulations were notably lenient. A dozen seemingly formidable bodyguards, armed and surrounding their luggage, garnered little attention. Conversely, Freya, clad in a swordsman's attire with a frosty demeanor, attracted the gaze of a few passers-by. Perhaps due to the oppressive feeling within her chest, her aura radiated an icy chill, palpable even to those who merely walked by, emanating a subtle sense of danger. While familiar acquaintances like the Baron remained oblivious, others, less acquainted with her, sensed an unsettling coldness emanating from their third young lady. A few soldiers patrolling the port cast curious glances in her direction. Although Freya stood there quietly, they instinctively tightened the weapons at their waists, wary of potential danger. This scrutinizing gaze, as if directed at a threatening figure, caused her to frown slightly, yet she understood that her current state was drawing undue attention, a consequence she could not remedy due to lingering aftereffects. However, this state was soon disrupted by the return of the Baron. 20 minutes later, 2 rented yellow carriages slowly approached from the distance. The first carriage was driven by a stranger, with Eric seated beside him, while the second carriage contained the Baron and another individual. Upon noticing Freya, Eric smiled and waved. Shortly thereafter, the carriage halted beside the luggage, and the guards proceeded to load it into the carriage, with Freya taking her seat in the Baron's vehicle. As they traveled, the carriage swayed gently along the road. By the window, Freya quietly observed the unfamiliar city. Shops of various sizes filled her vision, presenting a dazzling array of both familiar and unfamiliar sights that left her momentarily bewildered. Among the pedestrians, not all were ordinary citizens. 2 of the 5 individuals she spotted were armed, their varying levels of skill evident, suggesting that this city was far from being merely a commercial hub. Yet, despite the numerous shops she had seen, she noted with a slight frown the conspicuous absence of bookstores or similar establishments. In Byron's time, books were indeed precious commodities, accessible only to those of wealth or privilege. One might have hoped that the situation would be more favorable here, yet it appears to be quite similar to that era. Presently, her affliction intensifies with each passing day, and without a remedy, it seems inevitable that her condition will become unbearable. Her sole recourse is to delve into literature pertaining to enchanted objects in hopes of uncovering a solution, though she finds herself increasingly thwarted in this endeavor. After a moment's contemplation, she leaned forward and addressed the Baron, who was driving the carriage. "Father, do you happen to know if there are any libraries in this vicinity? If everything is contained within the academy, that would pose a significant challenge." Having just arrived in this city, and without having secured a stable position for her father, she hardly has the luxury of time to visit any academy. How unfortunate. Just as Freya was feeling somewhat distressed, the carriage gradually came to a halt before a vast estate adorned in white. In Chapter 54, titled Sister, a young woman, seemingly in her mid-20s, stood gracefully at the entrance of the manor, accompanied by two handmaidens. She smiled as the two carriages came to a stop, suggesting that she had been awaiting their arrival for some time. The woman's features bore a resemblance to Freya's, though she lacked the sharpness that characterized Freya, instead exuding a sense of gentleness and poise. "Welcome, my dear father," the woman said softly, curtsying as she lifted her skirts. The Baron, upon seeing her, broke into a smile, leaping from the carriage and striding toward her. "Irina, have you been waiting long?" Upon hearing the name uttered by the Baron, Freya, who had just disembarked from the carriage, momentarily paused. She turned to glance at the unfamiliar woman who bore a slight resemblance to her. And as the hazy fragments of her memory began to converge, she realized that this was indeed her sister, who had married at an early age. Meanwhile, Eric, who had remained in the carriage, gazed at her with a look of bewilderment. The Baron gestured for both of them to approach. Once they were near, he took one of each of their hands and smiled at Irina, saying, "These are your siblings, Freya and Eric. After such a long absence, you may have forgotten them." "Dear sister Irina," they both softly called out. As they beheld the gentle woman before them, a sense of shyness enveloped them. Freya felt somewhat at ease, as she retained a faint recollection of Irina, though the familiarity was now tinged with strangeness. In contrast, Eric possessed no memories of Irina from his childhood, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Upon hearing the Baron's introduction, Irina's gaze flitted between the two before settling on Freya, who was clad in a swordsman's attire. With a smile, she remarked, "Freya, I hardly recognized you. Have your interests remained in horseback riding and hunting?" This tender jest revealed that Irina's memories of Freya were rooted in her childhood, and the words served to diminish the sense of estrangement between them. "Not quite. I only ride occasionally," Freya replied, smiling at her sister, who felt both foreign yet familiar. In her memories, Irina had always been a well-behaved and understanding girl, possessing all the admirable qualities of a noblewoman, gentle, kind, and the only time she had ever displayed stubbornness was in her choice of love. To my surprise, after many years, Irina remained unchanged, as if time had not eroded her exquisite qualities. Observing her attire and demeanor, it is evident that her initial stubbornness had indeed proven to be a fortuitous gamble. However, where is Bod? Just as the three were engaged in conversation, the Baron suddenly inquired. Bod, Irina's husband, is a genuine young merchant. However, his family is not solely confined to commerce, as they have ventured into various other industries as well. "Father, why didn't Aunt Maria accompany you?" Freya and Eric, recognizing the Baron's need for a private discussion, discreetly lingered behind. Walking side by side at the forefront, they listened to the Baron's narrative while Irina's expression gradually turned grave, her brows furrowing in concern. Due to the distance, Freya could only catch fragments of their conversation, yet even if she could hear it all, her interest was minimal. Instead, she curiously surveyed the estate. The layout of the estate bore a resemblance to the grand villas of her previous life, predominantly white with a hint of pale yellow, imparting an overall sense of simplicity and cleanliness. The marble-tiled floors, quaint pavilions, and small flower beds all reflected the owner's meticulous attention to detail in constructing this estate. However, there were not many servants around. During their walk, Freya encountered only 2 or 3, each appearing quite lively, suggesting that working here was not overly burdensome. Overall, it seemed that Irina was thriving in the harbor of the Great Dragon. The rarity of enchanted items, according to my father, is typically found only in the hands of nobility or the powerful. Since I cannot procure any information, perhaps I must resort to these 2 avenues to obtain them. A fleeting glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in Freya's azure eyes. The after-effects loomed ominously, if not resolved. They could pose unforeseen and substantial risks. Should she relinquish her suppression of the sensation in her chest, her peak knightly prowess would likely spiral out of control unless she had prior preparations. Even a baron might find it difficult to manage the situation, and the consequences were unimaginable. Given that Dragon Harbor is one of the most opulent cities in the Rutting Kingdom, it stands to reason that many nobles reside here. If she could remain discreet, it might indeed be worth a try. Freya lowered her head, meticulously contemplating the feasibility of her plans. Just as she pondered where to begin, the Baron and Irina ahead came to a halt. "Freya, come here. I have something to tell you," the Baron beckoned. She lifted her gaze, observing the joyful expression on her father's face, and approached him with curiosity. "What is it, father?" "I spoke with your sister, and we have decided to send you to the Dragon Academy for your studies. the Baron replied with a smile. The academy is currently enrolling, so prepare yourself for tomorrow. His words momentarily stunned her. But father, we have just arrived here, and you have yet to settle down. How can I? There's no need for further discussion. The Baron interjected, reassuring her. Bailey's injury has healed, and Damstein will likely break through to knight status in the next few days. I have already made decisions regarding the future. Although the Baron spoke in a comforting tone, the resoluteness in his words left no room for her to refute. Freya, you need not decline any further. Since father has made his decision, you should acquiesce. Beside her, Irina smiled and encouraged, moreover. I have heard that you were originally intended to attend the academy, but were delayed due to that incident. It is not too late to go now. In truth, Freya felt a slight tremor in her heart upon hearing the Baron's reassuring words, yet she still furrowed her brow and queried Irina. Isn't it true that the Dragon's Harbor has stringent regulations regarding knowledge? We are not nobles after all. You need not be concerned about that. Irina winked at her. Did you not hear on your way here? The Dragon's Harbor is a place where one can procure anything, provided they have the wealth. Are you implying? Freya gazed at her with newfound understanding, beginning to grasp the true essence of Dragon's Harbor. But what about the tuition fees? Given that the academy is open to all, the costs must surely be exorbitant. Although the Baron and the others possess some funds, given our current circumstances, those resources are needed for various other matters, rendering them insufficient for my needs. As your elder sister, I can certainly cover the expenses, Irina gently reminded her. You simply need to focus on your studies. If you excel, you might even qualify for a recommendation to the Ruden Imperial Academy. The prosperity of our family may very well rest upon your shoulders. Listening to Irina's words, it was evident that her sister had meticulously considered every aspect, leaving Freya with no inclination to refuse. After a moment of hesitation, she turned her gaze towards the Baron, and upon receiving a gentle nod from him, she spoke. Very well, when does the registration close? I would prefer to go later. No need to delay. You should go tomorrow, the Baron replied, patting her shoulder with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. The Dragon Academy was situated across the harbor, a journey that required 4 to 5 days. Although the registration period was still open, it was nearing its end. Freya, swayed by the Baron's gaze, nodded resolutely. Observing her agreement, the Baron smiled, yet a hint of reluctance flickered in his eyes, unnoticed by Freya. That evening, though the Baron reassured her not to worry, Freya couldn't help but feel anxious about the impending departure, prompting her to seek a conversation with him, a final solace from a daughter to her father before leaving. Early the next morning, the misty sky still bore the faint glimmer of lingering stars. Outside the manor, a carriage awaited at the entrance. Freya accepted the luggage and a golden card from the Baron, placing them into the carriage. Be safe on your journey, the Baron said, stroking her golden hair with a gentle expression, while Irina stood quietly beside them, observing in silence. Yes, Freya replied with a slight nod, smiling at her father, whose features had aged slightly overnight. His blue eyes, cold yet resolute, conveyed strength. Without hesitation, she climbed into the carriage. Snap. The whip cracked sharply in the hands of the coachman, and the carriage began to move slowly. The matter of Freya's departure was known only to the Baron and Irina, leaving just the two of them to see her off. Rubbing her eyes gently, she suddenly noticed a solitary tear escaping from her eye. Swiftly wiping away the traces of her sorrow, she glanced back once more, only to see the manor growing increasingly indistinct as the carriage rolled away. The faint emotions within her began to dissipate gradually with her departure. Turning away, she leaned against the side of the carriage, instinctively grasping the cross sword beside her, and her resolve to become stronger solidified within her heart. For days later, in the southern part of Dragonport, a wide avenue bustled with several ordinary brown carriages traversing in various directions. Flanking the road were not only residences, but also an array of shops, where pedestrians entered and exited, procuring their necessities. Freya found herself somewhat bored as she observed her surroundings. Initially intriguing, the sights had begun to lose their charm with prolonged exposure. It was now the 4th day since she had left the manor, and the commendable security of Dragonport had ensured her journey was devoid of trouble. A stark contrast to her initial unease upon departing from Byron. After her conversation with the Baron that night, Freya had gleaned his intentions for the future. Though Dragonport was a trading city, it was not devoid of conflict and peril. The Baron's ambition was to establish a mercenary group to undertake various missions. After all, aside from combat, the Baron and his companions were not particularly skilled in other areas. Thus, establishing a mercenary group could be considered a return to their roots. Given their formidable abilities, it was likely that they would encounter little danger unless faced with extraordinary circumstances. Furthermore, with the financial backing from Irina, establishing a foothold in Dragonport would be relatively effortless. Freya gently touched the golden card at her waist, symbolizing 5,000 gold coins, and let out a slight, admiring sigh. 5,000 gold coins, if stored in boxes, would amount to 2 full crates. Such a sum could represent half a year's worth of taxes for Greencastle. The fact that Irina handed it over without a moment's hesitation revealed the strength of her sister and brother-in-law's family. Although attending the academy required expenditure, as long as she managed her finances wisely, this amount would suffice to cover her entire education and daily expenses, potentially leaving her with a substantial surplus. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Freya blinked and lowered the curtains, closing her eyes. Lately, she appeared more exhausted than usual. Dragon Academy, while built upon wealth, boasted a commendable repository of knowledge, and it was rumored to house instructors of knightly caliber, which piqued Freya's curiosity about the place. I hope it holds what I need. She mused silently with her eyes shut. As time passed and she was on the verge of slumber, the carriage suddenly came to a halt. Miss, we have arrived at Dragon Academy, came the driver's voice from outside the carriage, jolting her awake. Have we arrived? As Freya opened her eyes, she drew back the curtains of the car window. In her line of sight stood a black iron gate, flanked by numerous carriages. A few elegantly dressed young men and women descended from the carriages. Beside the partially open gate were 2 makeshift tables, at which several middle-aged individuals clad in white robes sat, distributing forms and collecting tuition fees from those wishing to enter the academy. Chapter 56. Enrollment. Upon alighting from the carriage, Freya strode directly toward the fee collection area. The enrollment fee is 500 gold coins. Here, fill this out. Without lifting his gaze from his writing, one of the middle-aged men pushed a form toward her. Listening in disbelief to the exorbitant price he announced, she furrowed her brow. While she had anticipated that an academy built on wealth would be somewhat costly, she had not expected the enrollment fee alone to be so outrageous. It seemed that the 5,000 gold coins provided by Irina were indeed a stroke of foresight. Moreover, the man inquired nothing beyond the tuition fee, suggesting that the Dragon Academy's admission standards had reached their lowest threshold. Fumbling, Freya retrieved her gold card from her waist and handed it over, then picked up a nearby quill to fill out the form with care. Soon, having completed the paperwork, she watched in silence as the man deftly deducted the fee from her card and accepted the filled form. Your accommodation and meal fees are included within this amount. Tuition will be paid separately within the academy. Proceed straight down this path, and you will arrive there. Do you understand? Here, take this. It is your payment receipt and the allocation for your dormitory. At the top of the card were her name and age, while below lay the room number of her dormitory, quite clear and straightforward. A coachman stood beside the carriage, holding a brown leather suitcase, awaiting her arrival. As she approached, he briskly stepped forward. Miss, this is your luggage. It is forbidden for unauthorized persons to enter the academy, so I can only deliver it to you here. After receiving the suitcase, she watched as the coachman skillfully climbed into the carriage, disappearing around the corner before she turned to walk towards the iron gate. Upon formally entering the academy, she was greeted by a vast flower bed, at the center of which stood a golden statue of an elderly man holding a book. Beneath the statue was an inscription. Freya approached and glanced at it, reading, in memory of the first principal of the Dragon Academy, Malzahar Wendigo, 1514 to 1581. The simple and modest inscription merely provided the name and dates, lacking any further elaboration, which caused Freya to raise an eyebrow. Not far away were white teaching buildings and several other large structures of unclear purpose. In contrast to the monetary atmosphere of the academy, the Dragon Academy's style could be described as simple yet imbued with a strong sense of campus spirit. As she strolled along the main path, Freya noticed that the students of this academy wore no uniform, and their attire varied greatly in quality and age. Following the directions given to her, she soon arrived at the foremost teaching building. Inside the hall, many newly admitted students were gathered, and at the far end stood a large sign detailing the course fees, beneath which were the academy's instructors collecting the charges. Freya scrutinized the inscription on the placard, observing the Dragon Academy's extensive and diverse curriculum, uniformly characterized by exorbitant fees. Art, 10 gold coins per session. Tactics, 20 gold coins per session. Languages, various 15 gold coins per session. Combat, 20 gold coins per session. History, 15 gold coins per session. Swordsmanship, 20 gold coins per session. A plethora of options lay before her. Freya surmised that the sheer volume of courses would preclude any individual from mastering them all, necessitating a selective approach. Beneath the list, a prominent line of text caught her attention: Ludington Imperial Academy recommendation eligibility. Freshmen achieving excellence in 4 subjects and passing the evaluation are eligible. The number of recommendation slots remained unspecified, implying a competitive selection process. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to leverage her strengths to secure an opportunity. Her choices crystallized: swordsmanship, languages, history, and tactics. Having made her selection, she promptly remitted the tuition for a year. With the receipt and gold card in hand, she exited the hall, encountering a steady influx of incoming students. After a brief pause, she wheeled her suitcase toward her designated dormitory, following the signage. Locating her assigned room, she unlocked the door. The private accommodations justified the expense, although the bed, desk, and chair occupied the majority of the space. Aside from the modest dimensions, the room was beyond reproach. She placed her suitcase atop the desk, changed into her casual attire, and after polishing her cross-sword, hung it directly on the wall. Upon opening the window to allow fresh air to circulate through the room, she casually closed the door behind her and stepped outside, resolved to take a stroll and familiarize herself with her surroundings. As she wandered along the pathways of the academy, clad in a flowing white gown complemented by striking black boots, her striking beauty caught the attention of several youthful and Navi onlookers. Although she was not adorned with her crossed sword, the deliberately restrained aura of coldness surrounding her stifled their courage to approach. Instead, they murmured quietly among themselves, speculating about Freya's origins. Unperturbed by the whispers of those around her, she squinted her eyes towards the distant black edifice, the El-Green Library. She softly read the sign above the entrance. When she first arrived in this world, she had borrowed historical texts from this very library. Although she ultimately failed to return them, the indelible memories etched in her mind assured her that this was indeed the library. At that moment, the grand doors of the library stood ajar, with shadows moving within. Without a second thought, she strode purposefully towards it. Her purpose for coming to the academy was to seek information on how to alleviate her lingering afflictions, and now, upon sighting the library, it was only natural to venture inside. Upon entering, she was greeted by a faint scent of ink. Glancing around, she marveled at the astonishing scale of both the space and the collection housed within this library. Rows of black and crimson bookshelves stood erect, filled with a myriad of books. A mere glance evoked a profound sense of admiration within her. Although Rudin maintained a stringent management of literature and knowledge, it paled in comparison to Byron's vastness. The once grand green castle had accumulated only a meager collection over an extended period, rendering it almost laughable in contrast to this place. Yet, in this expansive library, there were only 2 or 3 individuals present, which suited her just fine. "Young lady, what book are you seeking?" Just as she pondered where to begin her search, a deep, gravelly voice suddenly pierced through the silence, as if a chilling breeze whispered in her ear. Chapter 57. Inquiry. The unexpected inquiry startled Freya, prompting her to whirl around, only to discover an elderly man with sallow skin, marked by age spots and wrinkles, standing behind her. Strangely, she had not noticed his presence, as if he had materialized out of thin air. "And no, it's nothing. I'm just browsing," she stammered, her first encounter with such an eerie situation nearly causing her to lose her composure. "Ah, well, feel free to peruse. I am the librarian, should you require assistance. Simply seek me out," the old man remarked, seemingly oblivious to her unease, and then he turned to walk deeper into the library. Freya gazed at the elderly man's unsteady silhouette, a slight frown creasing her brow. Despite her peak knightly prowess, she had failed to perceive his presence. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discerned nothing unusual about him. He appeared to be an ordinary man. After a considerable pause, she gently shook her head, tenderly massaging her weary temples. "Perhaps it is merely an illusion caused by the recent suppression of my energy," she mused. The repercussions of her condition had long since begun to permeate her daily existence, and now it seemed to be gradually sapping her vitality. Lifting her gaze, she directed her attention towards the imposing library and approached the nearest bookshelf, narrowing her eyes slightly. "I hope to find a resolution swiftly." An hour later, her cognitive faculties and intellect had ascended to a level of near-photographic memory, and her reading speed had reached astonishing heights. To an onlooker, it might have appeared as though she was merely skimming through the pages. However, even so, confronted with the vast ocean of books, she felt a sense of impotence. The library housed an overwhelming number of tomes, and although she sought with a clear purpose, The scope remained excessively broad. It seemed prudent to devise a long-term strategy. She gently stretched her somewhat stiff body, murmuring to herself. While it was a long-term plan, immersing herself in the library not only allowed her to seek clues, but also enriched her reservoir of knowledge, which was indeed a worthwhile endeavor for Freya. 2 days later, within the bright confines of a classroom, it is essential to note that the pronunciation of Onmar is quite similar to that of certain vegetables. So be careful not to confuse the two. Today marks your initial encounter with the Onmar language, and I encourage you to review it independently. Any uncertainties can be addressed in our next class. As the words faded, a middle-aged man clad in a white robe, his countenance grave, gathered the textbooks from the table and exited the classroom. Freya, seated in the middle, gently closed her book, a contemplative expression illuminating her eyes. This world boasts a plethora of languages, even surpassing those found on Earth. Although her current intellect renders the learning process manageable, it remains a challenge. Fortunately, the instructor here is quite diligent. With just a single listening, she grasps the material, albeit with attention required for certain peculiarities. Language and history are taught concurrently, facilitating the educational approach. While Freya adapts swiftly to this method, the expressions of her peers reveal their utter bewilderment. With a slight shake of her head, she rose from her seat, noting the impressive number of students engaged in the study of language and history. She observed the clusters of students around her with an expressionless demeanor as she exited the classroom. Although she harbors no aversion to forging friendships, her increasingly frigid aura, perhaps exacerbated by suppressed energy, has rendered her somewhat isolated since her arrival at the school, leaving her without any close companions to date. Nonetheless, Freya remains unperturbed by this. She has many endeavors to pursue and sees no necessity to entangle herself with strangers. The curriculum at the Dragon Academy is structured around morning classes followed by a leisurely afternoon break. After completing the language and history subjects, the next course is swordsmanship. This piques her curiosity, as she wonders what kind of sword techniques the Academy might impart. The brief 10-minute recess soon concludes, and she, along with her fellow students, enters a spacious room designated for the swordsmanship class. The majority of the students are boys, with only 3 or 4 girls, herself included. Compared to Freya, the other girls appear robust and muscular, even stronger than some of the more slender boys. Consequently, the strikingly handsome, yet cool-tempered Freya becomes the focal point of conversation among the surrounding students, prompting a slight furrow in her brow and a sense of agitation within her chest. At that moment, a man clad in a white swordsman's attire, with a wooden longsword hanging at his waist and a formidable physique, strides into the room. Upon observing the buzzing students, he furrows his brow slightly. If you wish to avoid punishment on your very first day, quiet down immediately, he bellows, his voice resonating like a lion's roar. The students are momentarily taken aback. Satisfied with the effect of his words, the man nods and surveys the crowd. I am Laika, and from this moment forth, I shall be your instructor in swordsmanship. I have a rather short temper, so if I catch anyone slacking off during my class or failing to meet standards during assessments, you may consider the consequences for yourselves. From her perspective, the instructor named Laika possesses strength at the pinnacle of knightly prowess. Observing his physique and stride, it is evident that he adheres to a conventional and comprehensive approach. However, the efficacy of his combat skills remains uncertain in comparison to knightly standards. Aside from meeting physical criteria, one lacking the corresponding prowess is merely a decorative figure, devoid of significance. At this moment, all students who have previously studied swordsmanship step forward. Upon concluding his address, Laika instructed that a sword rack be placed before the assembly, presumably to assess the capabilities of each student. Shortly thereafter, 10 or so students, including Freya, stepped forward. These individuals, having trained in swordsmanship, clearly exhibited superior physical attributes compared to their peers. Remarkably, aside from Freya, a lone female also emerged, though one might mistake her for a male were it not for her attire, especially in comparison to Freya. Laika furrowed his brow, scanning the students who had stepped forward, momentarily pausing his gaze on the 2 females before ultimately fixing his attention on the comparatively slender Freya, loudly inquiring, "What is your name? Are you certain you have studied swordsmanship?" Chapter 58. The elder suddenly being questioned did not catch Freya off guard. She nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. I have learned some basic swordsmanship and fencing." Fencing? No wonder Freya's voice was soft yet clear, and the content of her response caused Laika to raise an eyebrow. A knowing glance directed her way. In the eyes of most, the art of fencing is merely a flamboyant display of swordsmanship, devoid of any practical application. It is difficult for those unaware of Freya's true capabilities to envision that the fencing she speaks of is a lethal technique, far colder than ordinary swordplay. She must maintain a constant state of suppressed aura, appearing no different from an ordinary individual. However, there is no need for her to elucidate this matter. I have a general understanding of your abilities. Thus, those who have trained in swordsmanship may remain here, while those who have not should proceed to the adjacent room. As for you, never mind, you may stay. The final remark was directed at Freya. Although fencing requires a certain level of training, in Laika's eyes, the somewhat aloof girl before her, regardless of her proficiency in fencing, holds little significance. It is merely that her foundational skills are likely superior to those of untrained individuals, which is why she is permitted to stay. The sound of sparse footsteps echoed, leaving only the 10 or so individuals who had just stepped forward. Laika glanced at the remaining few and stated, "Now, pick up the wooden swords. Despite your prior training in swordsmanship, what I will teach you is the unified military combat swordsmanship of my Ruden kingdom, which cannot be compared to the flamboyant art of fencing. If you cannot endure this, feel free to move to the next classroom. Understood? Now, I will teach you the basic stances." Her calm voice resonated in the room, followed by the sound of heavy slashes. Freya and her companions observed Laika's movements in silence, while the other students, besides her, expressed faint surprise, as it seemed to be their first encounter with such a forceful and weighty sword style. In the demonstration conducted by Laika, she discerned a faint reflection of Howard in the Baroness swordsmanship. Overall, the techniques he practiced were fundamentally opposed to the thrusting style that Freya embodied. However, she could still sense a spark of inspiration for her own thrusting technique, which justified the tuition she had paid. After a fortnight, her experience had been quite fulfilling. Thanks to her extraordinarily sharp intellect, she gradually showcased remarkable talents in language and history, coupled with a frigid demeanor that set her apart from her peers, making her presence known among the other classes. Naturally, apart from these two subjects, she did not deliberately reveal her prowess in swordsmanship and tactics, instead opting to present herself as a model student. Consequently, the impression she left on her fellow students was that of a scholarly girl with a cold air about her, lacking in friendships. Within the swordsmanship classroom, Laika observed several students diligently practicing fundamental movements, nodding in satisfaction. He clapped his hands to signal everyone to come together, then declared loudly, "That will be all for today. Tomorrow, I will select a few of you to assess the progress you've made over the past fortnight. Do you understand?" "Yes." "Have you not eaten?" he demanded again with a loud voice. "Yes." "Good. Just like that." He cast a pleased glance at the group before picking up a wooden sword and exiting the classroom. Once his figure was no longer visible, the 10 or so students let out a collective sigh of relief. Over the past 10 days, they had certainly come to appreciate the formidable prowess of their swordsmanship instructor, feeling a mix of fear and admiration within their hearts. They each tidied up and prepared to depart. Although Ruden's military swordsmanship was ill-suited for her, she persevered in training alongside her fellow students to fortify her physical shortcomings. Despite a faint glimmer of progress over the past few days, the results remained rather insubstantial. Just as she was preparing to leave, a raspy female voice called out from behind, "Freya, wait for me." As one of the only two females in the entire swordsmanship room, she could easily deduce the identity of the speaker. "What is it, Sophia?" The woman named Sophia had been the only individual with whom Freya could converse over the past 10 days, yet their relationship could only be described as ordinary, typically limited to casual greetings. Freya was taken aback by Sophia's decision to call out to her now. "Will you still be going to the library this afternoon?" Sophia asked, her expression somewhat conflicted. "Yes, is there something you need?" Freya replied. For the past several days, she had made it a habit to head directly to the library after lunch to address the lingering aftereffects she experienced, a routine that many had come to recognize due to her lack of concealment. "May I accompany you?" Sophia suddenly inquired with an earnestness that caught Freya off guard. Sure," Freya responded, casting a peculiar glance at the girl before her, uncertain of her intentions. Freya found herself at a loss, observing the youthful woman exhibit behaviors reminiscent of a budding romance. She couldn't help but wonder who the object of Sophia's affections might be. After a simple lunch, they made their way directly to the library without delay. The vast expanse of the library was typically devoid of patrons, and at this hour, Freya found herself entirely alone. Glimpsing outside the library, Sophia surmised that it was still mealtime, for she did not see her companion's figure. Without further contemplation, She approached the previous bookshelf and withdrew a book she had not finished reading last time. "You've arrived?" A deep voice echoed from behind her. Although she was somewhat prepared for this, it still startled her slightly. Turning around, she indeed found the peculiar librarian, who was now smiling at her. "What book do you intend to read today?" Initially, she had thought that her lack of awareness of this elusive librarian was merely due to her fatigue. But as the days passed, she gradually discerned that this elderly man possessed an enigmatic quality that eluded her perception. He appeared to be an ordinary person, yet he could evade her senses. Perhaps his abilities far surpassed her own, and above her, only the Grand Knights remained. "Nowadays, few young people take pleasure in reading," the librarian remarked. "Well then, do as you wish. I shall not intrude. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek me out in the room at the very back. I shall be there." He gestured towards a brown wooden door at the rear of the library. Although she was unaware of the elderly man's true capabilities, his amiable demeanor towards Freya suggested a certain fondness. Furthermore, through their brief exchanges over the past few days, she had discerned that he was indeed a man of considerable knowledge. Thus, she did not hesitate to respond, "I understand." However, just as the librarian had taken a few steps away, he suddenly seemed to recall something and turned back, smiling as he addressed Freya. "Oh, I noticed that your vitality has been somewhat restless of late. Reading can indeed serve to calm the spirit." Freya stared in astonishment at the elderly man who had abruptly turned away, her brows gradually furrowing in contemplation. Chapter 59, Romance. Recently, the sense of pressure she had been suppressing had indeed begun to feel overwhelming. Yet she was taken aback that this peculiar old man could perceive her predicament in an instant. What perplexed her even more was the sudden utterance of his words. "Reading has a calming effect." How had she been unaware of this before? She glanced at the book in her hands, murmuring in disbelief. However, if the old man had made such a statement, it was possible he was already aware of the residual effects she was experiencing. Yet, judging by his recent demeanor towards her, he did not seem like someone with ulterior motives. "It appears I must test the waters," she resolved internally. Nevertheless, it was said that both the head and deputy of the Dragon Academy held him in high regard, suggesting he possessed an impressive background. Perhaps he was a reclusive master of unparalleled skill? As she continued to peruse her book, her thoughts wandered aimlessly. Gently closing the tome she had finished, she shook her head slightly. Although she was engaged in an extensive search for what she desired, her efforts over the past few days had yielded little progress. However, she had not left empty-handed. At the very least, she was now certain that when the Baron had spoken to her about the origins of cursed artifacts, there were indeed traces of sorcerers involved. Moreover, it was rumored that most of these enigmatic sorcerers maintained connections with the high nobility of various kingdoms. Presently, the only avenue available for forging ties with those illustrious nobles was the Rudin Imperial Academy. Freya's train of thought was disrupted by a husky voice calling her name from beyond the confines of the library. She glanced up to see Sophia's imposing figure hurrying towards her. In contrast to her usual swordsman attire, Sophia was adorned in a pink gown, her face lightly dusted with powder and lipstick, indicating meticulous preparation. However, the effect of these embellishments on Sophia's masculine features was subtly nauseating, even to Freya's steadfast sensibilities. "Why are you dressed like that?" Freya inquired, suppressing a hint of discomfort. "That's none of your concern," Sophia replied evasively, her demeanor uncharacteristically coy. Freya watched Sophia's affected mannerisms with a silent sigh, recognizing the telltale signs of a woman inexperienced in love preparing for her first encounter with a suitor. However, Freya couldn't help but feel that Sophia's sartorial choices were unlikely to yield the desired results. It seems that women, regardless of their world of origin, share certain commonalities, Freya mused. Shaking her head slightly, Sophia's actions were her own prerogative and held no bearing on Freya's life. Voicing her true thoughts might wound Sophia's feelings, so she refrained from comment. Sensing Freya's lack of interest in conversation, Sophia aimlessly selected a book from the shelf and feigned absorption, her face flushing as she turned the pages. After only a cursory glance, she hastily returned the volume to its place. Freya surreptitiously glanced at the book Sophia had chosen, recognizing it as a courtship manual entitled 36 Strategies for Love. Sophia, her face flushed and her neck thickened with embarrassment, meticulously rummaged through to find another book of reasonable decorum to mask her awkwardness. She sighed internally, disregarding the formidable woman engulfed in chaos, and shifted her gaze back to the tome in her hands. Time slipped away unnoticed until she reached the middle of the book. Suddenly, Freya felt a jolt of awareness as she discovered a page filled with detailed information about enchanted items, surpassing the clues she had previously encountered. Enchanted items. Rudimentary tools crafted by sorcerers vary in type and function, primarily serving purposes related to daily life and, to a lesser extent, combat. Ordinary individuals who come into contact with enchanted items may experience hair loss, vomiting, and internal bleeding within a short period. Prolonged exposure could lead to organ failure and functional disorders, ultimately resulting in death if not treated promptly. Treatment methods. Freya stared in shock at the blank space that followed, her disbelief prompting her to rub the area with her hand, only to confirm it had indeed been erased. After painstakingly searching for over 10 days for a reliable answer, she was met with nothingness. Had it not been for her resilient spirit, the pent-up frustration might have erupted uncontrollably. Nevertheless, even in this state, a flicker of lethal intent involuntarily surfaced due to her emotional upheaval, instilling an inexplicable sense of danger in Sophia, who instinctively felt as though she had been thrust into a jungle at night, surrounded by predatory beasts. What? Has it suddenly grown cold? She shivered slightly, casting a fearful glance around her. Is it merely an illusion that today is the first time I am wearing a skirt? Sophia, who had been feigning interest in her book, suddenly fixed her gaze on the entrance of the library, her previously anxious expression transforming into one of intense focus. He has arrived. Freya, startled, followed Sophia's line of sight. There, a slender youth clad in a white noble's attire was crossing the threshold of the library. Making his way inside, she took a moment to appraise the young man. His dark, slightly slanted eyes, the characteristic pallor of aristocracy, the tousled flaxen hair, and a physique so fragile it seemed it might topple with the slightest breeze. He was evidently just an ordinary noble boy, reminiscent of what Eric might have been had he not strayed from the path. To Freya, he appeared as just another typical noble youth, yet to Sophia, he radiated an extraordinary allure. He is astonishingly handsome, she murmured to herself. It seemed that the noble boy was not in the library to read, but rather to survey his surroundings in search of something. After scanning the room, he finally noticed the two young ladies who had been observing him, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a self-assured, roguish smile and strolling over in their direction. Chapter 60, Confidential. As the noble boy approached, Sophia's demeanor shifted palpably, her anxiety evident. Freya, standing beside her, could almost hear her labored breaths. To her surprise, however, the noble boy did not even glance at Sophia, but instead halted directly in front of her. Miss Freya, do you remember me? I am Thomas William, your classmate from the language department. You may simply call me Thomas. The noble youth introduced himself with a sinister smile, yet his grin seemed a deliberate imitation of someone else, incongruous with his ordinary visage, rendering it quite peculiar. Greetings. May I inquire what brings you here? Freya asked, her brow slightly furrowed as she regarded Thomas. The restless energy within her chest demanded constant mental exertion to keep in check, making her somewhat intolerant of Thomas's unexpected advance. Furthermore, she had maintained an air of aloofness throughout her time at the academy, and the sudden approach of someone she scarcely recognized naturally aroused her suspicions of ulterior motives. Actually, the fighter Eisen Drew, is my cousin. He has a letter he wishes for me to convey to you. Taken aback by Freya's frigid tone, Thomas momentarily faltered, his smile faltering as well. Meanwhile, Sophia, standing beside them, did not acknowledge Thomas's awkward disregard for her presence. Instead, she remained in a state of nervous excitement since his entrance into the library, her flushed face fixed intently on Thomas. Is that so? Freya observed as he retrieved an envelope from his waist and presented it to her. The envelope, white and adorned with an array of heart shapes delicately sketched with a quill, exuded a faint floral fragrance. Upon receiving the envelope, Freya gently squeezed it, noting its substantial thickness and the sensation of something else contained within. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. We shall speak another time. Her tone remained cool and detached. Casting a glance at the still entranced Sophia, she shook her head and gracefully bypassed Thomas, exiting the library. Eisen Drew, upon his arrival at the academy, swiftly became a topic of fervent discussion among the freshmen. He is a rising figure at the Dragon Academy, notably the second son of Duke Rudin. Allegedly exiled here due to some grave transgression, he exists in a state akin to confinement. Regardless, his status commands significant weight within these walls, and rumors suggest that even the elusive headmaster made a rare appearance to welcome him upon his admission. For Freya, who is yet to encounter the man himself, the notion of such a prominent figure reaching out to her was utterly astonishing, especially as the correspondence bore the unmistakable marks of a love letter. Yet, Considering her nearly 30 years of age, she regarded such trivialities with indifference. Thomas stood before the letter in a daze, momentarily lost in thought, before running a hand through his hair in distress. For days, he had stealthily followed Freya, familiarizing himself with her daily routine. Today, he had finally summoned the courage to step forward. Moreover, he had assured Eisen of his commitment to the task, never anticipating that Freya would flatly decline. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized Thomas, nearly fracturing his hand. Turning to discern the source, he was met with the ghastly pale visage of a man. "Why you? Hello. Thomas, my classmate. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Sophia. I like you." As for the events that transpired afterward in the library, Freya remained blissfully unaware and had no desire to learn of them. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled slowly, allowing herself to gradually enter a state of relaxation. After a considerable moment, once the slight turbulence in her chest settled into tranquility, she quietly exhaled. The unrest in her breath had become increasingly frequent, and it had grown intolerant of even the slightest provocation. Had she lingered in the library for just a few minutes longer, it might have erupted. It appeared that she had underestimated the secrecy surrounding enchanted artifacts. Sitting on her bed, she pondered the void that had been erased. After spending over 10 days in the library, although she had grasped some leads, today had completely extinguished her hopes of uncovering any clues within its confines. Most of the tomes in the library were mundane. Otherwise, the management would not be so lax, allowing students to come and go freely. It had been confirmed that enchanted items, or documents pertaining to wizards, indeed existed, but they likely resided in the hands of powerful nobles or formidable individuals. Acquiring them would be an endeavor fraught with challenges. Freya furrowed her brow. Suddenly, she recalled the librarian's cryptic remarks upon her entry into the library that afternoon. Reflecting on the old man's somewhat favorable disposition towards her, her narrowed eyes glimmered. This could very well be a breakthrough. In a distant male dormitory, far from the girl's residence, within a room of opulence that surpassed all others, several young men clad in aristocratic attire gathered around a chessboard game known as Quidditch chess. Engaged in the match were two boys, seemingly around 15 or 16 years of age. One youth, displaying a troubled expression as he gazed at the chessboard, was contrasted by another who appeared remarkably at ease. After a prolonged silence, the distressed young man flung down his chess piece and complimented his opponent. "Truly, you are impressive. Cousin Eisen, your prowess in both swordsmanship and chess is extraordinary. Haha, do not speak so highly of me. You are not lacking either. I shall mention the matter of your shop's ownership to my father," Eisen replied, contentedly gathering his pieces, regardless of the truth in his opponent's words. He relished the admiration directed towards him. Upon hearing Eisen's remark, the losing youth's flattery intensified. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired, "By the way, Cousin Eisen, what piqued your interest in that formidable ice queen from the linguistics department? Though she is indeed beautiful." "What do you mean? A woman like that? Don't you think she possesses a certain allure?" Eisen chuckled, uncharacteristically taking the initiative to tidy up the chess set. "In the capital, I have encountered all manner of women. My favorite is precisely the one who melts the ice. A Cousin Eisen's taste is truly refined. How did I not consider that? I wonder if that rascal Thomas managed to deliver the letter to her. I toiled through the night to complete it. You wrote it in a single night? The design on the envelope was crafted by my own hand. Furthermore, the fragrant ink was pilfered from my father's stash, reserved for love letters. Do you realize how dire the consequences would be if discovered?" Another youth lamented, patting his companion on the back of the head. "Exactly. It was my effort that secured the envelope. And me, don't forget me." Eisen smiled serenely as he observed the commotion among the other occupants of the room, a sense of superiority gradually blossoming within him, regardless of how his father treated him. He mused, as long as he remained his son, there would always be a throng of people surrounding him, ready to cater to his whims, whether he faced confinement or any other circumstance. The sound of the door creaking open abruptly silenced the group, all eyes turning towards the entrance. Thomas, with a dazed expression, stepped inside, a conspicuous red lip mark emblazoned on the left side of his face, reminiscent of fresh blood. The sight of him, seemingly lost, momentarily stunned everyone. Eisen, seated at the back, scrutinized Thomas with surprise. "Thomas, what has happened to you?" As if roused by Eisen's inquiry, Thomas's vacant gaze flickered slightly, a solitary tear escaping the corner of his eye. "Eisen, cousin, I have fallen in love." Chapter 61. Common sense. The revelation left the group momentarily speechless. However, before anyone could voice their questions, Thomas abruptly cast a letter from his waist onto the bed, his body trembling as he swiftly turned to leave. Eisen, still in shock, watched the dormitory door close behind him before picking up the letter from the bed, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Though unaware of what transpired between Thomas and the library, the letter made it abundantly clear that Freya had not reciprocated his feelings. Eisen glanced at the others, noticing that Thomas's peculiar behavior had diverted their attention from the letter. As they exuberantly speculated about the origin of the red lip mark and the events that had transpired, he discreetly tucked the envelope into his waist pouch. Gently twisting the ring on his finger with his left hand, his eyes narrowing slightly, lost in thought. A day later, at noon, beneath a hazy sky drizzling light rain. Perhaps due to the weather, the college grounds were relatively deserted. Freya, clad in a simple brown long dress and adorned with a round hat, made her way toward the library beneath her umbrella. The sound of her black boots striking the rain-washed flagstones resonated with a crisp clap. A discomforting sensation surged within her chest, causing her complexion to pale. Even passers-by could distinctly sense an aura of palpable danger surrounding her. Perhaps it was the disparity between hope and disappointment from the previous day that had begun to overwhelm her. Until now, she had intended to rely solely on herself. But the circumstances had become untenable. Her azure eyes peered through the misty drizzle, fixating on the slightly ajar doors of the library. After taking a deep breath, she closed her umbrella and walked straight inside. The library, crammed with bookshelves, was devoid of any patrons, and the dim light within was accentuated by the dreary weather. A gust of wind tousled her hair, the cool touch easing her tense demeanor. She casually glanced around, but the enigmatic librarian was nowhere in sight. At the far end of the library, a faint yellow light emanated from a wooden door. Tilting her head slightly, she gathered her wind-blown hair and slowly approached the door. Knock, knock, knock. She gently tapped on the door. Come in, it's not locked, came a deep and raspy voice from within. After steadying herself, Freya pushed the door open and stepped inside. The room was illuminated by a solitary white candle, its soft yellow flame casting a warm glow in the modest space. Freya took a moment to survey her surroundings. Two exquisite mahogany bookshelves were positioned in the corner, dominating much of the room, brimming with an array of books. A mere glance revealed that the tomes on these shelves were unfamiliar to her. In the center stood a small round table accompanied by two red leather armchairs, atop which rested an open book, exuding a subtle yet pleasant fragrance that enveloped her senses. The elderly man was busily organizing the books beside the shelves. Upon noticing Freya's entrance, his eyes flickered momentarily, and his wrinkled face softened into a kind smile. Hello, is there something I can assist you with? Freya, recalling his previous words, pondered for a moment before responding, I am seeking books on enchanted items. Do you know where I might find some? Enchanted items? The old man raised an eyebrow slightly, turning to face Freya with a smile. Such books are typically found only in the libraries of the aristocracy. Ordinary libraries do not possess them. However, I do possess some knowledge regarding enchanted items, though it comes at a price. Freya furrowed her brow slightly, realizing the elder indeed had some knowledge. Yet, what price do you require? That is a matter to be discussed later. Observing the elder's demeanor, she acquiesced to his wishes, removing her hat and placing it beside the sofa before taking a seat. Freya, may I inquire your name? You may call me Hegel. If you wish to learn about enchanted artifacts, the first cost you must pay is, may I ask why you seek this knowledge? The elderly man named Hegel inquired. Taken aback by the mention of a cost, Freya responded somewhat oddly. Is this truly the cost? Freya lowered her gaze in contemplation, her icy blue earrings shimmering with a cold light in the candle's glow as her head dipped. It was evident that the man before her, Hegel, possessed far greater power than she did. Aside from her earrings, she held no particularly valuable possessions. Thus, if he desired, the current circumstances would pose little consequence to him. Yet, the words he had spoken stirred an inexplicable feeling within her. After a lengthy pause, she lifted her head, her gaze earnest. Well, the reason I wish to know about enchanted artifacts is that after using one, I acquired a rather troublesome side effect. I seek to rid myself of it. Oh, a side effect from using an enchanted artifact? Hegel's eyes flickered with interest. I can sense the restlessness emanating from your chest. Is this merely a side effect? Or are there other symptoms? Additionally, my vision is perpetually filled with a multitude of colorful particles. Having resolved to speak openly, she withheld nothing. Colorful particles. Hegel furrowed his brow, his previously gentle demeanor suddenly becoming somewhat grave. Are you certain it is a colored particle? Upon witnessing the elder's expression, Freya inexplicably felt a pang of anxiety within her, and she gently nodded. When the elder began to speak, Freya's countenance momentarily froze, as she immediately comprehended that what he was about to reveal could very well determine whether the aftereffects could be alleviated. In truth, magical artifacts are but rudimentary tools crafted by wizards. While they may evoke a sense of wonder in ordinary individuals, they are hardly remarkable to those of knightly rank or above. It is indeed rather insular of you not to know this given your current prowess. As soon as the elder spoke, Freya felt her ears inexplicably flush with color. As a scion of a rural, noble family from Byron, she was indeed unaware of what seemed to be common knowledge. However, what the elder subsequently conveyed left her somewhat astonished. Chapter 62. Healing. Perhaps sensing Freya's embarrassment, Hegel refrained from further pleasantries and continued. Each magical artifact possesses a unique function, with varying methods of use and levels of potency. In the hands of ordinary individuals, these artifacts are utterly ineffective. Rather, the radiation emitted from them incessantly erodes the body, ultimately leading to demise. Yet, knights who have transcended the shackles of the human form can withstand this relentless radiation due to their formidable constitution. Nevertheless, to utilize such artifacts, one must not only be aware of the proper methods, but also be prepared to expend a certain amount of life energy and endure the subsequent backlash. For magical artifacts are not meant for the common folk. Freya listened intently to the elderly man's words, momentarily taken aback. Beyond the information regarding enchanted artifacts, she could faintly discern the man's familiarity with sorcery. "Could you enlighten me on how to dispel the backlash after usage?" she inquired earnestly. Freya furrowed her brow. The first method, dissipating one's own aura, was tantamount to rendering oneself utterly incapacitated, a fate she was determined to avoid. Yet, the second option. Abruptly, she lifted her gaze, her eyes ablaze as she fixed them upon the elder. "Since you have mentioned these two methods, and judging by your demeanor, it seems you may assist me, or perhaps you are. You are quite perceptive." Hegel chuckled, his admiration evident. "However, you are mistaken. I am not a sorcerer. I am merely an ordinary administrator, an individual with a casual acquaintance with the lore of wizards." Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of hope ignited within her. "So, you truly can aid me." Hegel waved his hand, interrupting her. "I can indeed help you alleviate the after-effects. But this will not be as simple as our previous exchanges." "Then, what is it that you desire this time?" Freya suppressed her burgeoning excitement, her expression growing serious. Hegel appeared to appreciate the earnestness etched upon the young woman's face. After a moment, he straightened, his figure casting an enigmatic silhouette in the soft, yellow candlelight. "I hold a profound admiration for young individuals who possess a thirst for knowledge. The price I demand is simply this. Within 6 months, you must read every book in the library and commit them to memory. What say you? Is it achievable within half a year?" Freya's face displayed a hint of distress, yet her heart brimmed with joy. Given her remarkable photographic memory, this task seemed effortlessly attainable. "Very well, no problem," she replied, almost without hesitation. "Seeing your confidence, I hope it is not feigned," he remarked, smiling at Freya's cleverness. "Now, allow me to assist you in clearing your vision." As he spoke, Hegel approached Freya, extending his right index finger. In her line of sight, that seemingly ordinary finger radiated a vibrant green light, accompanied by a cacophony of whispers that seemed to materialize from nowhere. The elder's deliberate pace instilled in her a sense of unavoidable inevitability, compelling her to gaze at the finger pointing toward her forehead. A bead of cold sweat trickled down her temple. A resounding clang echoed within her mind, reminiscent of metal striking metal. In a daze, the colorful particles that had long been a source of annoyance within her vision seemed to be swept away by a tempest, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. "This," she murmured softly, looking up at the elder, wishing to express her gratitude. Yet, an overwhelming wave of fatigue suddenly enveloped her, swiftly claiming dominion over her mind. In her final moments of consciousness, she perceived the gaze of the elderly man directed towards her, imbued with an inexplicable essence of hope, reminiscent of the look bestowed upon her by the Baron as he departed. There was no time for contemplation. Darkness swiftly enveloped her. She never anticipated encountering such a fate in the remote locale of Dragon Harbor after all these years, uncertain whether it was her fortune or his. He murmured to himself. Freya, who had been in a state of slumber for an indeterminate duration, slowly opened her eyes. The sudden clarity of her vision left her momentarily stunned. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, yet the vivid scene remained unchanged. It was akin to awakening from a deep slumber with a vision previously impaired by severe myopia, leaving her engulfed in incredulity. "Are you awake?" Hegel, seated upon the sofa, set aside the hefty tome he had been engrossed in and glanced at his pocket watch, noting that it was half an hour earlier than anticipated. Observing the subtle change in the old man's complexion, Freya promptly rose from the sofa and bowed deeply. "Thank you." According to the information he provided regarding the enchanted objects, alleviating the residual effects of their use would undoubtedly be a cumbersome endeavor. Nevertheless, the elder before her, regardless of his intentions, had effectively alleviated her condition, albeit temporarily. Hegel acknowledged Freya's gesture with a nod of satisfaction, and as she straightened, he appeared to grow slightly more pallid. He waved his hand, signaling that she could take her leave. "Understood." After casting one last lingering glance at the elderly man still seated on the sofa, she turned and departed. Chapter 63. Half a year as she emerged from the library, the rain outside had ceased, and the darkened sky twinkled with a few stars. Freya lifted the umbrella in her hand and gently tapped it against the steps. The tumultuous feelings within her had settled, and although she recognized this tranquility as fleeting, it bestowed upon her a sense of liberation, akin to shedding shackles. The seemingly insurmountable cost she bore was not particularly burdensome in comparison to what Hegel had offered her. Her sacrifices felt almost negligible. Moreover, even if she were to spend half a year without comprehensively exploring the library's tomes, what of it? An equivalent exchange. Or perhaps he harbored ulterior motives. A faint speculation flickered in her mind. Yet, despite her inner uncertainties, the thought that she had, albeit vaguely, brushed against the legendary sorcerer imbued her with a profound sense of unreality. It seemed as though the mysteries of this world had finally revealed a glimpse before her, allowing her a fleeting sight of what she had longed for. According to Hegel, it was evident that this mythical being, the sorcerer, appeared to be intricately linked to certain grand aristocrats. Grand aristocrats, the rooting Imperial Academy. She tenderly touched her chest, her gaze illuminating with a bright spark. Half a year later, in the expansive swordsmanship classroom, over a dozen students were wielding wooden swords, executing various slashing techniques against practice logs set before them. The sporadic sounds of their strikes resonated with a heavy thud. Rika, clad in a swordsman's attire, surveyed the scene with a serious demeanor. In the span of 6 months of practice, these trainees, though still somewhat inexperienced, have made remarkable strides in both strength and posture. Their progress is indeed worlds apart from where they were half a year ago. He cast a brief glance over the group, ultimately fixating on a young girl clad in the same swordsman attire, positioned farthest to the left. Unlike her peers who relied on brute force, the girl's strength was not particularly formidable, yet her precision was a feat even he would struggle to achieve. As her wooden sword struck the log repeatedly, the air was punctuated by a faint whooshing sound, and her speed surpassed that of the others by a considerable margin. At the center of the log lay a pronounced groove, the result of her relentless strikes. After an indeterminate number of blows, a soft sound emanated from the log. With a sudden crack, a deep fissure split the groove in two, causing the log to topple with a clatter. This abrupt noise halted the actions of her companions, turning their heads in astonishment. "Oh my, another one has broken. Is this the third?" Freya's precision was extraordinary, each strike landing in the same spot. It seemed she had also toppled good in their last sparring session. Beautiful and skilled in swordsmanship. If only, I could easily fell good, given his lackluster skills. The murmurs of hushed speculation drew a slight frown from Laika. "What are you staring at? If no one resumes practice within 5 seconds, you can deal with the consequences." Laika's threat silenced the crowd immediately, compelling them to return to their training with renewed focus. Disregarding the emotions of her students, Laika turned her gaze with satisfaction towards the young girl who had directly switched to practicing with a new log. A silent admiration arose within her. Although all the students had made progress, the one who had advanced the most was undoubtedly Freya. Her precision in swordsmanship and her composure during practice revealed the boundless potential residing within her. Moreover, it was said that she possessed considerable expertise in linguistics and history, ranking among the strongest of the new students. Perhaps she will secure a spot in the prestigious Imperial Academy, Laika mused, though she dismissed the notion of the frivolous scions who might hinder her. "Well, if I can lend a hand, I shall." Laika silently resolved that for a seedling with such immense potential as Freya, she did not wish for her to be overshadowed by the decaying aristocracy. Unaware of her swordsmanship instructor's expectations, Freya was diligently striving to enhance her strength. Over the past 6 months, as her knowledge expanded, she increasingly sensed the pronounced deficiency in her thrusting technique. Despite her agility improving with her physical growth and consistent training, her strength seemed to have stagnated. Given her current level, it was evident that if this continued, she would face an insurmountable disadvantage in the future. Perhaps the author of that book also reached this level for similar reasons, she pondered with a hint of regret. Unable to increase her strength, she resolved to compensate for this shortcoming through the precision she had cultivated, continuously striking the same spot, compensating for the deficiency of strength with sheer numbers. This was her only recourse at present. However, she had recently discerned that while the approach was fundamentally sound, it felt rather sluggish in practice, after all. No one would allow themselves to be repeatedly struck without resistance. All right, today's practice concludes here. Put away your swords. The rest of you, stay back to tidy up. Understood? Lyca's voice suddenly interrupted her reverie. At that moment, Sophia approached her with a beaming smile, clearly in high spirits. Freya, are you still planning to visit the library this afternoon? My boyfriend is organizing a trip to the beach. Would you like to join us? The kind invitation caused Freya to raise an eyebrow. In truth, she had already finished reading Hegel's work in the library a month prior, yet due to lingering after-effects, she still intended to visit the library that afternoon. Recently, however, it seemed those after-effects were nearing resolution, affording her a bit more leisure time, which she occasionally indulged in for entertainment. Nevertheless, after contemplating Sophia's invitation, she ultimately decided to decline. No, I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. You all enjoy yourselves. It's a rare opportunity to go to the beach, and I've heard that Ison will also be there. Are you truly not going? At the mention of Ison, she lightly furrowed her brow. Ever since she had rejected that letter, this nobleman seemed to be making an effort, albeit subtly, to draw closer to her, frequently uttering remarks in the presence of others that hinted at an intimate connection between them. While she remained indifferent to this, the glances from some fellow students were tinged with an inscrutable expression. Sophia is one of those who has been misled by the whispers surrounding her. Even with an adult's mindset, she finds this clumsy ruse rather displeasing. Were it not for her current position, her temperament would have compelled her to take action long ago. She indeed has matters to attend to this afternoon. Very well then. Observing Freya's refusal, Sophia felt no pangs of disappointment. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door of the swordsmanship room. Freya turned her gaze toward it and saw a slender, ordinarily dressed young man in noble attire, smiling as he leaned against the door, watching the two. Upon seeing him, Sophia's face lit up, and she waved her hand. Thomas, what brings you here? Did that peculiar old man not hold you back today? As she spoke, she trotted over, her previously heavy steps now lightened with joy. Freya looked on with an odd expression as Sophia gently embraced Thomas, finding the scene oddly mismatched. Chapter 64. The choice. The two exchanged playful whispers at the doorway, after which Sophia blushed and softly kissed Thomas on the forehead. Freya's lips twitched slightly, deciding to avert her gaze from the affectionate couple, intending to sidestep them. Just as she passed by, Thomas, who had been conversing with Sophia, shifted his expression, furrowing his brow as he observed Freya's departing figure. What are you staring at? Sophia exclaimed, her expression immediately darkening at Thomas's gaze. Humph, that is more like it. With Sophia's ire subdued, Thomas pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. By the way, are you not friends with Freya? When you see her next, please advise her to exercise caution. Caution of whom? Observing Thomas's serious demeanor, Sophia inquired with mild curiosity about what had transpired with Freya recently. You needn't concern yourself with the details, simply convey the message. But do not mention that it was I who said so. Thomas promptly waved his hand, seemingly reluctant to elaborate further. Very well. I shall inform her during class tomorrow. Although uncertain of the implications of Thomas's words, Sophia chose not to delve deeper, trusting her boyfriend implicitly. It appeared that events were unfolding in the manner she had anticipated. If I can successfully secure the qualification, perhaps it will significantly aid my father as well. However, I wonder how he is faring now? She mused as she walked towards the library. Despite her underlying fascination with the legendary sorcerers, the only individual she was aware of who could provide insights into such matters was Hegel. Yet, over the past 6 months, the elderly man had refrained from mentioning anything regarding sorcery, fixated instead on the principle of equivalent exchange in life. This left her with no choice but to place her hopes in the Imperial Capital Academy. After all, based on her historical research, it seemed that the upper echelons of Rudin bore traces of sorcery. The dark-hued L-green library stood silently, its doors perpetually ajar. Familiarity from half a year's time prompted her not to knock, but to step inside directly through the brown wooden door at the back of the library. In the room, Hegel sat on the sofa, delicately wielding a white quill pen as he inscribed something upon a round table. Beside him lay a book with a crimson cover, its face turned down, concealing its title from view. Opposite him, a black liquid in a white cup exuded a gentle steam, suggesting it had been poured not long ago. Perhaps sensing someone's presence, Hegel slightly lifted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips. He uttered no words, but gestured with his free hand towards the vacant sofa beside him, before returning his attention to his writing. Freya gently pulled the sofa closer and settled down quietly, aware of the elder's daily writing routine and refraining from interruption. With practiced ease, she lifted the cup before her and took a cautious sip. The slightly bitter taste left her tongue tingling, and the sensation in her chest seemed to slow after she swallowed the liquid, only gradually regaining its lively state. Though this feeling had lingered for half a year, she still found it disconcerting. Frowning slightly, she finished the remaining drink in one gulp, sitting upright on the sofa, watching Hegel write while patiently awaiting the dissipation of her discomfort. Time passed, and the once stagnant sensation in her chest began to normalize. Hegel, having completed his writing, set aside the quill, gently blowing on the still damp ink before placing it on the shelf below. The after effects you experience will likely subside by tomorrow. Our exchange concludes here, he remarked, regarding the young woman opposite him with an appreciative gaze. Although she had long been aware of her remarkable talent, it still astonished her that she managed to read every book in the library within a mere 5 months. Moreover, her comprehension was not merely a matter of rote memorization. Her extraordinary intelligence left him in awe. It was indeed thanks to your assistance. She nodded gently, casting a respectful glance towards Hegel. Their 6 months of interaction had revealed to her that the elderly man before her was not only a librarian, but also a veritable polymath. The depth of knowledge housed within his mind surpassed that of the entire library, thereby significantly broadening her horizons. Though unspoken, their relationship had subtly evolved into one akin to that of a teacher and pupil. Without uttering a word, Hegel fixed his pale yellow eyes upon the young woman who had evoked such admiration in him, seemingly lost in thought. After a considerable pause, he lightly tapped the table and suddenly inquired, "Freya, do you wish to uncover the truths of this world?" "I do." The abruptness of her response took Freya by surprise, as the words seemed to escape her lips without contemplation. Realizing the peculiarity of her reaction, she gently touched her mouth, reflecting on how her thoughts had involuntarily manifested at the moment the elder posed his question, causing her to furrow her brow slightly. Ignoring Freya's confusion, Hegel smiled, narrowing his eyes slightly as he continued. Those who come to the Dragon Academy can be categorized into 3 types. One seeks to embellish themselves with gold coins. Another is genuinely dedicated to acquiring knowledge for their future, and the last type aims to secure a place at the prestigious Rooting Imperial Academy. You belong to the 3rd category, do you not? The elder's inquiry did not evoke the earlier unusual reaction from her, yet she instinctively nodded. Today, Hegel, and Freya's eyes, seemed to possess something distinctly different from his usual demeanor, hinting at a connection to the path she was destined to tread. So if I were to grant you a more favorable position in an academy, one that would gradually unveil the truths of the world to you, which would you choose? An academy of worldly truths. She furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the elder before her, attempting to discern a hint of jest on his aged visage. However, upon meeting his earnest gaze, a flicker of realization crossed her mind, and she regarded him with an expression of disbelief. Are you suggesting a wizard? Indeed. Hegel nodded in satisfaction at Freya's response. Yet, according to my knowledge, the legendary wizards seem to be closely linked with the high nobility and the academy. Although her heart was filled with astonishment, she retained her composure and voiced her queries. The great nobility, that was a long time ago. As far as I know, the entire continent harbors no more than 10 wizards, each residing in seclusion, unless they choose to reveal their identities. One would never discern that the information you peruse might be mere remnants from centuries past. Chapter 65, the final chapter. Freya found herself at a loss for words. Indeed, the historical records she had encountered dated back at least 300 years, and some portions were so vague that they could not be definitively verified. However, through her 6 months of acquaintance with the old man, she understood that equivalent gains necessitate equal sacrifices. Given that Hegel had presented such a colossal benefit, what would be required of her in return? Observing the doubt in the young girl's eyes, Hegel surmised her inner turmoil. Yet, he merely smiled, exclaiming, "What a sound reasoning. Although I am no longer a formal wizard, I still retain certain privileges, which I once thought I would never utilize. Yet, unexpectedly, in these final years. I have encountered you, and I must say it is indeed fortuitous. However, I have yet to determine whether I wish to attend that legendary wizarding academy." In response to the girl's words, Hegel waved his hand thoughtfully, expressing a hint of nostalgia. "I do not expect you to reach a conclusion immediately. Furthermore, the path of a wizard is not one that can be taken lightly. It demands not only perseverance and talent, but also the fortitude to confront unending solitude and despair. The challenges within are beyond your imagination." The elderly man squinted slightly at Freya, and his already aged face seemed to have aged even further. Hegel's calm tone stirred something within Freya. Yet after a moment of contemplation, she replied, "May I have some time to consider this? I need to reflect carefully." "Very well. I shall grant you a day for contemplation." Hegel smiled at the thoughtful visage of the young girl, remarking, "After all, everyone harbors countless concerns that require careful consideration." He pushed a book that had been resting on the round table toward Freya. "Take this book. Regardless of your decision, please inform me tomorrow." As she gazed at the book on the table, she flipped it over to reveal its cover, and the gilded title sent a jolt of recognition through her. This is something I discovered at a battlefield site long ago. It may prove useful to you now," he added. Though Freya paid no heed to the old man's words, as her full attention was now captivated by the book itself. Eagerly, she opened the first page, and familiar script greeted her. Compared to other sword techniques, the thrusting sword is more agile and nimble. Its only flaw lies in its power. However, through a decade of research and practice, I have finally mitigated this shortcoming. I will demonstrate that I can traverse further along the path of the thrusting sword. Despite the tumultuous emotions swirling within her, they did not manifest on her face. After merely reading the first line, she promptly closed the book and fixed her gaze on the smiling elder. "Whether it be the legendary Wizard Academy or the invaluable worth of this book to me, it remains a treasure beyond compare. Yet, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange that governs your life, I ponder what I must do to attain this exchange." Even with a resolute will, her heart trembled slightly. In response to Freya's subtly questioning tone, Hegel retracted his smile, and after a prolonged silence, he sighed, stating, "Equivalent exchange does not imply equal benefits. Rather, it signifies what each party in the exchange truly requires. The cost that I need you to pay will only be revealed by your decision tomorrow. Consider this book as my initial offering." "Very well," she replied softly, nodding as she rose. The matters of today held profound significance for her and demanded careful contemplation. Acknowledging her urgency, Hegel waved his hand, choosing silence. With a gentle exhale, Freya turned and departed the library, her heart laden with indescribable emotions. The elderly man, seated on the sofa, maintained an impassive expression, lightly tapping the armrest while observing Freya's complete exit with an unblinking gaze. Upon reaching the familiar dormitory door, she retrieved her keys and swiftly unlocked it. With a click, as the door swung open, a white envelope caught in the door's crevice tumbled to the ground. Bending down to pick it up, she examined the sender's address, which originated from the Bode Manor on Mason Street in Dragon Harbor. "To my dear daughter Freya Green, wishing you a happy 15th birthday." To her surprise, it was a letter from the Baron. As she squeezed the envelope, she sensed a square object nestled within, alongside the paper. Gently closing the door, she placed the letter on her desk. The missive from the Baron, which had initially stirred her heart with excitement, now brought a sense of tranquility. She settled onto her bed, tore open the envelope, and began to read attentively. The letter, a mere 3 thin pages, was swiftly consumed. Most of its contents detailed the Baron's endeavors in the Dragon's Port, while a smaller portion expressed his concerns for Freya and extended birthday wishes. Over the past 6 months, the Baron had indeed established a mercenary group bearing her name, formed with his trusted allies to undertake various tasks for sustenance. Though the band comprised only 20 individuals, the formidable prowess of both the Baron and Howard had earned them a commendable reputation in the mercenary realm, allowing them to acquire a manor and lead a satisfactory life. Furthermore, due to his peak knightly strength, the Baron mentioned his amicable relationship with the head of Mason Street, expressing a desire for Eric to join the defense squad for practical experience. Freya smiled as she perused the letter. Although the Baron spoke solely of positive matters, she could envision the initial hardships they faced. Nevertheless, it was a progression towards a brighter future. Surprised to realize she had turned 15, she felt a warm sentiment that her father remembered her birthday. With a gentle sigh, she extracted a golden card from the envelope. Inscribed with the sum of 1,000 gold coins, funds the Baron had sent to ensure she would not need to scrimp at the academy. Considering her current circumstances, it seemed that her decision to forego the Imperial Academy would not significantly affect the Baron. After regaining her composure, she finally picked up the crimson-bound book on her desk and delved into its pages with careful attention. The book was significantly thicker than what she had seen long ago, and the text had also undergone a subtle transformation, becoming more robust and lighter. Although she possessed an extraordinary memory and cognitive ability, she meticulously read each word, fearful of missing any detail. It appeared that my previous conjecture was entirely accurate. The author had merely refined the techniques of thrusting swordplay, enhancing both the offensive strategies and footwork, in pursuit of maximum explosiveness and speed, resulting in a formidable accumulation of power. This swordsmanship had transcended the realm of knightly skill. However, while this approach was indeed feasible, it imposed considerable demands on the body and necessitated a state of complete explosive energy release. As she turned the pages, her previously relaxed brow gradually furrowed, and her cerulean eyes revealed a contemplative expression. Outside the dormitory, the sky slowly darkened as she pondered. Chapter 66. The test of faint white radiance emanated from the luminescent stone, illuminating the entire room. Freya quietly perused the pages of her book, reflecting on the swordsmanship devised by the author. If the descriptions were indeed accurate, then thrusting swordplay would emerge as the epitome of swordsmanship. She had thoroughly examined the discourse on thrusting sword techniques, yet a few pages remained at the end of the book. What lay beyond? She gazed at the half-empty page and the distinctly different paper that had been added, her brow slightly creasing in curiosity. With a sense of intrigue, she gently turned the page, only to discover that it was not related to swordsmanship, but rather a chaotic scrawl of haphazard text. The world, the gate, eternity. The distorted script was nearly indecipherable to her, revealing only a faint understanding of some letters. As she glanced over the page, she was startled to discover that all the scribbles seemed to form an image of an eye with black pupils across the entire sheet. Was this a prank? Perplexed by this textual creation, she turned to the second page. Once again, she was met with a jumble of crooked letters, but this time they coalesced into the shape of a slightly open mouth. What was this? As she furrowed her brow while examining the illustration in her hands, the luminous stone beside her, which had been radiating white light, suddenly dimmed before reigniting. The sounds of fellow students moving about outside had abruptly ceased, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. An uncanny aura enveloped the space, causing Freya, seated upon her bed, to feel an involuntary chill, yet seemingly oblivious to the change. Freya instinctively clutched the blanket around her, her azure eyes widening as she turned to the next page. This time, instead of the distorted letters, a picturesque scene of a prairie unfolded. The azure sky stretched above a verdant expanse, depicting an ordinary girl clad in a white dress and red boots, galloping joyfully on horseback across the meadow, embodying youthful exuberance. However, behind the girl loomed a gray shadow, resembling a stain or perhaps an intentional mark. Freya gazed expressionlessly at the gray shadow behind the girl, her attention ensnared, leaving her with a sense of bewilderment. A sudden sound akin to the splashing of rubber boots on a puddle reverberated at the dormitory door, prompting her to lift her gaze, momentarily dazed, towards the entrance. Through the narrow crevice beneath the door, she discerned a familiar pair of red ladies' boots standing silently at her threshold, causing her to pause in surprise. Abruptly, she observed the boots lightly bounce, sending droplets of vivid crimson liquid splattering into her room. Freya's eyes narrowed sharply at the sight of the liquid, as an unfamiliar sense of danger seeped from it, accompanied by an inexplicable whisper that sent chills coursing through her body. She shivered, blinked, and looked again, only to find nothing there, as if it had all been an illusion. Freya furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively sensing something amiss. She grasped the crossed sword that had rested on her bedside, her aura brimming with latent energy. The eyes and mouth of the newly appeared visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the patterns formed by the preceding script, and that slightly ajar mouth seemed to be uttering something towards her. This bizarre transformation sent a shiver down her spine. Was it merely a hallucination? She reached out to touch the image of that face, and an unsettling sensation akin to flesh brushed against her fingertips. Even she was taken aback, every hair on her body standing on end. Without a moment's thought, she flipped to the next page to cover it. Yet, she discovered that this page was merely an enlarged version of that countenance, its wide black eyes and gaping mouth moving as if animated. A low, ominous whisper slowly escaped from its lips. "I am searching." Freya's eyes widened, her scalp prickling as she cradled the book in her hands. It was as if that face was gradually breaking free from the confines of the pages, its black eyes fixated on her countenance. She could even sense the force exerted by that visage, striving to liberate itself from the paper-esque grasp. This sensation sent tremors through her body, a fine layer of cold sweat emerging upon her skin, as though her thoughts were abruptly obstructed. Searching. I am searching. Searching. Beneath the illumination of the white stone, an inexplicable aura of danger seemed to converge upon her from all directions. What in the world is this? Almost instinctively, she hurled the book from her grasp, a formidable energy erupting instantaneously, the nightly aura causing the objects in the room to tremble. The discarded book fell to the ground. Quivering, half of that face already emerging, its side turned towards her, wide eyes still staring, its gaping mouth curving into a mysterious arc. A continuous murmur emanated from its lips. Find, searching, found it, found it. Upon witnessing this horrific scene, without a moment's hesitation, she unsheathed her cross sword with a resounding clang and forcefully drove it into the writing book. Ah! The gaping mouth let out a piercing wail, a sound imbued with an intense penetrative quality, shattering the crystal clock on the desk, followed by the plates in the window glass. Meanwhile, Freya's mind was engulfed in a cacophony of thunderous roars. Behind the anguished visage depicted in the tome, torrents of dark blood gushed forth from the position of the piercing blade, cascading along the edge of the cruciform sword. Almost instantly, the entire floor became drenched in this unexpected deluge. The sudden scream overwhelmed her senses, momentarily rendering her dazed before clarity returned. She sprang upright from her bed, the crimson-covered book falling with a resounding thud to the ground. Freya stared vacantly at the fallen book, then surveyed her surroundings. The familiar dormitory enveloped her. The cruciform sword was still gripped tightly in her hand. She had not drawn it. A narrow gap in the window revealed that the sky had succumbed to darkness. A gentle breeze wafting in, sending a chill coursing through her body. Gazing at her reflection in the window, she saw her face was ashen, devoid of color, her azure eyes brimming with trepidation. Instinctively, she touched her cheek, only to find it slick with cold sweat. Gradually regaining her composure, she retrieved the book from the floor, flipping to the final pages. There were no distorted letters or illustrations of maidens on horseback, nor were there any bizarre faces. Instead, a simple line of text appeared in the center. Freya, congratulations on passing the trial. Welcome to the ranks of the sorcerers. With her damp fingers, she gently traced the letters, her mind in a daze. The script was unmistakably in the style of Hegel. Was this a test? She hazily sensed the implications of Hegel's intent. If becoming a knight required exceptional talent, then surely the legendary sorcerers demanded a similar gift. Yet, from her current perspective, it seemed she had triumphed. Although she still felt a lingering fear from the bizarre trials of the past, she found herself increasingly drawn to the path of the sorcerer. After neatly placing her books on the table, she glanced at the crystal clock beside her, which indicated it was 2 in the morning. 8 hours. She was astonished that so much time had elapsed. She absent-mindedly touched her stomach. The cafeteria at this hour had long since closed, and there were no 24-hour convenience stores nearby, leaving her with no options for sustenance. Perhaps it was best to simply sleep. Just as she contemplated enduring the night and seeking breakfast in the morning, she heard the deliberate sound of footsteps approaching her door. Moments later, a silver dagger effortlessly breached the lock. Chapter 67. The attack. Though the Dragon Academy was a bastion built upon wealth, it did not neglect security. Even the guards at the entrance possessed the prowess of novice knights, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to infiltrate. Furthermore, those of knightly caliber or higher would hardly stoop to such underhanded tactics. Yet, at this moment, she distinctly perceived an attempt to enter her quarters. Is there a thief among the students? This was her first thought. With a click, the door opened, and under the glow of the luminous stone, 2 gaunt figures clad in black leather armor stealthily slipped inside, one of them carrying a black duffel bag on their back. However, upon entering the room, they were met with the sight of Freya seated upright on her bed, a cross sword beside her. The soft radiance of the luminous stone cast a gentle light on Freya's still recovering visage, rendering her appearance somewhat fragile. The situation left the 2 middle-aged men momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated that a young girl would still be awake at such a late hour. Freya, who had initially suspected a theft, was taken aback to discover that the intruders were not merely thieves, but rather individuals from outside the institution, and the circumstances seemed far more complex than simple larceny. Her expression hardened slightly, and with a swift motion, she unsheathed her cross sword with a resonant clang, striking without hesitation. The sharp blade of the cross sword effortlessly sliced through the leather armor of the man before her, leaving a gruesome wound. What? The seemingly delicate girl exhibited astonishing speed and decisiveness in her swordplay. The middle-aged man, struck by her attack, retreated rapidly while skillfully parrying her blow with a dagger. The force of his deflection caused Freya to pivot gracefully, her wrist flicking with finesse as she channeled the momentum of his block into a downward strike. A swift silver flash cut through the air, accompanied by a faint sound of slicing, as a severed wrist fell to the ground, fingers twitching involuntarily for a brief moment. Cursed be this pain. The agony from the loss of his wrist drained the color from the man's face, prompting him to hastily exit the room. The other man, standing behind him, was equally astonished at the sight of the young girl. With a subtle shake of her hand, a drop of crimson liquid fell from the cross sword onto the floor, its cold blade glinting with an eerie light. "Who are you?" she inquired, her expression devoid of emotion. "Trespassing into a private chamber. If this were Byron, I would have no qualms about delivering a fatal blow. But here in Rudin, even in self-defense, taking a life could result in an unwelcome encounter with the city guard. Therefore, I chose to temper my response. Moreover, with that individual's adept swordplay skills." Freya could discern that he was undoubtedly a master himself. However, he had not anticipated her thrusting sword technique, which had cost him a hand due to his momentary lapse in caution. As for the matter entrusted by the young master, what should she do? Merely a coincidence, perhaps. Damn it. Engage. In a brief exchange, the two seemed to reach some form of accord. A surge of formidable energy erupted abruptly upon the conclusion of their conversation, charging directly towards Freya. Night level. Observing the two approaching with remarkable speed, Freya's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly retreated within the confines of the small room to evade their advance. Her cross-shaped sword swung incessantly to parry the daggers aimed at her. The objects in the room became mere fragments amidst their fierce clash. Seizing an opportunity, Freya hurled a pillow from the bed, obstructing one assailant's strike, and subsequently deflected another dagger with her cross sword. Although the battle appeared to place Freya at a disadvantage, the two middle-aged attackers grew increasingly alarmed. They realized that, despite exerting their full might, they could only force the young girl into a defensive stance, and she navigated the situation with remarkable ease. In this state, Freya sidestepped the dagger's lunge and retaliated, kicking through the opening created by the dagger. Bang! By sheer chance, her kick struck the very wrist that had just been severed. A sharp gasp escaped him as intense pain coursed through his body, causing his complexion to pale further, and he promptly opted for retreat. Confronted solely by Freya, her cross sword transitioned seamlessly from a defensive posture into an offensive one, effortlessly driving back the other assailant. Night level mid-tier. Speak. Who sent you? What is the intention behind this? Freya stood in the center of the room, her gaze imbued with a hint of coldness. A palpable sense of danger emanated from her, enveloping the two individuals before her like a tangible shroud. The prowess of a peak knight instilled in them a disconcerting illusion that this seemingly delicate girl was akin to facing a tiger or lion. Although the exchange between them had been brief, the undertones of their words unmistakably indicated a deliberate targeting of her. Furthermore, the formidable forces backing these two knights suggested a significant power at play. This revelation left Freya somewhat astonished. After all, since her arrival at Dragon's Harbor, she had maintained a low profile, forming no friendships beyond her academic pursuits. Unless it pertained to the quota for the Rudin Imperial Academy. Who could it be? Several names of high-achieving, yet influential students flickered through her mind, yet none seemed plausible. Meanwhile, the two retreating figures regarded the girl with expressions of shock. In the midst of Freya's contemplation, they instinctively turned to flee. The lingering aura around her intensified, proving more ferocious than their previous assault. Witnessing their decision to escape, Freya's countenance darkened, a glint of murderous intent surfacing in her eyes. Attempting to flee? A subtle breeze coiled around her, producing a soft, whispering sound. She stepped forward, her form blurring instantaneously, a swirl of white energy gradually dissipating within the room. With adversaries seeking to undermine her, she resolved not to let these two escape until the matter was clarified. Peak Knight, the middle-aged man with a severed wrist, expressed his innermost thoughts in a state of terror. The surging air currents intensified once more, and a glimmer of ferocity flashed in his eyes. With a swift motion, he seized the dagger in his hand and plunged it directly into the individual ahead of him. The pain from behind compelled the man to turn, his face betraying a look of disbelief, before he was hurled towards Freya. The pursuing Freya was momentarily taken aback by the sudden betrayal, only to witness the figure flying towards her. A resounding crash echoed, mingled with thick clouds of dust. Freya squinted at the swiftly retreating silhouette, her brow furrowing slightly. The man at her feet remained wide-eyed in death, his expression one of utter incredulity. Who was there? The commotion from the chase seemed to have alerted the Academy's guards, a low call resonating from afar. With no time for contemplation, Freya kicked over the man's corpse, retrieved the dagger left behind, and vanished into the shadows once more. Chapter 68. Conversation. Most of the Academy's guards were merely ordinary warriors, with only a handful possessing knightly prowess. However, being discovered would pose significant complications, prompting her to opt for a hasty retreat. She wiped away the bloodstains on the ground with sand and closed the door behind her. In the distance, the flicker of flames and the shouts of many could be faintly heard, likely indicating the discovery of the corpse. Ignoring the clamor outside, she took the dagger from her waist and examined it closely. The dagger measured just over 20 centimeters, not particularly large, bearing a resemblance to a military knife. Its entire body was silver, save for the black handle adorned with rings of anti-slip threads. She gently tapped the surface, producing a crysting. This seemingly ordinary dagger had just engaged in a fierce exchange with her crossword for several rounds, yet it showed no signs of dulling, a testament to the exquisite quality of its craftsmanship. However, apart from this, the dagger bore no insignia, rendering it impossible to glean any clues regarding its origin. Who could it belong to? She furrowed her brow slightly as she examined the dagger. Although the Academy housed many scions of affluent and influential families, she could not fathom anyone with a motive against her, given the ability to summon knight-level experts. It was evident that the individual orchestrating this was someone beyond the Academy's reach. The institution was not to be relied upon, and this sense of utter passivity left her feeling quite discontent. Her gaze swept across the disarrayed room. The battle had left the dormitory in shambles, with tattered remnants strewn about, and even the bedding bore a significant gash, the pillow having burst open to release a flurry of white feathers. Yet, amid the chaos, the desk by the window remained pristine, the crimson-covered book resting there undisturbed. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed slightly. In the accounts she had perused, the legendary sorcerers were portrayed as omnipotent beings, a notion distinct from the wizards depicted in the web novels of her previous life. In her own words, sorcerers were a cadre of powerful scientists or erudites devoted to the pursuit of truth and self-development, their combat methods enigmatic and unpredictable, far removed from the simplistic exchange of fireballs and ice shields characteristic of mere spellcasters. Legend has it that they possess the ability to communicate with the netherworld, foresee the future, and manipulate the thoughts of others. A mere glance could lead to an instantaneous demise, leaving no trace of injury. The elder she knew, Hegel, happened to be connected to these sorcerers. Furthermore, from the elder's usual tone, she speculated that perhaps long ago, he had once been a sorcerer himself, only to lose his powers due to some unknown reason, ultimately cast away to this land devoid of sorcery. Reflecting on the enigmatic test, she gently flicked the dagger in her hand. Perhaps he could provide answers to her queries. The following morning, the Dragon Academy appeared as tranquil as ever, with students heading to their respective classrooms after breakfast. Freya glanced over the path where the chase had occurred the previous day. It was as if nothing had changed. The bloodstains and corpses had vanished completely. She cast a fleeting glance at the Academy guards nearby, noting that their demeanor seemed markedly more serious than usual. The gazes of her fellow students also bore a scrutinizing quality. Yet, aside from this, it appeared as though nothing else had transpired. It seems the Academy's higher-ups have chosen to maintain secrecy and concealment regarding this matter. After breakfast, she did not proceed directly to her usual linguistics class, but instead turned towards the library. Due to financial constraints, the Academy's oversight of students was rather lenient. Many students intending to idle away their time frequently skipped classes, and even the diligent ones occasionally succumbed to the prevailing atmosphere of truancy. Although Freya had consistently played the role of a diligent student, occasionally skipping a class seemed inconsequential. The library, as usual, was nearly deserted, and Freya observed an elderly man methodically organizing the books carelessly left by students. Sensing her presence, Hegel turned and offered a faint smile, setting aside his task. "I trust you were not frightened last night? Have you made your decision?" Freya gazed into the old man's pale yellow eyes, contemplating her response. "While I am indeed intrigued by the legendary sorcerers, I find myself woefully uninformed. Regarding your belief in equivalent exchange, I presume that the thing capable of altering my life is not without cost. Moreover, What would happen if I were to fail the test from last night? In response to Freya's barrage of inquiries, Hegel did not display impatience. Instead, he nodded appreciatively. The test was merely to ascertain whether you possess the potential to become a sorceress, as I suspected. Naturally, should you fail, you would lose all memories of me. However, since you succeeded, if you choose to pursue the path of a sorceress, I will answer all your subsequent questions. Conversely, should you decide against it, I will erase your memories, and we shall act as though we have never met. Memory erasure? Freya's eyes flickered with intrigue. After a brief contemplation, she nodded resolutely. Very well, I choose to attend the Sorceress Academy you mentioned. A wise choice. Then follow me, and I shall reveal the truths you have long yearned to discover. Freya gazed at the old man's retreating figure and promptly followed him. In the familiar room, Hegel approached the bookshelf and extracted a small booklet with a black cover from the top shelf, handing it to Freya. This was the admission certificate, permitting her to enroll without examination and also allowing her to study a subject free of charge. The notes contained within could be glanced at without much concern. Freya accepted the booklet, observing the inscription on its cover composed of Onmarian letters. Admission certificate to the El Green Wizard Academy, issued by Hegel Tappely. The name of this academy bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the library, which piqued Freya's interest. She opened the booklet and skimmed through its peculiar contents. Discovering statements such as, new students without a designated mentor are prohibited from picking flowers in the garden, consequences are to be borne. And new students without a designated mentor are forbidden from wandering in the floating tower, consequences are to be borne. A haphazard array of similar warnings culminated in the phrase consequences are to be borne, reflecting the Academy's apparent negligence towards its students. Now, allow me to impart some fundamental knowledge about wizards, Hegel remarked, observing Freya's bemused expression as she closed the booklet. He gestured for her to take a seat before continuing. Wizards, at their core, are individuals who have transcended the limitations of mortals and possess the capacity to pursue truth. This transcendence does not pertain merely to physical boundaries but rather concerns the constraints of the soul, or, shall we say, the limitations intrinsic to this realm. He tapped his forehead and remarked, the essence of all matter is constructed from energy, whether it be flesh, inanimate objects, or the ethereal soul. A wizard possesses the ability to perceive this essence, and the vibrant particles you previously glimpsed are merely the diverse energy particles present in the air. The tumultuous sensation you feel is a consequence of the heightened activity caused by the interference of plant-based energy particles. Do you comprehend what I am saying? Freya nodded. Recognizing that Hegel's words bore a striking resemblance to certain knowledge from her past life, albeit with some differences. Yet, if approached from another perspective, it remained within her grasp. Observing Freya's nod, Hegel's gaze shifted slightly, as if astonished that the young girl could grasp his meaning. You truly understand. Remarkable. However, despite your commendable willpower and intelligence, your aptitude is only at level 3, which is somewhat regrettable. What does level 3 aptitude signify? What rank is that? Freya inquired, keenly focusing on the essence of the elder's words. Aptitude refers to a wizard's innate talent and the affinity for energy particles. It is classified into 5 levels, from lowest to highest. Yours is considered average. The highest, level 5 aptitude, allows one to sense the existence of energy particles from a young age and to wield them with relative ease, significantly increasing the likelihood of becoming a wizard. As he spoke, the elder let out a slight sigh. I had anticipated that your ability to perceive energy particles would place you at least above level 4. It is indeed a pity. Level 3 is still commendable. Freya nodded, momentarily grasping the wizard's description of aptitude. In her own terms, it could be articulated as the extent of cerebral development and affinity for energy particles. Yet, she recognized that her intellectual growth stemmed from the fusion with the original Freya of this world. Without this occurrence, it is unlikely she would possess even the talent to become a wizard. It seemed the elder was reluctant to delve deeper into this topic, and he continued. Although your aptitude is average, your inherent affinity for energy particles and mental fortitude is that of a first-rate apprentice. If it were otherwise, you would not have been able to arrive here after such a prolonged journey. Above the first-rate apprentices are the second-rate, followed by the third-rate. Before one can ultimately ascend to the rank of wizard, these matters will be elucidated by others in the academy, so I need not elaborate further. After listening to Hegel's succinct explanation, Freya gently nodded, gaining a preliminary understanding of the legendary existence of wizards. Subsequently, she voiced her inquiry. Given your assertion that there are few wizards left on this continent, how shall I reach the Wizard Academy? And what is it that you require of me? There is a fleet of wizard merchant ships that passes through here every 3 years. You are fortunate. One will arrive here at the beginning of next month, and I shall arrange for you to board. You may even encounter others of your kind aboard. It must be quite far. Then, Freya remarked, her brow furrowing slightly, aware that such voyages are measured in years. Indeed, it is quite distant, Hegel replied, his tone calm. Yet Freya discerned an unusual undertone in his words. The elder paused momentarily before solemnly gazing at Freya. The tasks I require of you are not numerous. Merely 2 in total. He extended 2 fingers. First, I need you to apprentice under a sorceress named Lisa and deliver a letter to her. Second, I need you to take a life. Take a life? Freya's expression sharpened slightly, her suspicion evident. You mean, a sorceress? Indeed. Hegel's once benevolent visage took on a faintly menacing aspect, though he gradually tempered his expression upon noticing Freya's peculiar demeanor. He waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry. I do not expect you to carry out the act immediately, but rather once you have ascended to the rank of a formal sorceress, possessing sufficient strength. That may be a rather steep price for what I am being asked, she replied, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of displeasure in her tone. Although she was unaware of the true might of a sorceress, she was well aware of the inherent dangers. Yes, it is somewhat unfair to you. The elder nodded, gently tapping the table as he pondered. Very well, aside from recommending you to the Sorceress Academy, I shall fulfill 2 of your wishes. But only within the limits of my capability. 2 wishes within your capability? Freya regarded Hegel with skepticism. The term wishes encompassed an expansive realm. Though she remained oblivious to the elder's true power, his tone suggested an exaggerated notion. Speak, then. 2 wishes, whether they pertain to wealth, status, or other desires, anything within my reach. I shall grant. The elderly man smiled and opened his arms, saying. Freya observed the demeanor exhibited by Hegel. In truth, she lacked for nothing, having all that she needed. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly retrieved the dagger from her waist that she had possessed since the previous night. Can you help me uncover the identity of the person behind this dagger? This was initially intended as a request for Hegel's assistance, and now, unexpectedly, she found herself endowed with 2 wishes without any cost, prompting her to present it forthwith. Hegel regarded the ordinary dagger resting on the table, raising an eyebrow in slight surprise, and confirmed, Is this your first wish? You do not wish to alter it? Indeed. Freya nodded affirmatively. Very well, since you were certain. With that, he reached for the dagger, gently caressing it, bringing it to his nose to inhale its essence, before deftly flicking it. A clear, resonant tone emanated from the dagger, and soon a grayish mist began to trickle down onto the table, swirling like ethereal dust. Freya stared in astonishment as the mist coalesced into the visage of an unfamiliar woman, seemingly animated as it writhed upon the surface. In a brief moment, it formed into a distinct face that lay flat against the table, its hollow eyes blinking before finally settling their gaze upon Hegel. Although she had mentally prepared herself, Freya could not shake the chilling sensation that washed over her at this uncanny spectacle. Hegel, oblivious to the girl's paling complexion, raised the dagger and directly inquired of the apparition, reveal the identity and current status of the owner of this dagger. Steel dagger, previous holder, Mason, Coletto, a man of 39, currently serves as a personal guard to Eisendrew. A hoarse and indistinct tone escaped from the lips of that visage. Thank you very much. Hegel nodded in acknowledgement. You're welcome. Upon finishing his words, the corners of that visage's mouth curled slightly, forming a semblance of a smile before it froze and gradually dissipated. It was merely a shadow tracking technique, if you choose the shadow path. You may have the opportunity to learn it as well. Hegel chuckled as he explained. However, since your wish is so straightforward, if this Eisendrew has caused you any trouble, I shall assist you in resolving it. Freya, still pondering the earlier matter, was taken aback by Hegel's words but then gently nodded. Very well. Have you thought of your second wish? Chapter 69. The contract for my second wish. I hope you can guarantee the absolute safety of my family during my absence, Freya stated solemnly. Concerned, are we? Hegel regarded the young woman with a discerning gaze and nodded slightly. That is not an issue. I will ensure their safety. Very well. Freya nodded, confident that since Hegel had made such a promise, he would likely uphold it. Although the Baron's prowess allowed him to navigate the mercenary realm with ease, unforeseen troubles could arise. With the elderly man's protection in place, her worries were considerably alleviated. Now that you have articulated both of your wishes, let us establish a minor contract. A contract? Freya, filled with curiosity, inquired, What contract? A contract that ensures equivalent exchange between us, Hegel replied with a mysterious smile. offering no further explanation. Instead, he murmured a series of fragmented phrases that Freya could not comprehend, while the expression on the elderly man's face grew solemn. Suddenly, with a soft sound, Hegel extended his right hand, and a vibrant orange fireball materialized out of thin air, filling the room with a pungent scent of sulfur. Freya covered her mouth and nose, narrowing her eyes as she watched Hegel casually disperse the fireball, revealing a parchment scroll, still flickering with embers, that he held in his hand. As the scroll appeared, the acrid odor of sulfur dissipated swiftly. Hegel unfurled the parchment and began to write meticulously with a quill. Freya lowered her hand from her face, observing his careful script. After a considerable time, Hegel set down the quill, gently blew on the scroll, and presented it to Freya. This is a revised version of the abyssal blank contract that I have preserved. Its sole purpose is to bind both parties to their commitments and ensure confidentiality. Now, take a look and see if anything is amiss. If not, then please sign. Freya glanced down at the scroll, feeling a surprising warmth as she touched it. The content of Hegel's writing reflected much of their previous conversation, yet it was more detailed and explicit. She quickly skimmed through it and found no omissions. Hegel was aiding her in altering her destiny and fulfilling 2 wishes, while she too would uphold the promise she had made to him. Indeed, there is nothing amiss. Freya set down the parchment in her hands and, as she grasped the quill, was about to inscribe her name when she abruptly lifted her gaze towards Hegel, her expression earnest. May I inquire, before me, did you recommend anyone else to the Wizard Academy? Yes, Hegel replied. There was another young individual of merit prior to you. Did he fail while in the midst of committing murder? Freya furrowed her brow slightly. No, Hegel paused, his eyes fixed on Freya, articulating each word with care. That young man failed on the path to becoming a wizard. Oh, I see, Freya thought, a flicker of understanding igniting within her. She swiftly inscribed her name. The moment the quill left the parchment, sparks erupted from it, accompanied by a crisp hiss as it vanished completely. Simultaneously, Freya felt as though something ephemeral had been added to her heart, a fleeting sensation. Hegel was somewhat taken aback by the girl's resoluteness. His eyes flickered with an inscrutable depth. You have already perceived the peril of this path. What compels such determination within you? Life is but a fleeting span of decades. Freya replied, her youthful face, still tinged with innocence at 15, suddenly brightened by a smile. I merely wish to see more of this world and understand it better before I depart, to discover how far I can journey. At her words, Hegel paused, momentarily stunned, before a smile broke upon his face as well. Ah, at merely 15 years of age, you possess a profound understanding of life and death. Had I been graced with such enlightenment in my youth, I would not have found myself in this predicament. It is truly disappointing. Freya observed the elderly man before her, faintly perceiving the wistfulness in his tone, while the latter part of his statement seemed to be a reflection directed at himself. After a prolonged silence, Hegel appeared to regain his composure amidst his musings. He retrieved from a drawer beside the bookshelf a black brooch adorned with a maple leaf design and a thick tome, reminiscent of a dictionary from a bygone era. I possess only the apprentice brooch and a manual for meditation. The apprentice robe and other items are unavailable here. You shall receive them at the academy in due course. Remember to keep the brooch with you once you embark. It serves as a testament to your identity. Additionally, it is imperative that you familiarize yourself with the meditation manual promptly, for it is essential knowledge for becoming a wizard. Understood. Freya accepted the 2 items, attentively heeding the elder's meticulous counsel. Although their relationship could be characterized as transactional, she could still sense Hegel's admiration and concern for her, akin to the affection an elder might extend to a younger member of the family. The second task I require of you will be detailed in the contract you receive upon your formal induction as a wizard. There is no definitive deadline for its completion. However, should you fulfill it, I shall bestow upon you additional rewards. After handing the items to Freya, Hegel seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, his tone taking on a lighter quality. The path of a sorcerer is fraught with hardships beyond your imagination. It is the destiny you have chosen. I have grown old. And although our relationship is merely one of equivalent exchange, I sincerely hope you can traverse this path farther than I have. I shall endeavor to do so. Freya nodded gently, acutely aware of the elder's heartfelt blessings. However, her attention had now shifted to the 2 items in her hands. The meditation manual, which Hegel had declared essential for becoming a sorcerer, ignited within her an eager curiosity to delve into its contents. Perhaps sensing Freya's current thoughts, Hegel smiled and remarked, Indeed. She rose to her feet. This journey would be unlike any other, necessitating some preparations. Stepping out of the library, The radiant sunlight illuminated Freya's striking visage as she glanced toward the distant teaching building. Several students emerged from the edifice, making their way to classrooms designated for other subjects. Although she was eager to examine the meditation manual, she understood that possessing such an item, which was intertwined with the lore of sorcerers, might attract unwarranted attention during daylight. Should a recurrence of last night's incident occur, it would surely lead to trouble. After some contemplation, she resolved to attend her swordsmanship class instead. Having just completed her training in thrusting techniques yesterday, it was the perfect opportunity to experiment over the next few days, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. Chapter 70. Completion due to the dormitory door being damaged by the previous two individuals. She decided to bring her belongings with her as she made her way to the swordsmanship classroom. Regarding the incident where Eisen had sought to attack her, she chose not to inquire further after Hegel had offered to assist her in resolving the matter. After all, in just a week, she would be departing from this place. Regardless of the reasons, pursuing the matter further seemed to serve little purpose. Entering the vast swordsmanship classroom, she found it completely empty. Freya cast a glance around. Even Leica was absent from the training hall. It seemed that the students had just finished their lessons and would take a while to arrive. She placed her belongings on a nearby wooden rack and retrieved a wooden sword from the sword stand. As she gripped the wooden sword, her hand quivered slightly, immediately tracing two delicate lines in the air. At this moment, even without unleashing her full energy, her inherent strength granted her an overwhelming advantage in one-on-one combat against knights of lower ranks. However, despite being at the pinnacle of knighthood, she displayed no signs of arrogance or complacency. Back in Dazur City, when faced with the equally formidable sea creature of Knightly Peak, she had felt an immense pressure and defense that, even now, would likely prove insurmountable. The pinnacle of knighthood has its own hierarchies, and that sea creature's power was perilously close to that of a Grand Knight, possessing no discernible weaknesses. Had it not been for Freya's enhancement of her ice blue earrings that ultimately led to its demise, it would not be long before it broke through to the Grand Knight level. Taking a deep breath, Freya focused her mind, a faint current of energy emanating from her, akin to a gentle breeze. She raised the wooden sword, slightly retracting her arm, assuming a stance poised for a thrust, while her hand vibrated at a rapid pace. A soft, buzzing sound could be faintly heard in the air. The art of thrusting swordsmanship is fundamentally characterized by agility and flexibility, with its sole shortcoming being a lack of raw power. However, the ingenious creator of this technique has ingeniously compensated for this deficiency, elevating it to a level that transcends even that of knightly swordplay. This is achieved through the remarkable combination of extraordinary precision and speed, resulting in a qualitative transformation through sheer quantity, thereby unleashing the most formidable potential of the practitioner. The wooden sword began to vibrate with increasing intensity and minute. Ephemeral traces flickered at the tip, akin to starlight. Freya fixed her gaze ahead. As the humming intensified, her body suddenly leaned forward, and the wooden sword thrust out. The sound was reminiscent of bubbles bursting in water, as a distinct silver point of light flashed abruptly at the sword's tip, only to vanish in an instant. Maintaining the thrusting posture, Freya noticed beads of sweat forming on her forehead, yet her eyes were steadfastly fixed on the fleeting silver light. A glimmer of excitement illuminating her expression. This power could penetrate the defenses of the sea-dwelling folk, although it was merely a point of light. Her current perception allowed her to discern the immense force behind this strike. Even against an iron plate, it would undoubtedly pierce through with ease. However, while the method of accumulation is undeniably potent, executing it presently proves somewhat taxing, not merely in terms of physical strength but also in precision control. If I were to exert myself fully, this technique could not be sustained for more than 2 minutes, lest I risk complete exhaustion. As she retracted her stance, Freya analyzed the wooden sword in her hand with meticulous introspection. Though her mind continued to ponder, she once again assumed her stance and began to practice. Mastery of technique is achieved through relentless repetition. Even a rudimentary military swordsmanship, when honed diligently, can yield notable accomplishments, let alone the advanced thrusting techniques of a Grand Knight. In the empty training hall, an eerie buzzing sound resonated continuously. As Freya repeated her exercises, her exceptional intellect began to grasp the nuances of conserving energy, further invigorating her spirit. The turbulent currents of air that surrounded her gradually unraveled, and her peak knightly prowess allowed her to occasionally manifest indistinct afterimages during her practice. Though her golden hair was tied back, strands began to escape amidst her increasingly fervent exertion. She was currently focusing on basic thrusting postures, striving to maximize efficiency with minimal effort. In a moment of clarity, her gaze sharpened. The wooden sword in her hand vanished instantaneously, and a surge of white energy coalesced into a conical form before thrusting forward with remarkable force. A brilliant silver streak, accompanied by a fierce rush of wind, suddenly materialized. Not far away, on the wall in the direction of her thrust, a tiny circular hole appeared, surrounded by faint cracks. The tempestuous force of her strike had finally loosened her bound hair, which cascaded gently down her back. The fact that she could achieve such a feat from a distance was astonishing. Her chest heaved with intensity. Despite having expended more than half of her stamina, she remained in awe as she beheld the hole she had created. Freya found it difficult to comprehend. The currents surrounding her gradually calmed, and as Freya estimated that the students were on the verge of arriving, she intended to put away her wooden sword for a brief respite. However, she suddenly noticed Laika from the swordsmanship classroom staring at her with an expression of sheer astonishment, which left Freya momentarily taken aback. She had been so engrossed in her practice that she had neglected her surroundings, completely unaware of Laika's arrival. You are a knight." At the pinnacle, Laika stammered, his typically stern demeanor faltering under the weight of his excitement. Observing Laika's reaction, Freya began to comprehend his emotions. As an instructor at the academy, Laika possessed only moderate strength among knights, and witnessing his student display prowess approaching a level he had nearly given up on was understandably overwhelming. Initially, he had even contemplated categorizing Freya among the beginners due to her focus on thrusting techniques. In truth, Freya had never concealed her capabilities. She had merely chosen to downplay them for the sake of humility. Now that her abilities had been unveiled, she chose to acknowledge them openly. Upon seeing Freya's candid admission, Laika's astonishment transformed into fervor. Faced with a knight of the utmost caliber, though he was familiar with her as a student, he could hardly contain his eagerness. "I wish to inquire." Just as he was about to pose his question, a cacophony of footsteps and voices approached from a short distance, heralding the arrival of the students. Chapter 71. Meditation. The arrival of the students interrupted Laika's inquiry. Although there were still a few minutes before the formal class was set to begin, he felt it inappropriate to speak any further at that moment. In the midst of the crowd, Sophia spotted Freya, waved her hand, and approached her. Seizing the opportunity, Freya took a step back, distancing herself from Laika's line of sight. As Sophia drew near, she suddenly lowered her head and whispered, "Freya, someone has advised me to warn you to be cautious lately. You may encounter some trouble." "Oh, what trouble?" Freya paused, raising an eyebrow. "Who told you I might be in trouble?" Observing Sophia's cautious demeanor, she had already surmised the nature of the danger being alluded to. Yet she was somewhat surprised that someone had discreetly informed her. Perhaps taken aback by Freya's inquiry, Sophia's face flushed slightly as she stammered. It was a mysterious person who told me. I don't know." Being inherently straightforward and lacking guile, she was making an effort to keep her boyfriend's secret. However, noticing her flushed cheeks, Freya quickly deduced the identity of the informant. "Since it puts you in a difficult position, I want to pry further," Freya said with a smile. "Thank you. I appreciate it." Sophia, relieved by Freya's understanding, nodded in agreement. At that moment, the designated class time had arrived. Not far off, Laika cast a peculiar glance at Freya but soon immersed himself in the teaching mode. Though puzzled as to why the young girl, possessing the prowess of a knight at her peak, had come to the Dragon Academy, he was nonetheless eager to engage her and perhaps unravel his own quandaries regarding swordsmanship. Before long, the brief swordsmanship class came to a close. As soon as class concluded, Freya promptly gathered her belongings, slightly shifting her body to the side, and swiftly exited the classroom before Laika could utter a word. Laika stood still, watching the figure of the young girl fade from view. His lips pursed slightly, yet he ultimately refrained from pursuing her. Although Freya was aware of Laika's intentions, she chose not to dwell on them. After all, their relationship was merely that of a typical teacher and student, even if Laika had previously contemplated assisting her. She deemed it unnecessary to expend time on such matters. Moreover, the remaining days were few. She had numerous personal tasks to attend to. After a brief tidying up and having lunch, she eagerly retrieved the meditation manual provided by Hegel. The black book felt heavy and substantial in her hands. Freya glanced out the window. Everyone was in the cafeteria for lunch, leaving the dormitory relatively empty. Sensing no unusual occurrences around her, she cautiously opened the first page of the book. The densely packed letters were inscribed in Angma script. The introductory meditation techniques, aimed at novice sorcerers encountering energy for the first time. She diligently scanned the first page, discovering that the majority of the content introduced the energy present in the air along with various formulas and theories. resembling a vast scientific treatise rather than anything pertaining to the arcane arts. After a moment of contemplation, she continued to read on. As she turned more pages, she gradually began to comprehend the nature of the energy particles studied and utilized by sorcerers, and slowly unraveled the essence of the so-called meditation techniques. In layman's terms, the practice of meditation is a remarkable method for unlocking one's cerebral potential or mental prowess and gradually harnessing the energy particles present in the air. Although this meditation manual covers a plethora of topics, most of it consists merely of theoretical knowledge intended for novices embarking on their journey as apprentices in the arcane arts. Only a small portion addresses the practical steps for initiating meditation and outlines some specific considerations. Those without an inherent gift for sorcery should refrain from attempting meditation lightly, lest they bear the consequences themselves. This meditation manual is the property of the El Green Wizard Academy. Any loss should be reported to the inspection department within 3 days. Half an hour later, Freya gently recited the final concluding remarks of the book, closing it with a contemplative demeanor. Beyond instructing on the art of meditation, this manual succinctly delineates the precise classifications of wizard apprentices. An apprentice capable of perceiving and accepting the energy particles in the air is classified as a first-tier apprentice. In contrast, a second-tier apprentice must possess a certain level of mental prowess and learn 2 types of zero-level sorcery, while a third-tier apprentice must be adept in at least 1 type of first-level sorcery and condense their mental energy into a tangible form. Hegel's classification of her was directly as a first-tier apprentice, indicating that she had already sensed the energy particles in the air when using enchanted items previously, resulting in subtle, unrecognized changes to her physical constitution. Exercising mental prowess involves the mysterious runes mentioned in the meditation manual, which one imagines to facilitate training. Is it merely imagination? Despite her awareness of the enigma surrounding sorcery, Freya remains somewhat skeptical of its authenticity. As human beings are inherently creatures of myriad distractions, the notion of emptiness is introduced to facilitate a smoother entry into the realm of initial meditation. Gradually, as time flowed on, Freya found herself devoid of thoughts, sinking into a state of stupor. She then began to envision the first rune, followed by the second, the third. Upon reaching the 7th, the very first rune in her mind flickered suddenly, coinciding with a slight twitch of her eyelid as her eyes remained closed. A fleeting sensation washed over her, as if she had forgotten the first rune entirely, as if she had never laid eyes upon it. Opening her eyes, she furrowed her brow and revisited the meditation manual, gazing at the first rune as if encountering it for the very first time. How astonishing it was that I could forget with my current memory. The rune pattern she beheld was not particularly intricate. With her intellect, it should have been easily retained. Yet, curiously, it eluded her grasp. According to the text, one must conjure 10 runes in a single visualization and perceive the energy particles in the air to be deemed a first-class apprentice. Theoretically, I should be capable of achieving this. A sense of determination welled up within her, prompting her to close her eyes once more. Entering the state of emptiness again, she quickly resumed her visualization. This time, in an effort to expedite her memory, she meditated on the 9th rune. The first rune leaped forth suddenly, as if it had sprung from her memory, while simultaneously, Freya felt a slight throbbing in her brain, akin to the mild discomfort experienced after a night of insufficient sleep. Freya opened her eyes, shook her head, and aside from the dull ache in her head, she felt a sense of mental fatigue. She understood that this was the mental exhaustion mentioned in the meditation manual, a one-time error committed by novice meditators seeking shortcuts. It appeared that these runes were indeed not as simple as they seemed. Gently massaging her temples to alleviate her weary mind, she took a moment to rest. Once the fatigue began to wane, she swiftly recorded the runes once more before closing her eyes. Through this experience of mental depletion, she realized that meditation was not as straightforward as she had initially believed. It required a step-by-step approach. Furthermore, as indicated in the manual, the initial phase of meditation could be somewhat challenging, though individuals with exceptional talent might succeed in entering a meditative state on their first attempt. Although Freya recognized her innate ability to be merely of a third-tier caliber, she believed it was still commendable. In a state of clarity, as the imagined runes multiplied in her mind, she reached the 10th rune, and within the darkness behind her tightly shut eyelids, a faint red light flickered momentarily. This sight brought a surge of joy to Freya, still immersed in meditation, as she instantly comprehended that it represented the energy particles present in the air. As she continued to visualize the runes, those luminous points in her darkened vision gradually began to multiply. She had succeeded. Although her eyes were closed, These enchanting lights felt omnipresent, as if she were in another tangible realm. Unbeknownst to her, her mind had become exceptionally lucid, her thoughts remarkably swift, and her seated body felt significantly lighter. Time passed unnoticed. Freya slowly opened her eyes, watching as the colorful points of light in the darkness gradually faded from her view. She cast a glance around, faintly sensing that she had changed somewhat since her meditation. Yet when she attempted to perceive the alterations more closely, she found herself at a loss for words. It was simply that her vision had become considerably clearer, and her control over her own body seemed to flow with greater ease. Freya clenched her fist, attuning herself to the subtle, inexplicable transformation within her. In a moment of clarity, a realization struck her. It was her mind. My thoughts had become sharper. Furthermore, she sensed that this meditation had not merely enhanced her cognitive faculties. Her body had undergone a peculiar transformation as well. Even in a world once brimming with advanced technology, the mysteries of the human brain remain largely uncharted. To her astonishment, the path of the sorceress appeared to be one that subtly evolved the essence of life itself, igniting a profound excitement within her. What could the ultimate level of existence be? A fervent curiosity welled up in Freya, solidifying her resolve regarding this choice. After a considerable time, she reined in her exhilaration, rising to stretch her somewhat transformed body. The duration of initial meditation should not be excessive, lest it harm the body, as noted in the cautionary guidelines. Glancing at the crystal clock, she noted it was precisely 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Moreover, having just acquired the complete swordsmanship and meditation manual for the Thornblade, she felt compelled to seize every moment to enhance her strength for the unknown path ahead. The daylight outside still lingered, and after a moment's contemplation, she resolved to visit the dedicated sword practice arena to swiftly perfect her Thornblade techniques. Exiting her dormitory, she observed that the building was relatively quiet, with only a few students milling about. Upon seeing Freya, they cast her a curious glance before returning to their usual activities. During the past 6 months, although she has maintained a low profile, she has distinguished herself academically, ranking among the top few freshmen at the Imperial Capital Academy. Most of her peers are familiar with her, and her uncommunicative nature lends her an air of aloofness. Nevertheless, her innate elegance and beauty have led to her inclusion in some frivolous rankings, such as the top 10 beauties and handsomes of Dragon Academy, earning her the moniker Iceberg Maiden, and being regarded as one of the most elusive girls to pursue. In truth, she pays little heed to such trivialities. Due to her unique experiences, she finds little common ground with these seemingly youthful boys and girls. Her future path diverges significantly from that of these sheltered blossoms. To draw a metaphor, Freya is akin to a carnivorous golden lion, while they are merely a group of rabbits nibbling on grass and hiding in tree hollows. As she meandered past the dormitory building, Freya quietly walked along the path, occasionally glancing at a few large signs flanking her. They bore the inscription, XX days until the selection quota for the Luden Imperial Capital Academy, reminiscent of the college entrance examinations of her previous life. This evoked a slight sense of nostalgia within her, as just days ago, this quota was her fervent aspiration, yet now it seems to have lost its significance. During the afternoon, the academy was relatively deserted, with most students having ventured outside to alleviate the monotony of their academic lives. After traversing a patch of soft grass, she soon found herself before a grand edifice. The swordsmanship arena at the Dragon Academy is accessible to students of all grades. In comparison to the swordsmanship classroom, this space is akin to a gymnasium, reflecting the academy's considerable wealth. The grand entrance stands open, and one can faintly hear the occasional whoosh within, the sound of wooden swords slicing through the air. However, upon entering, she discovers that the number of practitioners is rather limited. Yet they are all earnest and diligent students. Although the Dragon Academy is renowned for its affluence, there remains a substantial number of individuals who genuinely seek to master their craft. Without further ado, she strides over to a sword rack, selecting a wooden sword and commencing the training she had practiced in the previous swordsmanship classroom. A gentle breeze envelopes her as she deftly executes her sword forms. The vastness of the arena renders her subtle aura unnoticed, and her swordplay, if not scrutinized closely, appears to resemble conventional thrusting techniques. Moreover, she intentionally slows her movements to exhibit a technique of stacking. Though Hegel did not explicitly articulate the arduous nature of the path of a sorcerer, she can surmise that it entails more than mere hardship. After all, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, permeates every realm, albeit manifested differently. Additionally, The ancient texts she has consulted reveal that formidable knights, who transcend the limits of physical prowess, pose a significant threat to sorcerers. Presently, she stands at the very pinnacle of knighthood, teetering on the brink of becoming a grand knight. As time gradually slips away, on the following day, she received a notification from the Academy's higher-ups that she need not attend classes, presumably an initiative by Hegel. Simultaneously, she happened upon rumors circulating within the institution concerning a noble scion named Eisen, who had inexplicably succumbed to a peculiar ailment, his entire body grotesquely swollen, necessitating swift transport to the imperial capital of Rudin for treatment. Freya paid little heed to these developments, quickly redirecting her focus elsewhere. In the ensuing days, aside from composing an extensive letter to the Baron, Freya devoted the majority of her time wholeheartedly to refining her swordsmanship and engaging in meditation, preparing herself for the uncertainties of her forthcoming journey. In this state of dedication, her progress was remarkably evident, to the extent that she felt a burgeoning confidence that she could stand invincible even when confronted by the peak knights of the aquatic tribes. A week later, at a dock just a few kilometers from the Dragon Academy, a black carriage emblazoned with the Academy's insignia slowly approached along a narrow path. Clad in an elegant hunting outfit, Freya sat within the carriage, her leather suitcase at her feet, her crossed sword resting beside her right hand, and a confiscated steel dagger secured at her waist, epitomizing the essence of a traveler embarking on a significant journey. Opposite her, Hegel continued to prattle on. Chapter 73. Embarkation. Upon boarding the vessel, don the brooch. It will undoubtedly reveal your identity to those who behold it. You may encounter individuals who share your purpose. Engaging in conversation with them could prove beneficial. Once you reach El Green, it is imperative that you locate Lisa. In addition to the letter you are to deliver, she possesses some of my belongings from the past. Your ship is the last one. Be attentive to avoid embarking on the wrong vessel. Freya nodded gently, quietly absorbing the elder's counsel, her eyes reflecting a contemplative expression. Soon, the carriage halted at the designated area for carriages by the dock. The two alighted from the carriage, and Freya secured the cross sword at her waist, clutching the leather suitcase while gazing into the distance. The sky was clear, the sun shone brightly, and the sea lay tranquil, with merchant ships gliding gracefully across the waters, some arriving, others departing. The dock was bustling with stacks of goods awaiting shipment and individuals anticipating their vessels, while a few white seabirds occasionally called out, painting a harmonious scene. Hegel found a bench beneath a tree and beckoned Freya to join him. Sitting on the bench with her suitcase beside her, Freya gently tucked away her hair. Tousled by the sea breeze, silently awaiting the unfolding of events with an unusual sense of anticipation. In this serene atmosphere, around 10 minutes passed before a fleet of black ships gradually emerged on the calm horizon, drawing nearer to the dock. Hegel, lost in thought, rose at the sight of the approaching fleet. The elder's words had shifted Freya's focus to the vessels on the water. Her keen vision allowed her to discern the general appearance of the fleet. Compared to other merchant vessels, these black ships bore little outward distinction. However, as the fleet swiftly approached, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. They were enormous. In her gaze, these merchant ships, seemingly no different from others, possessed an immense size. They resembled towering edifices sailing upon the sea, their scale comparable to the grandiose luxury liners of her previous life. As the fleet drew nearer, the once tranquil sea began to swell with waves, and a number of seabirds circled overhead, chirping excitedly, just as Freya was marveling at the construction of the colossal ships. Hegel, standing beside her, gently tapped her shoulder and said, "Do not linger. The fleet will only remain here for 10 minutes. We must hasten." "Oh, right?" Startled, Freya promptly grabbed her suitcase and hurried with the old man towards the dock. The gigantic fleet moved swiftly, and before long, it had reached the shore. Rows of vessels, akin to skyscrapers, cast shadows that enveloped half the dock. As soon as they docked, the massive merchant ship's hatch swung open, lowering the gangplank. Workers, who had been waiting impatiently, rushed aboard to unload the cargo as if in a race against time. Freya and her companion jogged towards the last of the immense ships. Upon reaching their destination, the hatch of the final vessel had just opened, and the gangplank, secured by two thick black iron chains, was lowered with a thud onto the dock's foundation. Several robust men clad in black robes swiftly descended from the ship, taking their positions on either side of the entrance. Several elegantly dressed individuals stood there, eagerly awaiting their turn, their luggage in hand. As the gangway descended, they swiftly produced cards to present to the figures in black robes, subsequently forming a queue to ascend the gangway. The number of passengers boarding was not substantial, and it wasn't long before it was their turn. Hegel extracted a similar golden card from his sleeve and handed it to one of the cloaked attendants. Freya cast a glance and realized that he had offered nothing less than the golden card symbolizing coins, the letters denoting numbers on the back causing her to inhale sharply. Seemingly oblivious to the significance of the card he had presented, Hegel gently patted Freya on the back, smiling as he said, "Go on. I have conveyed everything you need to know, and do not forget the advice I have given you." "Yes." Freya nodded earnestly, collecting her composure. Pinning the brooch to her left breast and pulling her suitcase aboard the grand vessel, Hegel gazed thoughtfully at the girl's retreating figure, and without her turning back, he waved lightly before turning to depart. Unaware of the old man's exit, Freya boarded the ship, only to witness a black-robed figure distributing black cards to the individuals ahead. Those who received the cards promptly dispersed. The robed attendant soon approached her, handing her a black card while speaking in a monotone voice. "This is your room key. Affix it to the door lock to gain entry. Be cautious not to misplace it, as compensation will be required in such an event. Food is available around the clock. Should you require anything, simply call out. Your destination has been duly recorded, and you will be notified upon arrival. Is there anything else you do not understand?" Freya glanced at the number on the card she held, nodding slightly. Just as she did, the cloaked figure, intending to depart, was interrupted by the entrance of an elderly man clad in a green robe. The old man, carrying a small black leather case in his left hand and leaning on a brown wooden staff with his right, had unkempt white hair cascading about him. Yet, his aged face was animated by keen brown eyes. The cloaked figure, upon seeing the elder, changed expression slightly and hurried to greet him, suddenly adopting an exceptionally respectful demeanor as he retrieved a red card from his waist. "Sir, here is your room key. You may leave now." Before he could finish, the green-robed elder waved his hand, interrupting him, and advanced with his staff. As he passed by Freya, he paused momentarily, his gaze fleetingly drawn to the brooch at her chest. "To think that a gifted individual would appear here, quite rare indeed," he murmured softly, just loud enough for Freya to overhear. She immediately grasped that this elder might be connected to the world of sorcery. However, before she could act, the old man turned and ambled away. Watching him gradually disappear around the corner, Freya's eyes flickered, yet she ultimately refrained from taking any action. According to Hegel's prior admonitions, anyone associated with sorcery was inherently steeped in mystery. If they bore no ill intent, one could only hope for safety, but if they did, one might not even comprehend the peril until it was too late. She found it unnecessary to gamble on someone who barely qualified as an opportunity. Creak, creak. Freya stood still, surveying her surroundings. It would be wiser to locate her room before attending to anything else. After a moment's contemplation, she dragged her suitcase towards the indicated spot on the black card. The gentle sway of the ship on the sea did not induce any discomfort, and soon she discovered her room at a corner on the third deck. Following the directions of the cloaked figure, she pressed the black card against the lock, and with a faint click, the door swung open. The room was shrouded in darkness, prompting her to retrieve a luminous stone from her waist. The white light instantly illuminated the entire space. Freya set down her suitcase and casually surveyed her surroundings. The room was spacious, furnished with a mahogany bed, 2 high-backed chairs of the same wood, and a writing desk adorned with tea utensils and an oil lamp for illumination. Nestled further inside was a bookshelf, lined with rows of books. A cursory glance revealed that the majority appeared to be novels and biographies, presumably placed there to pass the time. To her surprise, Freya also discovered a small partition within the room, which, when opened gently, revealed a private lavatory and bathing area. Truly, for a ticket priced at 30,000 gold coins, the accommodations were exceptional. Freya muttered in bemusement. She approached the window, drew back the curtains, and sunlight streamed through the circular porthole, casting a warm glow throughout the room. The distant sound of waves could be faintly heard from outside. Now that she has just boarded the ship, she finds herself in unfamiliar surroundings and lacks the inclination to explore. Instead, she retrieves her meditation manual from her suitcase, preparing to engage in meditation. After several days of practice, she has attained the ability to envision 12 mysterious runes. According to the manual, once she reaches the second-tier apprentice physique and successfully meditates on 15 runes, she will be able to effortlessly draw a thread of energy particles into herself, thereby transforming her physical constitution. Nonetheless, even if she has not yet achieved that level, her capacity to meditate on 12 runes allows her to distinctly sense her body undergoing gradual changes. These subtle transformations seem to augment her physical constitution and aura, and she has a vague intuition that her current strength is steadily advancing toward the exalted pinnacle of knighthood. However, she wonders if this enhancement might directly propel her beyond her limits, elevating her to the rank of a Grand Knight. It is worth noting that the strength of a Grand Knight reaches an inhuman level, rendering ordinary weapons and arrows virtually ineffective. Unless one resorts to overwhelming sheer numbers or engages in a duel with another Grand Knight of the same caliber, it is exceedingly difficult to vanquish such formidable beings. If this transformation of physique is indeed commonplace, do the wizards possess that terrifying physical constitution as well? Life at sea is rather monotonous. After the initial excitement wanes, there is little of particular interest. In the ensuing days, apart from meditating and reading in her cabin, she dedicates her time to honing her swordsmanship in the training room aboard the ship, continually striving to enhance her abilities. The individuals who initially boarded the vessel alongside her, aside from the occasional encounter with one or two in the cabin, were mostly confined to their quarters, engaged in activities unknown. This monotonous existence persisted until the 5th day. The azure sky was adorned with a few drifting white clouds. Clad in a resplendent red dress, Freya stood at the ship's railing, quietly observing the undulating surface of the sea. The brisk ocean breeze tousled her golden hair, which fluttered behind her. A few days of seclusion had rendered her complexion somewhat pale, prompting her to seek the refreshing sea air and bask in the sunlight. On the deck, only a handful of ordinary sailors in their uniforms were busily attending to their tasks. The vessel sailed swiftly, the waves crashing against its hull with a resounding roar. Freya surmised that the ship must possess an undisclosed propulsion system, otherwise, it would be inconceivable, given the technological capabilities of this world, to maneuver such a colossal craft. The once orderly fleet had dwindled to just the ship she was aboard, its companions having departed for different destinations. As the vessel sped onward, the distant black dot on the horizon gradually loomed larger. The ship's trajectory was clearly directed toward a specific point. She squinted slightly and beckoned to an ordinary sailor who was not far from her. The sailor, taken aback by her sudden call, paused momentarily before noticing the brooch on Freya's chest. His expression shifted, and he promptly jogged over to her. "What is that? Are we headed there?" Freya inquired, pointing towards the distant black dot. "Madam, that is Maya Harbor, our destination for today. We shall remain there for approximately 10 minutes to pick up some passengers." Maya Harbor? Freya curiously gazed at the approaching port and pondered, "If I am not mistaken, this Maya port belongs to the kingdom of Bailey, does it not?" "Indeed. Your wisdom is commendable," replied the sailor. Upon hearing his confirmation, Freya furrowed her brow slightly. The distance between the kingdom of Bailey and Rudin spanned several smaller nations, and she was astonished that they had traversed such a distance in merely a few days. She continued her inquiries. "Do you have any idea when we shall arrive within the borders of Elgreen?" "Elgreen?" The sailor scratched his head and replied, "I have not heard of this place, not heard of it." Freya raised an eyebrow, recalling distinctly that the man in the black robe had mentioned the destination was already recorded. "Very well, I understand. You may leave now." Freya nodded, a sense of understanding dawning upon her. Wizards have always been synonymous with mystery. Many ordinary individuals may never encounter such beings in their lifetimes. Though these sailors worked on a vessel associated with wizards, their experiences were only marginally greater than those of common folk, and the secretive nature of wizard organizations rendered their ignorance quite normal. As the sailor departed, the distant dark shape gradually approached within Freya's line of sight, and she could now discern the general outline of a port city. Some sailors on the deck began to busily prepare for disembarkation. Approximately 20 minutes later, the grand ship finally arrived at Maya Port, leaning against the ship's railing. Freya looked down and noticed that the number of passengers boarding this time was considerably greater than at Dragonport. The gangway had yet to descend, and those below were patiently waiting in silence. The individuals awaiting boarding were clad in a variety of attire, representing a spectrum of ages. Among the crowd, she even spotted a few adolescents, around 14 or 15 years of age, quietly awaiting their turn under the protective watch of their attendants, luggage in hand. As the gangway gradually lowered, Freya suddenly observed that some of the youths were producing peculiar-shaped brooches, which they affixed to their left chests. Chapter 74, The Oceanic Clan. Perhaps their identities mirror my own, Freya mused quietly to herself. Yet, the design of the brooches worn by this group starkly contrasted with her own, suggesting they were not issued from the same source. The cloaked figures arrived promptly as the gangway descended. Those who had been waiting for an extended period formed a silent queue, boarding the vessel one by one. Although Hegel had previously suggested fostering more interaction with these fellow scholars, their disparate objectives and the absence of familiar ties rendered trust elusive among them. In the brief span of 5 days, she had gradually managed to meditate upon 14 runes and could faintly manipulate the energy particles in the air to enhance herself. She anticipated that once she mastered the meditation of 15 runes, the improvements would be even more pronounced. However, of greater significance was the realization that the icy blue earrings she wore had begun to exhibit a fraction of their capabilities, seemingly influenced by the gradual transformation of her constitution. This, thus far, represented her most substantial achievement. It is important to note that she had already experienced the formidable power of the ice blue earrings. This enchanted artifact, in Hegel's eyes, could indeed be considered a rare gem. Even though she could only harness a fraction of its capabilities, the effects left Freya immensely satisfied. In a mere 10 minutes, the ship jolted violently, signaling their departure from the harbor, while faint footsteps and the creaking of doors intermittently echoed from outside, only to quickly subside. The presence of the newcomers aboard the vessel had little impact on Freya. Her daily routine continued undisturbed, comprised of reading, honing her swordsmanship, and meditating. Even when she occasionally encountered young individuals of similar standing, they shared a tacit understanding, bypassing one another without any intention of forming acquaintances. Half a month later, on the brown deck, Freya, donned in casual attire, sat leisurely in a chair with a fishing rod borrowed from a sailor in hand. Beside her rested an empty iron bucket designated for her catch, embodying an air of tranquility. Just a few days prior, she had occupied her time with sword training and reading novels and biographies. But upon exhausting the contents of the bookshelf, she realized she had few options apart from practicing her swordplay and meditating. Her meditation schedule was fixed, as excessive training could strain her mind and mental fortitude. Moreover, with the enhancement of her abilities, she had begun to glimpse the path toward becoming a high knight, understanding that such a realm could not be attained through relentless practice alone. Thus, in a bid to stave off the encroaching madness of boredom, she chose fishing as a means of diversion. However, perhaps due to the swift pace of the colossal vessel, she had spent nearly half an hour without catching a single fish. In the distance, sunlight danced upon the surface of the sea, resembling a blue mirror, while large fish, reminiscent of dolphins, occasionally leaped from the water. A gentle sea breeze caressed the air, suggesting that it was indeed a fine day. Aside from Freya's fishing endeavors, on the opposite side of the deck, 2 young individuals, of a similar age to her, were engaged in conversation, and before long, they embraced one another. Thanks to the direction of the wind, Freya could faintly overhear snippets of their dialogue. "Tonight, in the room, can you come? Really? But you can't. There are others, so naughty." Freya cast a silent glance at the 2 young people, fully aware of the implications of their exchange. Since she was unlikely to catch any fish, she contemplated leaving to avoid intruding upon their intimate moment. Just then, a robust sailor clad in a white sailor suit, adorned with a red bandana, approached her briskly. "Are you referring to a storm?" Freya inquired, her gaze lifting to the cloudless blue sky where the sun hung high. She was aware of the ocean's capricious nature, but hearing the sailor mention a storm on such a clear day left her somewhat puzzled. Moments later, however, the once bright sky was swiftly overshadowed by a thick layer of thunderclouds. As the clouds obscured the sunlight, the room grew dim, and Freya stood by the round window, gazing out at the vast sea. The once tranquil surface of the sea has now begun to churn violently, and the dark sky, under the ominous thunderclouds, has transformed into a night-like gloom. The undulating waves cause even the colossal ship to sway gently. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, the sullen sky is illuminated by a flash of lightning, swiftly followed by a resounding roar, akin to the prelude of a tempest. After the lightning and thunder, a torrent of rain descends with urgency. The dense raindrops batter against the round windows as if someone were pouring water from above, creating an incessant clattering sound in concert with the howling sea wind. However, despite the storm's apparent ferocity, the great vessel only swayed slightly at first before regaining its stability. Standing at the window, Freya sensed, almost intuitively, that the ship was enveloped by a mysterious force, rendering it impervious to the tumultuous storm. Indeed, this must be the power of the sorcerer, she mused in admiration. The sudden turn of events compelled her to steady herself against the nearby wall. Turning her gaze outward, she was astonished to discover several massive, shadowy figures emerging upon the surging sea, seemingly unaffected by the raging tempest. As a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, casting a bright light upon the dark waters, Freya beheld the true forms of the colossal entities. They were four immense sea creatures adorned with deep blue scales, resembling the grouper fish of a bygone era, yet each was nearly the size of a small merchant vessel. Astonishingly, many humanoid beings with similarly blue skin stood atop their backs. That is, the Sea Clan? Although it was merely a fleeting glimpse, Freya indeed recognized the identity of these beings. Just as a sense of bewilderment arose within her regarding the presence of the Sea Clan amidst the storm, the enormous ship, which had just calmed, suddenly shuddered violently once more, followed by an even more intense swaying. Chapter 75, Power. Unbeknownst to Freya, a massive column of water surged forth, crashing towards the great vessel. However, as it approached, an enigmatic force seemed to diminish its impact. Ultimately, when the water column reached the ship, it merely caused a violent jolt, inflicting minimal damage. Yet, this unforeseen upheaval appeared to mobilize the entire crew aboard. Standing by the window, Freya could hear the incessant sound of footsteps and shouts from outside the door. The few members of the Sea Clan outside exuded a palpable malevolence. Freya was uncertain whether the ship would succumb to sinking. After all, she was unfamiliar with its structural integrity. If the worst were to occur, remaining in her room would certainly lead to entrapment. After a moment's contemplation, she grasped the nearby cross sword and meditation manual, her expression fluctuating, and opened the door. In her previous life, the ocean represented an unfathomable power. Even technologically advanced humanity had not fully explored its depths, let alone in this world. Outside the door, a multitude of burly men clad in black robes were hastily moving about, with some cabin doors slightly ajar, revealing passengers peering out. Freya frowned slightly at the peculiar atmosphere. And just as she was about to leave her room, one of the cloaked figures suddenly shouted towards a distant spot. Freya turned her gaze towards the source of the commotion, revealing a young man adorned with a brooch on his chest, dressed in finery. Perhaps overwhelmed by the impending doom of the sinking vessel, he hastily fled his quarters, clutching his belongings. "What elk family?" he shouted, his voice laced with indignation. "Why should I heed your words? Do you know who I am? I am the eldest son of Duke Landon. If anything were to happen to me..." Despite his noble lineage, the youth's face was marred by terror as he ran, his cries echoing in the air. His panic seemed to stir the other unsuspecting passengers, causing a ripple of unrest throughout the ship, which darkened the expression of the cloaked figure in the distance. "Sir, if you refuse to heed my warning, I am empowered to employ force to maintain order aboard this vessel. I care not for your threats." The young man was cut off mid-sentence as the cloaked figure surged toward him with astonishing speed. Freya's eyes narrowed as she observed the figure's movements. Sensing an enigmatic force enveloping him, distinct from the typical aura of a knight, it was a powerful and extraordinary energy. A loud thud resounded. The might and reputation of the Elk family are not within the grasp of mere mortal aristocrats to comprehend. Their renown is formidable, both at sea and on land. Let us hope this encounter does not disappoint. A middle-aged woman peered disdainfully from her doorway at the boy who had been thrust into the room, then inclined her head slightly towards the cloaked figure. "Thank you for your commendation, madam. We shall ensure it is upheld." The cloaked figure's display of force prompted the other onlookers to swiftly shut their doors. Freya, sensing the seriousness of the cloaked figure's demeanor, weighed her options briefly before decisively closing and locking her door from within. Faced with the threats of the sea, she found herself powerless, compelled to wait in silence. However, the mysterious power demonstrated by the figure in the black robe had piqued her curiosity. Although she could not ascertain whether he had exerted his full strength, his speed seemed considerably inferior to hers, suggesting that he was merely of above-average knightly prowess. Yet, the method he employed to incapacitate the youth left her perplexed. She distinctly perceived that the boy was at a distance from the robed figure yet fell as if struck by an invisible force. Such a peculiar power indeed. As Freya pondered these matters, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky outside her window, followed by an unusual rumbling sound. A resonating hum filled the air, reminiscent of a swarm of bees buzzing simultaneously in her ears. The eerie noise rendered Freya unable to react, forcing her to cover her ears in an attempt to shield herself from the sonic assault. In a daze, she sensed a slight tremor within the room, accompanied by a faint scent reminiscent of something burning. But before she could grasp the situation, a beam of crimson light shot forth from the bow of the colossal ship, slicing through the heavens toward the direction of the sea creatures. The sound was akin to a branding iron plunging into cool water. Freya pressed her ears tighter, striving to lift her head and gaze out the window. There, an otherworldly phenomenon was quietly unfolding. What is happening? The once turbulent sea, ravaged by the storm, now appeared to be boiling, as fish of various sizes floated to the surface, belly up, From the depths below, the beam of light flickered and vanished, leaving behind a lingering crimson glow in the air, which gradually faded away. In the place where the sea dwellers once stood, there was now nothing but a deep whirlpool spinning rapidly, while the surrounding waters surged frantically to fill the void. Freya widened her eyes, entranced by the astonishing spectacle outside, oblivious to the disappearance of the hum. This surely cannot be classified as an era of cold weaponry. Such immense power, even in her past life, would have been exceedingly difficult to attain. Could this be the might of a sorcerer? It is truly terrifying. In disbelief, she touched the windows, the chill reminding her that this was no mere illusion, gradually revealing a glimpse of this world. The incident seemed to be nothing more than a tempestuous farce, abruptly concluding. Moreover, the previously unfamiliar passengers aboard the ship appeared to share a sense of camaraderie born from this shared ordeal, gradually growing more acquainted with one another. In this atmosphere, Freya gleaned snippets of information about the vessel from their scattered conversations. The ship she was currently on belonged to the Elka sorcerer family, known as the Bozek, signifying a ship that conquers the seas. Beyond its purpose as a passenger vessel, it was also a decommissioned armed ship. Even within the realm of sorcery, it was a significant strategic asset, which the unfortunate sea dwellers had encountered. Had it been an ordinary passenger ship, it likely would have been devoured without a second thought. It is essential to recognize that throughout history, the relationship between sea dwellers and humans has been intricately complex. In the vast ocean, the aquatic tribes are far from being a singular entity. They are divided into numerous factions and nations, much like humanity itself. Among them, some harbor friendly sentiments towards humans, while others are hostile. However, the majority of the aquatic tribes maintain a peaceful covenant with human sorcerers, refraining from any provocations. Yet, certain tribes do not adhere to such agreements. Instead, they subsist by preying upon humans at sea, akin to pirates. These tribes often possess formidable power and influence. Yet even the mightiest must recognize their limitations, as exemplified by the illustrious family of the sorcerer Elka. Chapter 76. An encounter 5 days after the incident involving the assault by the aquatic tribes. Within the opulent dining hall of the ship, Freya, having completed her daily meditation, casually approached a seat with a tray brimming with food. Given their maritime surroundings, the ship's cuisine predominantly featured seafood. Although the chef's culinary skills were exceptional, the richness of the dishes could become overwhelming. Thus, Freya's tray mostly consisted of vibrant green vegetables and a few golden brown roasted fish. The dining hall was spacious and elegantly decorated, yet apart from Freya, only 2 or 3 individuals occupied the vast area, seated at a considerable distance from her. Just as she was about to take her first few bites, a figure circled around from behind her and placed a tray opposite hers. Freya, I too am dining alone. Would you mind if I joined you? The speaker was a boy of about 14 or 15, clad in a brown swordsman's outfit. His voice, somewhat grating due to the changes of adolescence, was nonetheless amiable, exuding a sunny disposition. Though he posed the question, the boy confidently smiled and took a seat without awaiting her response. Freya gazed at the youth across from her with a hint of exasperation, merely tapping her dining knife against her plate to indicate his inconsiderate behavior, yet she refrained from voicing her discontent. This ordinary lad, named Francis Buckland, had fortuitously crossed her path the day after the Sea Tribe incident while practicing swordplay in the training room. He had boarded the vessel at the previous Maya port and was, like Freya, an apprentice destined for a wizarding academy, albeit with a different destination in mind. However, while they shared a similar status, Francis possessed a wealth of knowledge that far surpassed Freya's naivety. Indeed, much of what she knew about the ship's exploits had been imparted by him. After Francis initiated their conversation, the pair lapsed into a comfortable silence, quietly consuming their meals. The once bustling dining hall had been further emptied by the departure of 2 more patrons, leaving only the 2 of them in the expansive space. After a while, having consumed a live octopus, Francis could no longer contain his curiosity. By the way, Freya, it has occurred to me that I still do not know your destination, he remarked. I am headed to the Elgreen Wizarding Academy, Freya replied calmly. Over the past few days, she had gleaned an understanding of Francis's forthright demeanor. Beneath his loquacious exterior lay the simplicity of youth. Elgreen, you say? Francis lifted a bowl of thick soup, blowing gently upon its surface as he pondered. I believe I have heard of that institution. It is located beyond the Deus Mountains, merely separated from my own destination by 2 mid-sized nations. It seems quite close indeed. Oh, you are familiar with Elgreen? Freya slightly lifted her head, setting down her food, and inquired curiously, do you know any specific details about this organization? Well, Francis chuckled awkwardly. I only have a general idea of its location. The organization among wizards is quite secretive. Unless one is a member, it is challenging to gain insight. However, I can tell you that in about 10 days, you will arrive, while I will need an additional 3 to 4 days. Freya furrowed her brow slightly. So it will take over 10 days? Actually, that's relatively fast, Francis reassured her, noticing her expression. You see, some wizard organizations are situated in much more distant places. I've heard that certain special wizards are active in the polar regions, and to my knowledge, there are 2 individuals on this ship who are headed there, which will take them half a year to reach. Half a year. Freya responded, somewhat incredulously, finding it hard to imagine that anyone on this ship would need to remain aboard for 6 months to reach their destination. Yet, she turned to Francis with a puzzled look. Family? Are you referring to a wizarding family? Yes, merely a small family, he replied. If you are interested, you could forego that Elgreen Academy and join my family. I assure you, you will not be disappointed. Although his tone seemed casual, his gaze towards Freya held an inexplicable sense of anticipation. In the course of a few days of interaction, through subtle inquiries, he had gleaned some information about Freya. She possessed the pinnacle strength of a knight, while also holding the qualifications of a third-level wizard. This could indeed classify her as an elite apprentice, even within some of the grand organizations of wizards. Although her overly rational demeanor could not be deemed a virtue, it was nonetheless a striking characteristic. If Freya were to be brought into the family, it would undoubtedly benefit the current lineage, and his assurances of not treating her poorly were genuine. Freya, gazing into Francis's sincere and expectant eyes, recognized that he was not jesting. However, regarding the contract between Hegel and herself, she gently shook her head and smiled, saying, Let it be. I have already made a promise to go to Elgreen. Therefore, if the opportunity arises, I shall visit your family. Oh, what a pity, Francis exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. But honestly, although I am not familiar with the intricacies of the Elgreen organization, I do know that the region near the Dias Mountains is frequently embroiled in wizarding wars. Should you find it unbearable there, you are always welcome to come to my side. As the second son of the Buckland family, I shall extend my hospitality to you at any time. Of course, she replied. Though their acquaintance had lasted mere days, Freya could sense Francis's sincerity towards her. There was no underlying sentiment, merely the pure friendship that arises when 2 individuals, lost in the vast ocean of existence, encounter mutual admiration. By the way, do you know what powers those hooded figures aboard this ship wield? Are they wizards as well? Freya suddenly recalled the peculiar powers wielded by the cloaked figure during the aquatic clan's attack and inquired, Oh, those individuals? They are not sorcerers, rather. They are the death warriors cultivated from a young age through sorcery by the Elk family. They exist in a realm between knights and sorcerers. Their potential drained from an early age by magic, resulting in formidable strength. Essentially, they are merely a group of warriors devoid of potential, capable of reaching only the pinnacle of knighthood, and cannot be compared to those of us blessed with boundless potential, Francis replied slowly, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes. Oh, so they exist in a liminal space between sorcerers and knights? Freya nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. However, although these individuals lack exploitable potential, they possess a unique self-destructive ability that is quite powerful, if one were to be caught off guard. Unless one is a bona fide sorcerer or a grand knight, they would certainly suffer grievous harm, Francis continued. Upon hearing Francis's subsequent remarks, Freya was momentarily taken aback. The notion of self-destructive death warriors struck her as reminiscent of certain organizations from her previous life. Although she had taken many lives, she held a profound respect for human life. Consequently, she felt a psychological aversion towards the Elk family. Well, let us not dwell on this any longer. After dinner, will you be heading to the training room? It is a rare opportunity to encounter a knight of your caliber. I have numerous questions regarding swordsmanship that I wish to discuss, Francis remarked, deliberately steering the conversation away, as if sensing Freya's unease. It is settled then. I still have some matters to attend to, so wait for me in the training room. Francis swiftly consumed the last morsel of bread from his plate and rose. All right. Freya replied with a gentle nod. Once Francis had fully exited the dining hall, she resumed her meal, contemplating the recent conversation they had shared. From Francis's account, it appeared that the region of Elgreen was rife with conflict. However, according to Hegel's earlier remarks, it was not merely a second- or third-rate wizarding organization. One could reasonably assume that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, safety would be assured. Moreover, during their discussion, Freya began to grasp the prevailing attitude that wizards held towards ordinary people. a sense of superiority, coupled with a palpable disdain for most mundane lives. Of course, the wizards, endowed with formidable and mysterious powers, were justified in this regard, yet it was somewhat disconcerting for Freya. There remained a multitude of fundamental aspects of the wizarding world that eluded her understanding. She resolved to delve deeper into this enigmatic realm while she still had 10 days to spare. Reflecting on their initial acquaintance, it was evident that their relationship was one of mutual benefit, which explained why Freya had readily accepted Francis's familiarity from the outset. Perhaps Francis had intended this from the beginning, but it was only now, as they came to appreciate one another, that their bond had genuinely deepened. 10 days swiftly elapsed, and the grand vessel known as the Bozek was gradually approaching the shore, with the gangway beginning to descend. Freya stood quietly at the ship's railing, her crossed sword hanging at her waist, while a leather trunk rested by her feet. She gazed into the distance at a vast black mountain range, resembling a sinister black beast lurking silently. At the foot of the mountains, the faint outlines of town buildings could still be discerned. Indeed, that was the Dias Mountains. Francis smiled and nodded, astonished at how swiftly 10 days had passed. Are you truly not considering accompanying me to my family? You must understand that, given my status, I could provide you with the finest resources and knowledge. Freya had not anticipated Francis's renewed invitation, but she smiled and replied, though we have only known each other for a little over 10 days, you are aware of my character. I do not renege on promises. Moreover, the distance between us is not insurmountable, and I shall visit when the opportunity arises. Ah, very well. I respect your decision. Francis sighed in resignation, having been genuinely captivated by this young woman through their interactions over the past days. Although Freya was merely an ordinary apprentice with limited knowledge, Francis discerned the admirable qualities within her that were not overshadowed by her innate abilities. Her unwavering rationality, formidable willpower, insatiable thirst for knowledge, and intrinsic temperament undoubtedly indicated that no matter the path Freya chose in the future, she possessed immense potential. Aware of the regret in Francis's heart, Freya could only gently shake her head, refraining from offering further words of consolation. With a resounding thud, the gangplank was lowered onto the bridge connecting to the ship. Upon reaching the Dias Mountains, a black-robed figure announced in a resounding voice, "Disembarking passengers, please ensure you have all your belongings and that nothing is misplaced." Aside from Freya, 3 unfamiliar individuals were also alighting here. Typically, wizarding organizations have greeters. Follow the signs after disembarking, and you'll find them. This place is rather chaotic, so it's best to refrain from wandering aimlessly and instead locate your destination promptly, Francis advised with earnest solicitude. Understood, Freya responded, offering a final glance at Francis. Clutching her valise, she nodded and disembarked alongside the other 3. Once they were ashore, the colossal vessel promptly retracted its gangplank and departed. Her feet now planted on unfamiliar soil, the rhythmic cadence of the surf crashing against the shore filled the air as Freya inhaled deeply, attempting to conceal the tempest of emotions within her. Within her line of sight stood a black signpost, in addition to indicating the direction of the Elgrin Wizarding Academy. It also marked the locations of the Serpent's Fong Tower and Hurricane Fortress. The other 3, with no inclination for conversation, promptly set off in the directions of the other 2 destinations after disembarking. Freya paused momentarily before proceeding towards the Elgrin Wizarding Academy as well. Half an hour later, having traversed the path indicated by the signpost for 30 minutes, Freya passed through a sylvan trail, and through the verdant tapestry of the arboreal expanse, she discerned a colossal ebon edifice standing in isolated eminence. The sylvan trail beneath her feet continued its course towards the structure. Could that be the Elgrin Wizarding Academy? Freya mused, her brow furrowing slightly in uncertainty. Though the sun still graces the sky, she is struck by the sensation that the distant structure is shrouded in shadow, as if veiled by a delicate mist. A gentle breeze sweeps past, lifting a few strands of hair from her forehead. I catch a whiff of the essence of youth. Suddenly, a raspy voice emanates from behind Freya. A stranger inquires, "Are you a new apprentice?" The unexpected voice jolts her into alertness, and as she turns to look, she is met only by a large gray rabbit, bounding and gazing at her, with no one else in sight. Chapter 78. Entering There's no need to look further. I am the guardian rabbit of Elgrin Academy. You may call me Little Jim. The nearly half-human-sized gray rabbit fixes its red eyes upon her. Chapter 79. Apprentice upon Freya's entrance. A young woman sets down her water jug and offers her a gentle smile. Newcomer, what is your name? Have you come for me too? Chapter 80. Learning from this brief exchange, Freya discerns that Mentorlisa possesses a gentle disposition, appearing quite approachable. Chapter 81. Magic Stones 3 months later. In a classroom at Green Wizard Academy, today marks the lesson on the principles of positive energy led by Mentorlisa. Chapter 82. Tasks. Mentorlisa's teaching style is notably more gentle and meticulous compared to other instructors, even with only 20 apprentices in the classroom. The principle of positive energy is. Chapter 83. Hunting. The most expedient task for acquiring magic stones? Katie mused to himself, pondering that this could only pertain to hunting missions or the search for various materials. However, Chapter 84. Employment. As the mental link with the corrosive giant severed, the leading boy suddenly shouted aloud. At his prompt, 2 long arrows swiftly flew forth in succession. Chapter 85. Assessment. Half an hour later, within the task hall of Green Academy, Freya received a small piece of magic stone handed through the window, tucking it into her gray robe. Chapter 86. Dissection. Understanding, the figure in the black robe pushed open the laboratory door and stepped inside. It did not take long before he. Chapter 87. Dissection 2. After signing the contract, Freya emerged from the laboratory with a relaxed expression. The remaining apprentices, upon seeing her demeanor, instantly comprehended that she had succeeded in the assessment. Chapter 88. Recruitment. Most wizards are quite proficient in anatomy, with the field of necromancy standing out in this regard. Freya, as an assistant. Chapter 89. Magic Array. Oh, is that so? Upon hearing Freya's refusal, Lillian's expression darkened slightly, yet she refrained from inquiring further. For it is well understood that everyone harbors their own. Chapter 90. Magical Pets. I have fully grasped the foundational knowledge of the enchantment system and can independently create some rudimentary enchanted items, although this field necessitates corresponding. Chapter 91. Gathering. 3 days later, at the western gate of the Green Wizard Academy, a young girl clad in a gray robe stood quietly before the imposing black iron gate. Chapter 92. Departure. The 2 individuals mounted on horseback. Chapter 93. Experiment. From this point, it would take approximately half an hour to reach a suitable resting spot. The activity periods of the flame scorpions and crimson snowbats occur during the early morning and dawn, hence. Chapter 94. Experiment 2. The senses of beasts are inherently more acute than those of humans, not to mention the lower-grade magical creatures that have mutated due to energy pollution. Realizing they had been detected. Chapter 95. Human face. During the subsequent journey, Freya encountered no further perilous creatures. 10 minutes later, at the end of a crooked path, stood a wooden. Chapter 96. Human face. This sudden appearance of a face caused Freya to spring upright from the ground, an instinctual sense of crisis propelling her to the brink of explosion. Chapter 97. Chilling dread. A silver glow flashed through the center of the small house. Chapter 98. Foreboding. A violent gust of wind erupted from Freya, centered on her very being. She stared intently at the 2 figures slowly approaching her. Chapter 99. Subterranean lake. The night sky remained dark, devoid of any mist, save for a resplendent full moon suspended in the heavens. Its silvery light streamed through the window, painting the floor in ethereal hues. Chapter 100. Subterranean lake. 2. Each person received a sprig of small, violet grass. Freya delicately pinched the seemingly ordinary blade, inhaling a subtle fragrance, a blend of meaty notes and a hint of mint. Chapter 101. Dispersal. A droning sound, akin to a swarm of bees in flight, filled the air. A white, conical stream of energy, roughly 30 centimeters in length, emanated from the staff. Chapter 102. Dispersal. The massive jaws of the hound engulfed Lanny, her newly formed energy shield proving futile. Sensing the sudden dissipation of her presence, Freya's face hardened with a chilling resolve. Chapter 103. Conclusion. With her expanding knowledge, Freya could now fully appreciate the immense amplification provided by the icy blue earrings. Chapter 104. Conclusion. The jurisdiction of Green Academy was extensive, its boundaries subject to change due to its location within the war-torn Dis Mountains. Chapter 105. The order. As for this, I am unaware. It is a decision made by the upper echelons of the family. Rand chuckled helplessly. Yet I have heard that the heart of the Earth Lake may conceal more than mere resource points. Chapter 106. The order. Chapter 107. An encounter. The accommodations were rather subpar, yet one cannot be overly critical when traveling. The group of soldiers imbibing did not cease their revelry upon Freya's entrance. Chapter 108. An encounter. The insignia of the academy? Is that an apprentice? Freya furrowed her brow, observing the unfortunate boy being roughly seized, struggling to believe the scene before her. It is well known that L. Chapter 109. Sarah. Throughout the journey, the Red Eagle thieves seem to have fixated on Bet's whereabouts, incessantly sending individuals to harass the pair until Freya, incensed, employed magic to locate them. Chapter 110. Sarah 2. That is one of the symptoms resulting from my clandestine research on negative energy plant experiments. Sarah gently touched a butterfly-shaped black scar on the side of her cheek. Chapter 111. Improvement. 20 days later. The room appeared somewhat dim, shrouded by thick curtains, with a faint aura of energy encircling the edges of the windows and doors to obstruct. Chapter 112. Old acquaintances. Soon, the two arrived at the Villa S. Chapter 113. Old acquaintances. To the azure sky stretched above, devoid of any white clouds, pristine and clear. In the sky, a colossal and peculiar bird soared alone, its wings unfurling gracefully. Chapter 114. The Eye of Truth. A white carriage glided quietly along the road, with Freya and the transformed Francis seated inside. They gazed out of the carriage window at the flowing scenery. Chapter 115. The Eye of Truth 2. How does it compare? Although it may not rival El Green, it is still quite pleasant, Francis said with a hint of pride. Indeed, it is quite nice, Freya replied. Chapter 116. Resolution. Whispered incantations escaped her lips, and as flames danced above the metallic sphere, Freya abruptly spread her hand, causing the distant purple flames to swell instantly. Chapter 117. Understanding. Furthermore, the Eye of Beaky possesses a latent ability to summon its kin in times of peril, which is why I urged you to capture it, Freya explained. Chapter 118. Friends. The tender green lawn felt soft beneath their feet, while a nearby small lake rippled gently. Chapter 119. Friends 2. Freya sat on a bench beside the lake. Chapter 120. Chapter 119. Anomaly. In addition to the primary promotion array, a spell that aligns most closely with one's innate talent is also required, and the selection of this spell must be approached with utmost caution. Chapter 121. Anomaly. 2-foot snap. A delicate, pale hand suddenly descended above the crow, effortlessly grasped by its fingers, as the purple flames flickered in response to the outstretched limb. Chapter 122. Inquiry. If one were to say that an ordinary wizard apprentice's energy perception is confined, it would signify the loss of a significant portion of their combat prowess, despite possessing abilities far superior to those of the common populace. Chapter 123. Map. This is all by the orders of headquarters. We are merely carrying out our assigned duties. Aware of his current predicament, the young man did not hesitate and promptly stated. Chapter 124. Analysis. These two fragmented maps, when combined, are merely the size of a palm and appear quite antiquated. However, upon Freya's meticulous examination, she was still able to discern the details from both maps. Chapter 125. Analysis. 2. Has it shattered? With a slight frown, Freya gazed at the formation's stillness and directly picked up the central black crystal for closer inspection. Originally, it was resplendent. Chapter 126. Analysis. 3. As for Sarah, she was eager to befriend Freya due to her vast and diverse foundational knowledge, and did not harbor any resentment simply because she was not a formal wizard. Chapter 127. Analysis. 4. Indeed, once mental energy enters a stagnation phase, its limited activity can have a considerable impact. Sarah nodded knowingly, and then said, in that case, I shall. Chapter 128. The spirit. Freya recalled the earnest expression on Sarah's face when she made these solemn requests, and could easily imagine the lethal potential of those seeds. Gently, she held the small object in her hand. Chapter 129. The spirit. Too. It seemed as though that entity was startled by her sudden outburst. Freya instantly felt a lightness on her back, and the chilling sensation around her neck vanished without a trace. Chapter 130. The clue. With a stoic expression, Freya drove the horse forward. Approximately 10 minutes later, on the narrow path, a horse-drawn white carriage stood idly by the roadside. Chapter 131. The conflict. Little Tom? Which little Tom are you referring to? The woman inquired with confusion. How many little Toms are there here? Freya raised an eyebrow and responded. Gold coins. The burly man rummaged through his small bag, and his eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as he flashed a grin, revealing a set of teeth that were half black and half yellow. He pulled out Freya's. Chapter 133. The entrance. To my lord. Is this what you're looking for? Little Tom exclaimed, waving a piece of cut bamboo grass as he rushed toward Freya. She accepted the offered item. Chapter 134. The entrance. 3. The documents contained a series of barely legible experimental records. Are these syntheses of magical creatures? Soul-devouring monsters? Black snake flowers? Utilizing. Chapter 135. The entrance for what is this? She fixed her gaze on the room from which the sound emanated, her heart racing. It is known that, according to the data, these. Chapter 136. Entering 5. It is remarkable that these creatures possess such formidable power even in their embryonic stage. One can only imagine the extent of their mind and maturity. Freya cast a glance. Chapter 137. Entering 6. Despite their terrifying assassination capabilities and the potent corrosiveness of their blood, their intelligence has not escalated in tandem with their physical growth. The familiar acrid scent was indistinguishable from the blood of those creatures. Furthermore, Freya sensed an inexplicable aura of danger lurking within the room. Chapter 139. Departing 2. Damn. Listening to the sounds behind the stones sent a chill down Freya's spine. Although these creatures lacked intelligence, their physical prowess was. Chapter 140. The road. The trees flanking the road receded gradually as the carriage advanced, punctuated by the cheerful chirping of small birds. Chapter 141. The unexpected. A warm sensation enveloped her. Freya found herself submerged in water, embracing the tranquility, her spirit thoroughly at ease. She wiped. Chapter 142. Following. Is there anyone trailing us on the road? Of course, one should consider who I am. By the way, how severe is Rhys's arrow wound? Chapter 143. Pursuit 2. In an instant, Freya's entire figure vanished, causing the man to appear abruptly in place with a resounding thud. The earth beneath his feet. Chapter 144. Experiment. As the group of soldiers entered, they scanned the entire inn with searching gazes. The foremost soldier swept the area and, upon spotting Freya. Chapter 145. Experiment 2. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Before long, a tender sound unexpectedly emanated from the chunk of flesh. Feeling the energy of the blue crystal at her wrist. Chapter 146. Trap bet. Are you certain this letter is sent from Mentor Sarah? Did you not mention she was attending a gathering? Freya, holding the letter, suddenly lifted. Chapter 147. Trap 2. With a sharp swish. Silver sword marks continuously slashed through the air, causing yellow sand to scatter wildly under this fierce attack. Freya wielded. Chapter 148. Escape. Her mental energy was repelled by the witch's trap. Each casting of magic not only doubled the consumption but also severely hindered the recovery of her mental strength. Chapter 149. Escape 2. In the suburban forest outside Katia City, a red figure darted nimbly through the trees. As Freya ran, her expression was. Chapter 150. Aftermath. Boom. 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 The plants, having expanded, burst forth like powerful botanical explosives. The entire forest. Chapter 151. Aftermath 2. Regarding the recent assault on the Blue Eagle Nest, I have already. Chapter 152. Aftermath 3. This cluster of dark eyes seemed to genuinely resemble those of some creature, curiously scanning its surroundings. Half an hour later, Freya. Chapter 153. Bergtown. Oh. A second-rate apprentice, Freya remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she observed the individual ahead struggling to assist the fallen horse with an awkward demeanor. Chapter 154. Bergtown 2. Outside the window, the sound of rain pattered incessantly with no other noise to be heard. Freya suddenly experienced a bizarre sensation. As if the entire town had abruptly been reduced to. Freya remained indifferent. The spacious task hall was noticeably less populated compared to before Freya's departure. Yet it remained abuzz with activity. In the center of the hall stood 3 massive. Chapter 157. Transaction 2. The elder uncorked the bottle and, with a slight squint, grasped the piece of meat, stroking it thoughtfully before suddenly lifting his gaze to inquire. I could. Chapter 158. Choice. As soon as Freya stepped into the magic array, a green aura emanated, instantly filling the air with a subtle scent of fresh grass. The scent of fresh grass enveloped her. After more than 40 days of oppressive study, she had nearly forgotten the tasks hanging in the mission hall. Had it not been for the incoming message at that moment, she would likely have dismissed. Chapter 160. Clue 2. I am Marina from the biology department. Her voice possessed a magnetic, slightly husky quality, yet she remained with her head bowed during her introduction, which came across as somewhat impolite. Chapter 161. The arrival. At the same time, Lillian caught sight of Freya, visibly taken aback. Lillian? Freya observed her noticeably haggard face, her brow furrowing slightly. 3 carriages ambled by without anyone noticing Freya's surveillance. However, just as Freya intended to control the plant seeds and continue. Chapter 163. Incident 2. Get away. You lunatic. Another voice accompanied by an intense, acrid scent pierced the air. Boom. In the distance, something rushed. Chapter 164. Incident 3. Clang. The sharp teeth of a human face and a heavy sword erupted with a resounding metallic clash. The fully awakened night. Chapter 165. Incident for an eerie atmosphere reached its zenith. Freya could distinctly sense the energy particles rapidly coalescing around both parties. Without a moment's hesitation, she retreated. Chapter 166. Incident 5. This was merely a simple warning, yet it nearly rendered Thomas gravely injured, causing him to lose consciousness. James squinted as he gazed at the two elongated shadows behind Freya. Chapter 167. An unexpected encounter. The sudden appearance of the peculiar figure exuded an eerie aura of danger, which Freya recognized as belonging to the pinnacle of a third-tier apprentice. Chapter 168. An unexpected revelation. The abrupt scrutiny sent a shiver down Freya's spine, as an unusually chilling sensation emanated from Marina. At that moment. Chapter 169. Ascension. No problem, Rand chuckled before speaking. It was not an act of murder or arson. Primarily, it concerned my sister. You are aware of her previous incident. Chapter 170. Ascension 3. Lisa, also a member of the Academy and Freya's mentor, bore the responsibility of recruiting students aspiring to become official wizards. However, if Freya, are you a creature of the abyss? Listening to the words from that wide mouth, Freya refrained from using her mental power to bind it this time and instead furrowed her brow in inquiry. Although her current status was that of an official wizard, she was merely of the lowest tier, having not yet attained the transformation of mental energy, regardless of the spells. Yes, my lord, we have mostly resolved it. But, what? Upon hearing the transmission from the mark, Rand slightly furrowed his brow in question. Chapter 174. The ambush after sensing the information relayed by the plants. She turned and approached the small bed, retrieving some food from her belongings and taking small bites. Chapter 175. Exposure. Chapter 176. The Aftermath. Chapter 177. Raymond City. Chapter 178. The Manor. Chapter 179. The Manor 2. Chapter 180. The Manor 3. Indeed, such abilities may merely be perceived as commonplace hereditary talents in the eyes of a wizard, lacking substantial utility. Although the underworld does exist, Chapter 181. Search and Discovery. The terror of wizards was something Angelia, once an apprentice, could deeply comprehend. Had it not been for her innate qualities, she might have also become. Chapter 182. Surprises and Discoveries. Freya gazed upward with a complex expression, following the small feet. It was a little girl clad in a gown reminiscent of nobility. In the opulent living room, enveloped in a tranquil atmosphere, Freya sat calmly on the sofa, delicately sipping her rich tea. Opposite her, dressed. Chapter 184. Experiment 2. The smoke resembled a black caterpillar, writhing and twisting incessantly within the tweezers. Freya gazed at the smoke within the tweezers, extending her hand. Chapter 185. The World. The minuscule trace of spiritual essence, no larger than a fingernail, conveyed to Freya merely a fragmented message regarding the flight of the necromancer, and it was woefully incomplete. On the expansive white bed, the pallid countess lay in a deep slumber. Her body was swathed in white bandages, save for her head, yet vibrant crimson. Chapter 187. Exploration. The room intermittently echoed with the sound of cracking. Outside the door, Hawk waited with a tumult of emotions, though he was an Angelian. Chapter 188. Exploration 2. The cat meticulously licked each of its tiny fingers with its tongue. Upon noticing someone entering the room, it paused its grooming. Chapter 189. Conditions. This gray smoke was the residual negativity from the soul-sucking spells that had previously been extracted from those desiccated corpses. However, compared to other mists, this residue. Creak. The sturdy wooden door swung open, revealing Freya clad in a flowing white robe. The tavern, though dilapidated, was spacious. Chapter 191. Assault 2. A chilling voice emerged from Lot's lips. The black dagger effortlessly pierced the back of Belster's skull with a soft hiss. Drops of crimson cascaded from the blade. Chapter 192. Assault 3. 30 minutes later, the wind swept through the vast expanse of trees, creating a verdant wave beneath the bright sunlight, accompanied by a gentle rustling sound. Chapter 193. Assault 4. Angelia was unexpectedly touched by the sudden ice crystal. Suddenly, a chilling numbness gripped her heart, causing her complexion to shift, leaving her little time to react. Chapter 194. Abandoned ruins. Though the ice spikes appeared to move slowly, Freya sensed an underlying, faint threat. Clearly, these ice spikes were not merely. Chapter 195. Encounter. As she watched the rabbit devour all its fur, Freya nodded in satisfaction. She reached out to trace a serpentine rune in the air, softly. Chapter 196. Battle. Is it possession? Squinting at the bald man before her, Freya immediately deduced the type of necromantic magic he employed. Chapter 197. Battle to the pitch-black armor gleamed with a metallic sheen. However, with each touch from Freya, a faint wisp of smoke erupted. The bald man stared impassively as the black ash gradually coalesced, while Freya retrieved a delicate, transparent vial from her waist. She uncorked it, releasing the contents. Chapter 199. Meeting 20 days later, in the shadowy woods outside an ordinary town at the foot of the Dis Mountains. A golden-haired woman clad in brown leather armor. Chapter 200. Embarkation after traversing the dense forest, for hours later, beneath the cloak of darkness. The cool night breeze gently caressed the verdant landscape. Chapter 201. The auction bang. A thunderous explosion jolted the door violently. This caused Freya, who was about to conduct her experiment, to furrow her brow slightly, her hand pausing momentarily. Chapter 202. The auction too. In response to Hank's admiration, Freya merely offered a polite smile. Subsequently, she took the initiative to steer the conversation towards the research topics of the wizards. Chapter 203. The auction 3. Freya arrived somewhat late to the auction. Upon the Grand Crimson auction stage, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit was holding. Chapter 204. Unexpected events. The underworld, the fabled resting place of the dead. However, this is merely a folk legend, according to the information Freya had gathered. The underworld is merely a relative. Chapter 205. Unexpected events to Apprentice? Upon hearing Rositha's words, Phelan's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly feigned composure. I apologize, Lord Rosith, he. Chapter 206. Fierce Combat 1. He. With the title of Crimson Lightning, how could I possibly be unaware, Mr. Rosith? Moreover, the quarry beneath your blade was first discovered by me, unaware of. Chapter 207. Fierce Combat 2. What? The astonishing speed left no room for even mental locking to react. Rosith felt a chilling sensation at the back of his neck, a powerful. Chapter 208. Creation. Why bother? For that man. A gentle whisper, as he gazed at Phelan. After a long pause, he let out a soft sigh. Chapter 209. Phelan. However, it might be worth experimenting with some peculiar small items. Contemplating this unique substance, Freya. Chapter 210. Exchange. Although Phelan had fainted at that moment, her intellect made it easy to envision the two wizards' expressions when facing Delaware. From the subsequent events. Chapter 211. The Path Ahead. 15 days later, the lengthy maritime journey finally came to an end. The dark ship's hull thudded heavily against the port as passengers began to disembark, clad in. Chapter 212. Black Rock Town. Occasionally, small white birds flitted through the cluster of buildings. The stark contrast in size immersed Freya in a compelling visual spectacle. Chapter 213. Clearing the field. The undead creatures, known as blood corpses, are utilized by necromancers to create expendable minions. They possess limited strength, only slightly enhanced speed, akin to. Chapter 214. Arrival. At this moment, the scene in Black Rock Town was particularly desolate. It resembled a place ravaged by a ferocious tornado. The once orderly houses were nearly a hunting squad? What is that? Gazing at the two colossal eagles gracefully descending from the sky, Freya cautiously drew her crossed sword and inquired with a hint of wariness. Chapter 216. Conversation. In the inky blackness of the night sky, a crescent moon hung like a scimitar. The two white giants flapped their wings, soaring swiftly. The evening breeze whispered. Chapter 217. Feeling the dark spots on her wrist incessantly corroding the flesh beneath, Freya gently placed her left hand over it. Hiss. Green. Chapter 218. Expulsion. Freya watched the old man depart. Half an hour later, in a concealed room within the apothecary, the dim light illuminated. Chapter 219. City in the Sky. Just as Freya nodded, a sudden chill surged through her right arm. This chill was not merely a matter of temperature but rather an aura, akin to. Chapter 220. Encounter. The central area of Dartsk was vast, with towering structures standing amidst an atmosphere filled with tranquility. As Freya walked along, 2 minutes later, Freya found herself holding a fist-sized black cylindrical crystal. The female apprentice beside her was attentively explaining. Chapter 222. Choice 2. The geographical location of Nashua Academy was quite similar to the windward barrier of Hilt. However, Nashua Academy possessed one significant advantage over the windward barrier. Chapter 223. Torrential Rain. Crack. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, and amidst the dense thunderclouds, a torrential downpour ensued. Torrents of rain descended upon. Chapter 224. Blackwind Academy. To facilitate mobility, Freya issued her customary white robes emblematic of a white witch. opting instead for a meticulously crafted crimson hunting ensemble. A scarlet sash cinched at her waist. Chapter 225, Blackwind Academy 2. Upon hearing Freya's skeptical tone, the female apprentice's countenance betrayed a hint of consternation as she demurred, "Esteemed mistress, our academy was only recently established." Chapter 226, The Crimson Eagle. The axiom of the wizarding world dictates that acquisition necessitates contribution. Freya, in her heart, had steeled herself for this inevitability. Nothing is gratuitous. Chapter 227, The assessment 1. The chamber was commodious and well-lit, seemingly purposed as a lounge. It was furnished with individual black sofas and circular tables, with sconces affixed to the walls. Chapter 228, The assessment 2. 10 minutes subsequent to the ingress of that cohort, another wizard, robed similarly in white with crimson trim, entered. "Those versed in enchantment and runes, please accompany me." Chapter 229, The assessment 3. Schematics for rudimentary runic arrays capable of energy projection. The pecuniary outlay for such schematics is relatively modest, typically. Those aspiring to independent residence would inscribe runes. Chapter 230, The assessment 4. 10 minutes hence, at the zenith of the Crimson Eagle's library, lay a corridor of grayscale tonality, illuminated by a series of ebony torches. Chapter 231, The Runic Department. Chapter 232, The Runic Department 2. Very well. Freya nodded, watching as Fyra walked away, before turning to approach the grand entrance of the Rune Department. This immense edifice. Chapter 233, Rune Department 3. The ajar door swung open. A witch clad in a robe identical to hers entered, her tone frigid upon noticing Freya alone. Chapter 234, Information. The disciple of the deputy minister? At Fyra's self-introduction, Freya raised an eyebrow, understanding at last how she could have halted their earlier fierce confrontation. Chapter 235, By the Lake. Wizards endowed with peculiar abilities from other races wield powers capable of shaking the very earth and sky. However, as this glorious moment persisted. Chapter 236, Excess. For the last time, Freya retrieved a potion, placing the box upon the bench. After a brief contemplation, she. Chapter 237, Excess 2. She then meticulously examined the changes in the other 2 items. Chapter 238, Natural Runes. Her vertical pupils were crimson, with a subtle trace of black in the center, resembling a coiled black serpent, its inverted triangular eyes fixated upon her. Chapter 239, Ancient Mysteries. 3 days later. At noon, the sky was overcast, with an occasional large black bird gliding through the clouds. A cool breeze swept through. In the evening, 2 carriages gradually approached the small town mentioned by Roy. After a brief inquiry with the townsfolk, they swiftly located the local. Chapter 241, Entering the Secret Realm 1. Freya was the penultimate to emerge. Shortly after she stepped out of the inn, the enigmatic figure in the black cloak also appeared. Chapter 242, Entering the Secret Realm 2. When Roy turned his head, it was not his visage that met the eye, but rather the vacant face of a lifeless doll. At that moment, its rectangular mouth gaped open, producing a sound akin to GA. In the dimly lit nursery, the enormous infant's pink eyes curiously fixated on Freya, who remained suspended in midair, exuding an innocent demeanor. Chapter 244, Venomous Lizard. Above, it was shrouded in darkness. However, within this cultivated area, numerous magically enhanced plants emitted a fluorescent glow, allowing for a reasonable degree of visibility. Chapter 245, Venomous Lizard 2. Scar. Bella felt a wave of frustration at her companion's obstinacy, rendering her momentarily speechless. And the one called Scar. Chapter 246, Acquisition. Gazing at the lizard head upon her hand, Freya let out a cold snort. A swirl of azure wind quickly enveloped the pattern, and soon, wisps of black. Is that true? Scar and Bella stared at Freya with expressions of disbelief, as if unable to comprehend that such words had escaped her lips. Chapter 248, Awakening. The voice was so abrupt that she did not even notice from whence it originated. Chapter 249, Liquefaction. The assembly of the mental modules proceeded seamlessly. Such precise control of the mind posed no significant challenge for Freya. Possessing extraordinary cognitive abilities, she. Chapter 250, The Cause in the pitch-black night sky. A scant few stars twinkled. The distant Sky City's exchange tower continued to emit a radiant white light, resembling a luminous. Chapter 251, Sleeping together. Under the gaze of this individual, Freya felt as though she were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, sending a shiver down her spine. This compelled her to quickly turn her head, feigning. Chapter 252, Daily Life. Freya raised an eyebrow at Cassie's attire, feeling somewhat perplexed. What is this? I was hoping to Chapter 253, Daily Life 2. Instinctively, Freya and the two other sorcerers looked up towards that direction. In the distance, the forest erupted with a multitude of magical flashes, accompanied by Chapter 254, Daily Life 3. Among the two injured guards, one was unmistakably Isaac, someone Freya recognized. Although they had been far apart at the time, his final. Chapter 255, Daily Life for the other end of the gaping maw seemed connected to an unknown realm, having drawn in numerous dark insects without any signs of ceasing. Instead, the surrounding dark insects. Chapter 256, Conclusion. As the ashen giant took form, it strode purposefully towards the figure in the black robe, its massive arms swinging down with tremendous force. The tempestuous winds she conjured left the crimson-robed hunters trailing behind in disarray. Chapter 257, Epilogue 2. In the wake of their departure, the mystic realm was plunged into an eerie stillness beneath the crimson firmament, punctuated only by the subtle, lingering scent of blood. Initially, she had intended to procure a sword-shaped enchanted artifact for her armament. However, after a week's sojourn in the trading spire, she observed that such implements were universally. Chapter 259, An unexpected turn. True to form, within a mere 10 minutes, the remaining guards had all succumbed. The assassins swiftly infiltrated the two carriages, evidently ransacking them for some elusive prize. Their discourse extended for a full half-hour, dominated by the Baron's narration, which Freya absorbed in contemplative silence. As the Baron's disclosures mounted, her countenance betrayed. Chapter 261, Reminiscences. The nocturnal zephyr caressed her flowing tresses, while in the distance, the city's illuminated panorama flickered faintly. Freya ambled to a tree near her chamber, lost in contemplative reverie. Chapter 262, The Harbor. I shall, Freya affirmed with a smile. Her formidable psychic aura and the region's meager resources were both conducive to. Chapter 263, Pirates. A woman? Pray tell, why? Upon hearing Steve's query, the brawny man named Shara casually tossed the gem he held onto the pile of gold coins on the table, perplexed by the notion. Her chest heaved almost imperceptibly, betraying the fact that she had not yet fully succumbed to death. After all, although the hand of white mist casts its magic from a great distance and encompasses a wide range, a subtle aura of danger gradually emanated from her. Sizzle. With a faint sound, Freya's figure abruptly vanished from the spot. Chapter 266, Coercion. Possession. Type sorcery predominantly belongs to the necromancy school. The criteria for the host to be possessed by the sorcerer are exceedingly stringent, often requiring a will that is either wavering or a spirit that is. Chapter 267, Volcanic Ruins. Before even having the opportunity to further explore the ruins, one had already weakened to a considerable extent. Chapter 268, Illusion. Isn't the temperature nearing freezing? She gently exhaled a breath of white mist, furrowing her brow as she looked down below. Chapter 269, Illusion 2. What 16-year-old birthday? The smile that once adorned Freya's face suddenly turned cold, as if she sensed an immense threat approaching. Chapter 270, Illusion 3. The existence of spiritual entities primarily stems from an indomitable will. While those few endowed with intelligence arise naturally and bear no significant connection to their original souls. Chapter 271, Illusion 4. Freya gazed in the direction indicated by him. There lay a seemingly thin book, its red cover unremarkable in appearance. Chapter 272, Illusion 5. Freya ceased her speech and focused intently on swiftly retracing her steps. The peculiar creature known as the Dream Eater astonishingly found itself in the presence of figures more formidable than itself. Chapter 273, The Bloodline Extraction Method. Moreover, our collaboration at the ruins was not entirely unpleasant, as we both pursued our respective needs. I have always adhered to the rules in this regard. Freya pondered. Chapter 274, The Legacy. A resounding roar echoed, steeped in desolation and antiquity, as the dense green mist began to swirl violently, seemingly animated by some unseen will. Chapter 275, Injured. Unconcerned by the consequences of her actions, Freya raised her palm and arched an eyebrow. Remarkably, she could still gather energy particles, indicating that clem. Chapter 276, Devour. A colossal azure sword pierced through her visage, emerging from the nape of her neck, while another blade lingered perilously near her eye. In the boundless darkness, Freya felt as though her body was adrift in a vast, inky river, occasionally stirred by. Chapter 278, Bloodline. The Kobilar King Snake. The fabled ruler of the marsh, the very essence of life within the mire. Freya had previously acquired knowledge about this legendary ancient being. Chapter 279, Bloodline 2. Just as she intended to take a brief respite, the airship, which had been flying steadily, suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. Outside the cabin, A cacophony began to unfold. Chapter 280, Bloodline 3. Without uttering a word, in the dim light, Rand gestured with his hand. Freya gently snapped her fingers, and a flicker of yellow flame erupted from between them. Chapter 281, Bloodline 4. A resounding crack echoed as a bolt of lightning sliced through the sky, followed by a deep rumble that gradually descended from above. Before long, fine droplets of rain began to fall from the heavens. Chapter 282, The Toy Room 1. With a menacing expression, Rand slowly extended his arm. His once normal skin began to wither and contort, and in a matter of moments, his entire arm transformed into. Chapter 283, The Toy Room 2. The island known as the Toy Room, as Freya speculated, was either situated far from the mainland or existed as a separate realm altogether. While contemplating the implications of crystallization, Freya brought forth a glass vial filled with an abundance of red beads. This item had cost her dearly. With a decisive snap, she grasped the silver skull and, without a moment's hesitation, crushed it. With a sharp crack, the skull shattered, followed by Chapter 286, The Hunting Mission. The energy fluctuations flickered rapidly. Soon, a bizarre symbol gradually emerged in the center of the disc, seemingly encrypted. Chapter 287, The Concealment Technique. During the 10 minutes of combat, initially, Freya had kept her opponent under pressure. However, at some point, he invoked an unknown secret technique, causing his entire being. Chapter 288, The Lost Information. Inside the cabin of the airship, Freya sat quietly at the table, meticulously reading the brown book before her. As time progresses, Chapter 291, Setting Sail. Chapter 292, Shuttle. Chapter 294, Bloodline of the King Serpent. Chapter 295, Bloodline of the King Serpent 2. Chapter 298, The Strange. Chapter 299, The Strange 2. Chapter 300, The Strange 3. Chapter 301, The Strange 4. Chapter 302, Symposium. Chapter 303, Symposium 2. Chapter 304, Symposium 3. Chapter 305, War. Chapter 306, War 2. Chapter 307, War 3. Chapter 308, Disappointment. Chapter 309, Fusion and Will. Chapter 311, Entanglement. Chapter 312, Entanglement 2. Chapter 313, Entanglement 3. Chapter 314, The Abyss. Chapter 315, The Abyss 2. Chapter 316, The Abyss 3. Chapter 317, The Abyss 4, with more to come at night. Chapter 318, The Abyss 5. Chapter 321, Dance 2. Chapter 322, Communication. Chapter 323, Communication 2. Chapter 325, Cavern. Chapter 326, Package. Chapter 327, Tower. Chapter 328, Information of the Underworld River. Chapter 329, Remains of the Ancient Tree of Life. Chapter 330, Transaction 1. Chapter 332, Transaction 3. Chapter 333, Transaction 4. Chapter 334, Transaction 5. Chapter 335, Transaction 6. Chapter 336, The Wilderness Witch. Chapter 337, Preparation. Chapter 338, Preparation 2. Chapter 339, Preparation 4. Chapter 340, Preparation 5. Chapter 341, Preparation 6. Chapter 342, Fracture of the World. Chapter 344, Fracture of the World 3. Chapter 346, Appointment. Chapter 347, Appointment 2. Chapter 348, Appointment 3. Chapter 349, Fusion 2. Chapter 351, Nick. Chapter 353, Winley. Chapter 354, Eye of Hell. Chapter 356, Cavern 2. Chapter 357, Cavern 3. Chapter 358, Cavern 4. Chapter 359, Cavern 5. Chapter 360, Cavern 6. Chapter 364, Dream. Chapter 365, Dream 2. Chapter 367, Ambush 2. Chapter 372, Abyssal Daily 1. Chapter 373, The Third 81, Abyssal Daily 2. Chapter 374, The Illusionary Capital, Northern Snowfield. Chapter 375, Curse. Chapter 377, Snow Mountains and Volcanoes. Chapter 378, Claim T's Secret Abode. Chapter 379, Search. Chapter 382, Survival. Chapter 383, Survival 2. Chapter 386, Departure 3. Chapter 387, Departure 4. Chapter 389, Wetlands. Chapter 390, I Saw the Edge of the World. Chapter 391, Recovery. Chapter 392, Discrepancy. Chapter 393, Contemplation. Chapter 395, Enlightenment. Chapter 396, The Sixth Day. Chapter 397, The Fifth Day. Chapter 398, The Third Day. Chapter 399, The Second Day. Chapter 400, The first day. Root of the World Chapter 401. Final Chapter. The End Chapter 402. Concluding Remarks. I am unable to assist with null input. Please provide the text you would like me to revise.